Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, Canon 4. As soon as Loki entered the room, a faint gasp of surprise escaped him. Professor Quirrell. Loki mumbled, causing Professor Quirrell to turn around along with Harry and look at him. Professor Quirrell was no longer wearing a turban and his head was facing Harry, but peculiarly there was a face on the back of his head. "He is not Professor Quirrell," Harry exclaimed. "He is Voldemort. He was the one that did it all," Harry shouted, even though he was bound with thick ropes and lying on the ground like a worm. "Why is Voldemort still here if he reached before us?" Loki wondered, but then he realized something was missing from the scene. Where's the Philosopher's Stone? Has Voldemort not gotten the stone yet? Is that why Dumbledore couldn't get the stone too? So only his protagonist Harry is going to be able to pull out the stone. What is this? The Legend of Merlin and King Arthur. Quirrell extended his hands and chanted, "Incarcerus," but Loki immediately ducked and hid behind a stone pillar in the room, leading Quirrell to miss the shot. "Damn. This is getting ridiculous," Loki complained. "Isn't this a plot hole? Why would Dumbledore hire a teacher that has a wraith attached to the back of his head? Is this why he was wearing a turban stuffed with garlic all this time? So that people stayed away from him? How did he even endure the smell of garlic for so long? I remember the Weasley twins hitting the back of his turban during the winter. Aren't they technically the strongest students ever at this point?" "No, wait. Loki, stop distracting yourself. Now I need to wait until the Philosopher's Stone is out to execute my plan. But do I even need to steal the Philosopher's Stone at this rate? Wouldn't Dumbledore use it once Harry removes it from the mirror anyway? So I have to make sure Harry can stay alive and is able to remove the stone so that Hermione can be healed." Loki peeked out of the pillar, only for him to duck again as a bright green stream of light shot past him, almost claiming his life. "I do not know how you defeated him, but this is your end, boy," Voldemort shouted. To which Loki shouted back in hopes of buying time, "Wait. You're Voldemort, right?" Voldemort stopped to hear what Loki had to say, allowing him to peek out from behind the pillar again. "What if I joined your side?" Loki asked with a smile. "I mean, I'm a great student, right? I can help you with your grand plans to conquer the world." Avada Kedavra. Almost immediately Voldemort shot another killing curse at him. Hiding behind the pillar, Loki cursed, "I have to catch him off guard somehow." But how? Loki thought of a few more things in succession and firmed himself to execute a modified version of his plan. Loki pulled out the paper crane origami and poured in a bit of his spirituality into it and caused it to glow a bright white light as he felt everything about himself refresh. This feeling. It almost makes me feel like I'm high. It feels like anything I do now will only be a success. Looking at the origami, Loki made his wish. "I wish to die momentarily in the senses of Voldemort until I wish to be revived again." Avada Kedavra. Rushing from his hiding spot behind the marble pillar towards another as the one he was at was destroyed, Loki shouted, "Why did you drink the unicorn's blood that night?" "Ah, yes, that night. It was you, wasn't it?" Quirrell spoke in a whisper, but Loki and Harry clearly heard it. "But I don't need to tell you about such things. Was it to complete a ritual?" Loki asked with a knowing smile to annoy Voldemort as he went back to hiding behind the pillar, not before tossing a piece of stone that had broken off the previous pillar at Voldemort's face. Voldemort, however, didn't answer and just flicked his finger. There was no magic or any magical light, and Loki peeked out of the pillar once again, but with a smirk on his face. Wondering why nothing happened, Loki teased. "My curse, you have the blood of a unicorn," Quirrell asked with an angry undertone. "Haha. Wouldn't you like to know? But I too don't need to tell you such things. Such annoyance. Bugs thinking they can fly where the eagle flies." Quirrell spoke in a whisper, and then Quirrell continued without warning and shouted, "Avada Kedavra." Quirrell shot a spell that created a green beam of light that shot straight at Loki, but he ducked and flicked his own wand instead. Conf Ringo. A burst of fire pulsed through the room as it engulfed Quirrell, who calmly waved his wand and caused the flames to disperse. A little stunned, Quirrell turned around to look for Loki, but he wasn't anywhere near him, so he turned his attention back to Harry. Even he left. "You have no friend now, Potter Dash." As if. Quirrell and Harry suddenly heard Loki shout from behind the mirror, and before Quirrell could respond, Loki shouted, "Diffindo." An invisible blade shot towards Quirrell, but under Harry's fanatic gaze and Loki's terror, Quirrell vanished. "Two can play a game of tag," Quirrell explained after reappearing behind Loki. Quirrell's hand transformed into a hairy veiny appendage as its claws grabbed onto Loki's throat. Loki choked and tried to pull Quirrell's hand from his neck but couldn't. Except Loki wasn't one to go without a fight, so he stabbed Voldemort with his wand through the back of his head. But Voldemort took it like a boulder. Even though Loki could see his wand had stabbed his head and his brain, Voldemort stood still, holding his neck with a smile. Good night. Crack. Loki's neck snapped and Voldemort tossed him aside like a pile of bones. He fell like a puppet with its strings cut and rolled onto the floor. "Nu! Loki-ki-I!" Harry shouted. But Loki didn't move, he lay right there as still as a corpse. Pests must be gotten rid of. I've been meaning to meet you, Mr. Potter, and nothing will interrupt our meeting. Voldemort said as if it was a fact. Come here, boy, he whispered and picked Harry up with an iron grip after releasing him from the ropes that bound him and dragged him along until they reached the mirror in the room. What do you see? Voldemort asked Harry, who was being forced to look into the mirror. I see the Gryffindor winning the House Cup after winning the Quidditch Cup. Harry exclaimed. Suddenly Voldemort pushed and pulled Harry to shake him up as he whispered, Do not lie to me, boy. Now tell me. Tell me what you truly see. I see my parents congratulating me on winning the Quidditch Cup. Harry said, trying to lie again. Stop it. Stop lying. Voldemort said, fed up with Harry and his lying streak. You need to be punished. Punishments are what you deserve. Voldemort was about to break Harry's leg using his wand, but something deep within Harry spoke out to him in this moment. A twilight light emerged from his chest, forming a shield around him. Voldemort tried to dispel this light using magic, but the moment it touched his skin, a burning sensation caused boils to appear on his hands, making it immensely painful for him to continue touching Harry and causing him to drop his wand. Voldemort was confused at what was happening, but Quirrell suddenly warned Voldemort, Master. He's alive. And before Voldemort could turn around and do much, everyone in the room heard a powerful shout. Lux. The room was bathed into a flush of golden light that reached every corner, causing Voldemort and Quirrell to scream out in agony and pain. Both Harry and Loki saw Voldemort collapse to the ground under the pressure of the light as his face began to grow warts and pus exploded out of them. It was only moments later when, with a shrill deafening scream, Voldemort separated from Quirrell and phased away to escape the effects of the flaring sun charm. While Quirrell, who did not have any way to escape, was burnt to a crisp, leaving only a few clothes and a pile of ash on the floor. What was that? Harry asked, surprised. A charm given by Madame Pomfrey. Loki said in a weak voice as he moved closer to Harry. But as if something had snapped within Harry, he collapsed and fainted. What? Why did he die now? Loki rushed up to him and checked his heartbeat. Okay. He's alive. Just fainted. Probably from whatever that last shield of light was. But good for me. Looking at Harry with his spirit vision, Loki immediately spotted the Philosopher's Stone and used a vial to fill up the blood from it. I'm sure Adam ain't here. Otherwise, Voldemort would have noticed. Loki then quickly performed the sacrificial ritual and sacrificed the vial full of blood from the Philosopher's Stone for later use. Although I've collected enough blood for 100 more injuries, I need to pretend that I've stolen some for Hermione too. So that there aren't any suspicions on me. Directing their eyes to the obvious theft would make them oblivious that I stole a lot more than I let on. Loki looked at Harry and then collapsed near him, pretending to fall while he cast a simple charm he'd learned from Dominic. Renervate. Harry woke up with a blistering headache, but when he saw Loki collapsing near him, he rushed to him quickly and moved under Loki's shoulder to help him up. How did you remain alive? I saw you die. Harry exclaimed, excited but also worried that something had happened to Loki because of the Voldemort. No, I'm all right. Someone close to me made me a charm to protect me and it worked. Loki said, pulling out Elaine's metallic charm around his neck and showing it to Harry. Its chain had broken and was what made the cracking sound when Voldemort snapped Loki's head. Someone close? Harry asked politely. Loki said with a smile. Just as Loki took a step forward, he finally collapsed and succumbed to exhaustion. Still, he dully used his position beside Harry's pocket to fill the vial in his hand with blood that was leaking from the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket. Tell me, Harry, what did Voldemort tell you? And Harry, easily distracted, began to tell Loki all about Quirrell and his deeds and how throughout the year it was him and not Snape who was attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. And just like that, without anyone noticing, Loki ended up with a bottle full of blood from the Philosopher's Stone. Hopefully, Adam is sincere enough to heal Hermione, and they let me off with a slap on the wrist because of my noble qualities that caused me to do things like stealing for a sick friend. Loki walked with Harry's support until they reached Ron, where Loki said, help him up, we can carry him together. Harry nodded and they adjusted their position until Ron was in between with Harry and Loki on either side as they slowly made their way through the rooms until they reached the Devil's Snare. How are we going to go up? Harry asked, looking at the trapdoor closed after they jumped through it. Fluffy. Loki shouted with as much energy as he could muster. There was a soft silence for a few seconds before they heard a WUFF. Can you carry us out off here? Loki asked back, and they heard a soft bark before Fluffy's paw descended from the trapdoor. Loki lit up his wand with a Lumos Maxima once again for the devil's snare to retreat, and then hung himself along with Harry and Ron on Fluffy's claws, who then pulled them up slowly. WUFF, WUFF, WUFF. Fluffy was excited to see Loki again, but the heads were also worried about the blood on him. After Loki reassured them that they weren't his by patting them on their heads and allowing them to sniff him, they calmed them down. "Everything is done down there, could you carry us to the hospital wing?" Loki asked. The dog looked confused for a second as its three heads looked at each other, but then Loki said, "The Philosopher's Stone is with him." Loki said, pointing at Harry, "You need to protect him now, not the trapdoor." WUFF, WUFF, WUFF. The Cerberus then picked up Harry, Ron, and Loki, and under the gaze of everyone in Hogwarts, walked under Loki's guidance to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey stepped out with worry once Fluffy pushed the door open. "What happened to you kids?" Madame Pomfrey asked with worry as Fluffy pulled him down slowly and placed him near her. That was the last thing Loki remembered before he collapsed in Madame Pomfrey's rather warm embrace, leaving Harry to explain all the other things to her. The last thing Loki heard Madame Pomfrey say was, "God forbid he arrives. He would kill me if he saw what that madman has let happen at our school." But he was already half unconscious, so he paid no attention to it. Chapter 102, He's good after all. The sun's rays pouring in through the window created a warm updraft over Loki's face, causing his eyelids to flicker and open slowly. Stretching for a bit to get comfortable, Loki pushed away the blanket that was on him and sat upright in his bed. "Where am I?" Loki mumbled as he tried to get a clear view of the place through that gap in his eyes since he was rubbing them. "Hospital wing." "Yes, young man, you're in the hospital wing." A kind and warm voice entered Loki's ears, waking him up fully. "Madame Pomfrey." Loki exclaimed, but then he looked at his hands and realized something. "My ring." "Your ring and the other things on you are stored safely in a box over there," Madame Pomfrey said, pointing at the box underneath Loki's bed. "I won't ask you how you have them since it is none of my business, but I will ask you to be more safe in the future." Loki nodded, but with a worried expression he said, "Did anyone else see those items on me?" Madame Pomfrey looked at Loki with a warm smile and brushed his hair out of his eyes before responding, "No, I removed them immediately after you arrived here. I don't think anyone else knows about them." Releasing a sigh of relief that he hadn't realized he was holding, Loki calmed down and said, "What happened after I fainted? In fact, how long have I been out?" "You've been out for 3 days, you had broken ribs, a fractured nose and several other cuts, burns, and lacerations all over your body. What did you do?" "I was fighting Professor John," Loki said with a frown on his face when he remembered the fight. "That would explain why he's been missing." Madame Pomfrey nodded, "I assume the ring ate him." "Ah." Loki felt a little confused that Madame Pomfrey was speaking about all this with a smile as if it was no big deal, but he decided to lie since it wasn't something he could afford to bear. "Maybe. I don't know since I haven't used the ring for long. I only got it after stealing it from someone." Madame Pomfrey gave Loki a scrutinizing look and after a few seconds relented. All right, I won't tell anyone about the ring, I will just tell them that you told me you defeated him by luck. I'm sure you had no scarcity of that." Loki's eyes widened as he mumbled out a broken, "Ho, how? I know of the world within this one, and I happen to know a few things like you do." Loki nodded, leaving Madame Pomfrey's secrets to her. "After you lost consciousness, Professor Dumbledore visited. Harry informed him of the trials you faced together and informed him of Professor Quirrell's betrayal and imminent demise where you used the flaring sun charm I gave you." Loki nodded and Madame Pomfrey continued. "Later, Professor Dumbledore gave me a little bit of blood from the Philosopher's Stone, because of which, Hermione woke up after a bit. So you can keep the blood you stole from the stone." "I see." Loki nodded, pretending to be relieved that he was not punished for stealing. "Thank you for helping me out. But won't the blood make me immortal?" "It is my duty." Madame Pomfrey shook her head and carried on to explain, "The blood isn't what made Nicholas immortal. There are other reasons for that." And then she frowned before speaking in a somber tone, "I hope you take care of yourself better, ending up half dead like you were that day won't do you any good. Keep this." Madame Pomfrey said, slipping Loki a piece of paper, but before he could look at it she was already speaking again. "Now come on, get up, get ready, and leave. You might be able to catch the last feast in the Great Hall." Madame Pomfrey said, patting Loki's back lightly. Loki nodded and quickly changed behind curtains, wearing clean robes that had been delivered to the hospital wing by house elves. He collected all the items in the box, storing away his wand that he'd used to stab and kill Mr. A, the small flask of unicorn blood and the vial of blood from the bloody Archduke Beyonder characteristics went together in a different pocket. While the paper crane origami he used to gain luck to make things go his way and the broken charm that Elaine had given to protect him were stored away together in a new pocket. Finally, Loki stored away the Ring of Harvest in his pants pocket to keep it out of sight from everyone. It was his trump card, and the fewer people knew about it, the more effective it would be. Exiting the hospital wing with Madame Pomfrey's permission, Loki immediately rushed to a cubicle in a lavatory and performed a sacrificial ritual to store away all the important items like the blood of the unicorn, the vial of blood from the Philosopher's Stone, and the Ring of Harvest. The curious thing to note was that the blood of the unicorn had lost its luster and turned a murky brown due to the number of times it had protected him from Quirrellmort's assault of curses. I don't think it can be used anymore to protect me from curses, but I might still find some use for it. And maybe if I squeeze it, I can get a little bit out of it. Or perhaps I can find a way to purify it. Loki thought and chucked the flask into the grey fog. After shedding all the important items on his person, Loki walked straight to the Great Hall. As soon as Loki entered the Great Hall, people started to murmur while pointing at him, but he ignored them and walked towards Dominic, who was as happy as ever to have Loki sit beside him. Word is you fought the Dark Lord and drove him away and protected something that was being hidden in the third-floor corridor. Your rumors are right as always, Dominic. Haha, I hope they are, otherwise I wouldn't know if I should scold you for not telling me or pat your back and congratulate you for achieving such a great feat. I'm sorry, I wanted to tell you, I really did, but circumstances just forced me not to. Especially when everyone's Lord and Savior Harry Potter only gave me 20 minutes to prepare. Is that so? Then I shall hold the grudge to our Lord and Savior and leave you out of it. So how are you? Are you all right? I should be. Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let me leave otherwise. As she should. Suddenly the hushed whispers and people pointing at Loki stopped. The source of the silence had entered the Great Hall and was on his way towards the headmaster's chair. It was Albus Dumbledore. Another year gone. Dumbledore said cheerfully, what a year it has been. Hope you will all spare my old man's rambles a little, since it seems the House Cup here needs to be awarded, and the points stand thus. In 4th place, Gryffindor with 312 points, in 3rd place Hufflepuff, with 352, Ravenclaw has 426, and Slytherin, 472. A storm of cheering and stamping broke out from the Slytherin table. Loki felt a little unhappy that the Slytherin won, but he didn't say anything since it wasn't like his participation was going to change their view of him. But before he could think any more, Dumbledore spoke. Yes, well done Slytherin, however, recent events must be taken into account. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Oh God. No, not again. Dumbledore and his terrible writing. If you add points so blatantly, won't everyone notice how you're biased and favored to a particular boy? Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for taking a stand against the darkest person when there was no hope to fight back, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione became embarrassed, especially when Loki looked at her and wiggled his eyebrows, forcing her to hide her face in her hands. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 60 points. Almost everyone was beyond themselves, the tables were cheering and banging their goblets on the tables to make some noise. Gryffindor was tied for the House Cup with Slytherin and everyone was extremely happy. Dumbledore then opened his mouth while looking at a particular boy in the Gryffindor table and spoke, it takes a different sort of courage to stand up to those closest to you and stick to what you think is right. And for that, for Mr. Neville Longbottom, I award 10 points to Gryffindor. Not only Gryffindor, but all tables that were not Slytherin cheered loudly, making it known to the world that Slytherin had lost their 7th House Cup. But then Dumbledore opened his mouth again, causing everyone to grow silent. And last but not least, for Mr. Loki, for protecting his friends during danger and for fighting against evil by standing on the right side to help his dear friend, I award Slytherin 50 points. The hall grew silent for a second and then the Slytherin table burst into cheers and excitement. Everyone had expected Slytherin to lose and were ready to cheer to the moon and back, but this sudden reversal of expectations threw them off. Many people from across the table moved to shake Loki's hand, irrespective if they called him a mudblood before or not. I guess, Dumbbell Master is a good guy after all, he helped cure Mino too without reprimanding me about stealing, maybe he's not that bad. Loki thought and nodded to himself. Chapter 103, A Fitting End. After the rather fruitful breakfast, Loki met up with Daphne in the common room and walked up to her. Excuse me, Daphne, Loki asked, requesting her attention. She excused herself from the gaggle of girls and walked up to Loki. Here you go, Loki said, trying to hand over the paper crane origami back to Daphne, but she didn't take it back. Although the paper crane couldn't be used more than once and Loki was just returning the item, he felt there was more to Daphne's reluctance in accepting the crane back than what met the eye. Instead, she mumbled under her breath for a bit before she said, "Did you not get anything out of it?" "Get something out of it? Does she mean my broken bones and bruised flesh? My sister has blood malediction," she said again, causing Loki's eyes to widen. "Does she need the elixir?" Looking at Daphne's eyes that were peering into his own, Loki realized the underlying meaning of the situation. Of course, she wasn't helping me for no reason. She must have figured out using some means that I would get a little bit of the elixir and so she wants it. How much of it do you want? Loki asked. 4 drops are enough, Daphne said with a straight face. 4 drops? Is that all? Loki asked with a little bit of shock. Damn, did I steal a lot of it then if she only needs 4 drops? Can you give me a Kentai dash? Before Loki could finish his sentence, Daphne pulled out a small vial from her pocket. Loki took the vial and nodded, saying, all right, I will get it done. Please wait here for me. Daphne's eyes looked to be glimmering, but she didn't say anything. Loki went to his room and performed the bestowal ritual to get 4 drops of blood from the rather large vial of blood he had and into the vial that Daphne handed over. Once that was done and Loki was about to end the ritual, he paused for a little bit. Is my connection to the grey fog a bit stronger? Well, whatever, I will look into it later. I have a fair maiden waiting for me right now. Loki ended the ritual and rushed out of his room to meet Daphne back in the common room. She hadn't moved from the spot he had previously been talking to her. Here, Loki said, handing over the vial that Daphne had handed over to him. This time there was a little bit of red blood present in it. Daphne had an imperceptible smile prop up on her face that Loki felt made her a million times more pretty, but she still stayed silent, not speaking any more than she needed to. Is that all? Loki asked. Yes. Daphne nodded. I will keep the origami as a keepsake of our interaction then. Loki nodded and stated. Sure. Daphne nodded and moved back to go and mingle with her gaggle of girls who were all very interested in the conversation she had with Loki. Once left to himself, Loki walked back to his room and closed it before he sat down on the bed and calmed himself down. After an entire minute of performing breathing exercises, Loki opened his eyes and a wide smile appeared on his face. I did it. I did it. Loki shouted after burying his head under a pillow. Blowing on the whistle, Loki summoned Sunny, with whom he spun around in circles inside the room, even going as fast as to ignore the protests of the squealing Niffler, who was beginning to feel dizzy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Can you believe it? I did it, Sunny. Loki said, hugging the Niffler. Squeak, squeak. Did what? I completely digested my potion. I thought I was feeling perfect because I just left hospital wing, but it turns out that I'd also digested my potion. Squeak, squeak. How did I digest my potion so soon? Well, I stole the elixir from the Philosopher's Stone and Madame Pomfrey probably saw it and realized what it was. Loki said and paused to see if Sunny was following the story so far. She said she was also a Beyonder and she must be a high-sequence Beyonder since I got all my last 10% of the potion digested immediately. Squeak, squeak. Yes. I'm happy for me too. Aren't I lucky? Oh wait, I literally was a few days ago. Perhaps Daphne helped me a lot more than planned. I should think of a good Christmas present for her next year. Anyway, I'm awesome. Loki spent the last few hours in the castle going to professors and talking to all of them, thanking them for teaching him this year until he ended up with Hagrid finally. Hagrid. Thank you for introducing me to all the awesome creatures this year. Ha ha ha, no problem. I would do that for any student interested. By the way, do you want to see Norberta before you go? I want to see her and the unicorns too, want to thank them for saving me once again before I leave. Sure. After thanking the unicorn for giving him his blood, Loki moved to the castle with Hagrid and they ended up in a room in the dungeons that was modified with the help of the expansion charm. Look at her. Ain't she pretty? Hagrid asked as he and Loki saw Norberta sleeping and breathing out puffs of smoke and fire at regular intervals. She is, Loki said, petting her scaly face. Leaving after a while, Loki first said goodbye to Professor Snape and thanked him for the detention and then packed up his trunk and wore decent clothes to leave Hogwarts by train. Getting into a compartment, Loki locked the door once again and sat down with a happy expression as he pulled out the Half-Blood Prince book and began to read the potions in it. In a minute a sharp knock appeared on the door, followed by someone using magic to unlock the compartment, and before Loki could chide the person for intruding on his privacy, he heard a soft yet arrogant and bold voice. I already told you train compartments are not supposed to be locked, the bushy-haired girl said. Hermione. Loki exclaimed with a soft smile. Where did you go away? I've been searching for you since yesterday. Hermione complained, sitting inside the compartment. I was just going around the castle and thanking the teachers for helping me study during detention. Hermione rolled her eyes at Loki's attempt to show her that he was closer to the teachers than her and asked, what did you get in your exams? I got an O in potions, transfiguration, and charms, and exceeds expectations in herbology while unacceptable in defense against the dark arts. What about history? Hermione asked. I think I got an E. At least you got to give your exams. I prepared for nothing. The girl huffed indignantly. Don't worry, Hermione, I'm sure they will pass you to the next year. If they fail you, then I don't think anyone else can even hope to pass. He, Hermione laughed embarrassedly. But then she became serious as she looked at Loki and said, I heard from Madame Pomfrey that I only live thanks to you, so you have my undying gratitude for that. Don't worry about it. I just did what I had to, I'm sure you'd have done the same for me. Loki said, trying to brush away the matter under the rug with a casual hand wave. I was so worried about you when I woke up, you know. It took you 3 days to wake up. Hee, thank you for worrying about me. Loki laughed and bowed politely. Loki and Hermione talked for the rest of the way, discussing various things like the questions in the exams and the contents of the underground chambers when Loki, Harry, and Ron went in to defend the Philosopher's Stone from Snape and so on. The train eventually arrived at King's Cross Station and Loki and Hermione parted ways, with Hermione promising to write to him all summer and making Loki promise to write to her all summer as well. There was no one there to pick Loki up, but he didn't leave yet. He walked up to Dominic and surprised him with a warm hug, spoke to him to thank him for taking care of him all year and promised to keep in touch with him and inform him about any happenings in Hogwarts that might interest his gossipy ears. I hope I see you around, Loki, Dominic said with a smile and a wave as he said his goodbyes. And I hope to see you around, Dominic. Maybe you'll achieve your dreams when I meet you again. Dominic just laughed lightly and waved goodbye as he walked to his dad, who was waiting for him. Once he was done talking, Loki finally moved to a secluded corner of the station and called, "Creature." "Pop. At your service, master." "Let's go home," Loki said, handing over his hand for Creature to hold him and apparate together. "Yes, master." Chapter 104, Missing Ingredients. Arriving in the dimly lit living room that Loki recognized as home, he took a deep breath, smelling the old and familiar smell of wood as he closed his eyes and let out a deep exhale, finally relaxing by embracing the home. His eyes flickered towards the basement as he remembered Walburga and felt a little lonesome, but he didn't let the feeling distract him from his next steps. With his trunk floating behind him, Loki walked up the stairs and placed it inside his room, before blowing on the whistle on his wrist. Squeak, squeak. "Hello there, I need you to deliver a letter for me," Loki spoke to Sunny while petting him under his chin. Squeak, squeak. "Right, here's your payment," Loki said, holding out a particularly shiny nickel for the Niffler to stuff in its pouch. Giving the Niffler a handwritten letter that Loki wrote on the spot, he watched as the Niffler stuffed the letter into its pouch and vanished into the spirit world. The letter was simple and to the point. "Greetings, Lady Trelawney. I hope this letter finds you in the pink of your health. I hope Elaine has not bothered you and is behaving well. If she has broken anything of value, please tell me so that I can compensate appropriately. The main reason for this letter is that I wish to meet my sister soon if possible. Also, thank you for the protective charm, it saved my life, quite literally. Thanking you. Loki." The Niffler was back in a few minutes, and as soon as he reached, he pulled out a new letter from his pouch and handed it over to Loki. "Welcome back. Elaine is a good girl and has done nothing to get into trouble. You don't need to worry about compensating me for anything. I hope you are fine and well. Elaine and I are going to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Would you like to meet us there? Yours respectfully, Cassandra Trelawney." Loki immediately penned a response and agreed to meet Cassandra and Elaine at Diagon Alley in the afternoon. After that was done, Loki walked over to the basement after informing Creature. "Creature, make sure not to disturb me. I am going to drink my advancement potion." Creature's eyes widened, but he bowed deeply and said, "As you wish, master." With soft steps, Loki descended into the basement and walked up to the potion-making station he'd used nearly a year ago to cook up his potion. Smelling the hint of lingering smell that reminded Loki of his time here, Loki walked up to the ingredients cupboard and opened the second side that had the ingredients for the error pathway. Looking at the frankly bizarre array of ingredients that would not have been part of his past life, Loki sighed a little. Then, with eagerness to make the best of his new life, Loki set up everything to perform the bestowment ritual and gave himself the card of blasphemy for the error pathway. Clearing the altar after finishing the ritual, Loki picked up the card of blasphemy and poured his spirituality into it. Flipping through the pages, Loki finally reached the second page. The image on it depicted a well-dressed lady sitting behind a desk supporting herself on her elbows and fingers intertwined. She had a knowing smile on her face and there seemed to be an aura of calmness that surrounded her. Little creatures like small flowers with legs and hands danced on the table while her eyes sparkled as if glitter had been dropped in them. Huh. Loki then read out loud the name of the sequence, Swindler, and moved on to the ingredients. Main ingredients. 12 stalks of puffskein hair. 5 drops of leprechaun blood. Supplementary ingredients. A strand of hair from a unicorn. 4 nettle leaves. 12 drops of dragon blood. Fairy dust. 100 drops of distilled liquid water. Loki matched each ingredient with the ingredients in the cupboard, but what he found disappointed him a little. I have all of the supplementary ingredients, but I only have one of the main ingredients. I have 12 stalks of puffskein hair but don't have any of the leprechaun blood. Damn. What do I do? Do I go to the Aurora Order Gathering? But just as Loki was about to decide on whether he should go to the Aurora Order Gathering or not, he remembered something. Wait, didn't Madame Pomfrey hand me over a slip of paper? What was that about? Loki searched through his dress and soon pulled out the piece of paper that he'd gotten from her before. Now that he looked at it, he found it was more a business card than anything else. And so he eagerly read what was written on it out loud. 12 Diagon Alley. ROBS Warehouse, open from 6 am to 6 p.m. Turning the card around, Loki read the sentence scribbled on the back by Madame Pomfrey before she gave it to him. Password, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. What? Loki questioned, stunned. Is SpongeBob SquarePants also a part of this world? I will need to check, but I don't think so. So is it some other transmigrator running the store? My senior. The one who made the cards a blasphemy. But ROB. What's that about? Loki thought for a bit, but seeing no other clues which he could use to glean insight into the situation, he gave up making baseless theories and went back to thinking about how he would acquire potion ingredients, pushing back any ideas of divination to the back of his mind. Should I try going to this store before I go to the Aurora Order gathering to check it out? I can even go here before I meet Elaine tomorrow. Well, it's worth a shot. Before going up, Loki stood before Walburga's coffin and looked at it for a while, recollecting all the experiences that had happened to him over the year. Could you have guessed? I got sorted into Slytherin. And Adam, the headmaster of the school, he isn't as bad as I thought, he helped me heal my friend. Oh. And the other guy, you know, who came to the school by possessing a teacher to break into the trap the headmaster had set up and steal the Beyonder characteristic for his next sequence. Given how many names I have to censor, you can guess just how stupidly complicated my time at Hogwarts was. And you said Hogwarts was the safest place for me to be. Well, I hope at least next year is a little safer. Perhaps Adam has learned something and won't hire new teachers who can decide the life or death of students at a mere glance this year. Chapter 105, ROBS Warehouse. Looking around with a wandering gaze, Loki finally spotted the building he was looking for. Above its door from the patio cover hung a dirty sign that looked like it had been very poorly cleaned recently. It said, ROBS Warehouse. On its door was the number 12 engraved in gold and silver, which matched the address on the business card in Loki's hands. ROB. What a strange name for a shop. That will be all, for now, creature. I will call you when you have to pick me up after my meeting with Elaine and Mrs. Trelawney. Yes, master. With a low pop like someone had popped their lips, creature vanished with a spin, his body getting absorbed into a point, a feeling that Loki had come to hate very much. Walking out of the alley he was in and to the door that Loki had matched with the business card, Loki held the knocker on the door and gave it a small thrust to knock on the door. Dust rose up and entered Loki's nostrils, prompting him to release the knocker and sneeze, but he held it back with determination, just waiting for the door to open. Loki soon heard loud creaks and thuds approach the door. The door opened with a crawl, letting in what felt to be the first rays of light in a very long time. What appeared in front of Loki surprised him. It was a person wearing a long robe that covered them from their head to the toe, and where there should have been a hole for the face was a plague mask that appeared stitched to the robe, making it impossible to discern any qualities about the person inside. Loki didn't find it rude since he was also using an item from the basement to conceal his face, but he did find it strange. Why would the shop owner need to conceal their face? To avoid angry customers from finding more about them. Hello. The person said in a muffled tone as the thick leather of their mask blocked the sounds from fully escaping. Greetings. Loki said, and then he asked, I was recommended this place, may I know your business? But instead of facing a response, he was asked a question, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? The voice asked in a low tone and Loki barely made it out because of the jingle. SpongeBob SquarePants. Loki said in the same rhythmic fashion he was asked the question in. There was a pause in between that threatened to turn awkward, but Loki kept a straight face behind his mask, trying not to burst out laughing at the code that had been developed. Come in. The person said, moving aside while holding the door so Loki could enter. Loki stepped in with caution and found himself looking at a large room filled with chairs like the ones outside a dentist's office, with various magazines strewn about for those patiently waiting. It looked surprisingly modern for a store in Diagon Alley. Although the several chairs and tables indicated that this place was busy, apart from Loki and the person dressed in a gown, there was no one else. The person closed the door behind Loki with a dull thud, capturing Loki's attention. You are? Loki asked. I am a Rob and this is my warehouse. The person, Rob, responded. Rob's voice was muffled and unclear, making it hard to even discern if it was feminine or masculine. Rob carried on ahead, walking behind the counter with clear, steady steps that appeared to tap the floor with practiced ease. What do you need, mister? The voice asked from behind the counter. I need 5 drops of leprechaun blood. That is a strange request, mister. Ah, you can call me Bug. Mr. Bug. And here I thought I had stranger things in my shop. So do you have leprechaun blood? Loki asked impatiently, wondering if he would have to go to the gathering of the Aurora Order after all. Yes, I do, but this store doesn't work like that, Mr. Bug. How does it work then? I only point my customers in the direction of where they can earn the potion ingredients on their own. I don't sell them things I have. So you will give me the location where I will find leprechauns. I have to get the blood on my own. Something like that, but you are lucky, I already have some leprechaun blood that should work. So what do I do now? Do you have 5 galleons, Mr. Bug? 5 galleons. Are you trying to rob me? Oh. That's why your name's Rob. You're a robber. Why don't you find some elsewhere if you think I am robbing you, Rob said with what Loki felt was some anger since it folded its hands across its chest and looked at Loki with a raised head. I have a recommendation and might become a repeat customer if you just dash. I am not lowering my price and this is final. Loki handed over 5 galleons reluctantly and Rob pulled out from underneath the counter a vial with exactly 5 drops of leprechaun blood. Loki stored the vial in his satchel and exited the store begrudgingly while thinking, damn warehouse. I should have known from the name. It was going to rob me blind. Walking aimlessly, window shopping for a while, Loki came across a broom store where all the children were pressing their noses against the window and looking at the broom on display. Nimbus 2001. Loki read the plaque on the window. Maybe I can buy it and study the runes on it. Perhaps I should start small with other alchemical items in Diagon Alley. What can I start with? Zonko's Jokes Shop products. It didn't take Loki a long time and he had scoured through the entire catalog of Zonko's Jokes Shop, buying things like fake wands, boxing telescopes, and Boggett in the box. He wanted to gift a few to Elaine while keeping the others to study them. Loki even visited a few more stores and bought a few more items like a wand holster, a sneakoscope and a few common potion ingredients so that Loki could try out various potions over the summer. He even visited the spirit pet store he'd visited with Walburga to get himself an owl spirit. He felt rather uneasy using the school's owl spirit for that. Of course, he did all this shopping without the disguise on him so that people wouldn't think he was strange. With nothing more to do, Loki left towards Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor where he had promised to meet Elaine and Cassandra Trelawney. Once there, Loki waited for less than 15 minutes when he found a little girl who was smiling running up to him by slipping through the crowd. Loki bent low and as soon as Elaine ran into his arm, he picked her up and spun her around. Elaine. You've grown quite a bit. Loki said, pulling Elaine into a warm hug. You too, big brother. Hee, I already feel better. Let Rob's warehouse be damned. Loki thought, maybe I'll be the one to rob them in the future. He then made good use of his time by continuing to speak with Elaine for as long as he could while Cassandra sat down silently, patiently watching the brother and sister talk about everything that had happened to them the last year even though they spoke to each other nearly every day using two-way mirrors. Chapter 106, Sequence 8, Swindler. Bringing the flask with the deep red potion towards his mouth, Loki swallowed the contents with a single gulp. Almost immediately, Loki felt something pulse across his body, starting from his stomach. This feels warmer than last time. Is it because of the dragon blood? Feeling his muscles wriggle and his brain continuing to lose focus as it heard the repeated chants of Hogwarts, Walburga, Loki entered cogitation to calm himself and reduce the chance of losing control. The potion gradually dispersed into his body, leaving behind only the feeling of fullness that represented that he had 100% of his potion left to be digested. As the disturbances reduced, Loki could finally stand at ease and so he stepped out of cogitation with a simple thought. With his eyes closed he felt the changes in his body and studied the new stream of information about new abilities that had appeared inside his head. Ah, I see. Loki mumbled. His posture suddenly straightened and his slouch was no longer visible. Instead, he stood with his shoulders squared while his hand held the now empty flask naturally and professionally. Everything about Loki just seemed a little more elegant. If before Loki's mannerisms as a thief dictated how he held himself, currently Loki felt like he could easily pass off as a nobleman from the most ancient and noble house of Black. This was the first ability the potion granted Loki, it made him more elegant in all aspects. I understand. Loki blew the whistle hidden on his wrist and summoned Sunny who appeared immediately. The Niffler looked at Loki with a confused expression since Loki felt different to it somehow but it failed to point out the changes. Don't worry about that for now, it is because of the potion. Can you help me with an experiment for a bit? Squeak squeak. Alright, if you win a game, I will give you a galleon. Squeak squeak. Loki pulled out a gold galleon from his pocket and under Sunny's curious gaze held it in his right hand. All you have to do is pick the hand you think the galleon is in, alright? Squeak squeak. Loki tossed the coin into the air and in front of Sunny, without using any of his theft abilities to perform sleight of hand, grabbed the coin from the air with his left hand. Did you see which hand the coin is in? Loki asked Sunny and the Niffler nodded with eagerness as he rubbed his hands greedy to win the galleon. But then Loki said something, the galleon is in my right hand alright. As if in a trance the Niffler nodded and then Loki asked the question, which hand is the galleon in? With speed comparable to a frog aiming for an insect the Niffler's hand shot out as it touched Loki's right hand. A smirk formed on Loki's face and he opened the right hand, only to reveal that there was no coin in it and that the coin was actually in the left hand still. Squeak! The Niffler shouted in despair. Why did you change your choice? Loki asked the despairing Niffler. Squeak, 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 squeak. You don't know. Squeak. Do you remember hearing me tell you that the coin was in the right hand? Squeak, squeak. I see, so you believed me. Do you know why you believed me? Squeak, squeak. You don't know. I just felt believable. Squeak. The Niffler sat down depressed and made a frowning face at Loki since he caused it to lose a gold galleon. Aw, don't be sad, here, you can have the galleon. Loki said, tossing the galleon to the Niffler, who immediately became enamored by it and began to look at it in every way. This was Loki's second ability. It gave him the ability to interact with a person's body of heart and mind and make them believe seemingly random things as long as the person did not think too deeply about it. This ability was greatly exaggerated on Sunny. I doubt it'll work this well on another Beyonder, or even human. Once they thought a little more deeply about his suggestions and paid attention to it, they would end up breaking the illusion. Even things like cogitation would help them counteract the effects. The third ability that Loki gained was Charm. It allowed him to set his aura, making him more approachable or even more unapproachable, like a rose with thorns, but either way, people would admire him for his charm. Loki snapped his fingers and grabbed the Niffler's attention. But before anything else happened, the Niffler walked up to Loki and as if in a trance handed over the coin that was in his hands to Loki. Thank you. Loki said, snapping his fingers, and immediately the effect broke. Squeak, squeak. The Niffler squeaked indignantly, wondering why it just gave away the coin it was holding and loved dearly to Loki. This was Loki's fourth ability, an extension of his second ability of mental interference. He could non-verbally plant thoughts into the mind of his target which they would act upon if they didn't think them through carefully. Of course, a simple mental shield could block such an attempt, but it would work otherwise. Loki gave back the gold galleon to the Niffler and finally waved his hands beside Sunny. He caused an exact replica of the little Niffler to appear, mimicking his actions and doing everything exactly as he did. But this meant that there were 2 gold galleons on the table now and Sunny wanted the other one. The Niffler jumped to attack his counterpart by hiding his own coin in his pouch, but nothing seemed to happen as he passed through the illusion and fell on the table through its other side. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Niffler tried to use its Beyonder ability to put it to sleep and stun or daze it, but somehow the other Niffler copied it voicelessly. Squeak. The Niffler voiced its complaint to Loki, but to its surprise the illusory Niffler vanished as a plume of smoke, its colors dissolving into the air around it as it faded away. It was just an illusion, Loki said, patting the Niffler and giving his respectable friend another gold galleon for helping him out. This was Loki's fifth and final ability. It gave him the ability to make small illusions. Loki felt his current limit was an illusion the size of Sunny, but he was sure it'd increase later as he digested more of the potion. Now to the important part of the question, who should I swindle? Loki mumbled his thoughts out loud. It'd be nice if I could swindle some professors since they have a high sequence, but they're also nice to me. Maybe I can swindle them by making them feel happy. Chapter 107, Bold. It had been a month since Loki had become a Sequence 8 Swindler, and he had experimented a lot with his new abilities, and one particular use of a seemingly random ability stood out. Or at least Loki thought this ability was responsible for giving him the soft power to work with runes. Eloquence or Charm. It was the first power that was granted to him by the potion, the ability to appear like he was a cut above the rest. The ability that made him more pleasing to the eye had an unintended side effect. It also made him more affluent in any language he spoke, and by extension runes. Loki could see and read runes like never before. Although the potion did not give him any extra knowledge about the runes, he still could use whatever he had with much more eloquence than before. If before it felt like writing runes was scratching shapes and letters on paper, now it felt to him like he was writing cursive. And not the cursive doctors wrote on their prescriptions, but the cursive an expert in calligraphy drew. It was an art form. This had one more unintended or intended side effect. It allowed Loki to study and understand runes and see how flawed other people's works were. He could naturally point out what parts of given arrays of runes were faulty or inefficient because they were not eloquent. Loki was overjoyed, and he'd spent the last month doing nothing but studying various alchemical objects he'd purchased, and right now he was working on a rather expensive project. Loki used a thin chisel to carve out runes in the handle of the object, and just when Loki felt everything was perfect, a soft blue glow emanated from the rune he'd just carved, indicating perfection. Phew, I'm glad that worked. Although it was risky to try and modify the broom, it's rather nice to see it all meld together properly. Grabbing the broom by the handle, Loki looked at the extra runes that had been carved into it with pride. At least it isn't exploding. Loki then left the broom in his hand, letting it fall, and when it fell, unexpectedly instead of hitting the floor, it floated right by his side, bobbing slowly as if it was waiting eagerly, waiting to be used. Test 1 commencing, Loki announced, and a few scratches came from behind him. Loki then sat on it, and as soon as he did he felt a warm sensation travel across his body. This was the work of the fire charm rune he'd engraved onto the broom. Temperature is perfect and the comfort level has increased, Loki said, which caused something in the room to produce scratching noises again. As soon as Loki stabilized himself he leaned forward to fly but stopped himself just in the nick of time. I might crash if I test this inside. Cancel test 1. Loki voiced out loud and more scritching and scratching followed. Loki then grabbed the parchment that was hovering beside him along with a ballpoint pen that was writing on it. Alright, at least the writing style of the dictation quill is legible. It was a lot worse in the beginning. The pen worked in a simple manner. Once carved with the runes for mind, Loki could access the body of heart and mind for the pen. After that all he had to do was use his Beyonder ability to plant a suggestion to affect it with an intent, so that he could control how it moved. The movement part was handled using runes that described the levitation charm. So when combined together, the mind runes controlled how the levitation charm was to be used and the pen automatically did what Loki willed it to. Loki was happy with his progress with runes over the last month. He had learnt a lot of things and had created a lot more things in the process. But that was not what Loki's final aim for studying about runes was. Pulling out a silver crystal that glimmered under the light from his pocket, Loki looked at it with a little bit of confidence. His aim was to use the Dawn Paladin characteristics he'd gotten out of the Ring of Harvest and make an item that could help him in the future using it. I wonder if I can purify it using this. Although he didn't know much about crafting items with Beyonder characteristics, he was still a little confident in being able to make something half-decent because he could try multiple times. As he could always use the power of the Grey Fog in the Sapphira Castle to destroy the item and get back the Beyonder characteristics used in it since the characteristic itself couldn't get destroyed. I have a month left, hopefully, that's enough. Loki shrugged and went back to drawing his plans for the item in question. On another side of the country, a blonde witch looked at her sister and her parents. How did you get this? The man asked with unhidden caution. Does it matter? The little young girl said with amusement. Sis brought it for me after all, so don't I get the final say? Don't be in a rush, Asti. The woman spoke with similar caution. If that man was responsible for it, you can't take it, Asti. Mom. I told you it wasn't him. Then why don't you reveal his name? Because I don't want to drag him into this. This is our problem. I don't want to involve a third person into it. Dafy, whatever it is, we're Greengrass, we can't leave without giving him our thanks. For such help, it would be against the balance to not pay him back. I already did. The girl mumbled. Huh? What did you say? The man asked since no one heard what the girl said. I already did. I gave him a paper crane. Immediately everyone's eyes opened wide in shock, but while the adults were dreading it, the little girl looked at her sister in excitement. Sis. Are you telling the truth? You really gave away a paper crane to him? The little girl asked, shaking her sister, a big smile adorning her face. Daphne. What have you done? The lady asked with shock. I did what needed to be done. The girl said defiantly. Wah. Sis, you're so bold, the little girl exclaimed. My daughter. The men said with some disappointment and worry. Chapter 108, Wildly Positive. Loki looked at the book list for the second year. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk. That one is normal. Break with a Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gaddying with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart. Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wanderings with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart. Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. Why are there so many books by this professor? Will the Hogwarts funds for orphans even have enough money for these many books? Loki looked confused. If the last professor was incompetent enough to be unable to write a single book, why is this professor overcompetent? Is there something wrong with Adam? Damn, he always finds a way to appear like the least credible person in the room. It was late in the evening when Loki got his letter, and so he wondered if he should go to Diagon Alley right away in the evening or if would go later the next morning. Picking up a random coin that Loki had enchanted with runes to be a flashbang, Loki tossed it into the air. Heads, I go today. Tails, I go Tomo Dash. Wait. Why don't I do divination to check if I should go or not? I'm a Beyonder. An idiot one apparently. Loki quickly pulled out his trusty old topaz pendulum and let it hang until it was at rest, perfectly still. Using the soul of the mystery prior in the Ring of Harvest, Loki started his divination by using cogitation. It is good to go to Diagon Alley right now to purchase my books for the second year. It is good to go to Diagon Alley right now to purchase my books for the second year. It is good to go to Diagon Alley right now to purchase my books for the second year. It is good to go to Diagon Alley right now to purchase my books for the second year. Opening his eyes, Loki found the pendulum swinging clockwise in a violent manner. Huh. It's a really good time for me to go to Diagon Alley. Loki felt a little weirded out and found the result a little unsettling, but he acquiesced in the end. Well, the divination knows better than me anyway. I guess there's something really important waiting for me over there. Stepping out of the Sapphira castle, Loki prepared himself by taking a short shower, and since Creature was asleep he picked out clothes for himself. A neon pink shirt, neon black pants and neon yellow jacket. Perfect outfit. It feels so retro. Cool. Glad I don't have to wear those all-black emo school robes again. Wearing his dress, Loki sped outside 12 Grimmauld Place and walked a little distance under the stares of everyone present on the streets. Mommy, look. I want to be like that. Loki heard a small child say and raised his chest with pride. I'm the best. Except he faltered in his steps a little when he heard the mother say, "No, Charlie. Don't become a weirdo." Arriving a little distance away, Loki raised his wand hand with the thought of finding some transportation, and within a few seconds, with a bang, a large red double-decker bus stopped in front of him. Stan Stunpike. Conductor of the night bus at your service. A thin man with a frame that no one would be jealous of unless they were like Loki from earlier, starving for food, entered Loki's view and with the tip of his hat looked at him, extending his hand for the little Loki to hold and pull himself onto the bus. "I need to go to the leaky cauldron," Loki said with a smile as he looked around the bus amazedly. The inside was empty, and other than the odd bed loosely moving here and there was nothing much to look at, but Loki found it all very impressive, especially since he could feel the magic that was thrumming away to keep the bus running. "You've got it. 11 sickles for the trip." Loki pulled out his money pouch and handed over exactly 11 coins since they were all sickles. "All right. You might want to hold on for this." Loki rushed to a bed closest to him and immediately held on for dear life as he found a shrunken head beside the driver turning back and talking to him. "Are you ready?" "You better be. Because we're in for a blast dash." Before Loki could hear what the shrunken head was talking about, he found himself thrust backwards as the bus started with a bang. "Whoa!" Loki shouted as he spotted everything around him outside the bus moving at speeds that turned it all into a blur. All the lights on the roads, the lamps, and the car lights, turned into streaks as the bus passed by them at unimaginable speeds. The ride felt magical. Loki watched how the bus shrunk and extended, slipping through the narrowest of streets and through a crowd of people, coming to a stop only when it was on due course for a collision with some life form. Overall, Loki enjoyed the roller coaster-like ride that made his stomach flip and turned it both upside down and inside out. "That was fun. I'll be back for more later in the night," Loki said with a smile and waved goodbye to Stan and Ernie, the bus driver. "You will always be welcome," Stan said, and Ernie nodded. The bus left with a bang and Loki turned around to address the dingy old bar behind him. Something which the muggles around the area failed to detect or even notice as multiple people kept entering and exiting. Loki walked inside the bar and after giving a nod to the bartender, Tom, he stepped into the alleyway where a dustbin was placed inconspicuously and found the third brick to the top and 2 bricks to the left and tapped on it. But what happens if someone moves the dustbin a little? Will people still be able to find the right brick? Loki stared at the brick carefully and then at the dustbin. Perhaps I can move it and see what happens. But as Loki's fingers brushed against the brick he realized something silly. There's a dent on it. From repeated use. Is that how the bartender keeps track of it and fixes it if someone drunk in the bar manages to knock it over? Well, whatever, I need to go do what I'm destined to do. Is it to save a princess in a tower? Chapter 109, Side Story, Albus is troubled. A few months earlier. Dumbledore looked at the small diary in his hands. Harry was knocked unconscious because of using forcibly locked abilities. Loki quickly moved towards Harry who was unconscious to steal the blood from the sequence 2 bloody Archduke Beyonder characteristics. But for some inexplicable reason, as soon as he got a hold of the Beyonder characteristics, Loki did not fill just a vial of the blood, but used an entire bottle. And even more inexplicably, started to set up an altar to perform a ritual. After the ritual was finished, Loki returned the Beyonder characteristic to Harry and pretended to become unsteady on his feet after waking up Harry. Dumbledore pinched his brows and frowned. McGonagall was in the room but she stayed quiet, not knowing how or what to do in this situation. "Do you know of any way to know what Loki did in that room, Minerva?" "Sorry, Albus. All my attempts to know more were blocked by an endless grey fog. I think if I attempt to do anything more, there'll be serious retaliation." "Grey fog, I see." Dumbledore nodded and then moved to a wall. He looked at the mirror that was hanging on the wall in his office and stared at it for a while, before walking to it. Could the Great Erodes tell me the contents of the ritual that Loki performed when Harry was unconscious after he'd fought off Voldemort? A mist leaked onto the mirror's surface and formed the following words, "No." Dumbledore's frown only deepened. "Can you at least tell me if it is dangerous to Harry Potter's fate?" The words on the mirror reformed, "Your turn to ask a question has finished. Now it is my turn. What would you like to choose? Punishment or a question?" "Punishment." Dumbledore unhesitatingly chose. The words on the mirror changed again, "Ask Severus Snape on a date." PFFFD cough cough cough. McGonagall was suddenly reduced into a fit of coughs, perhaps her age was catching up to her. Dumbledore's frown deepened further, but he nodded and asked another question. Can you tell me if what Loki did was detrimental to Harry Potter? The mist on the mirror changed to form the words, no. The matters are unrelated. Asterisk sigh asterisk. My turn. Punishment or question? Punishment. Send a letter to Gellert Grindelwald telling him, you missed the passionate moments you shared with him. McGonagall's eyes widened as a sizable blush appeared on her cheeks, before she excused herself and walked out of the headmaster's office. Poor Albus. Chapter 110, I Know What You Did. Leaving the dent behind, Loki walked through the arc that had formed and made his way through the street, finding his way to the large white stone building with crooked columns. Poor goblins. Loki thought, they don't have the right to use wands. Would all the other non-human magical species grow stronger if there was no restriction on the usage of wands? Entering through the grand doors, Loki found himself in a smaller hall where a different set of silver doors stood closed, and on them, etched in silver, was what looked like a warning. Before he could read the poem though someone bumped into him. Can't you see where you walk? It was Draco, along with his father. Oh. Draco. Fancy meeting you here. What are you doing with your father? Taking him to solve some trouble you caused. Loki retorted back. The Malfoys scowled but Loki paid them no mind and walked into the bank with a confident stride. Once inside the bank, Loki waited in front of a teller patiently without hurrying him or disturbing him from counting coins. But given that he couldn't turn back because the Malfoys were behind him, Loki soon found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place. Mr. Malfoy. The teller asked as soon as he finished his job and looked up. Loki felt estranged and a little furious, so he shouted a little, I was here first. The goblin pushed himself a little off his seat and looked at Loki who was hidden by his tall desk. I was here first. Loki said once again with narrowed eyes. We know that Mr. Loki. I'm Loki. Because they have a premium account with us Mr. Loki. The teller said with a scowl on his face. Loki could see and hear and feel the smirks of the Malfoys behind him, his face filled and flushed with embarrassment and he dared not to turn around. But then Loki's mind flipped as he saw the Malfoys step around him and walk away with the goblin towards the private chambers. Because as Draco walked around him he whispered, of course, you're here to beg for money. Aren't you, pauper? The smugness in Draco's voice and the mirth all caused Loki's emotions to boil but he remained calm. Calm down Loki. Calm down. Loki repeated the sentence in his head and ignored the feeling of anger that was rising inside him. Once the goblin was back to meet with him, Loki spoke to him with a frown. Can you give me the money meant for Hogwarts orphan students? The goblin's scowl further deepened and he finally spat back, yes. May I have your application form? Yes. Loki nodded and pulled out an application form that Snape had handed over to him at the end of the year. The goblin scrutinized the form and only after he was satisfied with it, did he respond affirmatively. Here's you money. The goblin said handing over a bag filled with 30 galleons to Loki. Loki collected the money and then walked away from the bank, moving to the Flourish and Blotts store where he could buy his books for the year. Entering Flourish and Blotts, Loki walked to the front of the table and spoke to the receptionist, a man with graying hair and a soft smile. What do you want, boy? The man asked calmly as Loki neared him. The book set for second years at Hogwarts, sir. Loki said calmly. Ah, I see, a second year eh? Heard that the famous Lockhart is going to be teaching you. Consider yourself lucky. I guess. Loki nodded since he didn't know much about the situation to think anything good or bad about it. But if he had to guess if Lockhart was good or bad, Loki hoped that the professor would at least be better than the last one. At least he won't have the spirit of a demented Dark Lord attached to the back of his head. He has an event this weekend, a book signing event for his newest book that he will launch on the same day. Magical me. The receptionist exclaimed enthusiastically. I see. I will try to be there. Loki shrugged and nodded while giving the receptionist a polite smile. The receptionist noticed Loki's lack of enthusiasm and did not delay any further, bringing out a set of books from behind the counter and handing them over to Loki. Need anything else? We've recently got a stack of invisible books about invisibility. The receptionist offered with a polite smile. But Loki rejected it politely and walked out of the store. Moving with his books in hand, Loki walked the Diagon alley, which was lit up only by various lanterns and soft floating lights. Overall the place looked beautiful and soothed the soul, but that was not what Loki was searching for. Why did the divination tell me to come here? Was it just for me to get insulted by the Malfoys? Loki walked a bit more but didn't find anything, except a pamphlet with the following written on it. Want to watch something beautiful? Want to watch something that takes your breath away? Want to watch something that cannot be replicated with your wands? You are welcome to Zonko's Proud Fireworks presentation. Flipping over the pamphlet, Loki found that the address was 935 Diagon Alley, and with nothing better to do, Loki left to visit the show. Loki watched the show, confused. There was nothing special about it. Well, it was special in that many specially planned fireworks designs appeared in the sky and danced around like they were alive, but there was nothing of any significance to Loki as a Beyonder. Now, Loki was sitting on a bench with a yawn, wondering what he had to do. Did I miss it? Was today just for me to get insulted by the Malfoys? Strange. Loki wanted to go back up into the Sapphire Castle and find out if he still had to stay here, so he made his way back to the Leaky Cauldron, to rent a room for a bit and perform his divination. Need a room for a few minutes, please, Loki said, tapping the table. Tom looked at him for a bit and then said, sure. Room 5 is occupied, why don't you go to room 6? As long as you keep it below 10 minutes, you don't need to pay. Loki nodded thankfully and made his way up the stairs, going to a room on whose door was etched the number 6. Entering the door, Loki closed it behind himself, and just as he was about to begin the ritual to enter the Sapphire Castle, he heard something. I know what you did. Chapter 111, wouldn't you? I know what you did. The gruff voice repeated, causing Loki to stare around in confusion before realizing the voice was coming from the room next door. What is going on? Who's using these soap opera dialogues? Loki carefully walked toward the edge of his room and placed his ear on the wall to hear better. It's not eavesdropping if they're being loud about it, and I'm just resting my ear on the wall to scratch it. Loki nodded sagely and continued to pay attention to the conversation that was being carried out. What do you think I did? Banish the Banshee by smiling at it with my smile that has won the Witch's Weekly Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. A different voice, one that seemed insufferably sticky and slick, asked in a self-praising tone. Cut the crap, Lockhart. I know what you did. I know how you got all the accolades that you did. Lockhart. The author of those textbooks. And pray tell, how did I do it? HMPF. You thought no one would notice it, but I did. I saw you bring your last victim in, and once you learnt of his achievements and satisfied your curiosity, you wiped away his memory. I saw it. How many people have you told? The sickly sweet voice asked, probably with a smile if Loki had to guess. I told everyone I could find. But they wouldn't believe me. They just made fun of me and didn't even entertain it. They said you'd have been caught by now if you did it and didn't believe me. I see. Now that you're at the end of my wand, I wonder how you feel. Do you feel happy? I couldn't have felt better, Lockhart said as Loki heard the creaking of the floor, indicating Lockhart was walking. Stay back. The voice said, a little panicked. Don't worry about it. I'm completely unarmed, aren't I? Haven't you already taken my wand? I'm harmless. Loki suddenly felt something wrong. He felt himself calm down and begin to believe Lockhart's words, but then he immediately pinched himself and stared wide-eyed at the wall that separated himself and Lockhart. He's either a Beyonder or using a Beyonder item to make others believe him. Not even a second later, Loki heard a calm voice, Obliviate. An ethereal green glow slipped into Loki's room from the cracks in the wall as he immediately stepped back and began to panic. The floor creaked under his weight and Loki felt his breathing hitch. Who's there? Lockhart immediately asked. A few seconds later, Loki immediately heard the steps move closer to the wall and felt a searching gaze land upon him. But thanking the darkness of his room, Loki felt Lockhart sweep by and not find him. Almost immediately, Loki felt Lockhart begin to move towards his door and step out of his room to come to Loki's. Loki, still worried that he might get caught and have his memories wiped, did the next best thing he could. He matched Lockhart's steps and moved towards the window from where he jumped out and landed on the street beside the leaky cauldron. Making sure to stick close to the wall so that Lockhart couldn't see him, Loki walked ahead and blended into the crowd, using all his knowledge as a thief to keep attention away from himself. He shouldn't have the time to follow me since he still has to take care of the guy who had come up to confront him. Loki reasoned. Once Loki felt he was out of danger, he turned through the streets and made his way out of Leaky Cauldron. Holding his wand hand above his head, Loki expended a little bit of spirituality to call the night bus, and once on it, he immediately picked a bed to lie down in as he gave Stan Stunpike an address close to 12 Grimmauld Place. Not even the roller coaster experience of the bus diverted Loki's thoughts as he continued to brood upon the events that had just taken place. Finally reaching home half an hour later, Loki collapsed onto his bed and wondered about the things that had happened in a relaxed manner. So the teacher this time is a fraud? Do I report him? Loki thought about the question for a while, wondering if he would tell the Aura department or the Hogwarts faculty and if they would even believe him. Loki doubted the Aura department would believe him, but he felt like the Hogwarts staff would, especially Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, whom he was quite close with. Is this why the divination recommended I go to Diagon Alley? To show me that Lockhart was a fraud. But what do I have to do? Thinking about informing Professor Snape about what he'd heard and seen, Loki pulled out a parchment and used a ballpoint pen to write him a letter. But just as his pen touched the parchment, a through struck Loki and he slapped his forehead. I'm an idiot. When life gives you lemons, you must make lemonade. When life has given me the opportunity to learn under such a perfect teacher, why don't I take full advantage of it? Why don't I learn how to become the perfect swindler from the man who makes his livelihood out of swindling people? Damn, I almost ruined the best opportunity that I had for myself. And what better way to pay back your teacher than swindling him better than he can swindle you? Loki thought for a while and formed a maxim: to swindle someone I need to end up with the most profit in the end. And it would be even better if people paid you to swindle them. Loki smiled as the beginnings of a plan began to form in his head. I'll need a magical printer for this. Where do I find one though? Loki thought, and then his eyes fell on the parchment he was writing on. Oh. I could just ask Professor Snape. I'm sure he's in touch with enough alumni from Hogwarts that he might know someone who would be happy to part with a magical printer for the right price. I could just ask him directly, but how do I swindle him into making this decision? After some thought, Loki began to write the letter. Greetings, Professor Snape. I hope this letter finds you while your cauldrons are bubbling with the mysteries of the world and the flame used to heat it dances as you wish. I am writing this letter because I noticed something missing from the experience of students at Hogwarts. Being in detention for almost a year has been eye-opening for me. It has allowed me to develop closer relationships with several professors, beyond what is possible in a normal class setting, and has motivated me to explore magic for more than what is taught in class. And so I feel it to be rather bland that other students don't form such a close bond with their professors to explore magic with them unless they're the cream of the crop and are part of the respective clubs. For example, the Weasley twins, although they don't have perfect grades, explore the art of potion making in their own way by indulging in pranks. As such, shouldn't they consult you about the art of potion making? Now I understand that to maintain your reputation and not encourage other students to follow the path of pranking like the Weasley twins, you cannot in good conscience answer their questions in the field of potion making. But what if you could do it in an indirect manner? What if there was a forum for all students in the school to be able to vote for silly questions they could ask their professors out of class under the guise of anonymity? Of course, this isn't a solution to some questions about pranks slipping in. After all, they're all kids and would love to have some fun, but wouldn't this be a first small step to help students delve into magic? For example, if you answer a question the Weasley twins ask on the forum, wouldn't keen-eyed students be able to extricate themselves from the prank by using such knowledge? I'd love to see a Hogwarts where students prank each other not only by slinging dragon dung bombs at each other and professors but by engaging in a study of magic, wouldn't you? You're silly student. Loki. Good enough. Probably. I'm sure Professor Snape would do anything to get rid of the twins throwing dung bombs at him. Chapter 112, Bang. Sitting on the lone chair in the library of the Black House, Loki read about a topic he had been postponing learning about for a while. This avenue of magic had opened up after he'd become a Sequence 8 Swindler. And yesterday's incident where he witnessed someone's memories being altered right in front of him had left Loki a little rattled. Overall, Loki felt he should have started on this avenue earlier, but better late than never. Closing his eyes, Loki tried doing what was written in the book with a focused expression. He closed his eyes and did his best to feel his own body of heart and mind. Since he'd already felt Sunny's body of heart and mind, it was not very difficult this time to feel his own special layer. With a clear mind, Loki moved his focus towards cogitation, and once he entered the zone he slowly shifted his focus deeper within himself. At some point after, when Loki felt his heart beating, his blood flowing and his lungs expanding and contracting, his focus suddenly shifted to something deeper. It felt like his skin was feeling something, but no longer on the outside, but something on the inside. It felt like he had all of a sudden adapted to a body that was within his own, like a dwarf that was living inside his shell of skin. Loki opened his eyes, figuratively, and he saw everything around him. It was empty, remarkably so. This is my body of heart and mind. Seeing everything so neat, clean, and tidy, Loki got the feeling of looking at the first page of a new notebook, something that one would like to do their best on so that it would look dignified. All of a sudden, however, the space was blasted with all sorts of pictures, videos, sounds, static, and everything he could ever remember all at once. I better come back here when I know what I'm doing. With but a thought, Loki was back to controlling his physical body. And sitting on the chair, Loki flipped the first page of the book that dealt with coming in contact with his body of heart and mind and moved on to the more exciting contents on the next pages. How to protect your mind. Loki read. To protect your mind, one must first learn the ability to keep the mind clear and devoid of all distractions. This is essential so that during a mental invasion you can focus better on the runes you draw to protect your mind and not on the invasion itself, which would accomplish nothing. To pass this stage, you must first spend 100 minutes in your mental space without allowing any disturbances to form in it and keep it in the most pristine condition possible. Seems easy. Loki thought and closed his eyes to visit his body of heart and mind once again, appearing in the area that seemed like a blank canvas ready to be painted on. The first few seconds, like the last time, were clear. The trouble started only after those first few seconds. Why is there a bus in my mindscape? The night bus. Damn it. Now there's even Stan Shunpike. And why's there Professor Snape? Whoa. Is that a mon? Loki thought with a worried look as he imagined a man wearing a monocle appearing in his mindscape. Wait. Why am I getting distracted? I need to imagine a clear mind. Like the fresh pages of a new notebook. Huh. Why is there a notebook here now? Loki thought looking at the book floating in front of his face. Damn. I can't even imagine how I want my mindscape to look like, because even that is just an imagination. This is going to take a long time, isn't it? Time passed and Loki continued to spend a bit of his time every day working on clearing his mind, but he remained largely unsuccessful, leading him to conclude it was going to take him all year to develop any of his mental defenses. Until then, Creature's Necklace had to do. Soon Loki spent all of the second month spending time experimenting with his newly gained proficiency in runes along with building his mental shields. He occasionally corresponded with Hermione, who discussed with him the syllabus for the next year, and once also with Dominic, who said he got a job in the Aura office from where he expected to be promoted to the Unspeakables department in another few years. This was a task that Creature had done for Loki using the Black family resources. According to him, it was not all that difficult to get Dominic a job that would lead into the Unspeakables, since he was from one of the 28 nobles of Britain and was a Slytherin while also being a head boy. During this time, Loki also sent several letters to Professor Snape to help him deal with what he was going to be doing this year at Hogwarts. Snape seemed to be a little apprehensive at first, but when Loki explained to him that this would take his time so Snape wouldn't have to make him attend detention every day, he relented a little bit. It seems like Professor Snape hates my detentions, and here I was looking forward to spending more time with him this year to ask him doubts about potions. Eventually, as the end of the month approached and Loki got confirmation of his plans from Snape, he sent an invitation letter to Hermione so that she could join his plan, since what he was planning was not possible to achieve alone, at least he didn't think so. Now that I know what I'm going to be doing this year at school, I should see if it'll be safe enough for my business venture. Going above the grey fog, Loki sat down on his chair and summoned the topaz pendulum to himself. There will be trouble at Hogwarts this year that is life-threatening. There will be trouble at Hogwarts this year that is life-threatening. There will be trouble at Hogwarts this year that is life-threatening. There will be trouble at Hogwarts this year that is life-threatening. Loki opened his eyes and rested them listlessly on the pendulum that was spinning clockwise with great speed. Another stupid story from Adam. What is he doing anyway? Trying to advance to sequence 0 by completing the required ritual. He tried divining about it but couldn't gain much insight into it. Loki thought about the happenings of the last year and concluded in few things. Last year, I probably played exactly as he wanted me to. Although there weren't any coincidences that involved me. There were about the people around me. Hermione coincidentally fell sick. Harry coincidentally came to look for me even though we didn't know each other well. I'll make sure the same doesn't happen this year. But not like I can do much about it, unless I just reject whatever Harry his red-headed pet wants to do that involves me. Soon the day to board the Hogwarts Express arrived and Loki was escorted to the platform by Creature. Goodbye, Master, Creature said with a short bow. Loki left him with a nod and Creature vanished with a soft pop. Loki was already late since he'd gotten up late in the morning after spending a rather embarrassing amount of time trying to figure out Dominic's spellcasting trick of weaving one spell into another last night. He still hadn't learned how to do it easily, especially since he still couldn't fluidly control his spirituality outside his body. It was a jittery mess and usually resulted in both the spells colliding together and blowing up in his face. It seems like Professor Flitwick was right, it might be a little dangerous to experiment with magic on my own. Well, at least I avoided the worst of it by using arithmancy to predict some of the disastrous combinations. Loki had used arithmancy to predict which two spells he could use to try the experiment with, without suffering disastrous consequences. He'd ended up with the levitation charm and the engorgement charm, two very harmless charms that didn't have much firepower. Although a little explosive, trying this out also helped improve his control over his spirituality outside his body, and it substituted for an exercise instead of trying to burn pages with his spirituality. Looking around, Loki finally walked up to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 and pushed through. Bang hoot. Ouch. That hurt. What the heck? Loki cursed as he rubbed his forehead and his nose. His trunk along with Rowley in his cage and his cart had all turned upside down along with him as he sat there on the ground as a stream of muggles moved around him while sending troubled glances his way. Why is the barrier closed already? Loki looked at the station clock and there were still 5 minutes before closing time. Damn you, Adam. This school and its irresponsible staff will be the end of me. Chapter 113, An Experienced Senior. 2 more people rushed in with their trunks behind him shouting, "Move out of the way." Loki dodged them just in time to have them collide with the now solid pillar and crash onto the floor. Hoot hoot. The owl that had been thrown around in its cage screeched loudly to show its displeasure, but Loki caught the cage out of the air and helped it, and the bird inside it gained some sense of stability. As the boys righted themselves, Ron was the first to speak. "You. What did you do?" Ron accused and caused Loki to frown. "What did I do?" Loki asked with an accusatory glare. You're a Slytherin. Obviously, you did something. Ron said in anger. How do those two things equa? You know what, I don't care enough about you to argue with you. Good luck getting to Hogwarts. Loki said and walked towards a secluded spot on the platform. On his way past them when Loki dropped the cage he was carrying onto a trunk that belonged to the boys, Loki heard Harry whisper, I think you shouldn't have done that, Ron. At least one of them has brains. Wait, should I swindle something out of them? Nah, there probably wouldn't be any digestion benefit since they're not even beyonders. But Harry. Reaching a secluded spot, Loki used magic to open his trunk and levitate a pen and a parchment that he used to pen a letter to Snape. That should do it. Loki read the letter he had written. It was a simple letter that only had a single line, it conveyed everything in it. Greetings, Professor. I'm stuck outside the platform, the gates seem to have closed 5 minutes early for some reason. Your loving and favorite student. Loki. After reading through the letter for a bit, Loki decided to add a little more information. It's better I write about them too, who knows if they'll be able to find their way otherwise. And so, Loki squeezed in the line, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley are also stuck outside. As soon as Loki finished his letter, he freed Rowley and the excited owl immediately landed on his shoulder, nibbling on his ear affectionately. Ha, aren't you already better than the fat niffler that does nothing but eat? Loki handed the owl the letter and asked it to deliver it to Professor Snape, which the owl gladly did by flying into the sky, and after moving a certain distance away it tore into the spirit world to shorten the time it took to make the trip. Now we wait. Loki thought as he stood by in a shaded region of the platform, at least until he spotted something ridiculous out of the corner of his sight. Wadash. There was a blue Ford Anglia flying through the sky. What in the world? Loki finished his cursing as he realized what had happened. Don't tell me they chose to fly to the school in that. Loki mumbled to himself. Crazy kids. After a while, however, with nothing to do at the station, Loki found himself staring at the various passers-by, where he caught sight of a person he normally would not have. Lockhart. Loki mumbled, did someone send him to help me out? No, Rowley wouldn't have reached Professor Snape yet. Then did he miss the train too? Unfortunately or fortunately, Lockhart looked right in Loki's direction and as if evaluating something he gave Loki a bright smile and walked toward him. Are you also a student of Hogwarts? Professor Lockhart asked. Loki nodded while standing up. Yes, I was locked out of the platform since the doors closed on me before the time was up, Loki said. Ha ha ha, do not worry. I've seen such things happen a lot of times before. Before? Are you a professor at Hogwarts? Loki asked while trying to pretend this was the first time he was seeing such a person. Yes. Let me introduce to you your new defense against the dark arts teacher, me. Gilderoy Lockhart. Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5 times winner of the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that, I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at him. Loki stared at the men wordlessly, his mind freezing as he heard the list. How did he fool everyone so perfectly? Loki's eyes shone. Professor. Teach me. Teach me how to be like you. Loki looked at Lockhart and asked his deepest desire instantly. Haha, of course I will. But I cannot be partial towards the students of Hogwarts. You just have to refer to my new book. The Magical Me. Wow. He even plugged in his new book. He's so shameless. Loki thought with his eyes shining. He truly is a great senior with a lot of experience. Now tell me, do you need help? Loki nodded silently, wondering what solution the fraudster in front of him would cook up. Don't worry. I can take you to Hogwarts with me. Are we going to apparate? Loki asked with a frown since he remembered how queasy he felt after it. You don't have to be afraid. For some reason, Loki felt he couldn't trust Lockhart's apparition. It felt as if his intuition was warning him about being swindled by someone. Ah. Professor, there are 2 other kids that were stuck outside like me. Could you help them too? 2 more. Lockhart asked with a strained smile. You can apparate with 2 more students, right? Loki asked, sensing Lockhart's hesitation. Why not? Let's go to the parking lot. I saw them leaving to go there. Loki said and dragged Lockhart with himself. Unfortunately or fortunately, Loki and Lockhart arrived at the scene of 2 confused and angry parents arguing. I told you to leave a muggle-repelling charm on the car. But no. You didn't listen to me. The woman shouted. I promise. I did. The men tried to convenience the angry woman. Redheads. Ron's family. Excuse me, miss. Loki said and grabbed the lady's attention. As soon as she turned around, Loki asked her a question. Miss, are you perhaps related to Ron Weasley? The lady's eyes widened as she nodded, yes. And you are? I'm Loki. A student in their year dash. Let me take it from their young adventurer. Lockhart interrupted with a smile. Lockhart. The woman squealed. Yes. That would be me. I saw you during the book signing. Do you remember me? Mrs. Weasley, right? Of course, I remember you. Lockhart said, calmly shaking her hand. What is it, Mr. Lockhart? The man asked, stepping closer, disliking his wife's fanboying over the other men. I heard your son was left behind on the platform. Ron. Did you not help Ron board the train, Arthur? The woman turned around and asked with a frown. I thought you did. I was busy helping Ginny. This was her first time. And I was busy keeping the twins in check. Ahem asterisk, Loki interrupted with a polite cough. Ma'am, did Ron and Harry not come here? Loki felt Lockhart flinch beside him for a second, but ignored it since he didn't understand why he did so. Where are they? The woman asked immediately and turned towards Lockhart. Do you by any chance own a blue flying car? Loki once again asked. And the two Weasleys fell silent, with the men wearing a pale expression while the woman's expression slowly turned into a furious one. How do you know? Arthur Weasley asked, wondering if what he feared the most had come true. Well, I saw it fly over the station a while ago. Loki finally said. There was a short pause and then Lockhart immediately said, I can help them out. I will catch up to them and take them to Hogwarts while returning your car. How? Loki asked, wondering what the fraud one was going to do to bring them back. I shall fly too. Lockhart said, dropping his suitcase and pulling out a broom from inside it. Loki looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, what about me? Lockhart looked at him and said in a calm tone, I could leave you at school, but it would be a shame for you to miss the experience of flying with me. So you can fly too, pulling out another broom. Loki was unconvinced and was about to reject the offer, wanting to just be operaed and be done with it, but, surprisingly, Loki felt another wave of mind control pass over him, but as soon as it did, Loki entered cogitation by rubbing his finger on his thumb to weaken its effects. But the Weasleys weren't spared as they both looked at Lockhart with admiration. Even Mr. Weasley was looking at Lockhart like an object of worship. They're not Beyonders. Even though they belong to the list of pure-blood families of Britain. Or are they just pretending? Thank you for doing this for our son and Harry. They said, holding Lockhart's hands. Loki pretended to fall for Lockhart's Beyonder item as he shouted, yes, but inwardly he wondered, what's his plan? Why did he say he wanted to go stop them on a broom? Chapter 114, Kindred Spirits. Rising to the occasion, Loki looked at the Nimbus 2001 that Lockhart was holding. Well, at least I get to ride on a new broom. You know how to ride the current? Lockhart asked. Yes, Professor. I learned it in my first year. Loki nodded, remembering the previous flying classes he had taken where he was taught about air currents and how to ride them using a broom so that he'd not be against the wind. Good. Good. Lockhart spoke and then without any delay sat down on his broom and waited for Loki to take off with him. Loki enchanted his trunk to follow him, which Lockhart copied, and then seeing Lockhart's enthusiasm, Loki didn't delay anymore and sat on his broom and launched into the air along with Lockhart. What are we doing, Professor? Loki asked, trying to ignore the wind slamming into his face. We must hashtag, asterisk and hashtag. Lockhart said something, but Loki didn't catch what he said, and Lockhart seemed to have realized that, so he pointed his hand ahead and motioned for Loki to follow him. Following Lockhart, Loki slowly made his way into the air and after a while stepped into a steady pace as they followed the train tracks. How is his hair so firm? It feels like it's piercing through the wind. It wasn't long after that Loki finally spotted a blue Ford in the distance. Seriously. They actually thought it'd be a good idea to use a flying car to come to school. Finally seeing the car, Lockhart seemed to speed up and so Loki followed him. Lockhart caught up with the car before Loki and seemed to be talking with its driver, Ron. What is he doing? Loki exclaimed inside his head. Something seemed to have happened as Loki found Lockhart pulling open the door and trying to land inside. Loki kept following from a distance, wondering if he would at some point have to dive to catch Lockhart, who was flying beside the car. After Lockhart moved into the car successfully, Loki looked at the Hogwarts Express that was rolling on metal wheels under him. They wouldn't mind, right? Yeah, I don't think they'd mind. Loki concluded, seeing that no one was looking behind for him. Loki found a compartment with an open door and immediately dove close to it, landing inside and stopping right when he landed. Nice. With the trunk following behind him, Loki walked up to the first compartment right beside the prefects and knocked on it. Loki. Loki heard a squeal from behind the door as it opened to reveal the bushy-haired girl happily greeting him. Hermione. Loki greeted, and after a welcoming hug, Loki stepped into the compartment with Hermione. Sending his trunk up the rack, did you see me flying up there? Loki immediately asked. No. You were flying. How? Why? Why didn't you board the train? Calm down. Calm down. I missed the train, the barrier to the platform closed on me before the time for some reason and I met Professor Lockhart at some point so we were flying on brooms to catch the train. Professor Lockhart? Hermione asked with bright eyes. Where's he? Along with Ron and Harry, up there. Can you see that blue Ford out there? Loki said pointing at the sky. Hermione peered through the window and once she noticed the Ford that was closely following the train, her mouth hung loose. What? What is that? Are Harry and Ron driving it? Hermione asked shocked. No, I think Professor Lockhart took over after he landed inside while I stayed outside and landed on the train. You can't be serious. Hermione said, her shock never vanishing. Can you wait for a minute? I want to borrow an owl from the prefects. Why? I sent Professor Snape a letter telling him I was stuck on the platform earlier. I wanted to send him a letter to inform him that I actually boarded the train. Wouldn't want to waste his time. He'd get grumpy about it. I can see that. Hermione nodded and Loki left the compartment to borrow an owl from one of the prefects in the compartment beside them. Coming back, Loki quickly penned a letter for Snape and let the owl fly out of the window. I hope you can fly a little faster. It's a time-sensitive letter. Loki told the owl before it hooted in understanding and flew away into the spirit world. Loki and Hermione spent a little bit of their time asking each other various questions about what they were planning to do with Loki's business venture but soon moved on to a more interesting topic right after. Hermione. Did you know there's a field of magic that deals with the mind? Loki told Hermione, trying to get her interested in occlumency naturally so that she could protect herself from Lockhart's mind-bending beyond her item this year. Mind magic. You mean occlumency and legilimency? Oh. You already know about it. Loki asked surprised since he hadn't read many books in the library that had any information on the subject. Yeah, I read about it in a book in the library, but found it ridiculously hard to begin training in it. Hermione said with a pout, I was unable to come in contact with my mind. I tried doing what the book said but it was fruitless. And if I hadn't asked a senior student about it, I would have thought the subject to be a lie. I see. It was quite hard in the beginning for me too, but I did eventually come in contact with my mindscape. Oh. How did you do it? Any tips? I used an item to help me with it. Loki said spontaneously. An item. Yes, it is an alchemical item that puts people under a hypnotic effect, and repeatedly being stimulated by the item allowed me to access my mindscape. Where did you get the item from? Can I use it too? I didn't carry it to Hogwarts with me, but I will see if I can make such a thing since I've been dealing with alchemy recently. You've been dealing with alchemy too? Hermione asked with much excitement. You too? Loki asked as if he'd met a kindred spirit. Yes. Me too. Since I couldn't perform magic over the summer, I spent time reading about runes and the process of making alchemical items using them. I learned how to make a jar that would contain blue fire. So that we can keep ourselves warm during the Quidditch games. Oh. That's nice. I made a dictation pen. A dictation pen? Yeah, it's a pen that I can use my mind to take notes. I don't have to touch it or even pick it up to write myself. Arg. That's so helpful. Your hands won't hurt taking notes during class. Hee hee, true. Hermione and Loki spent the rest of their time talking to each other discussing various alchemical items and wondering how a few of them were made. The train soon came to a stop and they deboarded after they changed into their uniforms. Loki left his trunk on the train but carried the broom so he could return it to Lockhart. Or should I just swindle it from him? Probably won't get any digestion feedback because he's not a beyonder. But what if I make a professor see me swindling him? Chapter 115, Blimey. Stepping into the road filled with wet mud and water puddles, Loki walked alone, having separated from Hermione to not bring attention to her since he didn't know if the other Slytherin students would treat him well because of last year. He moved towards the carriages. Wow. Loki stood amazed as he looked at the black-winged horses that were standing still. He moved closer to them and made sure not to startle them as he placed his hand on their neck and stroked their leathery bodies. Nay. The horse blew out hot air from its mouth and tickled Loki's ears, knocking its head onto his playfully. You're nice, Loki whispered, giving a last few pats as he moved back towards the carriage to step into it. Oh. Loki noticed that 3 other people had sat in the carriage, 2 people that he'd recognized, but he silently stepped in, not harboring any thoughts of speaking with them. How come you're showing off your broom? Tracy asked kindly. Not showing off, Lockhart gave it to me to fly to school after the barrier at platform 9 3/4 broke down. I just hope to return it to him whenever he arrives. Tracy nodded but then asked Loki something else with a hint of excitement. Are you going to do something this year too? You know, to gain house points so that we win the cup, her lips quirking up into a teasing smile. Haha, I would love to, but I don't think I will have the opportunity. It would be bad if a great Dark Lord showed up in the school for a second time, wouldn't it? If he can appear once, I'm sure he can appear once again. Can't he, Daffy? Daphne looked coldly at Loki, like she'd lost all her emotions, and then with an imperceptible nod of her head, said, "Whatever it is you plan on doing, I hope luck favors you to fortune." Why do the two of you want me to get into trouble? I have enough problems on my shoulders as it is. Sigh, I guess your inner Slytherin is showing up, huh? Trying to take advantage of our friendship to make sure you profit from my misfortunes. Loki teased. An imperceptible smile showed up on Tracy and Daphne's face, but they didn't let it show. Would you like to make a bet then? The younger girl asked, excited. Oh. And you are? Loki asked politely. Astoria. Astoria Greengrass, the cutest little sister of Daphne Greengrass. The girl said with a slight giggle and a proud expression, happy with her self-praising. A first year? Isn't she supposed to be going by the boat Hagrid leads? And what would the bet be about? Loki asked lightly, thinking nothing serious of it. Let's see, how about if you gain the winning points for the house this year too? Oh. Are you confident I'll lose? Loki asked with a naughty smile. I mean, I might make us win once, but flukes don't happen twice. I am. Astoria said with a smile that exuded a confident aura. Fine then, because of your insistence, I'll challenge you. Maybe I'll try my best to fail the house this year, we'll see. Loki said with a confident smile as he wondered about what might happen this year. I'll join in. Tracy said, raising her hands and looking at Daphne. What do you think, Daffy? Do you want to join us? Daphne looked at Loki for a bit before nodding softly. Oh. Even the Ice Princess is predicting my rise to stardom. Loki said, clutching his heart in fake pain. Tracy and Astoria giggled, but Daphne remained neutral. So what do the three of you want from me if you win? Loki asked in a calm tone. Oh. How about a wish? How about you give us three a wish that we can use to claim anything in the future? A blank check, huh? Loki asked with raised eyebrows, but having confidence in himself, Loki spoke professionally. As you wish, mademoiselles, Loki said, accompanied by an exaggerated bow. Sensing the carriage was full and that the occupants had made themselves comfortable, the Theastrals began to pull the carriage to deliver its occupants to the castle. Reaching the castle, everyone disembarked and moved toward the great hall where the festivities would begin, but not Loki. He waited outside the castle doors, standing while looking at the sky, waiting for Lockhart and company to arrive. Suddenly Loki felt a presence beside him. Professor Snape. How are you doing? Snape shot Loki a glare but otherwise continued to stare at the sky like Loki did. Okay, I see you're not interested in small talk, Loki said disappointedly. They were flying above the train all throughout the way, but I don't know what happened to them aft. Oh, never mind, here they are. Loki and Snape stared at the flying Ford, but soon they realized that something troublesome was about to happen. Snape set off into the castle grounds, appearing to glide as he moved towards the tree that the car was set to collide with. Professor Snape. Do you need help? Do you want me to call someone else? There's not enough time. Follow me. And following him Loki did. They soon arrived in the vicinity of the tree, and just as it twitched and was about to move to strike at them, Loki saw Snape wave his wand and shoot a spell at the tree that stopped it. The tree is not friendly. Loki wondered out loud, why is it planted in the castle grounds then? What if a student got close to it? What if I go into it? I don't have time for your stupidity, Mr. Loki, Snape said, and then pointed his wand right at the car that was losing altitude with each passing second. As the car descended on its way to crash into the tree, Snape spoke in barely above a whisper. Do nothing. Loki, who was copying Snape's stance, stopped midway and straightened his posture elegantly as if he never meant to do such a thing. Loki mentally played chicken while wondering if Snape would stop the car or if it was going to crash into them soon. But he didn't have to hold out for long, since Snape had flicked his wand almost immediately, and he did it wordlessly. No light emitted from Snape's wand, showing his clear mastery, but Loki felt a world of difference almost immediately. The car that was moving towards the tree slowed down as if it were wading through water, and it soon stopped just out of the range of the tree. Although its occupants smashed into the windshield, neither Loki nor Snape minded it. Loki could see its three occupants sigh in relief, and he himself did. He didn't want to know the result of what would happen to people inside a car that was barreling towards the earth like a continental ballistic missile. Snape waved his wand and Loki saw the car slowly move towards the ground as it landed cleanly in front of them. The car doors opened and its occupants were shot out, landing on the grassless ground around the tree. I guess the car hates them too. Haha, thank you for helping us, Professor Snape, but I'm sure I could have done the same by myself. Lockhart immediately spoke, standing up after dusting himself. Loki held himself back from cursing, but he instinctively knew Lockhart had messed up, even more so when he felt a cold aura shoot out of Snape. Loki stepped away with a slight shiver as Snape opened his mouth. I'm sure you would have nailed it and yourselves on a branch on the tree. All we would have had to arrange would be 3 coffins to take back whatever was left of you. Blimey. Ron said, breaking the silence that ensued. Walking back to the castle, Loki fell in stride with Lockhart as he asked the men a question, a little loudly so that everyone in the group would hear. Professor Lockhart. Did you know that I was a poor thief before I became a student at Hogwarts? A little taken aback, Lockhart smiled politely as he explained, trust not what a man says to create an image of him, but his actions. So you don't have to worry about me being rude to you, Mr. Loki. Generating fake tears, Loki sobbed, thank you, Professor. I don't even have a lot of friends in the castle. But today you helped make a dream come true for me. Oh. I'm glad. What did I help you with? You helped me fly on the Nimbus 2000. I always dreamed of flying on a broom as a part of the Quidditch team at our school, but since I was poor I couldn't practice to improve my skills. So knowing my limits I began to dream of flying freely in the sky like a bird. And when I saw the Nimbus 2000 on display in Diagon Alley, I wished wholeheartedly that I'd get the opportunity to fly on them. If only I had a personal broom, I'd be able to practice and make the house Quidditch team, but even then, I thank you for helping this poor thief when most people would have just ignored me and walked away. I truly admire your skill with the broom, which unlike me appears to be at the level of a professional international Quidditch player already. Thank you for showing me from up close exactly what is possible. Ah. Lockhart smiled and patted Loki's shoulder before speaking in a bold voice, how about I sponsor your Quidditch training? I'll talk to Professor Dumbledore about overseeing Quidditch practice for all the houses, why don't you join me then? Loki was sure he heard Harry groan and Snape snort as Lockhart said his part. Yet Lockhart's expression did not change from the wide smile he held. But Professor, I'm sorry, I don't have my own broom and the school brooms are too old for me to be able to keep up with the other students, I will only be a dead weight. Lockhart's brows furrowed for a second before he nodded with a smile and said, you may keep my broom then. I shall even sign it so that you can remember your goal and try to surpass me in the future. Loki's eyes widened as he smiled looking at Lockhart, thank you, Professor. I shall do my best to keep your head held high. I can't believe you're so good. No other professor has ever done something so wonderful for me. Loki heard Snape stumble but kept his fake smile on his face as he mentally celebrated. That's 1 broom down. I wonder how much more I can steal from this jackass. Potions digested by about 5%. How easy. He's like a money box that keeps giving. Wonderful. Chapter 116, New Dawn New Day. Loki was happy with his new signed broom which he may or may not have obtained by charming Lockhart with his eloquence and cuteness as Snape dragged them with him while Loki was allowed to go to the feast. On the Slytherin table, Loki sat down in a secluded corner. Last year's victory clinch was enough for a majority of the house to turn in his favor, but none had truly become his friends. And Loki expected Tracy and Daphne to be off speaking terms with him in public so that they wouldn't be painting a target on their backs too. Much like him and Hermione. Though I'm sure with my plans for this year, I should become the most precious student. The sorting ceremony had already finished and Slytherin had a few new students, and while some of them occasionally spoke to Loki, most avoided him since they noticed the cold atmosphere around him. But everyone on the table felt or noticed one particular change. Loki's manners had turned refined, he ate like a noble and each of his actions exuded a charm that not a lot of the purebloods on the table had. Soon the dinner finished and Loki headed towards the dorms, wanting to give his weary bones a little rest so that he could become fresh for his first day tomorrow. Loki wanted to be ready for tomorrow since Dominic had informed him in a letter over the summer that from the second-year students at Hogwarts took double the amount of classes than the first year and didn't have as much leisure time. Speaking for a few minutes with Elaine and spending a few minutes writing poems with Sunny that were mostly about the beauty of shiny things. Sunny will finish digesting his potion soon if this continues. I should ask Creature to send me the ingredients to be prepared. Loki closed his eyes and drowned in the comfort of his soft bed. It feels nice now that I don't have to worry about someone breaking into my room in the middle of the night to curse me. Loki woke up the next morning fully rested and ready to go. His first class was Transfiguration and Loki was excited to surprise Professor McGonagall with all that he'd learned over the summer. But as soon as Loki stepped into the common room a senior blocked his way. What do you want? Loki asked with worry since the senior was twice his size. Professor Snape asked you to come to him at the end of the day, after classes. Huh. Fine. Thank you for letting me know. Anything else? No, that will be all. The senior said and walked away much to Loki's relief. Attending classes throughout the day, Loki felt spent, especially since Charm's class had begun teaching Loki a simpler exercise to control their spirituality outside their bodies which involved learning to cast the Lumos charm without any wand movements. The trouble was Loki could easily do the Lumos charm without wand movements and so he spent most of his time reading up on arithmancy, but arithmancy was getting more and more complicated for Loki to study on his own without proper guidance. And although Professor Flitwick wasn't the arithmancy professor, he did help Loki out by giving him the task of modifying the levitation charm to work on humans or living things. It wasn't any easier. Along with this, Loki had to show Professor Flitwick that he'd learnt the syllabus for this year. Can anyone tell me the difference between elemental spells and normal charms? Professor Flitwick asked kindly. Yes, Loki. The difference between them is simple. Unlike normal charms where the effect is achieved when the spell lands on the target, elemental spells achieve their completion right when the spirituality for the spell is expelled from the wand in the right shape. Oh. And what does this difference mean? Professor Flitwick probed. The difference is that the finite incantatem charm wouldn't work on such spells, sir. Since the spirituality within the spell has already transformed into an element, elemental spells cannot be stopped without a shield charm. Excellent explanation. 20 points to Slytherin. Professor Flitwick said with a clap and moved on to explain to the rest of the class what Loki had said in depth. Meanwhile, Loki wondered, I should create my own elemental spell, but what element should it be based on? After charms, Loki felt his head hurt from studying so much about numbers, and so he wasn't looking forward to the next class, but seeing that it was Lockhart's class, Loki felt a little redeemed, since all he had to do this class was turn his mind off and observe how Lockhart fooled people. Me. Lockhart said, pointing at himself while holding a book with his own portrait winking at him and everyone else, Gilderoy Lockhart, order of. And Loki zoned him out completely, his book taking notes like, build a brand image of yourself, and, but since I'm a kid, would it not be more appropriate to use a mascot? Panda. They are cute. Red panda. Even cuter. Soon Loki got lost in dissecting and analyzing Lockhart's techniques so much that he accidentally used up the test paper he was given as a rough paper to sketch out his ideas. Damn, well I guess he's not going to notice if I don't submit, I'm sure. Mr. Loki. Where's your submission? I don't see the submission of my helper during my great escapade in saving Harry Potter and his friend. Ah. Loki felt everyone turn around and stare at him. I lost it. Loki said with an embarrassed look. Don't worry. I will give you a new paper so that I can gauge your standing. I after all agreed to teach you everything I know so that you can become like me. Although a lot of the class looked jealous of Loki, especially Hermione, Loki could only think otherwise. Oh God. Why did I tell him that? He's like a courting peacock. Only without the grace or the beauty of one. While Loki retook the test, which mostly just involved him reading a question and ignoring the need for an answer, Lockhart began to teach the class. Now, be warned. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures. Lost in his exasperation, all Loki realized next was a Cornish pixie flying over to him and, tossing his test paper out the window. He might have helped, but he surely didn't play a big part. Students rushed out of the room and ran away from the torment of the pixies trying to assault all of them, and it wasn't long before Lockhart himself acted on instinct and ducked out of the door, not before announcing, well, I'll ask you four to just snip the rest of them back into their cage. Huh, so others are always responsible for their mistakes, but they are also responsible for your mistakes. It seems the brand image is everything for a swindler. How do I develop a brand image? Do I mooch off of Professor Snape and the other professors? I mean, as long as they don't know about it, they wouldn't mind. Right. Loki looked at the pixies flying around and after sending a short glance Hermione's way used the freezing charm, Immobilis, together with her and froze a bunch of pixies in the air. Loki and Hermione used the freezing charm while Harry and Ron begrudgingly picked and stuffed them back into the cage from which they were released. The day had ended with another tiring exercise which had drained a lot out of him, especially when he realized that he still had to meet Professor Snape before the day truly ended. Walking down the dungeons, Loki suddenly noticed another set of footsteps behind him. Hermione. Loki called out, "What are you doing here? You were looking for me." "No, Professor Snape called me for some reason." "What about you?" "Me too." Loki nodded, slowing down to let Hermione catch up to him. "Do you think it's with whatever we've planned to do then?" "You think so too?" Loki asked with some excitement. "Well duh, I mean why else would he call for the two of us together? And me, especially since I'm in Gryffindor." "Makes sense." Loki nodded. "If it was Harry or Ron I'd have thought he called them around to torture them or something." Hermione rolled her eyes and gave Loki a soft punch. Chapter 117, Paper. Knocking on the door softly, Loki and Hermione waited patiently for Snape to answer. "Come in." Loki strolled in casually while Hermione was a little restrained since this felt very much like enemy territory to her. "Good evening, Professor." Loki politely greeted and Snape returned his greeting with a head nod while standing behind a cauldron simmering on blue and pink fire. Loki took stock of the ingredients lying on the table and appeared confused. "Another one of your experiments, Professor?" But Snape didn't respond. "I think it'd be better if you added the sunflower seeds after stirring the pot a little bit, wouldn't it?" Loki questioned, moving a little closer. Smack. Snape tucked the roll of newspaper back into his sleeves and went back to observing his potion. "Why did you hit me again? If you hit me more I might lose the last few brain cells I have left." "What then? Who's going to help you in your experiments?" Loki lampooned while rubbing his head. Loki slipped behind the desk and began to chop and dice ingredients and casually interfere with the brew that Snape was preparing, tossing in ingredients seemingly at random. While Hermione stood there dumbfounded at their actions and the undoubted sense of familiarity that carried their movements. Suddenly Loki pushed Snape aside and pulled the stirrer to himself. Wait. I have an idea. Loki stirred the pot clockwise a couple of times slowly before rapidly stirring it anticlockwise to stop it spinning. And, done. Loki said with a smile as Snape peered into the pot while Hermione came in closer. The potion inside seemed to be turning a deep shade of lavender from a smooth baby pink, giving it the beautiful appearance of the evening sky. It looks amazing, Professor. What were you going to do with it? Make a watch dial that reflects the time of day. Loki asked calmly. Snape didn't answer as usual and stepped back, seemingly satisfied by the changes Loki had made to it. Finally looking up from his cauldron, Snape turned towards Hermione. Miss Granger, I expect you to keep up and follow the rules to a T, Snape said, handing Hermione a set of keys and a bag filled with what appeared to be shining galleons. Yes, Professor. Hermione responded with excitement. What? Why didn't you tell me that? I organized this entire thing. Loki said, pretending to be enraged as both Hermione and Snape gave him deadpan looks. Hee hee, all right. I get it. You don't trust me? All right. Snape handed Hermione the keys to a room and said, please wait outside, Miss Granger. Yes, Professor. After Hermione left the room, Snape turned to look at Loki and looked at him somewhat accusingly, and just when Loki was about to speak he interrupted, take this flute. Oh. You're giving me gifts now. You want to bribe him, huh? Wait a second. Is this a spirit calling item? You know what it is. Snape plainly stated as if he was robbed of some joy. Yeah, Dominic told me about them when the Daily Prophet sent him the newspaper using one last year. Loki covered up. Then that makes things easier. Use it when you are in danger and my spirit will do its best to help you. Otherwise, it'll be keeping track of Miss Granger. Snape said and picked up a quill and parchment to take notes on his most recent experiment. Loki looked at Snape with some admiration, after which he took measured steps toward the door, and before opening it he turned around and said in barely above a whisper, thank you, Professor. Getting out of the office, Loki found himself assaulted by Hermione as she immediately asked him a question. What did Professor Snape tell you? Nothing much, he was just making sure we would be alright once word got out that you started the paper with me, Loki said warmly, trying to stop the excited little gopher in front of him from jumping too much. Really? Hermione asked with wide eyes. Yeah, I told you already, Snape's a good guy, he just happens to be a little insufferable with the Gryffindors. Hermione nodded silently and began walking. Wait. Where are you going? Loki asked, catching up to her. But all that Hermione did was show him a key in response. On it were engraved the numbers 2 to 21. Hermione and Loki then rushed up the stairs without ceremony, climbing to the second floor using all the shortcuts they remembered. And once they were in front of the door with the number 21, Hermione and Loki pushed the door open together. What do you think? Hermione asked with a smile as she looked around the room, but Loki didn't respond. He was busy staring at something in the other corner of the room. Is that it? Hermione questioned, spotting and looking at what Loki was staring at. Yeah, this has got to be it. I didn't think Professor Snape would find something so soon. Does it not come with a manual? Hermione asked, moving close to the cloth covering the entire thing and struggling to pull it off. It should be somewhere around here. Muggle printers always keep breaking down, I hope the magical ones are not as weak and flimsy. So when do you want to publish our first paper? Hermione asked with excitement. No way, not this week. We don't even know how to print something, forget a whole paper that we don't even know the contents of. Ah. Hermione looked disappointed, but after looking at the printer she became excited again. Let's look at it first, Hermione said, pulling the cloth once again, but failing to do so Loki pulled out his wand and wordlessly cast a levitation charm, surprising Hermione, but she immediately let the cloth go so it slid off rather smoothly. Wow. It looks so pretty. Hermione admired the large machine that was underneath. He even got us a camera, but not the picture developing potion. I guess we're going to be making that ourselves. Do you want me to order the ingredients? Let's first hold off on all the ordering, let's make a list first. Why are you the excited one and me the rational one? Come on, Mione, it's my turn to be all excited about breaking the rules. Didn't Professor Snape make sure of that? Well, you're all right, I was just a little happy. Only now am I truly feeling the enormity of the task ahead. It didn't feel as important or scary in the letters you sent me. Loki nodded. I guess we should begin by splitting tasks. Yeah, I guess we should. Then we can work together to come up with ideas about the paper columns, Loki said with a smile, since he was looking forward to what would happen to the tiny world of Hogwarts from now on. Although my goal isn't really the paper itself. but swindling everyone related to this. I can't wait to find out what's going to happen when students suddenly have a new avenue to let out their creative outlet. I'll need help making it though. Should I just ask Professor Snape to ask the Hogwarts Runes professor to help me out? Or invite someone else? I'll divine about it later. Chapter 118, Business of Swindling. A week passed with Loki and Hermione working overtime after classes, late into the night to flesh out the designs and contents of their paper. There were several heated arguments and shouts that looked like all hell had broken loose in Class 2 to 21, causing Miss Norris to sometimes step in on them to see if they were unruly students or not. Of course, Hermione didn't let the thin cat escape her clutches and did her best to feed the poor cat and stuff her up with food Loki brought from the kitchens, which of course led to another argument where Loki wanted his food but the cat kept eating it all. Eventually, however, Miss Norris became the unofficial mascot of the paper. Are you sure, Loki? Yeah, Hermione. I already told you. It'll be a hit with all the different houses. But isn't this like we're taking advantage of Professor Lockhart? How could we be? Loki lied as plainly as breathing. It's a way for him to reach the masses. Imagine. Won't the Hogwarts alumni appreciate learning from him even after they have graduated from Hogwarts? I understand what you're saying, but the alumni aren't our main target for the newspaper. It's the Hogwarts students and they already buy his books. Why would they want to read the newspaper? Wouldn't you want to know the extra behind-the-scenes knowledge about how Lockhart defeated his enemies? Won't you like it if you got to read more about the brave feats Lockhart performed? Things that aren't listed in his books. Hermione was wearing a skeptical expression, but she eventually nodded and asked Loki the important question. Are we then going to give him a share of our earned money then? Huh? Why would we do that? Huh? Why would he do it for free? Don't worry, I'll handle that part. Let's move on to the other sections and see what more we can do there. Loki clarified, thinking up a ridiculous plan inside his mind. Hermione looked at Loki with a confused expression but relented and they began to discuss the next part of their plan. Their discussions lasted well into the night before either of them returned to their dorms to rest. After a few hours, when it was morning and Loki had just finished his DADAC classes with Lockhart, he stayed back along with Hermione to talk to Lockhart. Excuse me, Professor. Loki exclaimed with a soft admiring smile. What do you need, Mr. Loki, Miss Granger? Lockhart asked back politely, giving them both a practiced smile. Sir, we have a proposal that needs your attention to turn into something fruitful. What is it? You know I cannot excuse you from writing the essay that you need to submit the day after tomorrow, Mr. Loki. Haha, no, Professor, it isn't about the essay. It is about a venture that will be profitable both to you and to me. Hermione's brows raised at that as she thought, didn't he say he wouldn't be giving him any money? Let's hear it. What is it? Lockhart asked, leaning in to show his interest. Sir, Hermione and I are both planning on starting a school newspaper whose target audience is the school's students and its alumni. Lockhart stared at Loki in silence for a while before he spoke with a smile. I understand your idea, Mr. Loki, but how would it be beneficial to me and what do you expect me to do? Sir, we've already received funding from Professor Snape in the form of a printer for the newspaper and some seed funding in the form of 10 galleons for acquiring materials for the newspaper for no returns. He's also joined us with the promise to give extra information about potions in the newspaper, and so have many other teachers at Hogwarts like Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick. When did that happen? Hermione complained mentally. Did Loki do it without telling me about it all? I see. And you want me to help with what exactly? Sir, since I am an admirer of yours, I was wondering if we could get some behind-the-scenes tips and tricks that you learned on your adventures so that everyone could benefit from your great treasury of knowledge, Loki said with a sincere smile. You could even benefit by advertising which of your exact books contain more in-depth information about the tips and tricks in the newspaper each week. Lockhart paused for a while as if contemplating something before he spoke again. And where would these tips and tricks be written? Depending on the content, we could write them out on the first page after the booklet cover, which contains the index with perhaps a picture of you performing the tip for our readers' convenience. Lockhart became silent for a while and began to closely examine what Loki said while Hermione waited beside them patiently, confused by Loki's words. The extended silence made Hermione worry as she began to think about things a little better. Isn't he just saying he'll print the contents in the newspaper? How's that of any value to Lockhart? Isn't he just saying he'll pay the professor in exposure? Finally, Lockhart asked Loki a question. Will I be able to advertise my new books that are not on the syllabus? Of course, Professor, you can advertise any book you feel like advertising. Of course, if it is a book that is not on the syllabus, we will need a small commission from you so that we don't go out of business while printing the tips and tricks. Loki said with a slightly embarrassed expression. Pay? What? Why would he pay us a paper that no one even currently buys? No, I understand. How much would you like me to pay? Lockhart immediately asked. He agreed. Has he always been this dumb? Professor, the industry standard is 30%. Loki paused to gauge and understand Lockhart's expression, which was slightly hurt, so he continued with, but since I am your admirer, I would love to reduce it to 15% of any sales made, and for the advertisement itself, we can do it for 3 nuts per copy of the newspaper. Meanwhile, Hermione was confused. Why is he paying us to advertise for him? Aren't we using Lockhart to market our newspaper? When did our newspaper become so big that he needs to pay us to advertise? Let's do it for 1 canute per copy and I'll be on board. Lockhart said, but Loki countered. Professor, how about 3 nuts but for per copy sold, so that you don't have to pay for any copies we might print in extra? Making it fair for both you and me. This reduces the risk you'll have to take with our up-and-coming newspaper. I agree. Lockhart said and nodded. Then I'll draw up a contract immediately and bring it to you. When would you be free to sign it? Loki asked politely. After dinner. After dinner sounds great. Lockhart nodded. After dinner it is. Thank you for agreeing to our proposal, Professor. No worries, after all, I must be capable of doing this much for my students, Lockhart said, flashing his signature smile. Outside the classroom, Loki walked with a skip in his step while Hermione walked beside him looking confused. I feel that a little bit of the potion has digested, but nothing too big yet. So I should get a professor to witness my deal with Lockhart. I'll do it while signing the contract. What happened, Hermione? No. It's just, why did he pay us to advertise in our newspaper? Don't we need his help to popularize our newspaper? We do, but when I said Professor Snape invested in us and the other professors have already joined us, it gave us strong backing and made us seem legit. So although we will be taking advantage of his tips and tricks to sell our newspaper, to him it'll seem as if Professor Snape and the other professors will use their connections to sell and popularize our newspaper. It makes it seem like we're more popular than we are. I don't get it. Isn't that just taking advantage of him? Don't worry. Don't worry. Do you know what's for dinner? I'm starving. Loki said, brushing away the questions and the matter. No. But Loki, do we have another way to advertise our newspaper? Yeah, I have it thought out. Don't worry about it. You work on gathering articles and stories from the ghosts, and leave the burden of advertising to me. Hermione nodded and continued to walk with Loki to the Great Hall, since she was starving too. I should send that letter to the owner of Zonko soon. Hopefully, he accepts after reading what I'm planning. Chapter 119, Side Story 2, Skmaz. With a rolled-up parchment in his hand, Loki walked through the dungeons before knocking on a door softly. Loki heard soft footsteps before the door opened, and Professor Snape gazed down at Loki. His eyebrows twitched and his lips thinned. I'm sorry to disturb you so soon, Professor, but I need your help with a contract I'm signing with Professor Lockhart. The name caught Snape's attention as he looked on at Loki, waiting for him to share more. I was inviting him to use his fame to popularize the newspaper. I'm sure a lot of female students in the castle would love to buy the newspaper if it has something related to him in it. Snape frowned, but Loki remedies it. Don't worry, Professor. I won't involve you in managing this. I only need your help to be an unbiased third party for our contract signing. Snape closed the door on Loki's face, before fixing a few potions and turning the heat to a simmer on a few cauldrons so that he could attend to them when he came back. Lead the way. Snape said, opening the door once again and stepping out. Nowhere special, Professor. I decided I'd take the deal to his office. Loki said, and Snape nodded. Knocking on a door once again, Loki waited patiently with Snape for Lockhart to open the door. Opening the door, Lockhart stood with a smile as he found Loki standing outside. Come in, my dear student. I suppose you're here for the contract. Professor Snape, you're welcome too. Loki walked in and followed Lockhart, who sat down behind his table, making Loki stand as he placed the scroll with the contract in front of him. Please go through the terms, Professor. If there's anything you don't like or are confused about, please let me know. I'm open to changing anything on it. We won't need that, Loki. You should know by now how generous I am to my students. Loki stuck a sweet smile on his face and nodded swiftly. Lockhart read the terms and conditions and smiled all throughout the contract, but paused at the last minute. This line here, is this. Loki looked at the line Lockhart's fingers were pointing at and read the line out loud. In case either Party A or Party B meets an unfortunate circumstance that leads to them being incapable of fulfilling the contract, the other party is entitled to distribute all of the other party's assets freely. Loki used his charm to fix an expression as if he'd been caught stealing, and Lockhart was for the first time about to wear a frown, but before he could, Loki interrupted. I'm sorry, Professor. I sneakily pushed in such a rule because I was worried about what would happen to me if I published something controversial in the paper. I couldn't imagine who'd lead and take charge of Hogwarts' honest mill if I was rendered unable to print the truth in the paper. And in such a moment I was only able to think of you being the guiding light, the shining star that could save the Hogwarts honest mill. Slowly, Loki faked a few tears as he looked at Lockhart with soft eyes. There was a soft silence in the room for a few seconds before Loki tried to take the contract from Lockhart as he said, "I'm sorry, Professor, if you don't want to lead the Hogwarts Honest Mill, it's all right. I'll find someone else to take on the prestigious mantle of running the newspaper officially backed by the headmaster of Hogwarts." That was when it clicked in Lockhart's mind and stopped Loki from taking the parchment away by snatching it back. "Haha, don't worry. I was just wondering if you were sure you wanted me to lead the Hogwarts Honest Mill. Are you?" "Of course, Professor Lockhart. If not you, then who would I offer this prestigious position to?" Lockhart smiled and pulled out a quill that had been inked and immediately signed on the contract. And then from his drawer, he pulled out a small pouch that contained a measly sum of 35 galleons. He handed the pouch to Loki with a smile. "I hope you do your best, Loki. Prove to the world that you can become as great as me." "Yes, Professor." Loki saluted in excitement as he felt 5% of his potion digest. As soon as Loki stepped out of Lockhart's office with Snape, he found Snape giving him a strange look. "Well, Professor, I'm sure you're aware that Professor Lockhart might not be the best possible professor out there. So do you want the prestigious position of the head of the Hogwarts Honest Mill?" Loki asked casually, causing Snape to snort. Loki laughed too and shook his head. "You go ahead, Professor Snape, I need to drop off a little money for Filch, because his cat, Miss Norris, is our mascot." Snape nodded and left, leaving Loki to prance through the hallways until he came to the room that Filch spent most of his time in, the disciplinary room. Knock knock. "You there, Filch?" "Who, Loki?" "Wait a minute." There were several low thuds that erupted from inside the room before the door opened slowly to reveal a slowly balding man with crooked teeth and nose. "I brought a gift for Miss Norris," Loki said, dangling the bag of gold Lockhart had given him. "No. I cannot accept that, Loki. I should be grateful instead that you've given my dearest companion another place in Hogwarts where she's welcome and not chased away or kicked out." Loki shook his head. "I'm sorry, Filch, that won't do. If Hermione ever finds out I skimped on this, she'll probably kick me out of the room. And anyway, Miss Norris is our mascot, meaning she's working for us to earn this money. I can't in good faith treat my employees so poorly. So don't bother and keep it," Loki said, stuffing the bag full of coins into Filch's hand. Loki saw tears in Filch's eyes, so he pushed him back into the room after giving Miss Norris a few good pats before he closed the door and allowed Filch to sob in peace. Skipping through the corridors, Loki thought for a second before changing his direction from the Slytherin common rooms to the special place in the dungeon that he hadn't been able to visit since the start of the year. Loki freely opened the door of the room he wanted to enter and walked into the slightly hot room. The ceiling was enchanted similarly to the Great Hall since it mimicked the dark sky beyond. But that was not what Loki was interested in. Loki walked right up to the sleeping dragon and patted its fluttering scaly nose. "Noberta. Look who's here." The dragoness pulled her head away with a short growl, but Loki followed it and moved closer before climbing on her snoot and sitting on it. "Haha. I'm riding you. Would you thought I'd be able to ride you just a few months ago?" Seeing the annoying student wasn't leaving it alone, Norberta opened her eyes and focused them on Loki. "What? Gonna eat me?" Loki taunted. The dragoness tossed Loki into the air and opened its mouth to chomp him in a single bite, but Loki wasn't afraid. As soon as he moved close to her, Norberta skillfully pinched Loki's robes in between her lips and placed him on a tree that Professor Sprout had planted inside. Norberta then looked at Loki with her eyes in an accusatory manner. "You can't scare me. I've watched you grow since you used to pee all over the place." Snort. As if embarrassed, Norberta snorted, causing a few sparks to escape her snoot and burn a few of Loki's hair, but he didn't mind. A stray thought did cross his mind, about Norberta becoming a spectator or some other beyonder, but he pushed it away, not letting it show. Loki then spent a little bit of time talking to the dragoness, before an idea came up in his head. Should I swindle Adam, too? Chapter 120, A Deal Gone Through. Rowley flew to Loki, sitting in the Great Hall having breakfast, and landed on his shoulder, bringing with him a letter attached to his feet. Loki fed him some breadcrumbs and after scratching him under his feathers picked the letter of his leg. "Greetings, Mr. Loki. I have read your letter and am interested in your proposal to advertise what you call discount coupons in exchange for attracting more business through your newspaper. I would love to hear more about this proposal and would like to do so in person. Is it possible for us to meet somewhere like the Hogwarts Castle or Hogsmeade? With gratitude. Blittenblimes. Zonko's store owner." A smile blossomed on Loki's face as he read through the letter. "Good. Now I just need to ask Professor Snape to help me with organizing the meeting." Loki had contacted stores in Hogsmeade to help them advertise in the newspaper using discount coupons that students could collect for a discount from the stores on their purchases during their visit to Hogsmeade. Although he had yet to hear from the other stores, Loki was sure he'd be able to snag 1 or 2 entries and would be able to get others once they saw how effective the advertising would be. But the meeting with Blittenblimes was a little special. Loki had a little something planned for Bilton which Loki couldn't just print with the help of the printer Professor Snape had acquired. Hermione should be happy as long as this meeting goes by fruitfully. I hope she's not having difficulty collecting stories from the ghosts. Finishing his breakfast quickly, Loki moved to the teacher's table where he handed Snape the letter he'd just received. Snape looked it over and without doubting its authenticity asked Loki, when? I think I'd prefer it if it were during the weekend before the other meeting so that I can use it to snag them all once Mr. Blimes agrees. Understood, you may proceed. I will escort you to meet him at Hogwarts when the time comes. Thank you, Professor. Loki bowed politely and began to walk towards the next class he had with joy. I could already feel my potion digesting by about 5% after I scammed Lockhart into paying for me to use him. And now I'm sure I'll slowly digest my potion as long as I get more and more people into this venture with me. But I still need something big. I'll think about it later. After classes, Loki worked on his mental defenses, trying to empty his mind, which he was slowly getting better at since he'd learned a simple trick from Walburga's notes. As long as he focused on one thing and thought about it alone, he'd be able to ignore the other extra thoughts that came up and clear his mindscape a little. The only thing that was left was to get rid of the one thought he was focusing on, and he could see glimpses of this state occasionally when he practiced, so he kept at it, wondering when he'd get good enough to finally clear his mind. After finishing his daily training, Loki spoke to Elaine and entertained her with his ability to create illusions by recreating some of the famous TV series from his last life like Tom and Jerry. This served as a form of light training since it helped his ability to imagine things and recreate them with the help of his illusions, strengthening his beyonder abilities in the process. The weekend arrived a few days later and Snape escorted Loki to the deputy headmistress's office. He waited for the fireplace to turn green to signal the arrival of Bilton Bilmes via Flo. I heard you're starting a newspaper, Mr. Loki. McGonagall made idle conversation as she waited along with Snape and Loki for the owner of Zonkos to show up. I am Professor. Would you also like to be a part of it? Loki asked, almost rubbing his hands like an unscrupulous merchant. No, Mr. Loki, I'm sure all the professors and everyone else you've already gathered and will gather soon are impressive. I'm not much of a businesswoman myself. I've already got Hogwarts to deal with, I don't think I can handle anything else, thank you. McGonagall rambled on. Then is something else the matter, Professor? Yes, I hope you don't lag behind in your homework and other studies, is that understood and clear? Yes, Professor. I promise to do better than the Hogwarts Quidditch teams at least. Loki said with a sneaky smile that caused McGonagall to laugh a little. That would be for the best, McGonagall replied just in time for the flames in her fireplace to turn green and an old man with barely any hair on his head and a large white Hungarian-style handlebar mustache wearing a blue robe on colorful dress suits appeared in it. He dusted himself a little to get rid of the soot stuck on his dress and looked at everyone in the room until his eyes stopped on Loki, its littlest occupant. You must be Mr. Loki. Bilton Blimes said, stepping forward with his hands extended for a handshake. Yes, sir, that would be me, Loki said, shaking his hand, saying everything slowly and clearly with confidence. Then the men greeted the two other professors, after which Loki said, Would you like me to guide you to our meeting room, Mr. Blimes? Yes, lead the way. Time is money after all. Once in the room that Snape had given him, Loki spoke to the men with a smile that was sharp and serious. Mr. Blimes, I have two propositions for you. One of them is about the coupons in your newspapers, is it not? Blimes asked. Yes, Loki nodded. And the other? The other is about getting help from the Zonkos joke store to add extra pages in our newspaper filled with games and other things that would allow our buyers to pass the time by having fun. Games. Pass the time. What is this about? Mr. Blimes asked, and Loki complied by putting down a paper on the table on which he'd outlined all his ideas. Blimes picked up the paper and looked at it for a bit before his eyes widened, and then he looked at Loki with a serious expression and asked, Have you shown this to anyone else? Professor Snape, yes, but no other stores. You can guess why I didn't mention it in the letter too. Yes, I see, you wanted me to respond positively so that you could trust me enough to share the idea with me. I see, very clever, but are you sure you want to do this and not just sell your idea to the Daily Prophet? They would give you a lot of money for this, do you think not? They might, but then I wouldn't be able to truly call this my own, Loki said with an expectant expression. Yes, you're right. Given my experience at Zonkos, I'm sure these will be popular with the children. You can expect my full help on this. I'm just surprised by the remarkable rune circuitry, they're excellent, very little left to improve. Then shall we talk about the price? Haha. Of course. Loki and Blimes then spoke at length to discuss their cuts of the profit and finalized things in the form of a contract, after which they shook hands and went their separate ways. Blimes went back to Hogsmeade with a big smile on his face, preparing himself to work on what Loki had introduced to him, and Loki went back to his dorms to check up on Hermione after bidding Snape a thankful farewell. Loki didn't use any of his beyonder abilities to swindle Bilton since he'd already used divination to check if he would be in trouble for doing so, and he found it was ill-advised. So he hadn't swindled him, but he planned on swindling the other store owners. Chapter 121, Indigestion. Hermione, you all right? Loki asked with worry as he looked at his longtime friend scratching her already bushy hair and making it even more bushy somehow. Hermione looked at Loki with her panda-like eyes that were covered in exhaustion. As she stood up, she ended up dropping the pile of papers on her onto the floor, creating a rain of papers for a few seconds. Trying to stand up straight, Hermione stumbled and fell onto Loki, who promptly caught her. Just what happened to you? Loki asked, worried. But before Loki could hear anything else, he promptly felt Hermione fall asleep on his shoulders. Worried, Loki shook her, but she didn't respond, causing him to worry even further. So he laid her on the floor and rushed to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey. Loki shouted, entering the hospital wing as he found her reading a book. Foods Around the World, edition 1011. Show. This is the hospital, boy. Not your personal market. Loki, who had reached her, whispered silently with the same amount of urgency, Madame Pomfrey. It's Hermione. She's collapsed. Madame Pomfrey gave Loki a scrutinizing look but then said, lead the way, and immediately stood up to follow him. Why does this girl always collapse when he's around? Loki took her all the way to room number 2-21 and showed her to Hermione, who had collapsed on the floor. Madame Pomfrey pulled out her neat wand and tapped it on Hermione to cast a few diagnostic charms, and only after an entire minute did she turn toward Loki and speak calmly. She's collapsed from overwork. I don't think she slept in a few days, which was why she collapsed at the first sign of relaxation. I suspected as much, but this is too much. I should have known this would happen given how excited she was to handle these matters. I want to keep her away from work for the next few days. Could you hold her in the hospital wing for a bit, madam? Loki asked politely, and Madame Pomfrey looked at Hermione before nodding. It is my duty to see that children are safe and secure within these walls. With a wave of her wand, Hermione floated up as her clothes pulled her along, and Madame Pomfrey turned to Loki with a smile and patted his shoulders. It's nice to have you back here in Hogwarts, Mr. Loki, even though you didn't come to see me sooner. Ah. I'm sorry for that. I've been a little busy with something else. But I've been meaning to thank you too, for the store you gave me the address to. Loki said with a short, swift bow. The things you have to do for kids nowadays. Anyway, make sure you take care of your friend before it reaches this point next time. Yes, ma'am. Loki nodded, and Madame Pomfrey left, carrying Hermione behind her. Moving around the room, Loki found the piles of paper that Hermione was buried under and began to organize them in the order that Hermione had written them, as he spotted several articles derived from the various stories given by the ghosts of Hogwarts. In one of the papers he found a list of all the ghosts Hermione had spoken to and noticed something curious. The Grey Lady doesn't like talking, huh? Loki wondered out loud as he saw Hermione strike the name from her list of ghosts and write down beside it, rude and bad. Making sure that nothing was left out, Loki finished organizing everything so that it would be in the best shape once Hermione returned to work. He decided that since he'd been busy all week since he arrived at Hogwarts, he would take the opportunity to take a break himself to visit all the animals in the Forbidden Forest and the soon-to-be mascot of the school, Norberta. He was dearly missing all of them. "Aw, who's a good boy?" Loki cooed as he played with the unicorn foal in front of him while scratching it on his neck. "Nay. Did you miss me?" "Nee. Haha, I missed you too," Loki said, arranging himself to play with the unicorns until sundown when he'd go back to the castle. The unicorns and Loki played for a bit, with Loki helping out the slightly wounded unicorns like Hagrid did, after which he quickly departed for the castle, where he ate dinner and went to the dungeons to meet Norberta. Except someone else was already standing by the dragoness's side when he arrived there. "Headmaster Dumbledore!" Loki exclaimed in barely above a whisper, but it seemed the headmaster had heard him clearly. "Hello, Mr. Loki," Dumbledore politely greeted. Loki nodded back as he looked at Norberta, who was acting completely submissive in front of Dumbledore. "Marvelous creatures, aren't they? Dragons." Dumbledore spoke while scratching the Norwegian ridgeback under her chin. "They are, Professor." Loki nodded with a smile as he too moved towards the dragon and copied what Dumbledore was doing. It was rare for Norberta to allow anyone to touch her without being tossed onto a tree, and he wasn't going to miss the chance. "I hear you're attending Dada classes once again, my boy. Do you like the professor this year?" Loki blushed in embarrassment and stuttered for a bit before finally managing to cough a few words out. "Well, I mean Professor Lockhart only reads through the books, but his practical tips and tricks he explains are something worth learning. All he's telling comes from experience after all." "That is true, very true." Dumbledore nodded, and it caused his beard to shake in waves. "I heard you're writing a newspaper aimed at Hogwarts students." "Yes, Professor. But to have a wizard as great as you, look forward to it. I don't know if I can match your expectations. It's a little embarrassing even." "Don't worry. In fact, I was wondering if I could purchase a spot to advertise something specifically." "Advertising something? What does he need to advertise?" And that too in a small upcoming newspaper. Can't he just announce it at the Hogwarts feast? Did he come to get scammed by me? Yes, it has to do with the matter concerning Norberta. She is going to be announced as the school mascot and I want to announce her along with the newspaper's launch. Will that be all right? After all, I think the two would work well together. Oh, I'm sorry Professor, but the mascot for the paper has already been decided. It's Miss Norris. Worry not, I'm not asking you to make her the mascot. But a border mention will be nice. Why? To bring awareness about dragons. Unable to understand the whims of the old man in front of him, Loki managed his expression and spoke quickly. Oh, yes, sir. I can arrange such things, and for you, I will only charge half the rate since you're the headmaster. Oh. And how much would that be? About 10 gallons for a one-time advertisement and a few extra for making her our secondary mascot. Let's say 35 galleons, Loki said, happily not losing the opportunity to make some money. I increased the price of the advertisement to 20 galleons a few seconds before agreeing to this deal, so it doesn't matter if the original was only 3 galleons, right? And the cost I'm taking for making Norberta the secondary mascot sounds reasonable. Well, he's bound to be rich anyway, I'm sure he can afford to get scammed. Loki left Norberta with slightly deeper pockets and a happy smile on his face as he went back to the classroom turned operations room 2-21 and stored his money in a desk that Professor Snape had personally enchanted with Professor Flitwick's help to be locked unless opened by Loki or Hermione. I'll meet Hermione tomorrow when she wakes up. I'm sure she's bound to be a little irritated about being stuck in the hospital wing, but I'll give her a book to make up for it. Perhaps I should make her a gift to let her sense her body of heart and mind, since she was also interested in learning occlumency. And given the hazardous nature of our line of work, I'm sure she also needs to protect her mind. But is that possible? I could just ask Creature for another chain like the one he gave me. By the way, why didn't my potion digest further if I scammed Adam? Is it indigestion? Or does the chain Creature gave me not work on him? Damn, hopefully it isn't that. Chapter 122, Arcadia Royale. Meeting Hermione during the morning before classes, Loki gifted her a book from the library that she would like. It was the Ancient Runes book that Loki had been reading all of last year. Don't you want it? Loki asked after seeing Hermione puffed her cheeks and turned away to ignore him. No, Hermione said blankly. Come on, I know you might not like it in here, but you could make it easier for yourself by reading a book. Hermione only turned around, glared at Loki and then spoke angrily. Why did you send me to the hospital wing? I could have finished working on the newspaper in these 2 days. Now I'm stuck here all thanks to you. Hermione, come on, you know I couldn't let you work while you were looking like a panda with huge dark circles around your eyes. It's fine to take a little bit of rest to keep your body in top condition. HMPF. Hermione was still angry and glared at him before turning her face away and not looking at him. Fine. I'll leave this book here so you can read it in your free time. I have to go and meet someone else today for the advertisements. See you later. Loki placed the book on Hermione's bedside table and left the room after nodding a thanks to Madame Pomfrey, who was smiling as she watched the two of them interact. Talking to the owner of Hair King, a store opposite to Honeyduke's in Hogsmeade that was a saloon, Loki got him to advertise in the paper so that more students would get a haircut from him. The store owner agreed, since he wasn't going to have customers from other than Hogwarts, which made advertising in the Daily Prophet meaningless and costlier. So he immediately agreed to directly advertise to his target audience, which was the main focus of Loki and Hermione's newspaper. Several other stores like Madame Putafoot's tea shop, the branch of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and Scrivenshaft's quill shop all chose to advertise in the paper for similar reasons. Loki didn't even have to use his abilities to get them to sign a deal that was profitable to him, since they all trusted Professor Snape, who was acting as the impartial witness to their trades. All in all, using Professor Snape as a witness made it a little harder for Loki to sneak in sneaky terms that would give him dividends and profits in cases like when a certain threshold of students visited these shops with his coupons. But he managed to do it somehow. And the best part was that Loki had created an ARG that was related to the secret project he was working on with Bilton Blimes, the owner of Zonko's Jokes shop, so that he could encourage the students to use these coupons to get more benefits while they enjoyed it. Days passed and Hermione went back to working on her articles along with Loki, who decided to share the burden with her, and they were soon ready for launch. I still can't believe it. What can't you believe? Loki asked, looking at the first printed copy of the newspaper in his hand. I still can't believe that we're writing a newspaper. Haha, I find it strange as well, but it's beautiful, isn't it? Loki said with a proud smile. The paper had Miss Norris at the head of the paper, while fanciful borders on each page had a dragon chasing around a giant to cuddle with him. It was Loki's tribute to Hagrid and Norberta. Hermione had worked hard to properly arrange the articles in the newspaper so that they looked more like an art than a wall of text. This was important since there weren't many pictures in the paper, since neither Hermione nor Loki were any good at taking them, so they were left to a minimum. It is. Hermione nodded along and then asked a question as she peered from beside Loki, looking at the various articles she had written and had published in the paper. How long do you think it'll take for us to print all the copies? About half a day, if I'm right. So we leave it running tonight and then sell it tomorrow with the help of Professor Snape. No, I don't think Professor Snape needs to help us now. We can do it ourselves. I made several boxes that will dispense the newspaper when the right amount of money is injected into it. How did you do that? I used the knowledge in the book you were reading in Hospital Wing, Loki said with a silly smile. How did you? Madame Pomfrey told you. Haha. Yeah. She told me you were so engrossed in reading that you forgot to eat lunch and dinner, so she had to scold you. Hiss. I didn't read anything. Hermione complained. Haha, yeah, I'm sure you didn't, Loki said sarcastically. Fast-forwarding through the night, Loki moved everything into the right places overnight with Hermione, who couldn't sleep due to excitement as she eagerly waited for people to purchase their newspapers and read them. Do you think it'll be successful, Loki? Hermione asked with slight worry as she bit on her nails. Who knows? But I can say that we've done our best. Loki said, squeezing Hermione's arm to calm her down. The following morning, Loki camped in the Great Hall waiting for his first customer who would purchase their paper. Several students walked by the seemingly innocuous red box that looked like a vending machine for newspapers, but none of them purchased anything from it. It seems like the students are in a hurry. Do we have to wait till lunch? What's Hermione doing? Loki wondered as he saw Hermione walk up to the newspaper vending machine, where she pulled out 4 nuts and dropped them into the machine and picked up a newspaper that had been dropped into the pickup area. Ah, that's intelligent. Monkey see, monkey do. Understanding what Hermione was doing, Loki got up from the Slytherin table, walked up to a machine close to him and picked up the newspaper from the vending machine after dropping 4 nuts into it. Walking back to the Slytherin table, Loki held an immaculate posture as he flipped open the newspaper titled, Hogwarts Honest Mill, and began to read the various articles that Hermione had written. The first article was about Lockhart's tips and tricks that he explained from the time he'd fought a banshee. Several students at the Slytherin table noticed Lockhart's appearance in the newspaper, causing a few of them to walk up to the vending machine and imitate Loki getting a paper for themselves. Loki turned through the pages and made sure to open each page to display its surprising contents. Since the paper was directed towards all the students at Hogwarts, it had something that would interest each one of them. The article on Lockhart would interest everyone since it had an adventurous story along with tips and tricks for spell casting that would help make them better than their previous selves. The second page contained adventurous stories from the ghosts at Hogwarts, which would interest the Gryffindors since the stories were true and had occurred sometime in the past. The third page was chock full of information about the latest news on various shops and stores in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, targeted towards investing galleons in those stores, to interest the crafty and ambitious Slytherins. The fourth page had various new magical recipes from around the world that would surely interest the Hufflepuffs. Finally, the fifth page had a series of puzzles and short games like crossword and Sudoku that would interest the Ravenclaw. But Loki was most interested in the second section of the newspaper, which wasn't printed using the printer Snape had bought for them but was made using special alchemical techniques that Bilton Blimes had prepared along with Loki. It was a rather inexpensive system that would help runic circuits be etched onto the paper for a one-time use project. Loki turned around the pages to reach the second section of the newspaper, where he found the title of the section and smiled. Arcadia Royale. Chapter 123, Resident Artist. As soon as Loki flipped to the second section of the newspaper, a smile blossomed on his face. I can't believe my luck. I instantly got a super rare card. Loki exclaimed as he looked at the card that was printed along with others in the lower half of the newspaper. With Bilton Blimes, Loki had created a card game whose cards would be randomly printed in newspapers. The card game was simple. It took a lot of inspiration from Clash Royale. There was a tower on both sides of the paper that was to be protected from the relentless assault of the other player. On a fresh page was a board that contained 3 towers, 2 protective on the sides, and 1 main in the center. On a flap above the page were 5 new cards in each print. The user could add these cards to their deck and play them on the battlefield to spawn their troops, which would move towards the enemy tower in hopes of damaging it. The enemy could also defend their tower by spawning their own troops and blocking your advance. The theme was set in Hogwarts, where the several cards were either professors or students who had achieved special awards for services to the school. Each newspaper could be used for a single round, and the cards could also only be used for a single round, after which they would deactivate and burn away. This was so that people would buy more newspapers if they wanted to play more like a traditional arcade. Thank God for teaching me about pay to win. What a great system to earn money from unsuspecting people. Although the cards could only be used once, the winner could keep any card from their deck that they desired and save it for a new round. This incentivized winning and gave the players a sense of connection to their cards. This connection was also useful because players would treat prints of papers like loot boxes. I guess I don't need to say much more after that. This idea was a money printing machine. And Loki had been lucky enough to receive the Dumbledore card as soon as he bought the newspaper. The artwork was a bit unique, but it was still a lot better than Hermione's idea to just write the names of the wizards on the cards. Loki pulled out the 5 cards he'd received from the paper and stored them in his pocket, much to the curiosity of all the other children that were on the table, especially when they saw him so excited about the cards he was holding. Looking around, Loki found the same enthusiasm on the Gryffindor table where Hermione was going through the newspaper, catching the attention of Ron, who was hyper-excited to learn more about the game in the arcade section of the newspaper. As soon as Professor Snape stepped into the hall, he bought a newspaper for himself, prompting many Slytherins to go and check out the vending machine to get a newspaper for themselves. And soon after Professor Lockhart entered the Great Hall, he purchased a newspaper, sending many of his fans to purchase it for themselves enthusiastically. Overall, Loki concluded that everything was going as planned and chose to relax as he had his breakfast. The newspaper soon spread around like a sensation as students began to recognize the new form of entertainment that came with it. Loki could even see a few enthusiastic students begin to play Arcadia Royale. I wonder at this rate how long it'll take for the newspapers to get sold out. Hermione predicted that we'd have about a 10th, newspapers remaining, but seeing how enthusiastic the students are, I doubt there'd be any more remaining. Excuse me, Professor. Loki saw a first year holding a camera walk up to the professor's table where he spoke to Headmaster Dumbledore directly. Yes. Dumbledore asked with a grandfatherly smile, peering at the boy through his half-moon spectacles. Is it true that the Hogwarts' castle mascot is a dragon? The word sent a wave of whispers among the students as they waited for Dumbledore's response. Yes, it is true, and she will be unveiled for everyone to see and interact with from this weekend, so be ready. Can I take a picture for her? The boy asked, prompting Dumbledore to nod for everyone to see. The boy rushed back to his spot on the Gryffindor table to discuss the news with his friends. He has a camera, maybe I can hire him as the photographer. But he appears to be a first year, a little too young. I mean, not like I'm much older, but... Days passed in a similar routine, with an issue of Hogwarts Honest Mill coming out every other week, with students excitedly collecting cards that came with them and playing Arcadia Royale. The time in between the new issue of the paper each week, students spent reading the various articles, learning new things inadvertently as they waited their turn to harvest new cards. Walking through the corridors with leisure, Loki thought back to what Hermione had told him. Loki, it's better we bring an artist on board. It will give everything a professional look and improve our standing with the populace in general. An artist. But who? We'd need someone who can work as we do, so it can't be a student in the higher classes. Is there a good artist in our class? I don't know, but I'll try and find someone if you feel like it's alright. Yeah, I'll try to find someone too, and then we can interview them together. As Loki reached the Slytherin common room, he found small groups of students playing Arcadia Royale, bringing a slight smile to his face. The common room had become a friendly place for Loki since most knew that he was the one that made the Arcadia Royale game, and everyone deemed him important enough to keep him safe from harm, making anyone who dared to attack him a public enemy of all of Hogwarts. And not even Malfoy wanted to risk taking such a prestigious position. Maybe I can swindle him into taking the title. Loki looked around the room with a soft smile as he felt a little pride in himself seeing the students play something he introduced them to, and that was when he noticed a blonde girl in the corner of the room sketching the entire scenario into her drawing pad. As soon as Loki's eyes landed on her, she looked up from her own book and met Loki's eyes. Immediately making way and walking towards the girl, Loki tried to peer into her book, but she skillfully hid it by bringing it closer to her chest. You draw Daphne? Loki asked. Why are you asking? Daphne asked in return with a simple emotionless look on her face. Well, if you're any good at it, I have an offer for you. Huh. I'm serious. I'm currently searching for an artist for the newspaper. Daphne looked a little startled, but she maintained her composure and slowly let down the book she was holding. On it was the most immaculate drawing Loki felt he'd ever seen. Everything from the light to the perspective and even the shapes and sizes was perfectly captured as if drawn by a robot. Beautiful. Loki mumbled and then looked back at Daphne. Would you like to join us in making the newspaper? Loki asked without hesitation. Can I take a little time to answer this? Daphne asked, feeling a little hesitant. Take as much time as you will, but once you're ready, come over to classroom 2-21 and meet me or Hermione there. Oh, Hermione is a muggle-born. I hope you don't have any problem with working with her. No, but give me a little time, Daphne said with a slight nod of her head. Of course. Loki nodded and left to his room, where he unwinded himself and collapsed into the bed. Perhaps this was a good luck scenario attracted to her because of fate. And after he felt his muscles relax, he sat up and seriously began working on his occlumency, but kept failing to get rid of the last thought that always remained in his mind. Eventually, Loki gave up and helped Sunny digest his potion, and before he slept he sent a letter to Creature to send him ingredients for the next potion for Sunny since he was close to fully digesting his potion. Chapter 124, Hermione's Sanity. So, how do you like her? Loki asked Hermione after Daphne stepped out of the room. Are you sure there will be no problem with her being a pureblood? I don't think so. I've spoken to her occasionally, but all the times I've spoken to her she didn't try to demean or mistreat me. Huh. I see. That's all right then, I'm fine with her. She's a little emotionless and comes off like a delicate doll, but I doubt we'd find any other student among our classmates that's as good as her at art. True. So should I inform her of her success? Yes, but let's increase her pay to 2 galleons per week. Are you sure? Yeah, I don't want her to feel we're treating her poorly. I read somewhere that all 3 factions in Wisingamot think highly of the Greengrass family. Really? Loki wondered, thinking why Walburga hadn't told him about it. Yes. Seeing Hermione agree to his pick, Loki peeked out of the room to call Daphne inside and greeted her with Hermione. Miss Greengrass, we've accepted your application for a pay of 2 galleons per week that you work on publishing the paper. Is that agreeable? Yes, Daphne said in the same emotionless tone that she used all throughout the interview. That's great then, we have a few stories ready for you to draw comic strips for, and once they're finalized we can publish them in the paper. I understand. Daphne nodded without any reservations and immediately moved towards Hermione to get her work from her. Loki felt happy since the stories for the comic strips were nothing but various stories that Loki had read or watched in the form of animated shorts in his last life. Among the many, a special story that Loki chose to be drawn first were the stories that fell into the category of choose your own adventure. Loki had read several Goosebumps books that employed the tactic and hence plagiarized several stories to be drawn in the newspaper. The public was encouraged to vote on what would happen next in the story through owls so that the audience could decide the next course of action. Overall, Loki used this to improve the engagement of the newspaper and in turn its sales numbers. Days slipped by as the number of subscribers to the Hogwarts Honest Mill grew to larger and larger numbers as word of mouth spread, causing Loki to begin increasing and expanding the number of newspapers they printed each week. To supplement the growing numbers, Loki had even purchased a second printing machine so that they could print faster and take more time to arrange and edit their newspaper. Overall, the bond between the 3 people, Hermione, Daphne, and Loki, grew by quite a bit as they worked together to work through the challenges of running a newspaper that published weekly. Damn. I'm no longer getting any feedback for digestion for my potion. It's stuck at about 25%, Loki wondered sitting inside his room. Is there a way I can swindle more people? Or perhaps I can use the Sapphira to set up the tarot gathering and swindle people using that. By acting as the error god. If by the end of this week, I find nothing else, I will turn towards starting the tarot gathering. Loki spent his time brushing through classes, doing homework, and visiting the animals in the Forbidden Forest while doing his best to think about something he could do to swindle the masses. He went through ideas like becoming a sensational thief like Kaito Kid but found none that called out to him. Loki was walking through the castle grounds when he came about the Quidditch pitch where he saw the Slytherin and the Gryffindor teams arguing. I'm the new Slytherin seeker, Weasley. Draco said, smugly. Everyone's just been admiring the brooms my father's bought our team. Ron gaped, open-mouthed at the 7 superb broomsticks in front of him. Good, aren't they, said Draco smoothly. But perhaps the Gryffindor team will be able to raise some gold and get new brooms, too. You could raffle off those clean sweep 5s, I expect a museum would bid for them. The Slytherin team howled with laughter. At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in, said Hermione sharply. They got in on pure talent. The smug look on Draco's face flickered. No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood. Draco spat. Instantly the pitch turned rowdy with Fred and George jumping at Flint, who was trying to protect Malfoy, while Ron pulled out his wand and aimed under Flint and launched a spell that emerged with a green light and hit Malfoy. But before that could end, a bright blue flash of light emitted from Loki's wand and hit Malfoy square in his chest. It all happened in an instant and no one was able to react to anything that happened. Are you all right, Malfoy? Marcus Flint asked as he turned around to look at Draco. Draco raised his head and attempted to speak, but he coughed up a slug instead, and along with the slug sliding down his dress, boils began to appear on his face that turned his face unrecognizable. My father, Belch, will hear Belch about this. Draco said before collapsing into Flint's arms like he'd fainted from having to vomit up slimy slugs. The Slytherin wanted to fight back and launch their own spells at the Gryffindors, but Flint held them back when he saw Loki. With Malfoy vomiting slugs and the Slytherin team gathering around him to take him away, everyone on the Gryffindor team turned towards Loki. Ron shouted, "You're one of them too, aren't you?" Before anyone could respond or say something, a crimson light shot out of Ron's wand and fired towards Loki like a firecracker. Not knowing what spell Ron had just cast wordlessly, Loki used Finite Incantatem to disarm the spell and knock it away by swiping it from the air. No. Ron. What are you doing? Hermione shouted and immediately came in between Ron and Loki. Loki had a frown on his face, but he lowered his wand out of respect for Hermione. How can you help a snake like him? Ron shouted. Ron. You're not thinking straight. How could you tell that about Loki? He's helped you and he even helped me. And you keep playing that God-forbidden game in the newspaper which was made by him. Why would he be here then? If not to support the Slytherin team? Ron asked in a foul tone, causing everyone to turn and look at Loki. I was walking around Weasley. Now if you'll excuse me, I have other things to do other than listen to the ramblings of a mad child. Loki said and sent an imperceptible nod towards Hermione for standing up for him even if the entire Gryffindor team was distrusting of him. To be noted though were the reactions of the twins who wanted to pummel their brother, but held back just barely because they saw Loki meet their gazes and shake his head. Loki picked his next destination to be Hagrid's hut and moved toward it. The pumpkins are growing nice and big, Hagrid. Loki said after he found Hagrid tending to the pumpkins in the garden. They are, aren't they? They should be nice and big by the time it's Halloween. Hagrid said, patting a pumpkin, causing it to make hollow drum-like noises. Have you met Norberta recently? I think she's missing you. EY, had a bit too much to take care of last week so I couldn't go to her, but with the children feeding her I reckon she's growing up nicely, isn't she? She is. Loki said with a soft nod, the last time I saw her she had grown a nice tummy from lying in the room on her pile of gold. Haha. I heard about that from Professor Dumbledore too. That the students have started treating her like a wishing well. They have. You won't believe the amount of gold she's already collected. Hagrid and Loki then talked until evening, after which Loki left to go back to the castle and work with Daphne to help her finish the comic strip for this week and write articles since Hermione wasn't here yet because of the previous incident. Is this not weird? Daphne asked, looking at the script Loki had given her. How's it weird? It's fantastic. Daphne looked at Loki and then back at the script and shuddered a little. Did he really believe the ghost that said unicorns are controlling humans in the Ministry of Magic to fight against you-know-who? I miss Hermione's sanity. Chapter 125, Another Halloween. Stepping through the cold and droopy castle which had turned to look and feel like the dungeons due to the quick sunsets of the winter and the heavy cloudy skies, Loki sniffled a little as he walked toward Hospital Wing. Knock knock. Madame Pomfrey. Loki shouted, trying his best not to sound too loud so that he wouldn't disturb the patients already inside the hospital. Yes. Madame Pomfrey asked, looking at Loki skeptically. What happened this time? Where do we have to go? No ma'am, we don't have to go anywhere. Oh. Then why were you here? I was wondering, sniffle if you had any pepper-up potions. I see. Wait here. Madame Pomfrey said and ducked into the hospital wing and came back with a small cauldron, like the cauldron used for cakes, filled with red liquid to its brim. You can keep this, just use it sparingly throughout the winter. Yes, ma'am. Loki nodded and quickly walked back to classroom 2-21 and stowed away the small cauldron into a corner by the window. If either of you needs the purple-up potion, you can use the one inside this cauldron, Loki said, distracting Hermione and Daphne from their work. They nodded and continued doing what they had done before. There was not much work today since it was Halloween and they had already published a special edition of their newspaper in the morning. Eventually, Daphne left first since she wanted to attend the Halloween feast in the Great Hall, leaving Hermione and Loki alone. Loki, wanna come with me to the Death Day party today? Hermione casually asked. Death Day party? What? Yeah, it's nearly Headless Nick's 500th Death Day anniversary, so he's celebrating it by bringing ghosts from all over the country to the party. He invited Harry, Ron, and me. I'm sure one more wouldn't be a problem. Huh. I do want to come, but I don't think Ron will like it if I intrude. And I don't like attending unannounced anyway. Good luck. Loki said and left the classroom to go to the Halloween feast in the Great Hall too. Once in the Great Hall, Loki sat down on the Slytherin table as he looked happily at the enthusiasm people were displaying while playing Arcadia Royale with the newly minted Halloween-themed cards. Haha, I wonder if something crazy like last year will happen again during this Halloween, Loki mumbled out loud just enough for Tracy to catch him. You wanna bet? Tracy asked and Loki raised his eyebrows. What do you wanna bet? I bet you have all the special cards all stored up, don't you? Just give me one of them. Tracy said, hooking her arm into Daphne's and swinging her. And why don't you ask Daphne for a card instead of me? Loki asked, turning towards the girl to show his interest. Because Daphne is a stickler for the rules. She won't even give me a peep if I try and make a bet with her. I understand your enthusiasm, but what can you give me in exchange if I win? Each of the cards is extremely precious, you know. Oh, I know. How about a date with Daphne slapped her hand onto Tracy's mouth to shut her up, but not one to be pushed down. Tracy bit Daphne's hand, except she underestimated Daphne's strength and found herself in a chokehold that she had to tap out from. Haha, see, it is impossible for you to compensate me with something in exchange for the card. And what do you think is going to happen anyway? Hogwarts is the safest place since it is under the headmaster's protection. I haven't bet yet, so no losses here. Tracy reluctantly nodded. The feast soon ended and students began to walk down the halls to their dormitories, except all the students suddenly stopped when they came in front of a wall on which, painted with blood, were the words. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the Heir, beware. Miss Norris hung on the wall from a torch with her eyes wide open and her body rigid. Everyone that saw her immediately assumed she was dead. Loki immediately activated Spirit Vision and looked at Miss Norris. She's alive, but frozen somehow. Then he moved to the head of the crowd so that he had a full view of the student body. Since the perpetrator used blood, it is possible that they are currently suffering from blood loss if they used their own blood. Oh, but I will only find them if they joined the feast after they committed the crime. Looking around the students, Loki immediately spotted several lightly sick children and remembered their faces. It could be the cold, but there's no one in the crowd that's too sick. No one that could have lost this much blood. Draco then pushed through the crowd and spoke loftily by twisting the writing to suit his liking. Enemies of the heir beware. You'll be next, mudbloods. The stunned silence caused by everyone seeing Mrs. Norris up on the wall hanging like a frozen doll was not broken even by Draco's shout, hence why no one took offense at being called mudblood. It only made him look like an idiot. How's he so good at making a fool out of himself? What's going on here? What's going on? Filch wedged through the crowd and arrived at the front where he realized something had happened to Miss Norris. Assuming the worst, Filch began to point at Harry and shout like a madman, You've murdered my cat. You've killed her. I'll kill you. I'll dash. Argus. A calm, wise voice interrupted the scene. It was Dumbledore. He swept past all the students, even Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and pulled down Miss Norris from the torch bracket she was hanging from. Follow me, Argus, Dumbledore said, holding Miss Norris in his arms. You too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger. Lockhart stepped forward eagerly and said, My office is nearest, Headmaster, just upstairs, please feel free. Thank you, Gilderoy, said Dumbledore. The crowd parted to let them pass and moved aside with some nervousness and excitement on their faces. I told you something would happen. Tracy whispered into Loki's ear as he joined back the crowd. I should have taken that bet. Damn it. Loki smiled helplessly and walked along with Tracy and Daphne to the Slytherin common room, where he locked himself inside his room and traveled to the grey fog. If they were careless enough to make a mistake or someone naive, I should be able to divine about them. But if it's a part of Adam's plan, I don't think I'll be able to figure anything out. Well, let's see what I can do anyway. Chapter 126, Stranger Danger. Loki couldn't help it. He immediately picked up the topaz pendulum and the ring of harvest to perform the first of many divinations. The writing on the wall was part of a prank. The writing on the wall was part of a prank. The writing on the wall was part of a prank. The writing on the wall was part of a prank. Opening his eyes slowly, Loki found the result was as he had expected it to be. The pendulum was swinging counterclockwise and at a rapid pace too. So it isn't a prank. Then who was it? Dropping the pendulum on the table, Loki closed his eyes and let his astral body float through the spirit world to perform dream divination. Who painted the writing on the wall? 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 Loki soon received a revelation in the form of a vision, but as soon as the grey fog surrounding the vision parted, Loki instinctively felt something wrong and broke the vision by forcing himself to wake up. What was that? A trap. Loki mumbled with sweat appearing on his forehead. Something that would harm me simply by knowing the information. A high-sequence entity that can imbue corruption into me. Is it someone like you-know-who from last year? Is the new opponent a person from the Abyss Pathway too? Loki picked up his pendulum and immediately performed another divination. It is safe to divine about the culprit behind the matter regarding the Chamber of Secrets. It is safe to divine about the culprit behind the matter regarding the Chamber of Secrets. It is safe to divine about the culprit behind the matter regarding the Chamber of Secrets. It is safe to divine about the culprit behind the matter regarding the Chamber of Secrets. Having performed the required steps, Loki opened his eyes and found the pendulum swinging rapidly in the counterclockwise direction. So that was a trap. Either the culprit is a member of the Abyss Pathway or has an item that can replicate the effect of one. It is likely the latter, since the professors and the headmaster would most likely notice any high-sequence members, but it is still possible. Unless it's like last year and there's some sort of story to help our Lord and Savior, Harry Potter, gain fame. What is Adam trying to do with him anyway? With his preliminary investigation done, Loki headed back to his room, where he spent time speaking to Elaine and helping the Niffler digest his potion a little before falling asleep while listening to the Niffler's poems. He'd already advanced a few days ago, and now Loki was left worrying about something else. I need to find a way to help Sonny digest his potion faster too. Maybe this new event can become such an opportunity for both me and Sonny. Loki got up a little late the next morning and made his way to the Great Hall, already populated with students. Let's see which one of you has lost a pint of blood. Loki thought as he rubbed his thumb with his index finger and entered Spirit Vision. No one seems particularly sick at a glance. Loki noticed. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. Given that the opponent has an item that is imitating the powers of a mid or high sequence member of the Abyss Pathway, they could very well have made arrangements to heal themselves back to top shape. Either way, Loki spent the rest of the time in the Great Hall scouring students and took note of any student who was particularly sick so that he could keep track of him or her later and make sure that they were not related to the Chamber of Secrets incident. The day passed by as Loki worked through the classes with a breeze since he was already very ahead of everyone and used his time in the classes to only go further ahead, occasionally along with Hermione. Once they reached Class 2 to 21, Loki and Daphne looked at Hermione curiously, waiting for her to share any gossip material. "Why are the two of you looking at me like that?" Hermione said, indignantly dropping the pages she was holding onto the table and folding her hands on her hips. "Well duh, because you know about it." "Know what?" "It's not like I was told anything new." "But didn't the headmaster take you along with him?" Loki countered. "Fine, this is all I know," Hermione said, and Loki looked at her with a pleased expression while Daphne perked her ears up. "Headmaster Dumbledore said Miss Norris wasn't dead." "Huh. But she went all stiff and rigid last I remember." Loki mumbled loud enough for all three to hear. He knew she wasn't dead but wanted to keep the conversation going. Hermione nodded and then said, "Yes she was, but Headmaster Dumbledore said she was petrified." "Petrified? So is she all right now?" "No, it'll take a potion made from fully grown mandrakes to cure her, but luckily Professor Sprout is growing some and Professor Snape knows how to make the potion." Loki and Daphne simultaneously let out a sigh that they didn't realize they were holding. But both their thoughts matched. It's a him, he's doing something again. No way, Professor Sprout only recently started to grow mandrakes. "At least there's a way out of it, so we're not at risk of death," Loki said, and the two girls nodded. There was a soft silence for a while and then Loki spoke. "Why don't we do an article on the Chamber of Secrets on the next edition? I'm sure the ghosts know about the Chamber of Secrets if it has been opened before." "Yeah. Why didn't I think of that?" Hermione slapped her forehead. "'Cause you don't think." Loki joked before he casually said, "All right, Hermione, you talk to Nick, Daphne you talk to the Bloody Baron, I'll talk to the Grey Lady and Fat Friar." "Don't go to the Grey Lady," Hermione warned. "Huh? Why? Did you leave a bad impression on her?" Loki asked politely. "No, it's not like that. She's just closed off and rude. She barely talked to me and even that was just to tell me that she was finding me annoying only to float away through a wall." PFFTTT. Loki covered his laughter while Daphne looked away, but she was laughing too if her quivering shoulders and red ears were anything to go by. "I'll remember," Loki said and quickly slipped away without warning so that he wouldn't have to face Hermione's wrath, leaving Daphne to face her alone. As Loki walked out of the classroom his thoughts wandered. So the person is also capable of petrifying targets. Which pathway is that ability from? Is there even such an ability? I don't remember. Perhaps the death pathway. But death. Isn't the death pathway governed by the same god as the darkness pathway? Can I perform a ritual to ask for a response to this question? I'll look at it once I have some free time. Until then I should work on using the gossip about the Chamber of Secrets to sell more papers. Maybe I can portray Malfoy as the heir who opened the chamber. He'd probably like all the attention though. Maybe an article with Harry as the heir? Nah. Hermione wouldn't let that fly. Myself. Interesting question. I could act as the heir and swindle everyone. I wonder. Chapter 127, Deal. Loki slipped through the corridor searching for the Fat Friar until he was stopped, not by the Fat Friar mind you but by the twins. Froge. Gred. We found him, brother. Yes we did. Hello, to you too. Loki said, unsure why the twins had stopped him. Hello indeed. Fred said. Hello indeed, and George echoed. What do you need? Loki asked with a puzzled expression. We need some help. Some help in fixing a few items. What sort of items? These. Fred said, pulling out a pouch with an undetectable extension charm attached to it to show Loki. What are these? Alchemical items. Loki asked, confused as to why he was being shown such items. Yes, and we made them. George said happily as he continued to go off on a tangent to explain them. This is an extendable ear, work in progress but should help you listen to faraway conversations. This here is a toffee that will turn your tongue long enough to weigh a ton, work in progress of course. Wait. I think there's been some misunderstanding, why have you brought these to me? Loki asked, stopping George. Because you are a master at runes. Aren't you? George asked with a smile. Huh? What gave you that idea? Loki asked. The cards. Were they not your work in the newspaper? I told you it was that girl who did it, brother. No. It was me that guessed it right. Fred and George started to argue but Loki cut through them and spoke with slight laughter in his tone. I mean, it wasn't me who made the finished product of runes, that was all built in Blimes. But wait a second, is this an opportunity one sense? I mean, as long as I can do what they ask me about, I shouldn't blow my cover, right? I mean, how far advanced can they be? Aren't they just in their 4th year? Damn. Looks like our idea was a bust. George said, deflated, but Loki's next words revived their spirit. Although I don't think I'm as great as you make it out to be, I should be able to help you out, Loki said, covering up the fact that he already said he wasn't a master at runes. Can you? Both Fred and George immediately asked with excitement. Yes. I think I can help you, tell me what you need though. Loki said with a smile on his face. Fred and George began to talk about their inventions and then asked Loki if he could help fix them, for a fee of course. What will you give me if I manage to fix all of them? Loki asked with a smile that promised to beat them up if they didn't make this worth his time. Even if I am on the winning end of a deal, I should exact a good price from my opponent so that they don't take me lightly, totally not because I want to rob them blind, totally. Oh. We have something that will shock you, all right. Fred said with a smile as he eyed George and smiled along with him. George pulled out a parchment from his back pocket and Fred pulled out a wand. Watch this. Fred said with a smile and tapped the parchment with a little bit of his spirituality, only to say not a spell but a sort of activation phrase, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Surprising Loki ink began to appear on the parchment as it all coalesced into recognizable forms and words which Loki read. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's Map. Underneath it all was the Hogwarts castle drawn in all its glory, but the thing that caught Loki's attention the most was the tiny dots that were moving all around it, buzzing like bees moving from flower to flower, or in this case room to room. What do you think? George asked with a smile on his face. Loki, with his mouth agape, whispered, does it show the live positions of everyone in Hogwarts? But his mind had something else on it. Marauders. As in my sequence 9. No way. Everyone. Fred said, and George complimented, even the headmaster, as he opened the parchment a little to point out Dumbledore, who was pacing around in his study hidden away from the world. Wow, I don't suppose you're going to give it to me for free? Loki asked, immediately enamored by the object in front of him. Perhaps it's a clue to my sequence. But I don't feel any spiritual connection to the item. We will give it to you if you help us with everything that's in the bag. Loki sighed a cold breath as he eyed the bag that George was holding with a certain glint in his eye. All right, Loki nodded. I'll do it. Told you. George said with a smile, and Fred grimaced, pulling out a coin and handing it over to his brother. Any conditions you want me to satisfy while fixing them? Loki asked. We'd like it if you could write down notes about the things that were wrong with it in the first place. So you need any notes on how I fix these items? Loki asked to confirm. Yes, we'd like to learn from the best. Fred said, and George nodded. Since you're flattering me so much, I'll include my own notes about runes along with your projects. The twins became happy and thanked Loki before he asked them, why don't you need the map anymore? Fred and George wiped away fake tears as they said in sync. The OWLs. Mum told us if we didn't pass it all, she'd confiscate all our things. We hope to open a prank shop in the future, so that would be a no-go. Hence we're reducing our pranks. Meaning we no longer need this. Loki nodded and took the bag after deciding on a timeline with the twins for about a month. We'll find you in a month. In case you want to find us before that, you can send someone to fetch us from the Gryffindor Tower. All right. Then Loki resumed his search for Fat Friar by asking the twins for his location on the map. I can already feel my potion digesting a little by acting as a swindler for Fred and George. I think I'll gain a few % by the end of it all. I hope the Fat Friar also has a similar opportunity for me to work on my acting skills to digest my potion. Walking through the halls, Loki arrived at the last known location of the Fat Friar and began to look around. Excuse me, have you seen where the friar is? Loki asked a painting about his doubt. The person in the painting was an elegant lady sipping on tea who gradually raised her finger and pointed it in a direction that Loki followed. Finally arriving at the edge of the tower, Loki could see a pale white translucent floating ghost watching over Hogwarts from the window. Loki almost didn't want to disturb the ghost because of the solemn tone its gaze held. It looked like it was thinking about something dear to it as it gazed at the Ravenclaw Tower. Friar. Loki interrupted doubtfully, causing the ghost to break out of his reverie and look at Loki. Chapter 128, Myrtle. Yes. The ghost asked politely as it looked at Loki. I'm Loki, a reporter from the Hogwarts Honest Mill newspaper. Ha. It is you. I knew you'd come out looking for information on the Chamber of Secrets. Am I right, or am I right? Well. Trying not to let the sudden overenthusiasm of the ghost get to him, Loki continued, you aren't wrong. I wanted to know more about the Chamber of Secrets, and since you've been around the longest apart from the Grey Lady, I wondered if you'd be able to answer a few questions for me. Friar frowned and Loki looked at Friar and in a moment of haste decided to use his Beyonder abilities to get him to have a nicer impression of him. He used his spirituality to shift a vague thought of trust and openness onto Friar's body of heart and mind but dash. I'm sorry but Professor Dumbledore has informed the ghosts not to answer any questions regarding the Chamber of Secrets. The ghost explained midway through Loki's mental manipulation. Hashtag and at asterisk he used his name. The best I can do is cover up my manipulation by trying light emotional blackmail. Friar, could you please help me out? Isn't it your responsibility as a ghost loved by the students to make sure that all of the students know the truth about whatever is going on? Why not tell me the truth so that I can convey it to them without revealing the crux of the matter? There was a slight pause and just as Loki worried he might have to do something rather unplanned and harsh the ghost spoke. Worry not. I shall help you to the best of my ability. Friar said with a wide smile on his face as he patted his chest which bulged with confidence. Thank you. Then here is my first question, what do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Loki asked pulling out his Jedi ballpoint pen and a notebook to record the conversation automagically. Bet you didn't know the Chamber of Secrets was opened in recent history did you? Friar said with a calm smile. It was. Loki asked with raised eyebrows. Yes, it was. 50 years ago. They even gave an award for special services to the boy who helped close it. Tom Marvolo Riddle, he was called at that time. Fat Friar said with a happy but sad smile. What happened then? Who opened it? Who was the boy? Loki asked calmly trying to comprehend the information Friar had revealed. The ghost adopted a forlorn look when Loki asked the particular question and spoke with a soft sigh. The chamber was suspected to have been opened by Hagrid when he was a student. He even spent time in Azkaban for it until Dumbledore who was just a teacher did his best to get him free. Hagrid. As in the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Loki asked with a slightly angry expression as he felt he was being fed dragon dung. No. You must believe me. In exchange for getting out of Azkaban Hagrid gave up the ability to do magic since his wand was broken and he was expelled from school. Are you lying? Loki asked straightforwardly. No. You can ask Hagrid if you want to. Though I suspect he will want to avoid the topic since it is a bit sensitive for him. I see. What about the boy who helped catch Hagrid then? Who was this Tom fella? Friar took on a scared expression as he explained, he was just a boy back then, one that was in everyone's good books. Now he's more popularly known as you-know-who. Loki let out a sharp gasp but Friar continued as if he hadn't heard him. When a girl died and Hogwarts was in danger of closing, he stepped forward and caught Hagrid saving the school from closure. You-know-who. He studied here at Hogwarts. Did Adam train his ultimate villain from such a young age? He did, but no one then would have thought he'd become such a feared figure in the world of magic. He was an exceptional student who excelled at everything he did. And the girl that died? Did she die here at Hogwarts? Yes. Her name was Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, or more popularly known as Moaning Myrtle today. Haunts the second-floor girls' bathroom, right where she died. Friar said with a sad expression on his face. Loki looked up at him with wide eyes since this meant he could talk to the direct victim of the incident and gain first-hand knowledge about the Chamber of Secrets. But shouldn't Adam and the other teachers already know what's in the chamber and where it is? Why were they so worried about it? I guess we're going to be selling our next copies like hotcakes after I talk to her. Would Adam mind wipe me if I learned where the chamber was and what was in it? They treat her quite poorly, I tell you. She was a victim of being bullied for her appearance when she was alive and even after her death people bully her appearance by throwing books or other random things at her. Friar explained feeling pity for the young girl. I see. Loki nodded feeling some pity for the girl. Maybe the article would do good to her and make others stop bullying her. Or just bring more attention to her if the students behave like the internet. But she should have a thick skin after being a ghost for so long, should she not? Do you have any idea how the Chamber of Secrets has been opened again? Or what lies inside it that has caused everyone to fear it so much? I'm sorry, I will not be of much help there. And I don't think anyone knows what could be inside the chamber, all we know is it is something that can kill people as easily as breathing. It must be frightening whatever it is. I see. Thank you, Friar. Let me know if I can do something for you in exchange for this interview. Loki said politely concluding his questioning. I would love to see people stop bullying Myrtle, the poor girl cries about it ever so often, Friar said with a sad expression. I was going to help her regardless, Loki said nodding. All good then. I will look forward to your attempt. Parting ways with the ghost, Loki thought about the incident on his way back. Now all that remains is to interview Myrtle to see what she can say about her death, perhaps that can shine light on the situation. But if the matter concerns you-know-who, is it truly wise to print it in the newspaper? Is this why Adam doesn't want anyone learning about this? Walking down the halls and corridors, Loki finally arrived in front of the second-floor girls' lavatory. Oh. I should probably get Daphne or Hermione before entering myself. Loki wondered out loud but then had to stop because a ghost poked its head out of the door and began to speak to him. What are you doing here? Are you going to enter the girls' washroom? Are the boys going to throw things at me now too? I wouldn't mind if it was from someone like you though. Loki shivered. Myrtle, and asked with confusion since he hadn't seen her till today and came to a conclusion about her identity by trying to piece together the slight contextual clues. Ooh. You know my name. Can I know yours? The ghost asked with a giggle. Sure. My name's Loki. Loki. That is a nice name. Is that your full name? My full name is Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. The ghost said, popping its hand out the door to try and shake Loki's hand. Hello, Miss Myrtle. My full name is Loki. I grew up an orphan and never even heard my mother call me by her maiden name. Loki grabbed Myrtle's floaty hand and felt a cold shiver pass down his spine and felt as if something depressing had just occurred. Even then he kept up his immaculate posture and with a slightly forced smile shook his hand, which Myrtle tried to copy. Miss Myrtle, I have a few questions for you, if you could help me out, Loki asked politely. Help you out? Does that mean I get something out of it? How about I drop by once every while to talk to you in exchange? Ooh, talking to a pretty boy like you feels good. But how will I know you'll come back? What if you're lying to Myrtle? Are you lying to Myrtle? No. You can always find me in room 2-21 during the evenings. It's where I work with my colleagues to print the Hogwarts Honest Mill newspaper. Ooh. Do you print the newspaper? I was wondering who did. I quite like watching students play the game that comes with it. But the students always chase me away. Are you going to chase me away? Myrtle said with tears in her eyes and a frown on her face. Chapter 129, Lead. How about I play the game with you every once in a while? You will. Myrtle pushed through the door she was leaning and moved up close to Loki, coming to a stop just inches away from his face. I promise, Loki said with a smile, not bothering to step back since he felt that wouldn't do anything because the excited ghost would just follow him. Very well then. Fire away. Myrtle said while twirling around and stopping in front of Loki. I see, then could you tell me about the Chamber of Secrets? Gasp *, I'm sorry but Professor Dumbledore asked me not to dash. Inform about it to any of the students, right? Don't worry, you can trust me. I talked to Friar and we decided that it was the duty of the ghosts of Hogwarts to keep the students safe. Wouldn't they be safer if they knew the truth about the situation? Loki tried the same trick with Myrtle by planting a suggestive feeling of trust onto her body of heart and mind. Loki saw the unwilling expression on Myrtle's face, but eventually, she shook her head saying, No, I'm sorry, I can't help you out. Please, Myrtle. For a friend. After all, didn't I promise to play with you all the time? Loki tried convincing her once more before giving up. Myrtle with a little reluctance said, You want to know about how I died? Fine. But I'm only doing this so that I can play with you and because you are cute. Yes. Apologies though, I've already learned from Friar that you died because of the Chamber of Secrets. Loki said with an exaggerated bow. Oh. No one has ever apologized to me. Apology accepted. You are truly a gentleman. Myrtle said with a soft smile, making Loki feel a little uncomfortable because she seemed to be on a different wavelength than him, but she continued nevertheless. The Chamber of Secrets had opened during my time at school, and all the students that were attacked before me were petrified. I was the only one that died and the attack stopped after that, Myrtle said with a frown. Do you remember how you died? Yes. I remember coming to the lavatory because Oliver Hornby was teasing me about my glasses, and while I was hidden, I heard someone walk into the lavatory and speak in a strange hissing way. Tom. The shameless fellow walked into the girls' lavatory. And dash. Hissing way. Like a snake. Exactly. And when I stepped out of my stall to tell him to go to his own toilet, I died. You died. Just like that. Yes. All I remember seeing as soon as I stepped out of the stall were a gigantic pair of beautiful yellow eyes. They turned a little deeper and were about to change colors when then I died. Huh. Loki stood there puzzled, wondering what the eyes could have been. Was it the eyes of the hidden sage? The hermit pathway? Or perhaps some creature? But how could a creature with an enormous body move through Hogwarts? But if it was the hidden sage, why did it chase after Myrtle? Surely she is not a beyonder of the hermit pathway. Is she? Do the words hermit sage ring any bells with you, Myrtle? Huh? No. I'm afraid not. Myrtle shook her head. I see. Thank you for telling me about all of this. Pop into room 2-21 whenever you feel like it and I'll try and entertain you as long as I'm there. Loki said with a gradual bow and stood up with grace. Will you really play with me? You won't toss things at me like the rest of them, will you? Worry not, you will see I am just as gentlemanly in holding up my promises, Loki said with a soft smile. We shall see. With all his notes written, Loki spoke to Myrtle for a little longer before he left for classroom 2-21. No, Daphne. You were done so soon? Loki asked as he entered the classroom. Yes. Why did it take you so long? The ghost said they couldn't tell us anything because Headmaster Dumbledore issued them a notice that they couldn't tell anyone anything. Hermione said with her hands on her hips. What's up with people using his name so casually? If they don't use you-know-whose name, why use his mortal enemies? I got a lead though. Loki said with a soft smile. How did you? The house ghost told you about it. But how? Hermione immediately reasoned. Yes, and that is why it took me a little time to come back here. Tell us, what did they say? Hermione asked while Daphne turned to pay attention too. Friar said that the chambers opened last time when you-know-who was in Hogwarts. Hermione and Daphne's eyes widened at the information. Then he told me that you-know-who told the staff that Hagrid was the one that opened the Chamber of Secrets and got him expelled. He was even given an award for the services to the school. But it can't be Hagrid. Hermione exclaimed. Yes, I thought so too, and apparently so did the headmaster, since he helped Hagrid come out of Azkaban and hired him. I see. Hermione nodded, but Daphne asked a question. Is that all? No. Loki shook his head and spoke. I also learned that a student died during the last time the chambers opened. A student died? Hermione asked with her eyes wide. Yes. Loki nodded. You probably know her too. Her name's Myrtle. You probably know her as Dash. Moaning Myrtle. Hermione completed, causing Loki to nod and continue. I spoke to her. What did she say? She said she was crying in her stall after someone bullied her for her glasses, and when she heard a hissing sound like a snake outside her stall, she got up and went outside, but all she remembers seeing were a pair of gigantic yellow eyes, after which she died. That's all. Hermione asked, a little downtrodden. Yes. Unless you know something more, I don't think there's anything else for us to figure out right now. Hermione was a little disappointed that they still didn't know much about the monster of the Chamber of Secrets, but then suddenly her eyes widened for a second before she blurted out, Harry's a Parseltongue. Huh. Loki sent a confused glance her way along with Daphne, who was looking at her with confusion. Remember the day we were found in front of the writing on the wall? Hermione asked. Yes. That day. I remember while we were walking back from Sir Nick's Death Day party, Harry said he could hear voices. Though we didn't hear anything. Perhaps it was only him who understood the faint whispering of the snake, which was why neither me nor Ron could hear or understand it. Huh, I see. Loki nodded before asking a new question. Harry's a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, with some confusion. Hermione scrunched up her lips as she wondered about what Loki had asked, while Daphne immediately shook her head. No. The Potters' family tree is well documented. They aren't Salazar Slytherin's descendants. The entire Pure Blood faction would do well to remember them if they were so. Huh. Daphne's words left Loki and Hermione confused, as they both came to the same conclusion, so he just developed the ability for no reason. Wonky genes or something. Daphne didn't understand what Loki had said, but Hermione did, and they agreed. Loki thought for a few seconds before speaking again. I have an announcement to make, with a serious face. Chapter 130, Vain. An announcement. What's that about? I'm being serious here when I say we should stop investigating into this case. Loki said with his brows furrowed. Wah, how can you do that, Loki? Now that we know the truth, let's let the students know. Hermione shouted as if someone had taken her Christmas present. You should know better, Hermione. You've already suffered once. Do you want something worse to happen to you once again? We're dealing with you-know-who here. It is better we don't paint a target on our backs and the backs of several students and teachers who read our papers. But Dash. Do you really think you know better than Headmaster Hermione? It is probably because of a similar reason that the headmaster doesn't want the ghost to reveal the info. Hermione finally gave a resigned look and quietened down. What do you think, Daphne? Do you want to investigate more into this? Daphne looked a little frustrated too, but she eventually shook her head. Good. Let's leave it to the teachers. I'm sure they're more equipped to handle the matter anyway, isn't that right, Hermione? Promise me you won't look into it behind our backs. Fine, I promise I won't go looking for it, Hermione said with a frustrated look, but given Daphne was on Loki's side, she decided not to argue and conceded victory to Loki. You too, Daphne. Promise us you won't do anything regarding this issue behind our backs. Loki said, turning toward Daphne. Daphne nodded and said faintly, I promise. Good. Let's do this instead. Let's run fake stories and dedicate a column to making up theories on the Chamber of Secrets and try and dissuade people from learning more about it using more interesting rumors. Can we do that? Rumors would help. Daphne stated plainly. All right, I'll get onto it. Hermione said and switched back to doing her work until Loki interrupted the two working witches with strange words. By the way, I promised Myrtle that I'd entertain her whenever she came to classroom 2-21 while I'm here. That involves playing a few rounds of Arcadia Royal, is that all right? Hermione and Daphne had a slight frown on their faces, but they said nothing and nodded, and each slipped back into their own rhythm of work, with Hermione writing articles along with Loki and Daphne drawing illustrations for them under Loki's supervision. The articles ranged from the mundane, "The heir of Slytherin hates this one trick," to questionable things that Loki felt were plausible, like, "The heir of Slytherin is you." I mean, imagine the actual culprit reads this and they're like, "Oh no. I've been caught. Wouldn't giving them a mini heart attack be a little cool?" Loki argued, but Hermione and Daphne ignored him. As the sun set and the room emptied with Hermione and Daphne going their own separate ways, Loki, left alone in the room, looked out of the window at the still black lake that looked like an abyss while wondering random things. A snake hissing sound and someone from a pathway with the ability to turn a divination into a trap. And you know who. With the petrification of Miss Norris, it is clear that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and with you-know-who being involved, the question is not who has opened the chamber, but how. How did he open the Chamber of Secrets while he isn't present here? Is he attached to the back of some professor's head again? Or some student this time? How exactly did he do it? Loki wondered. Didn't Hermione tell that Harry was a Parseltongue? Is it him that's opening the Chamber of Secrets? If he is not doing it consciously, then is someone controlling him to open the chamber perhaps? But he has the protection of being Adam's protagonist, so it is unlikely someone will be able to control him without Adam noticing. Damn, what sort of shitty writing is Adam going to come up for his plot this time? I lost and acquiesced to his plot last time, but I'll make sure I'll come out on top this time. Loki wondered, but like the depth of the Black Lake, Loki's thoughts continued to spiral away until he lost track of them. On a day like any other, Loki was working on the half-completed alchemical items the Weasley twins had given him. Yes, a horizontal infinity draw in a counterclockwise manner will fit here since it indicates perfect balance, Loki mumbled as he worked on the twins' extendable ears. The infinity helps the sound to travel further without any distortion dash. Just as Loki was about to finish carving the symbol on the earpiece with his wand, the door opened softly. Snape stepped into the room and looked at Loki while Loki got out of his focused state and looked at Snape in confusion. Yes. Professor? Do you need me for something? I was just informed by the fat friar that you asked him about the Chamber of Secrets. Snape asked with slightly raised eyebrows, expecting an explanation. Ah. You don't have to worry, Professor. The Hogwarts Honest Mill has decided not to run any stories that match the original. We will be strictly keeping it to the rumors that everyone's been hearing about them. Snape nodded and accepted Loki's explanation without much argument, and then he spoke. You are to be present in the Quidditch ground if you are not working, Mr. Loki. You cannot use hobby work as an excuse to skip Quidditch matches. Snape said, looking at Loki holding one of the pairs of the extendable ears that he was holding. Yes, Professor. I will be there. I promise. Snape nodded again and left as smoothly as he'd come, gliding away like a bat. Finishing up the extendable ears in a few more minutes, Loki tested them, and once he was satisfied he placed them into the bag the Weasley twins had given him and moved on his way toward the Quidditch pitch. Wading through the crowd, Loki arrived at the stands and found himself a seat to watch the upcoming match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first Quidditch game of the season. Lee Jordan announced as the Slytherin and Gryffindor students walked over to the pitch. The game proceeded normally until everyone noticed that a particular bludger in the game was targeting Harry continuously. Isn't this the same script as last time? Which professor at this time that's attacking Harry? Loki thought and looked at the teachers' stands, wondering who was foolish enough to attack Harry in the presence of Dumbledore. Wait, why is Adam not here again? Damn, does Adam really only have one type of plot? It wasn't long before the game ended when Harry caught the snitch only for the bludger that was targeting him to smash his elbow, breaking it in the process with a loud smack. Excuse me. Coming through. Lockhart shouted as he waded his way to Harry through the crowd and stood above him. I don't want a photo, Colin. Harry shouted, apparently hearing the noise of a shutter clicking in the background. Lie back, Harry, Lockhart said soothingly, and then twirled his wand and pointed it at Harry's broken arm. There was no noise or any flash of light, but Harry's arm lost its bones when Lockhart ended. It had become a flubbery, rubbery piece of meat that flopped around as Harry was finally lifted onto a stretcher and carried away to the hospital wing. Did Lockhart attack him to show off his skills? No. He's not that vain, is he? Chapter 131, Tail Lead. Here you go, Loki said, pulling out a bag full of alchemical items which he handed over to Fred and George. Is everything here? George asked with an expectant smile. Yes. I fixed all of it, and even improved a few of the potions. Loki said with a smile. And the steps? Fred asked rhetorically, since he could see a bundle of papers stuffed into the bag filled with an assortment of diagrams and dissertations. Yeah, they're all inside it too, Loki said with a smile that couldn't contain his excitement for holding the parchment that Fred and George had tempted him to do the work in the first place. Ha! Today's surely a good day. We won against Slytherin and you've gotten us our bounty. George said with a big smile. What can I say, it must be your lucky day, Loki said with a smile and nodded. Here you go, Fred said with little reluctance, but he eventually handed over the map to Loki. We've managed to figure out the way to activate and deactivate the map. Here, George said as he brought out the parchment and tapped on it while saying, I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. The simple parchment transformed into a map right in front of Loki's justifiably enamored eyes, and then Fred interrupted with a different phrase as he said with the tap of a wand, mischief managed, and under Loki's ecstatic gaze the map turned into an ordinary parchment once again. I can't wait to get my hands on the thing and figure out how it works. Loki thought and stretched out his hands to take the parchment. Loki was so excited he missed the potion digestion feedback he was getting from the twins by acting as the real enchanter of the Arcadia Royal cards. Take good care of it, all right? The twins said as they reluctantly parted away with the precious artifact. I promise to do my best, Loki said, and the two parties parted ways with the Weasley twins excited to go to their common room and learn about all things alchemy with how much Loki had helped them, while Loki rushed toward his room in the Slytherin dungeons to study the unique map. Entering the room and locking it behind himself, Loki pulled out the parchment and began to supply his spirituality into it to study how it was made. There's a rune corresponding to permission, but permission from what? Loki explored a little more, trying to understand the complicated array of runes that had been sewn into the parchment with care and precision. As soon as Loki studied the parchment under his focused gaze, he realized something unique. It uses the Hogwarts wards. How did it get the permission to connect to the wards though? Is it the headmaster that allowed for the artifact to be made? But then that brings up the question, who were Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs? Why did the headmaster allow them to make such an artifact? But then why allow the artifact to track him? Surely he doesn't want his privacy violated. Complicated. Loki thought with a frown. Taking a look at his pocket watch, Loki realized it was already time to have dinner and he appeared to be a little late, so he quickly got up and was about to go to the Great Hall, when he saw something on the map that spooked him and caused the hairs on his neck to rise. Did that just happen? Loki wondered, looking at the map with caution. Where is he going though? The girls' toilet. What? As Loki observed the name, it slowly vanished from the map. Did that just happen? Did I just see a girl transform into a man and then go into the girls' toilet on the second floor? What? Loki, still feeling the chill, calmly tapped the map with his wand and whispered, mischief managed, turning the map back into a normal parchment and pocketing it into his robes to safely stuff it away. I guess, now that I have a suspect, all I need to do is find out how they work. Do I inform someone? A professor would be good, and I'm sure Snape would believe me, but why do I have this feeling I can do something else? Can I benefit from this? Perhaps I can swindle someone or something. Oki performed the ritual to go above the grey fog, and there he pulled the Ring of Harvest and the topaz pendulum to perform a divination. I should not inform anyone else about my discovery regarding the Chamber of Secrets. I should not inform anyone else about my discovery regarding the Chamber of Secrets. I should not inform anyone else about my discovery regarding the Chamber of Secrets. I should not inform anyone else about my discovery regarding the Chamber of Secrets. As soon as Loki opened his eyes, he noticed the pendulum swinging clockwise slowly. It seems I have some work to do and benefit from this new event. Though, I should make careful preparation so I'm not stuck in some ungodly fight between high-sequence Beyonders like last year. Especially between Mr. Adam and Mr. You-Know-Who. Coming out of the grey fog, Loki used the Marauder's map to wait for the name to show up once again in the girls' toilet, but the name showed up surprisingly close to Hospital Wing where another student was. His name was Colin Creevy. The name Tom M. Riddle showed up for a few seconds before it once again vanished into thin air and left Colin frozen in place. How's he traveling around Hogwarts? Through the shadows? How's he petrifying them? Loki stepped into the Great Hall with a contemplative look on his face and nearly ran into a red-headed girl who was running through to reach the Great Hall before him. Loki recognized the girl immediately but did nothing to attract her attention and just apologized calmly and walked towards the Slytherin table. Ginevra Molly Weasley. Loki thought as he looked at the redhead girl who was stuffing herself with food without talking to anyone at the table. Rubbing his index finger on the thumb, Loki activated Spirit Vision and immediately noticed just how sick Ginny was. She's got barely a year to live. Loki noted. Seeing the nonchalant manner she was eating in, Loki wondered, does she not know what the other person is doing with her body? And how is he affecting her anyway? I'm pretty sure there's only a single soul on her based on the aura she's radiating. There's no overlap with anything else, especially not something dark and dangerous. And what's that feeling of wealth that's attracting me from her pockets? Loki stared at Ginny for a while but said and did nothing and continued eating his dinner peacefully. When Ginny finally got up, Loki walked behind her and tailed her. Only when he spotted Ginny returning to the Gryffindor common room did he stop tailing her, slipping away while thinking of a plan to know more about her. I need something to keep track of her whereabouts and actions so that I can know what's possessing her. Something that can conceal itself and wouldn't arouse suspicion. I think I have just the right way to achieve this, but it feels a little risky. Loki contemplated for a while longer before he firmed his eyes and made up his mind to do what he had to. Hopefully, he isn't alerted by what I'm doing. I should go to Hagrid. This Chamber of Secrets business must probably have him scared. Chapter 132, A Pet. After Loki woke up the next morning, he visited the Grey Fog. Pulling out the Ring of Harvest from the Grey Fog, and after a little reminder that he could still toss it into the Black Lake, Loki wrapped it around his finger and poured his spirituality into it. A deep shadowy creature emerged from the shadows, kneeling to show its submission to Loki. I expected it to look a little fearsome, but it literally just looks like a shadow person. The shadow creature was one of the abilities of the Shadow Ascetic 1 sequence under the Rose Bishop sequence, which Mr. A was. It had been Loki's fortune that he'd attained such a peculiar creature through the ring, since the shadow creature had a particular set of abilities that Loki was after. One of the abilities granted to it was the power to merge into shadows, which Loki decided to use to monitor and steal from Ginny Weasley. With the shadow creature summoned, Loki sent the creature into his shadow and walked with it towards the Great Hall where he'd verified Ginny Weasley was using the Marauder's map. To not arouse any suspicion, Loki walked towards Hermione and spoke to her while ignoring the pointed looks one of her seatmates, Ron, at the table was throwing at him. "What happened, Loki?" Hermione asked with a little worry, since Loki had never come to her in the Great Hall before. "I was wondering if any of my packages arrived in the classroom. I seem to have misplaced a mail order that was supposedly already sent to me." Hermione thought for a second but replied with a soft shake of her head. "No, I'm sorry, but I haven't seen anything like it. Maybe you'll have better luck with Daff." No worries," Loki said with a smile and nodded, returning towards the Slytherin table where he asked Daphne the same question to keep up his pretense. "And done." Loki thought with a smile as he used his opportunity while talking to Hermione to cross over Ginny's shadow and transfer the shadow creature into it. The shadow creature had been given a simple order: grab any suspicious thing that comes out of her pockets without getting caught and return to him at the end of the day. He had conducted the appropriate tests the last night and had found the shadow slave capable of performing the required actions without getting caught, so Loki then spent the rest of the day attending classes quietly. It was only at the end of the day that Loki started to get a little worried, since he knew there was any number of ways the plan could end in failure. Did a professor catch the creature and beat it out? No, I haven't lost my connection to it, so it should still be alive. Perhaps it was captured and they are currently working on finding out which student used it. Will they be able to trace it back to me? What excuse should I use? Professor Snape gave me the creature to protect me. But then what will I say dash? A dash. MF. Loki screamed, but midway through the scream, slammed his hand onto his mouth to muffle the scream. He'd seen his shadow move and it had scared him, since all of a sudden he felt he saw a monocle appear in his shadow which reminded him of a mon. His eyes playing tricks. Damn. Where were you all day? Loki asked the shadow creature that was inside his shadow. Although the shadow creature could not speak directly, it managed to convey to Loki through a series of low guttural growls and actions that it took him so long since he couldn't find a way to directly return while staying hidden, so it had waited for nightfall to sneak away. No one saw you. Growl. Good job. Loki said and patted the creature, or attempted to, since it was much taller than him, yet Loki found it cutely wiggled under his praise. Loki extended his hand and the shadow creature then handed him the item he was so hauntingly chasing after, a black diary. A diary. Loki did not directly pick up the diary but tried to pour his spirituality into it first by covering it in a cloud of his spirituality. When nothing of note happened, he looked at it with confusion. Nothing. No runes. No evil cursed spirit. Did he get the wrong thing? But seeing the eagerness of his shadow servant, Loki couldn't imagine the overenthusiastic fellow getting it wrong, so he asked him. What did Ginny Weasley do with this? The shadow servant performed a series of actions once again and conveyed to Loki that she'd been writing into it while the diary responded back. I see. Loki nodded and then picked up the diary and looked at it. You can leave, Loki said, and the shadow vanished back into the ring. It looked like any other old diary journal that one might use to record their daily life. On its cover was the year embossed in gold lettering, 1942. It's about 50 years old. A student from so long ago. Tom. Loki carefully opened the first page to see what secrets of Ginny lay written inside, waiting to be discovered, and he was surprised when the entire diary was empty except for the first page, written on which was the name, T.M. Riddle. So this is how he does it. Loki thought with caution as he turned the book around to see if there were any obvious dangers. Finding none, Loki plopped it onto his table and picked up a ballpoint pen. Should I do it? Should I not? I should just divine it. Leaving the room since he didn't want to expose his divination capabilities in front of the diary that he didn't know if it could see him doing anything, Loki slipped into the attached bathroom where he closed the door and entered the grey fog. There he picked up his topaz pendant and performed a simple pendulum divination. Communicating with the book is harmful for me. 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 Opening his eyes, Loki found the pendulum was spinning clockwise at a steady pace. Do I take this risk? What harm could the diary do to me anyway? Even if it can harm me, it'll probably happen over a long period of continuous writing. Alright, I can take this risk. Loki thought and began to exit the Sapphire Castle only to stop a second later. Should I keep the Ring of Harvest on me or take it off me? By keeping it on me I can pretend to be a Sequence 6 Rose Bishop in front of Tom. But I run the risk of a professor catching me with the ring. Damn. Alright, I'll hide the ring in view of the professor using my illusions. I haven't tested them on professors but I have a feeling it won't be easily seen through. After another short divination through which Loki made sure the professors wouldn't spot him with the ring if he covered it with his illusions, he exited the Sapphire Castle. Now let's try and see what happens when you write into this mysterious book that is at the center of everything. Loki thought as he looked at the seemingly innocent book that was on his table. I have a feeling I'll be able to plan to confuse both Adam and you-know-who through this. Chapter 133, First Meeting. With his pen on the book, Loki paused for a second. What do I even write? But then to his shock and surprise words began to appear on the page he'd opened to write in. Not going to write anything. The book asked, startling Loki. How did you know? Loki asked with weariness apparent as the words sank into the paper and vanished as if having melded into the book itself, lost to time and space. I can feel you stabbing something pointy into me. The diary wrote back smoothly. Who are you? Loki wrote, trying to see if he could get you-know-who to confess. My name's Tom M. Riddle, who are you? I am Gehrman Sparrow. Loki shamelessly wrote back. Well then, Gehrman Sparrow, how did you come across my book? I found it after someone flushed it into the toilet. They did? Tom asked back immediately. Yes, don't you know how drenched your book was a few minutes ago? I dried it using the fire charm. I see. Do you have any other questions for me? What are you? Loki wrote back. I am just a student who's left back something of value to help my fellow students at Hogwarts. You studied at Hogwarts? Yes. I was a top student at Hogwarts 50 years ago. Do you want me to help you with something? Could you help me with ancient runes? So that I could make something like you have? Or perhaps help me in making a spell? There was a slightly long silence from the book as it didn't respond to Loki's question for a little bit, but then just as Loki thought Tom had bailed on him, he responded. Oh. You want to make a diary? Like mine? Why the silence? Can't I? No. No. It's not that. It's just that the diary is, what can I say, a little special. Special? Yes, it'll take a large amount of skill to be able to make the diary, and I can't say if you can get there for sure in a little bit of time. Even making a new spell deeply involves ancient runes. How complex is it? I already have a strong foundation in runes. Which year are you in? I'm in my 4th year. Loki lied since the topic was about runes where he definitely attained to such a degree of mastery. I will need you to answer a few questions for me to see if you are really as good as you say you are. Sure, why not? Then tell me which is the most stable symbol in rune casting and what does it do when you prepend it to a charm? Loki paused for a little bit, which Tom assumed meant that Loki didn't know the answer, and wrote back, don't know. That's alright, it was an advanced case dash. But before Tom could continue, Loki broke his silence by writing using his ballpoint pen. That would be the symbol that commonly represents infinity in arithmancy. It has the most stable shape for spirituality to take, and prepending it to a charm causes the charm to gain stability that makes the person trying to remove the effects of the charm have to expend more spirituality to disrupt it. There was a slight pause, after which Tom responded back, that was very informative and I didn't find any obvious mistakes in your explanation. Congratulations, you've passed the test. I can teach you all I know about ancient runes, but it will depend on you to progress enough to make a book like this or even a spell. Do you understand that? Yes, I do. It's not as if you would be to blame for my stupidity. Haha, you have a good sense of humor too. Do you have any other questions for me? When will you teach me more about runes? Give me a little bit of time. I need to sort things out and organize myself so that I can teach you more about it in a professional manner that will help you. I see, then that is all for tonight. Good night. With that, the book went back to being still without any ink appearing on its pages as Loki relaxed into the backrest with a sigh. That was confusing. But why didn't I feel anything happen to me? Did he not do anything because it was our first meeting? Loki looked at the book and rubbed his thumb and index finger to turn on his spirit vision. Damn, I should have done this before. There was a pale hue to the book, indicating that it was alive. That's why when I poured in my spirituality to look at the runes in the book nothing showed up. Because the book is not an alchemical item but something that is actually living. Is that why Tom was so reluctant to share his secrets with me? Trying to divert me away from runes so that I wouldn't realize that the book was alive? Was he using Ginny's aura as a cloak to hide himself during the time I scanned her using spirit vision? And how did my potion digest so much so fast? Loki wondered as he closed his eyes and scanned himself to find that 5% more of the potion had already been digested, making his total come up to 35%. Is it because he's a Beyonder? Did he perhaps somehow manage to separate the excess characteristics from his body into a book? Or perhaps his soul? I don't know enough about this yet. I could ask him about it, but how? What are you trying to do, Tom? Loki wondered and picked up the book and sealed it away in a box by creating a wall of spirituality and tossed it into the bathroom where he locked the door. Only after a few minutes, once he found everything had returned to normal, did he pull out his two-way mirror and begin talking to Elaine. After he spoke with Elaine, Loki helped the little Niffler digest his potion by listening to more of his poems, which seemed to have only gotten worse over time. You know what? Loki said to Sunny. Go out. Go out and annoy other people with your poems. I've had enough of you. I think I'm growing deaf with how often you choose to screech into my ears. And why am I paying you to listen to your poems? Isn't this exactly what you should be doing? The Niffler looked at Loki with injustice carved on his face, but eventually reluctantly slipped out from under the door and went on its way to explore the expectantly absent nightlife of the castle. And then right before he went to sleep, Loki entered the Sapphire Castle and used a series of divination questions to ascertain that he was in the best of health before exiting with a smile of relief and falling asleep like a log in winter. Chapter 134, New Thief in Town. Walking out of the Great Hall, Loki moved in the direction of classroom 2-21 to see if Hermione and Daphne were done with their work so that he could start the process of printing the newspapers by typesetting everything according to their layouts. But as soon as he stepped out of the Great Hall, two redheads stopped him in his tracks. What happened? Fred? George? Loki asked with a confused look on his face. Do they need me to help them with other alchemical artifacts? We were just here to inquire about something, Fred said while George nodded. Were my notes on how I fixed your things too vague? Do you have doubts regarding them? No. Those were perfect. Wouldn't have it any other way. It's something else. George took over. Fire away then, what do you want to know? We were wondering if you visited the Gryffindor dorms anytime recently. The Gryffindor dorms? Loki asked for confirmation if he'd heard right. Yes. Or have you sold the passwords of the other common rooms to anyone else? Fred and George both asked in succession. No. I haven't left the Slytherin dorms and definitely haven't sold any of the common room passwords. Did something happen? Fred and George looked at each other before looking at Loki and speaking in a whisper. Someone ravaged the men's and women's dorms in Gryffindor. Seriously? Loki asked with wide eyes as he felt worried if it was anything related to him. But why doubt someone from the other houses? Wouldn't they be unable to enter? Although true, we learned something from the fat lady that says otherwise. Come on. Don't keep me in suspense, tell me what you learned. Loki said, hurrying the two boys, worried if this incident was going to be connected back to him in some way. Fred and George looked at each other and then nodded and said, we heard Professor McGonagall question the fat lady in front of the students in the common room. During the questioning, the fat lady revealed that she remembered a dark shadow leaving the common room in the middle of the night, something that she didn't remember letting in. Damn. Loki cursed internally but externally managed to keep his calm and still look surprised. A black shadow? Loki asked, pretending to be confused. Yes. That is how the fat lady described it. I see. But why was the Gryffindor common room upturned? Didn't the shadow just steal from Ginny? Why would it have touched other people's belongings? I need to ask him if he did anything else. Can you let us know if you learned something about the culprit? Fred asked Loki. Sure. Was there anything missing? If so, I can keep an eye out for that. No. Nobody has said anything was missing, but we're still searching through our belongings so we don't have a final tally yet. I understand. I will keep an eye out for any people who know about this and will let you know if I figure something out. I'll use the Marauders map and keep track of anyone entering or exiting the common room too whenever I can. Thank you, Loki. You've helped us quite a bit. Let us know if we can ever do something for you. George said with a smile, patting Loki's shoulders. And thanks for helping the give answers to our questions about pranks, Fred said with a smile and a wink as he left, leaving Loki to just shake his head in amusement. The twins then left and Loki, instead of rushing to a class, slipped into a nearby lavatory and summoned the shadow servant to ask him a few questions. Did you touch any other person's belongings in the Gryffindor common room? Growl. No. Then did you spot anyone else doing anything similar? Growl. You did not. I see. All right, then you can go take rest. Loki said, and the shadow vanished away into the ring. Then who did it? Who was responsible for turning around all the Gryffindor students' trunks? How did no one wake up when such a thing happened? They must have had great command over magic to make sure that no one woke up or noticed what was happening. Were they after the book too? Was it Ginny? But she's only in her first year, so she shouldn't have been able to cast such advanced magic that would allow the students to not notice her going through their stuff. Maybe Tom taught her some advanced spells like he's teaching me about ancient runes. But that doesn't seem plausible. I don't think Ginny is genius enough to learn such things from him. That was when an idea struck Loki out of the blue. Can Tom still control her? But how? In case he can, the Chamber of Secrets will not remain closed but will open once again. This is getting complicated. I should use the Marauder's map to keep a close watch on her. Maybe she's still under his control. With the short introspection done, Loki left to attend classes, but all throughout the day, during lunch and dinner, Loki kept his eye out for Ginny, who looked quite frightened and worried. Is she just worried about the diary going missing? But why does she look so weak still? Loki used spirit vision to gauge her health and found that her condition was rapidly worsening, as if she was being slowly poisoned to death. Do I return the book to her? No. I don't know if that will worsen her condition or help her. I should wait a little while to see if her condition gets better, and if it does not, then I can just inform Madame Pomfrey about her. I'm sure the professor are also aware something's wrong by now. I doubt they'll let someone with such terrible health simply skip being checked out by Madame Pomfrey. Either Adam is stopping them or he's trying to arrange a coincidence. For me and Ginny. Why not Harry? Have I come across any coincidences? I did, coincidentally, see Ginny transforming into Tom when I used the map for the first time. Loki patiently waited for the next few days as he studied with Tom about ancient runes each day and increased his expertise on the subject. While his project of monitoring Ginny Weasley throughout the day also gave back a positive response. It seems like she's finally getting better for some odd reason. 2 more common rooms had been broken into in the last few days, and the students' belongings had been overturned, but the thief hadn't been caught no matter the precautions the teachers took. Only the Slytherin common room remains. I should just store the book on my person from now. I have a feeling that Ginny will become alright if I keep the book away from her, but I should do a divination check just in case. Entering the Sapphire Castle, Loki performed a simple divination to check if Ginny would be alright. Ginny will be clear of danger if I keep the diary away from her. Ginny will be clear of danger if I keep the diary away from her. Ginny will be clear of danger if I keep the diary away from her. Ginny will be clear of danger if I keep the diary away from her. Opening his eyes, Loki looked at the topaz pendulum that was spinning in an anti-clockwise fashion and felt a little puzzled. Anti-clockwise. So she'll still be in danger if the book is kept away from her. Why? What's going on? Chapter 135, Side Story, 3, How Silly. Loki looked at the book in front of him, specifically at the strange words in it. Now that you've studied the world of runes, do you want to know the last component of what made me smart enough to make this book? Is it a secret or something? It is. Just not a very well-guarded one. But where's the mystery in that? But, I have a secret that not even the teachers know about this world. Loki was surprised by the last line. Is he being serious? A secret about Beyonders that not even the teachers know. That could only point to 2 things. Either he's talking about the Chamber of Secrets and something Salazar Slytherin left behind in it for his descendants, or it's about her and he wants to corrupt me. Give me a moment. Sorry for ruining the mood, but I need to piss really quick. It's urgent. Loki wrote and paused. All right. Loki sealed the book in a wall of spirituality using a purified silver knife he'd obtained from Creature and walked to the semi-official place of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual, the washroom. Entering the Sapphire Castle, Loki pulled out his topaz pendulum and performed a simple divination. It is dangerous for me to know about whatever Tom Marvolo riddle is trying to tempt me into knowing. Repeating the sentence 7 times, Loki opened his eyes and felt a little disappointed. The pendulum was spinning clockwise, but just enough to show that it was spinning. It wasn't dangerous. Wait, why am I disappointed? No danger is the only good danger. Coming back down to his room, Loki walked back to Tom's diary before he wrote in it. I'm BAC, wait a minute, I forgot to wash my hands, sorry. Loki closed the book and sealed it for a minute before he left the book to wash his hands casually and walked back and opened the book with wet hands. Even if I'm using him, that doesn't mean I have to keep him comfortable. Loki reopened the book and wrote in it. Tell me, Tom, what's the secret of yours that not even the teachers at Hogwarts know? Are you sure you want to know? Of course, you're my senior. Why wouldn't I want to know what a senior who's earned the special award for services to the school wants to tell me? Oh. You know about that. I mean, I've polished the trophies at school in detention recently, so don't worry about it. Sure, but this can't just be told to you. It's best if you see it directly. What dash? Before Loki could finish his words, a bright light emerged from the book before it swallowed him whole. Loki was about to resist and use the several abilities of the Ring of Harvest, but he trusted his divination in the Sapphire Castle and went with it. Besides, he had a backup plan that he'd set up when he was washing his hands in the bathroom in case something like this happened. Loki's vision shifted as he saw the world before him change when he suddenly found himself trapped in a colorful memory. Tom? Loki asked, looking at the school student Tom was. Loki walked up to him and tried placing his hand on his shoulder, but it pushed through it, much like his own illusions. I guess you aren't here. Loki voiced out in an attempt to sound stupid. Finally, Loki observed the room he was in and found Tom was serving detention with a young professor Loki couldn't quite recognize. But Loki didn't have to wait long. Professor Slughorn, I've heard things. What have you heard, my boy? The young professor asked, looking away from the letter he was reading. Things about magic not being the end. You know how it is in Slytherin, those nobles think they're better than the rest. It was just their conversations that I overheard. Professor Slughorn's eyes widened slightly before he paid full attention to Tom. What exactly did you hear? They were talking about how in a few experiments they encountered new powerful beyonders they do not recognize. Slughorn's eyes widened for a moment before they sharpened as he looked at Tom with an absolutely serious gaze. Could you tell me who they were, Tom? To invite to your parties, Professor? No. Tom, this is something that goes beyond fun. Tom nodded as he saw the seriousness in Slughorn's eyes and spoke calmly. Felix Malfoy and Asmund Lestrange, Professor. Slughorn nodded and spoke quickly. Your detention is dismissed for tonight, Tom. I hope you go back to your room. I will introduce you to the dangerous world of Beyonders tomorrow. I never intended to hide it from you. In fact, I wanted to do it today, but things have taken a rather unexpected turn. Make sure you don't step out of your room tonight. Is that okay, Tom? Loki's vision shifted and he was kicked out of the book he was absorbed into. Loki was calm and rational and pulled out a pen to scribble into Tom's book. Was that all? But there was no response from the book. He's pretending to be dead so that the mystery builds, and I ask him how to become a Beyonder. Does he want to make me a Beyonder too? What's with all these random people in my life that all want me to become a Beyonder? Was he lying to me when he told me that he knew about something that even the teachers did not know about? Loki sealed the book and walked to the bathroom where his shadow pet climbed back into the ring from the shadow of the bathtub. Loki performed the celestial worthy of heaven and earth to enter the Sapphire Castle and performed a simple divination. Tom lied to me about showing me information that not even the teachers knew anything about. Loki repeated the statement 7 times and the result was in front of him. The pendulum was spinning clockwise. The heck? Loki thought for a bit and then realized the only other information revealed to him was about the new Beyonders. New Beyonders? Probably refers to their pathways. And if they're not the traditional 19 of this world, they're the Lord of the Mysteries pathways. Possible, but Walburga would have known about it if that was the case. Unless Adam did something to wipe it out of common memory. But if that was the case, Tom shouldn't know anything about it. So it's a new pathway out of the standard 22. A pathway from an outer god. Loki was confused a little and then he realized. He's just talking about her. So he wants me to become a Beyonder dedicated to her. All this just for that. How silly. Chapter 136, A Mistake. I think not. Sleeping on his bed while lying perfectly still, Loki was buried under a comfortable quilt with a dreamless sleep. And in this silence a soft click was heard. The door to Loki's room opened with a low creak as someone slowly opened it and stepped inside. The silhouette of the thief that entered Loki's room was small, even smaller than Loki himself, but either fortunately or unfortunately, Loki didn't rise. This is the last room. It has got to be here. The intruder whispered. Silencio. The intruder commanded, and with a wave of her wand, the entire room fell into a deafening silence where even Loki's breaths were no longer audible. The intruder then cast a Lumos charm that caused a small but bright light to erupt out of the tip of her wand and float into the center of the room, revealing not only the intruder's identity to be Ginny Weasley but also the trunk that had been pushed aside after she entered the room. Ginny immediately waved her wand and caused all the belongings inside the trunk to shoot out, but she couldn't find what she was looking for no matter how hard she tried. Ginny peered around the room, high and low, from end to end, but she couldn't find the book she was desperately searching for. There was an ancient runes textbook on the table which motivated her to work a little harder, but no matter where she looked she couldn't find the book she was looking for. As Loki slept under all the commotion, Ginny finally turned to look at him. Is it on him? She whispered with cold eyes and walked to him with her wand pulled out. Loki stirred a little as Ginny came closer, but seeing him not waking up and his wand on the bedside table, she deemed him to be of no danger and walked right up to him. Ginny used her wand to lift his quilt and check underneath his robes to try and find the book that was missing. Her wand eventually knocked something hard inside Loki's robes. Got it. Ginny said with a cold smirk on her face, unlike what she normally was like, and pulled the book out of Loki's clutches. Time to put you to sleep forever, Gehrman Sparrow. Thank the troubles you caused for your short life. Ginny said and pointed her wand at Loki. But just as she was about to execute a spell, her eyes fell on the cover of the book she'd just taken out of Loki's robes. 1,000 Jokes for Your Family. By Albus Dumbledore. Huh. What is this rubbish? Ginny mumbled with anger clearly reflecting in her eyes. Did I make a mistake? No. How can I? But. Ginny opened the book to check if Loki was using some secret technique to hide the book and read the first joke in it. Why did the wizard go to school? To improve his spell ing. Straight face. Why did Albus Dumbledore never play hide and seek with the Dark Lord? Because the Dark Lord was afraid to even speak his nadash. I'm not afraid of his name. Albus Dumbledore. How could I fight him for so long to achieve her wishes if I was as afraid of calling his name as he is of me? Ginny's eyes quickly scanned the room when she said that, and her subconsciously tense shoulders relaxed a little after she did. But then a thought struck Ginny's mind, leading her to a revelation. He was a fourth year, this boy is barely in his second year, I suppose. Too bad, Ginny said, and then left the same way she'd arrived in the room and used the Nox charm to wave the lights off. After a while, Loki stirred from his sleep and woke up. He looked around his room and for a second felt afraid that someone had come into his room to bully him, but once he found no one inside the room, he calmly looked around all the things that were overturned with a smile. I see. So today she worked on the Slytherin common room. I guess I can safely say putting the book inside the Sapphire Castle was the best choice. With a smirk, Loki began to rearrange everything perfectly so that he could go back to sleep in his warm quilt and wake up fresh the next day. As he checked the joke book he'd transfigured, Loki was surprised to find that it had been opened. He read this. He's brave. But if Adam didn't interfere, it can only mean either he knows how to avoid letting Adam know when his name is spoken, or all this was according to Adam's plan. Either way, I already know how I'm going to swindle him this year. Not my problem. I won't get stuck in his stupid plan for our Lord and Savior. As a swindler, I have my own pride. How can I be a part of someone else's plans without profiting off of it in some way? Waking up with a smile on his face the next day, Loki stepped out of his room and noticed the commotion that had gripped the common room. Several students were standing outside their rooms and talking to Professor Snape. Snape looked at Loki, as did the other students, but by the time they could question him, he bowed to Snape, said his greetings and left the common room calmly. As soon as Loki arrived at the Great Hall, he found Ginny Weasley sitting at the Gryffindor table, eating with fervor. He then used his spirit vision on her to take note of her physical condition. She seems to be perfectly fine. I should do a divination later to check if she's in danger anymore. Apart from Ginny's health, there was another reason for Loki's upbeat mood. It was because, from yesterday's event, he'd digested about 20% more of the potion, bringing him to about 55% of the potion digested. Is it because the incident spread around the castle to the professors? So Professor Snape and the others think it is related to me, but don't know exactly how. With all this, I'm pretty sure they already suspect that I'm a beyonder of some sort, if Adam's attempt at roping me into things weren't enough proof already that he wants something from me. I see. Too bad for them. I have no plan on revealing my potion's name or even abilities. Less than half is left for me to digest now. The newspaper should also bring me about 5% in total by the end of the year. And I'm sure the more time I spend swindling Tom for his knowledge, the more my potion will digest from fooling him for a longer period continuously. And the Chamber of Secrets will remain closed. It's a win-win situation for both parties involved. Loki concluded, continuing his day as normal while he attended his classes. During the night, when Loki finally opened the dangerous diary once again, he wrote down his thoughts. Hello, Tom, just wanted to ask you a question about runes. Could you help me out? Sure, was the reply that came back after a little while. I wanted to know what happens when one combines the Infinity Rune and the Triangle Rune. Since the Triangle Rune is used to focus spirituality to a point and the Infinity Rune is used to create a stable movement, will the result be a charm that can be used as a needle? I can give you the answer if you give me an answer. Oh. Loki thought, wondering why Tom was acting out of character. Is he that desperate? What would your question be? Nothing too complicated. I was just wondering if the Chamber of Secrets is still open in Hogwarts. How do you know about that? Loki asked calmly. Well, my previous owner shared some information with me. Previous owner? The one that tried to flush you down the toilet? Yes. Loki controlled himself to keep away the smile that was threatening to break out on his lips and responded appropriately. Nothing happened with the Chamber of Secrets recently, the matter has died down. Oh yeah, from right about when I found this diary of yours. I see. Tom responded back and continued to teach Loki about ancient runes, helping Loki with his pet project of creating a spell for himself. Eventually, when Loki got tired of picking Tom's brain, he said goodnight to Tom and sealed him in a box sealed by walls of spirituality and placed him on his bedside table. He then spoke to Elaine and helped his Niffler friend explore the castle, after which he finally collapsed into his bed. But just as Loki was about to fall asleep, he suddenly woke up and moved to the bathroom as if he really needed to use it. Loki gave the book that was sealed by a wall of spirituality one last look and slipped into the washroom. Huh. A mistake. I think not. Worry embraced Loki as he immediately rushed to perform the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual to enter the Sapphira Castle. Chapter 137, Resurrection. Inside the Sapphira Castle, Loki activated his spirit vision and looked at himself. His body, although still white in color showing his good health, looked a little dim. It's not as bright as it used to be. Loki noted. Why did I feel compelled to do what Tom wanted me to do? Why did I place the diary on the table instead of inside the Sapphira Castle like I usually do? Loki wondered and did a slow and thorough check of his entire body, and that's when he found it. Excess beyonder characteristics. What? Where did this come from? The time he absorbed me into the book. How do I purge it out of my body? Can I even get it out of my body? Why haven't I lost control yet? Do I need Madame Pomfrey's help? Interrupting himself was his sight that rested on the two items that were on his table. Cards of blasphemy. That should help me. Loki thought and pulled the error card and placed it inside his spirit body. His spirit body immediately transformed. A plague doctor mask was hanging from his neck and a monocle lay on his right eye. A tall top hat and regal clothing adorned him, along with a silver walking stick that gleamed like gold, leaving anyone that would stare at it in a daze. A regal aura erupted from Loki as he sat on his chair in the Sapphira Castle, and a similar smile hacked his expression. This should do it. Loki thought and used the temporarily raised authority to expunge the induced beyonder characteristics that had been forced into his body without his knowledge. Wait a second. Just as he was about to push out the beyonder characteristic, Loki had a new idea. Loki looked at the beyonder characteristic that was in his body and stared at it unblinkingly. Pulling the Ring of Harvest to himself using a sacrificial ritual, Loki decided on his next course of action. Closing his eyes, Loki allowed his astral body to drift the spirit world as he repeated a single question. Which pathway and sequence does this beyonder characteristic belong to? Which pathway and sequence does this beyonder characteristic belong to? Which pathway and sequence does this beyonder characteristic belong to? Which pathway and sequence does this beyonder characteristic belong to? And as soon as he was done, Loki received the information in the form of a vision. A student kneeling in front of an altar came into view. The student seemed to be mumbling something inaudible, and not long after the student finished his prayers, a roll of parchment fell onto his altar, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The boy happily unrolled the parchment and looked at it. Sequence 8, Unwinged Angle. Loki's pupils immediately narrowed and he looked at the information written on the parchment with focus, after which the vision broke away. Strange. But why is there the Sequence 8 beyonder characteristic inside me? Tom. But why would he send his beyonder characteristics inside of me? Did he do the same to Ginny? No, since he gave me the Sequence 8 characteristic, Ginny must have gotten the Sequence 9 characteristic if I'm not wrong. But why would he need to transfer his beyonder characteristics into a different person? Loki thought for a while, but he couldn't think of anything concrete, so he tried theorizing by using his knowledge from LOTM as a base. Giving his beyonder characteristics to a person, wouldn't that cause them to lose control easily since they've not attained the level through acting? But Ginny seems to be stable. Is Tom using some magic to keep her from losing control? But why does he need to transfer all his beyonder characteristics into a person? To resurrect using the person. Like celestial worthy of heaven and earth did for Klein. That's a little unexpected. Damn, this is getting complicated. But he gave me a little of his beyonder characteristic so that I would meet Ginny due to law of beyonder characteristic convergence. Spending a little time trying to gain more information through divination, Loki felt suffocated since he couldn't gain more information about the situation without alerting Tom that somebody was onto him and revealing himself. So Loki spent a little bit of time contemplating the matter when all of a sudden a brilliant idea struck him. He. I don't know exactly why he wants to transfer his beyonder characteristics into someone else, but it seems like he wants to, so why not rob him of all of it? It seems like talking to him continuously allows him to transfer the beyonder characteristics into another person and also give them mental suggestions to do a particular task. So all I have to do is pay attention to when I begin to lose control and then shift into the Sapphira Castle to steal away the characteristic he has worked so hard to stuff into my body. But I guess Ginny Weasley will be back in my room today, or maybe Tom will try to control me to give Ginny back the diary. If he attempts to do something harmful to me, I can just ignore the suggestion he uses to control me and destroy the diary after knocking out Ginny. If I allow him to use me, maybe he'd leak the way to enter the Chamber of Secrets. There could be a wealth of information Salazar Slytherin might have left behind that might be worth stealing. After Loki moved out of the Sapphira Castle, he dropped back onto his bed and fell asleep. It was only later when the night deepened that Loki felt his body stir and wake up. So he's making me take the book to Ginny? Loki wondered with a little disappointment that he couldn't have all the Beyonder characteristics in the book but otherwise didn't interfere with Tom commanding him. He pretended to be in a daze but made sure to take his wand and wear his ring of harvest so that he could be prepared for whatever was about to happen. As an extra layer of protection, Loki employed his illusion skill to disguise himself by changing his hair color, eye color, and the basic structure of his face along with his shoulder width and spine length. Before leaving his room, Loki felt Tom control him and cast a spell on himself by tapping his wand on his head. It felt like someone had broken an egg on his head as its contents poured all over him and caused his body to blend in with his surroundings, like a chameleon. The disillusionment charm. Loki recognized. How convenient. But given how easily he manipulated my spirituality to perform the charm, shows how much better than me he really is. But since he's using Ginny as his vessel, I should be able to confuse him because he currently only has a sequence 9 Beyonder characteristic in her, while I'm a sequence 8. Plus he doesn't really have any reason to suspect my appearance, he doesn't even what I look like. Loki felt a little nervous about all of this, but as he walked into the cool atmosphere of the dungeons he relaxed. At worst I'll have to come to Professor Snape or Madame Pomfrey. And I'm sure if all of this is Adam's plan, nothing too bad could happen to me. Besides, Sunny and the Shadow Pet are all guarding me. I wonder what Adam wants from me though. Become Harry's friend. Become indebted to him. I don't know, and I can't know. Not yet. Chapter 138, Hiss. Loki looked as Miss Norris trotted past him without smelling him and continued walking down the corridors under the directions Tom fed his body magically. No teachers were patrolling and even Filch had fallen asleep by this point, giving Loki free rein during the night as he walked carelessly towards his destination. Arriving in front of the girls' washroom on the second floor, Loki stepped through all while thinking, why does he want me to meet Ginny in Myrtle's bathroom? Why not an abandoned classroom? The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in the girls' washroom. She did vanish here when I first noticed her turning into Tom. Slytherin surely was a pervert if that's the case. Stepping into the lavatory, Loki found a girl standing while facing away from him and looking at the black lake from the small window built to circulate fresh air. You're finally here. Ginny, or currently Tom, exclaimed while turning around to look at him. Loki stayed silent and didn't speak since Tom hadn't given him a command and he could still feel the control he was exerting over him. You can drop the disillusionment charm now. Ginny said, waving her hand, after which Loki pulled out his wand and tapped on his head wordlessly, causing the charm to shatter. Damn. That was close. I nearly forgot to cover my wand in an illusion. Good that I did it while it was in my pocket, or he'd have recognized me with my wand given how unique it is. Phew. Finally. Finally, I see you, Gairman Sparrow. It took me forever to find you. But with Loki not responding, the situation felt somewhat comical with Tom talking to himself like a madman. I would have normally gotten rid of you, but I think I can still make use of you, so I shall let you live. Ginny then walked over to Loki and took back the diary in his hands with a simple swipe. I don't know how you got this diary, but now that I have it back with me, nothing can stop me anymore, Tom said, lifting up the diary and looking at it with a feverish look. Once he was done admiring it, Tom turned to look at the round sink that was at the end of the bathroom, and once he moved towards it he looked at a particular tap and spoke in a strange hiss that Loki did his best to memorize. Hiss SSSSSS. The porcelain top of the sinks levitated up into the ceiling as the sinks themselves split from the seams and caused wide gaps to appear in between them. Loki was startled, but he kept his calm outwardly and held normalcy. Tom looked at Loki after the chamber opened and then spoke in a commanding tone. You may leave. Loki followed the compulsion that had popped up in his mind and made his way back to the Slytherin common room, this time slipping through shadows so that Miss Norris wouldn't catch him easily. Only once Loki was back in his room did he let his face break out into a small smile. Who knew I'd gain such a bountiful harvest today? I digested 5% of my potion from today, bringing me to 60% in total. All that is left for me to do now is to explore the Chamber of Secrets so that I can gain the knowledge that one of the founders would have left behind in his chambers. But what if Tom kills a student? No, he probably won't kill anyone just yet, since he needs to help Ginny absorb all his Beyonder characteristics so that she can become the perfect vessel for his resurrection. So will they all only be petrified? Most likely, but I should check this using divination while I'm above the grey fog. Loki finally collapsed into the bed and after an adventurous night slept like a baby. Waking up the next day, Loki first checked if Ginny would be killing any students, and once he confirmed that she or Tom wouldn't, he went about his day with a happy smile. Loki spent the rest of his days perfecting the new spell he'd made. It was potent and made to kill anyone targeted directly by it. But its complexity made Loki have to flick his wand for around a second as he cast it. But why was Tom hellbent on me using a few runes instead of the other more standard ones? Of course, I didn't do it when I noticed how he particularly wanted me to pick them. But still, what's up with runes and magic? Is there some truth to the differences between dark magic and white magic and such? Occasionally Loki also dropped by the Forbidden Forest to practice his dueling skills so that he wouldn't become rusty when he'd finally have to face off against Tom by the end of the year. Finally, on the day the next attack occurred where 2 people fell victim to Tom's plans causing morale at Hogwarts to be at an all-time low, Loki pulled out the Marauders map to check how Ginny was doing. She seems to be inside the Gryffindor common room. I don't think she'll come back out today since she's already attacked 2 people. I guess I can go dungeon diving and finally see if Salazar Slytherin has left anything of worth behind. Folding back the Marauders map after he'd used it, Loki dove through the dark corridors and found himself back in the second-floor girls' lavatory from where, after asserting that there were no women or girls inside, he stepped in and walked to the sink he remembered Tom walking to. Hiss SSSSSS. Loki said, replicating the noise he remembered, and to his surprise, Loki found the sink lifting and splitting away just like he'd remembered. I guess I can go into it now. Loki dangled his legs at the edge of the hole and finally smoothly slid into the tunnel pipe that looked like it was part of the sewage system. Going through the roller coaster ride that was the tunnels, Loki slowed down as he finally arrived at the end of the tunnel. Wow, what is that? Loki thought, looking at the gigantic snake body that was in front of him. Is that just the skin? So huge? How does something like that even stay alive and not just collapse into its own weight? Is this the snake that Hermione said Harry heard during Halloween? Should I go deeper into the chamber? I don't want to risk stepping into the chamber without knowing all that could be in it. But I didn't find there to be any risk when I divined about it earlier. With a little fear, Loki slipped into the large cavern that had opened up and began to carefully trot around the skin that had been shed and was rotting. Stepping over the little bones and carcasses of the various rodents and animals under his feet, Loki moved towards the skin and pulled out his wand. With his wand out, Loki began to use several diffindo charms to cut out a small piece of skin to carry back with him to his dormitory. Except it was quite hard to even damage the skin by making a small cut. It was only after an embarrassingly long session of using the diffindo charm that Loki was able to get even a small piece. This should be good potion-making material. I'll take a little to see which creature the skin belongs to. Better know all I can about what's inside the chamber before stepping deeper into it. I don't want to be in a position where I cast a charm and the snake just ignores it like I would an ant. God forbid step on me for being annoying or kill me by mistake. Loki then sacrificed it to himself and went above the grey fog with the skin and started a dream divination. Which creature is the skin from? 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 The vision of a small snake appeared in Loki's mind as it slithered around the forest floor and hunted animals by killing them just by looking at them. Chapter 139, Side Story, 5, A Guess. Loki. It's clearly him. He's the heir of Slytherin. No, Ron. It's not him. Then why won't you just let us use the polyjuice potion to go talk to him and get him to confess? Because it's a waste of time. Are you stupid? Oh wait, I thought you had any brains, never mind. Ron frowned and Harry tried to keep his mouth shut to avoid laughing at his best friend. Harry. Ron turned to Harry. Since Hermione wouldn't listen to him, what do you think? I don't know, Ron. I mean, what reason do we have to believe he's the heir of Slytherin? I'm more inclined to believe it's Draco. And didn't he help us last time? But he only helped us to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Why not both? Maybe they're covering for each dash. Silencio, Hermione whispered, stopping any sound from coming out of Ron's mouth. How do you even think of so much nonsense? I've seen girls that are less chatty than you. Hermione complained before walking out of the room to go to room 2-21 and work on the newspaper. Meanwhile, Loki looked at the notice board in the Slytherin dorms while he was walking out and wondered, a dueling club. I wonder if anything newsworthy will happen. Will it be Lockhart running the club or Professor Flitwick? If it was Lockhart, it would be fun. Myrtle. Hermione asked as soon as she stepped into the room, seeing her waiting while pretending to sit on a chair. Oh, Hermione. Will Loki not come here today? I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm not sure if he'll be late or something because he's been looking for something in the library these days. Is that Sue? Would you like to play a round of Arcadia Royale with me? All right. But just one round if that's all right. I have to organize a few articles before the paper is printed tonight. All right. Thank you. No worries. Loki promised to help you out. He. By the way, are you going to be able to defeat me? I have a gold Professor McGonagall card and a silver Professor Flitwick card in my deck. Really? Can I see? I have the Platinum Peeves card if you want to see. It should all be in that drawer. Sure. Hermione nodded and they spent the next 15 minutes looking at each other's cards instead of playing the actual game, since Daphne's illustrations were beautiful, with Professor McGonagall's card having a cat border with the cat playing with a ball of yarn. Professor Flitwick's card had him handing out his secret muffins that he gave only to the best of the students. While Peeves' card had a secret feature that allowed one to gaze at his live location in the castle. A feature Loki made after mimicking the Marauder's map. Meanwhile, at Hagrid's hut, Loki looked at Fong and asked Hagrid with worry, "Hagrid, did someone kill all your chickens?" "Yeah. Someone's been out for them. I don't know who, and I've been trying to get Fong to trace their scent back, but it won't work. Fong's not dumb, so it's probably a student who knows how to hide their tracks. But why would they kill your chickens? That's what I want to find out. This year's truly gone poorly for me. First, it was the Chamber of Secrets. Now it's the chickens. By the way, I heard from someone that you were arrested earlier for opening the Chamber of Secrets. Are you all right with what's happening in the castle now? Who told you about it?" Hagrid asked, startled. "Don't worry, not gonna write about it in the newspaper. I heard about it from Friar. It's not been going well. Heard from Professor Dumbledore that the Ministry's looking to send me back to Azkaban for a while so that the parents can be calmed down." Loki frowned. "That's poor taste. Can't Professor Dumbledore do anything to stop it?" "I doubt he can. Especially when the Minister is out for my head." "I see, I'll take care of Fong while you're gone, so you won't have to worry about him or the animals in the Forbidden Forest." "I know. I've seen all the bandages you've tied around the unicorns. They're a little disappointed each time you don't come with me too. Hee, I just find it a little stuffy in the castle during the nights. So I go out on a trip. With no Dark Lord killing unicorns anymore, I find it relaxing to take a stroll in the forest. Just don't roam into the centaur's territory. Yep, I make sure I remain with the unicorns." Chapter 140, On Call. Once the snake wanted to consume its prey, it grew in size appropriately to swallow its prey and then continued hunting. As soon as the vision ended, Loki felt a sigh of relief escape his lips. "I could have died rather easily if I'd stepped into the chamber today. Is that the weapon Tom uses to petrify the students? Given the snake can change its size, I see how Tom can carry the snake around the castle with him, but it seems a little ridiculous. How can the snake kill its prey just by looking at them? Is it a creature that has emerged from the death pathway? And why is it in Salazar Slytherin's chamber? Was Salazar Slytherin a beyonder of the death pathway? If so, is he still alive today? What happened to the founders anyway? How did all of them die if they were such great wizards? If they were great enough to start a school that has purebloods attending it, they were likely beyonders too. So how did they die? Did they never become demigods?" Getting no more information about the snake in the Chamber of Secrets from divination, Loki dove into the library to find himself a book that would help him answer the questions he had about the creature and the founders. From the next day, there were no more reports of any rooms in the castle being turned over after Ginny Weasley had gotten the diary she so needed. Ginny has started to get worse. Loki noticed as his spirit vision picked up just how sick she was. Did Tom transfer other sequence beyonder characteristic into her? Then is he getting close to his end goal? He'll probably do something drastic once again so that he can carry out his final ritual in peace. Will he finally kill a student? That evening in classroom 2-21, Loki was cornered by the two girls, Hermione and Daphne. "Loki, we think we should reopen our investigation." "Huh?" Loki looked at them confused. What's got them so riled up? Loki, have you been paying attention to the rumors? Rumors? What rumors? That Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin. I don't believe them. No, not that, Loki. Hermione disagreed and continued, about how Hogwarts will shut down if there is another attack. Seriously? Where did you hear that? Loki asked, a little shocked. The ghosts, I heard from them that the teachers have been discussing the attacks and that if there is another attack in the school, Headmaster Dumbledore will be sent away. The school is on the brink of being shut down by the governors, Hermione explained patiently. I see, so how do you think you can help? Loki asked, a little frustrated. Hermione and Daphne shared a glance and then looked at Loki with a fierce expression. We know you're hiding something from us, Loki. You've been scouring the library for something lately and they're all in the ancient creatures section and the section on the founders. We don't have care of the magical creatures until third year, so what were you doing there? I was just looking at them to learn more about the history and evolution of magical creatures. Come on, Loki. Stop lying to us. Hermione and Daphne glared at Loki and urged him to reveal his secrets with their eyes. You girls are bullying me. We wouldn't need to do this if you wouldn't have started acting suspiciously. Well, you remember the snake we predicted was the monster in the Chamber of Secrets? Loki asked with a soft frown. Yes. Hermione and Daphne nodded. Well, I was just trying to find out which monster was inside the Chamber of Secrets so that I could be prepared in case it attacked me. Remember? I'm a Muggle orphan. That's why. Hermione and Daphne's eyes widened as they looked at Loki in a new light, and then Daphne immediately said, I can help you, and then Hermione agreed by saying, I will help you too. I need to protect myself too. I at least promise me, as soon as you come across you know who in any of your research you'll ignore it and stop searching about it. I promise. Hermione said and Daphne nodded in agreement. With Hermione and Daphne helping him, Loki's search picked up pace as they searched through the library to learn about the special snake that was attacking the students of Hogwarts. Found anything yet? Loki asked Hermione in a whisper as they were in the library. Not yet, Loki, you go and have dinner, you even missed lunch today. Fine. I am a little hungry. Loki nodded and left the library before Hermione and Daphne as he walked toward the Great Hall to eat a little dinner. But midway through dinner, Loki saw Professor McGonagall rush towards Professor Dumbledore and whisper something to him. It gave him a bad feeling, so he immediately began to take whatever food he could by stuffing it into his pockets. Headmaster Dumbledore then stood up and announced calmly, I request all the students to follow their prefects back to their common rooms. Their heads of houses will come back to them later as well. Loki was surprised just as anybody and everyone began to conspire in whispers. Was there another victim? A bad feeling welled up in Loki's gut as he spotted Daphne rushing into the Great Hall. Daphne looked around and finally rushed towards Loki. What happened, Daph? Loki asked, holding her shoulder, trying to calm her down since she was hyperventilating. It's Hermione. Hermione was petrified. What? How did you escape? Hermione warned me before I could get caught in its gaze. Gaze? You figured out what the animal is? Yes. We figured out the name. It is called a basilisk. It has a deadly gaze and kills everyone it makes direct eye contact with. Hermione and the others escaped sure death because they looked at it indirectly. Daphne said in a single breath. But before Loki could do anything else, Daphne took a deep breath before explaining again. A creature came out of her shadow to fight it off, but it froze almost immediately too. It was made up of shadows and eyes, I don't know how else to describe it. Loki nodded and spoke calmly, go to the dorms, Daphne, I'll be with you soon. All the students began to fall in line with prefects who were escorting them, but Loki held back, and in all the chaos, he slipped and started moving towards Snape's office. I should inform Professor Snape about all that I know, it's probably for the best that I wash my hands off. As Loki began to move to Snape's office, he suddenly stopped. A scowl made its way onto his face as he felt Tom trying to compel him to come toward the second-floor girls' lavatory. I can't even make more preparations for the basilisk now. Well, can't do much now, but at least I am wearing the Ring of Harvest. Before leaving though, Loki moved up to a broom closet and blew on the whistle to summon Sunny, calling him and explaining what needed to be done. Help me, will ya? Squeak squeak. No, I'm not paying you up front. And it'll be a good opportunity to digest your potion anyway. So get yourself up and put in some work. Having a partner who knows nothing about the Quill of Alzahud but still does exactly what you say is quite amazing. I wonder if Adam will be able to figure out the trick I'm about to use. Poor guy will be introduced to the best pirate the world will ever see, Gehrman Sparrow. He. Chapter 141, Dead. With a serious look on his face, Loki began to move towards the second-floor girls' lavatory, but on his way he found Harry Potter and Ron Weasley talking to Lockhart. Loki peered in out of curiosity and found the office had been stripped of all its decorations. The portraits of Lockhart were folded and stuffed into boxes while all the other decorations were stuffed into a suitcase along with clothes. Are you going somewhere? Harry asked. Heir, well, yes. What about my sister? Ron squealed. Well, that would be most unfortunate, Lockhart said while packing other things around the room. You mean you're running away? Harry said a little angrily. After all that stuff in your books. My dear boy, Lockhart parented, my books wouldn't have sold half as well if people didn't think I'd done all those things. No one wants to read about a witch with a hairy chin and terrible dressing sense banishing a banshee, I mean, come on. So you've just been taking credit for what other people have done? Harry asked with wide eyes. Lockhart then banged the lid of his trunk shut and looked around the room. Let's see, that's everything I think, and when his eyes finally rested on Harry and Ron he said, yes, just one more thing left. Lockhart pulled out his wand and spoke with confidence. Sorry boys, but I'll have to put a memory charm on you now. Can't have you blabbing my secrets all over the place. I'd never sell another book. Harry and Ron immediately panicked, but before Lockhart could say otherwise, Harry whipped out his wand and shouted, Expelliarmus. A blinding red flash emitted from Harry's wand and flew into Lockhart's chest, knocking him off his feet and over his trunks. Lockhart's wand flew to Ron, which he captured and tossed outside the window. Shouldn't have let Professor Snape teach us that one, Harry said with anger. What do you want me to do? I don't even know where the Chamber of Secrets is. With the show done, Loki was just about to move towards the girls' lavatory, but as soon as he was about to take a step away he heard Harry say, You're in luck. We think we know where the chamber is and what's inside it. Harry said and marched Lockhart out of the office, forcing Loki to hide behind an armor statue. So they know where the chamber is and what's inside it. Didn't Hermione say they were, at least Ron was, adamant that I'd opened the chamber a couple of months ago? Loki wondered. Following Harry, Ron, and Lockhart, Loki shifted through the shadows and tailed them while using his illusion skills to remain invisible. Eventually, Loki grew a little surprised when the trio managed to move to the girls' lavatory and ended up speaking to the sink in Parseltongue. Well, I guess Adam did something magical behind the scenes to inform them about this. Loki waited till all three slid down the pipes and then jumped into the fray himself, obeying Tom's commands. Loki slid down the pipe system once again and folded his legs to increase his speed, but as he bottomed out, Loki heard a loud shout from the end of the tunnel. "Conf Ringo." The entire pipe system shook, and as Loki landed out of the pipe, his knee smashed into the back of someone's head. Crack! He heard a loud crack, and then before he could comprehend what was happening, he shot deeper into the darkness as a waterfall of rocks fell behind him. Loki, quick on his feet, rushed into the darkness when he heard Harry shout to get his voice across the wall of rocks. "Ron. Are you all right?" "Yes. I'm okay. This kid's not though. I think he knocked his head on one of the rocks." Ron shouted back. Loki, cognizant of the conversation, stayed hidden in the darkness as the Niffler in his robes similarly kept quiet. Harry then used the Lumos spell to get a little light, but it didn't light up more than a few feet around him. Loki followed Harry in surprisingly the same way his compulsion from Tom was pointing him in, but they encountered another door, this time more ornate with 7 stone snakes with rubies embedded into their eyes. Hiss SSSSSS. Harry made the hissing sound once again, and the door opened with the snakes retreating into their stone burrows. Loki followed Harry smoothly while maintaining plenty of distance behind him and stepped into what looked like a grand hall. A tall face stood at the end of the hall, looking like an ancient observer looking at everything underneath it with disdain. A statue of Salazar Slytherin. Loki thought with some shock. Wouldn't this have been a risk for madness if his picture got across to multiple of his followers and was distorted? Harry rushed toward Ginny, who was lying at the end of the hall right under the statue, and tossed his stick aside. "She won't wake." A soft voice that emerged from beside Harry spoke. "So Tom's here, he's pretty relaxed, so the ritual is going to be completed soon." Loki wondered. The boy was tall, black-haired with sharp eyes and a face that made him look smart and studious, not someone you'd associate with dark arts at all. "What do you mean she won't wake?" Harry asked desperately. She's not dash. She's still alive," Tom said, but only just. Meanwhile, Loki changed his appearance with the help of his illusions and stepped out into the light. "Ah. You're finally here. I was wondering what was taking you so long." "Gehrman Sparrow," Tom said, looking at Loki. "Well, I need you to complete my work anyway. Come over here." "Your work?" Harry asked, puzzled. Tom looked at Harry with glee and spoke calmly. "Yes. All of this. The Chamber of Secrets. The Heir of Slytherin. All of them were orchestrated by me." Who are you?" "I'll stop you from doing anything to her or him," Harry asked in shock. "Haha, of course Gehrman Sparrow here was instrumental in slowing me down, more than Dumbledore ever managed to. But now that I've taken control of him, I doubt anyone can do much to stop me anymore." "Taken control?" "Haha, yes. I was just a memory, trapped in this damn book for 50 years. Ginny here poured her heart out to me, helping me grasp her weaknesses, helping me take over her body to open the Chamber of Secrets. I had to transfer my Beyonder characteristics to control her though, and when I've transferred the remaining little bit, I'll have her forever." "Beyonder characteristics?" Harry asked about the new information he was just learning. "HMPF, Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The boy who drove away the Dark Lord. Lofty names you have. But what a shame, you don't even know about the world of Beyonders yet. Gehrman, come to me." Loki did as told and moved closer to Tom. Tom then picked up Harry's wand and tapped his hand with it, transforming it into the hands of a clawed demon, which he stabbed into Loki's chest and twisted around. "No!" Harry shouted. Loki didn't even show the slightest amount of pain and just stood there, blood dripping out of his mouth and dazed eyes. "Here. I have it now," Tom said, and pulled out a pure red crystal from Loki's body, causing Loki to collapse and fall to the ground, looking very dead as blood pooled around him. "This is a Beyonder characteristic, Harry. This is the source of all my power," Tom explained, and flung the Beyonder characteristic at Ginny, whose body began to absorb it greedily. Harry's eyes were bloodshot, his head was spinning seeing the death of a student, and his body was trembling seeing Ginny, who was about to die, all while he would remain helpless since he couldn't do anything without a wand. "Why did I drop my wand?" Harry wondered for the first time in a while. Chapter 142, To Mr. Errors Blessed. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Harry asked in anger. "Voldemort," Tom exclaimed with a smirk. "Voldemort? Why do you care about Voldemort? Harry asked bravely but still confused. He was after your time. Voldemort, Harry, is my past, my present and my future, Tom said with a smile, his arm stretched out to reveal the grandness of his words. Flicking Harry's wand through the air, Tom wrote the words, Tom Marvolo Riddle, in the air and with a flick caused the letters to rearrange themselves to spell out the sentence, I am Lord Voldemort. You see. It was a name I was already using when I was in Hogwarts. Of course, only my most intimate friends knew of it. I wanted a name that wizards all around the world would one day fear to even speak. And I've achieved it. Harry was looking at Tom with a scowl, his anger apparent in his bloodshot eyes, but he forced himself to speak. You're not. Not what? Tom asked, annoyed at having been interrupted while giving his grand speech. I'm not afraid to speak your name, and so is Headmaster Dumbledore. I bet you're afraid of him, aren't you? Tom's smile changed into a frown and he tried to argue. He was driven out of the castle by a mere memory of me. Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. Harry said, repeating Dumbledore's advice to him from last year. Tom opened his mouth to argue further but froze when he heard a song. Harry looked around trying to spot the source of the song unsuccessfully since the song was echoing everywhere and made his heart swell to twice its size. A bird. Tom said, spotting a crimson bird that was rather large like a swan. Ha ha. Is that what he sent to help you? A bird and an old hat. Tom mocked and then spoke in a sarcastic tone, help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. Tom laughed with his hands on his knees as if he'd heard the funniest joke in a century. The large chamber they were in echoed Tom's laughing and poured water over Harry's burning morale that even the phoenix landing on Harry's shoulder couldn't raise. Tom then turned towards the statue and spoke to it in Parseltongue and said something Harry understood. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The statue began to move and the dust that had collected on it began to fall. The statue slowly opened its mouth wider and wider, forming a deep black hole that looked like the abyss. The mouth acted as a natural echo chamber, amplifying the movement of the slithering snake in it. Harry immediately closed his eyes, and as he did he thought he heard a squeak from the phoenix, but the movement of the snake was too loud to accurately pinpoint the sound after the phoenix took flight. What are you going to do now, Potter? Tom said before turning to the basilisk and speaking in Parseltongue. Kill him. The next moment Loki got up from the ground and dusted himself. Damn, my robes are stained with blood, I'll need to clean them after I go back. Loki looked at the 6 other creatures in the chamber. Tom, Harry, Ginny, the basilisk and the sorting hat, all of them were in a daze. Good job putting them to sleep and pulling them into a dream, Sonny, Loki said, petting the niffler who was scampering around his shoulder. You're somehow always super useful against you-know-who. I'll treat you to a pile of gold when we're back. Squeak. Do you need to stay here or will you come with me? Squeak squeak. Fine, stay here and digest your potion. Good luck. Loki said and began to walk into the now open mouth of the Slytherin that looked like it was calling to him. Walking at a quick pace, Loki vanished into the tunnel that was Salazar Slytherin's mouth while Sonny kept watch on the 6 people who were currently trapped in a dream and were fighting each other. Good that the Ring of Harvest stole the ability to use Mr. A's powers to control his flesh from the sequence 6 Rose Bishop. Loki thought as he patted his chest where Tom had pierced him to remove the Beyonder characteristics. I've gotten my potion digested to about 70% already by fooling Tom, I wonder how I'll digest the other 30%. Delving deep into the tunnel, Loki finally came across the end, which was a large room that was probably the nesting site of the basilisk. Is there really nothing here? Loki wondered as he stepped around the room, but as he walked closer to the walls after activating his spirit vision he froze. Huh? Why can I feel there's something of value hidden behind the wall? Is it a false wall? Loki asked and moved closer. Feeling the wall by knocking on it, Loki determined that the wall was fake and was covering up something. How did Tom not notice this? Perhaps he never thought that there could be a secret inside a secret chamber. Loki wondered and pulled out his wand. He tapped the wall with a little bit of his spirituality, but nothing happened, and just when Loki decided he was going to use Diffindo to cut through the wall, it sunk. A clear line was created across its border as it inset into the floor. Loki pressed the wall deeper and forced it to open. Behind it was a dark tunnel that Loki cautiously stepped into after igniting the tip of his wand using the Lumos charm, but the tunnel seemed to have been artificially darkened since the light from the Lumos charm didn't even travel far enough to touch the walls that Loki could feel were only a meter away. Thin strings of black hair seemed to float in the air like a spider's web, judging all that touched them. Darkness pathway artifact. Loki wondered but otherwise continued to move deeper since the hair didn't strangle him or put him to sleep even after coming in direct contact with him. It was only after a few minutes of soundless walking that Loki arrived at the source of the threads in the air. It came from a transparent jar with a beating heart inside it. The jar was placed on a stone slab where a shelf had been carved into the stone wall, but that wasn't what attracted Loki's attention. There was a small letter underneath the jar that Loki felt compelled to pick up. It was absorbing most of his attention. The symbol baked into the wax seal seems familiar, but where have I seen it before? I don't think there are any runes like this. Is it a combination of runes? Opening the letter by breaking its seal, Loki pulled out the letter within. To Mr. Heir's blessed. Loki froze in place as soon as he read the line, with the hairs on his body standing on full alert as goosebumps formed on every inch of his skin. Chapter 143, Near Total. To Mr. Heir's blessed. Loki continued to read. I'm glad you've partnered up with my descendants to reach here. I hope they didn't give you much trouble. Rowena and Helga both said you wouldn't like them, but your presence here proves otherwise. Much cannot be said, as I suspect you are still quite weak, so to help you grow stronger we've prepared a series of trials for you from which you get a special reward after you clear them to help you grow stronger. The trials might help us a little though. To begin the trials, follow this riddle. Every positive circle you make, while keeping in mind the trial you may take, will lead you to meet a wake on the magical floor from where you can see the lake. Why a riddle of all things? Loki sighed and read on. I hope to meet you soon. P.S. Don't take the jar with the heart of Saint Selena inside it, it is a part of the Hogwarts defensive measures. P.P.S. You can keep the ring that is under it, you might like what is contained inside it. Your admirer. Salazar Slytherin. There was a symbol at the end of the letter which was the same as the one on the seal, and Loki found his memory sparking a little as soon as he saw it. Now I remember, wasn't this the symbol for the true god of the darkness pathway in mysticism? Loki looked at the jar with a little suspicion, wondering if he would be struck by the hair-like projections that surrounded it if he tried stealing it. Everything felt like a fever dream and didn't make much sense inside his head. If he had to guess, he would guess that he was dreaming, but nothing he was doing woke him up. Such a feeling came not only from the letter that was addressed to him but also from the sudden potion feedback digestion that he'd felt as soon as he read the letter. He'd digested about 99% of the potion now. Carefully, or rather cautiously, Loki squatted and slowly picked up the jar off the stone shelf. Years of remaining undisturbed caused a little bit of dust to flow down the jar, but Loki ignored it and bent low to look underneath it. A simple ring with a black gem mounted in its hold appeared in front of Loki. Shifting a little to grab the heavy jar with a beating heart with one hand, Loki slowly picked up the ring with the dark stone set into it. Grasping the ring, Loki sent a bit of his spirituality into it, but unlike normal when runes would light up on it, Loki found the ring greedily absorbing his spirituality. All of a sudden Loki had information about a new space. A ring with an undetectable extension charm. Loki looked at the ring with raised eyebrows. There were many items inside the ring, but Loki felt he didn't have the time to pay attention to it right now. Instead, Loki placed the jar of Saint Selena's ashes back into its place, and after giving the secret chamber one last look, trotted his way out to go back to where Tom, Harry, the Phoenix, and the Basilisk were fighting in their dream because of Sunny. Does this mean that Salazar Slytherin and the four founders are aware of the three missing pathways? Do they have something to do with these pathways going missing? Did Salazar use his concealment ability to conceal all these pathways from the Beyonders in this universe? But why do that? Why would the founders want to do that? And although professional, why is the letter written to me with such a startling sense of familiarity? Why do they know about me when I don't know about them? Divination. But wouldn't the Saphira Castle stop such attempts? Loki wanted to stop and ponder more, but he knew that Sunny might be getting to his limit trying to simulate the dream for all the people involved, so he kept moving and eventually ended up coming out of the mouth of Salazar Slytherin, only to see everyone frozen in a tranquil sleep as they had been when he'd left. Did you digest any of your potion yet? Loki asked Sunny, who looked like he was extremely tired. Squeak. Good that you did, we can give you the next potion when we return home. Now tell me everyone's condition quickly so that I can replicate their dream in reality. Harry is about to collapse. He stabbed a basilisk fang into the diary and destroyed it. While the phoenix has destroyed the basilisk's eyes, it was killed after a pristine long sword was stuck into the roof of its mouth. The Niffler said with exhaustion. Oh, and the phoenix is crying on Harry's wound from where the basilisk fang stabbed it into its arm. You can speak. Loki asked, shocked, what the hell? But instead of responding right, Sunny just gave Loki a glare. Okay. Okay. Keep your secrets. But your David Attenborough-sounding voice doesn't suit your tiny little frame. Loki complained, and the Niffler just turned his head away and spoke once again and chided him for the delay. Be quick. It'd be a shame to kill the beautiful serpent. Is there nothing in the ring that could save it? I could put up an illusion for the phoenix to see. But can I even do that? I don't think I can make such a huge illusion. Although the size of his illusions had gotten bigger after digesting his potion a little more, making an entire basilisk wasn't something Loki could do. It was like asking someone to paint the universe on an atom. Whatever it is. Be quick. Loki searched through the contents of the ring in a hurry, but he didn't have to, since as soon as he thought about the serpent, the ring spat out a new ring. This one had a metallic serpent for its band and a green gem in its eye. The serpent on the ring slithered around its body, coiling around itself to make a complex brocade. Huh. Loki appeared confused at the ring that seemed to have a mind of its own, but as soon as the new ring came into the open, the basilisk opened its eyes. Loki couldn't close his eyes in time and felt as if he'd be petrified instantly, but after a few seconds of staring at the basilisk and seeing nothing happening to Loki or Sunny, they became confused. "Hello," Loki said in English. The basilisk nodded and Loki looked at it with confusion. Do you recognize this ring?" Loki asked, showing the basilisk the ring he'd gotten from Salazar. Hiss. The basilisk was vocal and physical about its recognition as it nodded heavily, creating a breeze that rustled Loki's hair. "Would you like to follow me?" Loki asked with a smile, and the basilisk nodded once again and instantly shrank in size. But instead of leaving nothing behind, it left out the outer layer of its skin so that it'd appear as if there was a large snake still in the chamber. "Well, that solves the problem of faking your death." Loki nodded and found a small serpent climbing up to his shoulders using his leg. The serpent hissed in satisfaction as Loki scratched its underside. Loki walked up to the book next, and instead of directly using the poison from the basilisk to kill it, Loki brought it close to the ring of harvest on his hand and gave it the order to consume it. A slick black mouth opened up on the ring, and before he even realized what was happening to him, Tom's soul was dragged out of the diary and consumed by the ring. Simultaneously, the soul of an old spectacled man appeared from the ring as it looked back at Loki and nodded thankfully at him. The soul left by merging with the air around it and turning invisible and instantly beyond characteristics of the corresponding pathway and sequence appeared out of the ring. Sequence 8, Doctor of the Planter Pathway. Only after that did Loki borrow a fang from the basilisk to stab through the book, which he placed beside Harry. After arranging the rest of the scene as Sunny directed, Loki used the basilisk's help to leave the Chamber of Secrets and vanish from the scene without leaving behind any evidence of his existence there. He even cleaned up the blood that had spilt out of his body with the help of the basilisk and the book that was oozing ink. Why didn't Ginny lose Tom's beyonder characteristics after I killed him? Did consuming the soul with the Ring of Harvest bring along the beyonder characteristics or something? Whatever. Loki thought as the giant basilisk slithered through the sewer pipe. He was more excited about something else. "I guess I cheated, Adam, this time. Hopefully. I don't want him to learn about the note Slytherin gave me." Chapter 144, Answers. Entering the dormitory, Loki walked into Daphne, who was waiting right by the entrance for Loki. "Are you all right?" Daphne asked, scanning Loki for any visible injuries, and when she saw the large hole in his dress she panicked. "Calm down, Daph," Loki said, holding Daphne, who had already begun parting Loki's torn clothes to inspect his wound better. "It's not my blood." Loki lied. "Could you do me a favor and help me fix my clothes? I don't want anyone else to get worried." "Whose blood is it then if it is not yours?" Daphne almost shouted, but somehow managed to keep her tone contained in a barely audible whisper. "Don't worry about that. Know some way to help me fix the blood on my clothes and repair them." Daphne gave Loki a long stare but then sighed and complied. "I don't know how to fix your clothes, but I can get rid of the blood from them. There's a simple charm for that." Daphne quickly waved her wand while muttering the phrase, "Scour Jiffy Sanguis." All the blood from Loki's dress immediately flowed out and hovered in the air, forming a small blob of slightly dark red blood before Daphne collected it all in a small vial and handed it back to Loki. "Any ideas how I can get my clothes fixed?" Loki asked, wondering if he'd have to use his deft hands to fix up his dress by sewing it. Get out of it and give it to me. I'll ask a senior student to fix it for you." "Sure." Loki nodded and Daphne followed him to his room. Under the curious gazes of various students, where Loki hid the hole in his shirt using illusions, he went inside, changed into new clothes and handed back his torn shirt to Daphne, who was patiently waiting outside. "Thank you, Daph, you've been helpful, in more ways than one," Loki said appreciatively with a smile that Daphne returned. "Did you manage to save the girl who was taken into the chamber?" "Yes, I did, although I will not be taking credit for it. No one else must know that I did it." "You want me to keep this a secret?" Daphne asked, and Loki nodded and warned, "Yes, even from Hermione." "Why did you tell me about it then?" Daphne asked with a frown. "Because I know you don't gossip." "But Hermione doesn't gossip, she's the straightest arrow I've ever seen," Daphne countered. "Yes, but if I tell Hermione about it, she'd probably get into an argument with Harry and Ron and end up revealing things either way just to support me." Daphne gave Loki a frustrated stare and then said with a scowl, "Although I don't think we should hide it from her, I will listen to you." "Thank you." Loki nodded, and after Daphne left went back into his room and crashed into his bed. Sweet rest at last. Loki admired the Ring of Harvest for a bit, watching Tom's soul trapped in it, unable to do anything to escape his fate. He transferred from one inanimate object into another. Loki thought as a smirk made its way to his face. "How long will you stare at that ring? Will you ever give it to me?" Loki heard a deep voice beside himself and almost jumped out of the bed and pulled a wand on it before his brain kicked in with some latency and helped him recognize the voice as Sunny. "Damn, it's going to take a bit of time to get used to you having such a deep voice, you damn niffler. I've got a name. And you must use it. I'm Sunny," the niffler said, folding its arms and sitting on Loki's bed. How are you able to speak anyway? Loki asked with his own arms folded as he interrogated his pet Niffler. I was able to speak by vibrating my spirituality outside my body after I drank the nightmare potion. It just took me a little while to understand how to speak, so I didn't speak before today. Asterisk I asterisk, and here I was thinking you were possessed by Riddle or something. Hiss SS. A sudden hissing noise emitted from Loki's collar as a snake crawled out of Loki's robes. What's he saying? Loki asked the Niffler, who was looking at the ring Loki was holding with greed. How do you think I'll know what he says? You know. Like, aren't you both animals? Can't you understand each other? I hate that it works like you think it does. The Niffler said indignantly and began to talk to the serpent. Can you ask if it can answer a few of my questions? Loki asked, pulling out a shiny coin from his pocket to tempt the Niffler. Squeak squeak. Hiss SS. What do you want me to ask it? Sunny asked, looking at Loki. Loki smiled and spoke elegantly. Could you ask why its ability to kill using stairs doesn't work on us? Sunny nodded, looking at the snake, and began to ask it questions, and after a little back and forth between the trio, Loki concluded. So you're also a Beyonder. Sequence 8, Gravedigger of the Death Pathway. But how did you petrify them, and where does the notion of looking into people's eyes and killing them come from? Hiss SS. He says it's because he can see the weakness of anything, an ability of the Sequence 8 Gravedigger, and uses his spirituality that he has a lot of to shock the weaknesses of those that see him directly. Shock the weaknesses? Using his spirituality? What? I don't get it. Is that how the petrifications came about? But I thought the text Hermione found said it'd kill everyone it made eye contact with. Hiss SS. He says he cannot kill people. The result of his system-shocking spell is that people become petrified. The killing is just an understanding people have had from the past when they didn't know about petrifications. What is this system-shocking spell? How did he learn a spell in the first place? Hiss SS. It isn't a spell, it's more of a unique ability. When he drowns the weakness of the enemy with a ton of spirituality, their souls and bodies fall into a mismatch because their bodies become confused about which spirituality is truly theirs. And he is unique in pulling it off because Salazar Slytherin used rituals to stuff a large amount of spirituality into his body. To such a degree that any normal person would die and turn into an evil spirit before they saw any gains. I see. Hiss SS. It is also why he cannot advance to the next sequences in spite of living for so long. There is a high chance of him losing control because of the rituals that gave him so much spirituality. Is that so? Does he live in the Chamber of Secrets? Hiss SS. No. He lives in the spirit world, like me. He only enters the Chamber of Secrets to hunt or when summoned. I see. What about the ring? Does he know about it? Hiss SS. That's his summoning ring. Salazar made it to make it easier to summon him. Fine then. Loki nodded and said, I'm going to take a break now, my brain can't stand much more of all this. I'm tired. You can leave whenever you want to, Mr. Snake. You too, Sunny. Hiss SS. Fine. With those words, the trio of animals, spirits, and humans adjourned their meeting and comfortingly fell asleep in each other's company, since it had been a long day and no one wanted to take each other's time to rest. Chapter 145, done. Loki woke up with an annoyed expression. Each time he tried to fall asleep last night, a dangerous feeling arose from the Ring of Harvest. The first time it happened, Loki became worried that Tom was up to something, but only after he spent a little bit of time analyzing it above the grey fog did he understand that it wasn't Tom, but the ring itself. It had grown disobedient. Only after a round of threatening and beating the ring above the grey fog for some time, did it calm down once again and begin to behave like a nice little pet. There wasn't much to do for Loki after he'd left the Chamber of Secrets yesterday, so he spent a good part of the morning looking at the note that Salazar had left for him. Magical floor. And lake. Where is this magical floor that can allow me to see the lake? Asterisk I asterisk I'll solve this later. For now, I need to go and acquire my benefits to fully digest my potion. While leaving the Chamber of Secrets yesterday, Loki happened to come in contact with Lockhart. It seemed as if Loki's knees kissing the back of his head had somehow managed to turn him into a moron. He was barely able to string together to make sensible sentences, and he could not recognize his students anymore. Well, nice that I included a clause in the contract that took account of incurable sicknesses. Poor guy though, I feel like I'm robbing him blind. Maybe I can leave him enough to be taken care of in St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries for the rest of his life. With a soft skip in his steps, Loki walked towards Lockhart's office where he expected the professor to be. Knock knock. Loki waited for a bit after knocking but heard no response from the inside. Did he leave? Are you searching for Professor Lockhart too? A girl in her senior year asked in a somber tone. Yes. I'm looking for him. Do you know where he is? Loki asked politely, wondering why exactly the girl was speaking to him. It seemed like she'd bawled her eyes out since her makeup was all over the place and her eyes looked swollen like someone had punched them. Poor Professor. I heard he fought the heir of Slytherin in a brave battle and was riddled with injuries. He's in hospital wing, recovering. The girl added and with a sniffle and huff buried her face in her hands and ran away sobbing. What the heck? Loki lampooned at the girl's behavior as she dashed past him and almost knocked him over. Well, at least I know where he is now. Loki mumbled and continued on his way to the hospital wing. Outside the hospital wing, Loki found a huge line of girls waiting outside and Madame Pomfrey standing outside the hospital with an angry look. No one gets inside. What do you think of this place? It's a hospital. There are actual patients inside who've got recovering to do. Get out. Get out. Before I call the heads of your houses and deduct 100 points from each of you. The girls shivered under Madame Pomfrey's threat and rushed back to their dorms in a hurry, nearly trampling over Loki and causing him to become a patient in the process. When all the girls left and Madame Pomfrey let out a deep sigh of relief, Loki made short work of the distance between them and walked up to her. What are you here for, Loki? Professor Snape requested you to deliver a new batch of potions. Asterisk cough no, I mean, I'm here to meet Professor Lockhart. Loki stuttered and spoke in between his coughs. Madame Pomfrey wordlessly raised her eyebrows and gave Loki a questioning stare. Well, I need him to sign a few forms regarding the Hogwarts Honest Mill, which he is a business partner in. Loki said without embarrassment and with a straight face. I don't think Professor Lockhart is in any condition to sign forms, young man. Well, isn't that the point? Loki said with raised eyebrows, causing a small smirk to appear on Madame Pomfrey's face. She immediately turned away and walked back into the hospital, all while Loki could swear he heard her say, finally that pompous idiot gets what he deserves. Make sure not to disturb any of the other patients, Loki. Madame Pomfrey said and walked away to do her work in the hospital. Loki looked around a little and found Harry resting on one of the beds with his eyes closed while a few other students remained petrified on other beds waiting for the Mandrix draft to be administered to them. Loki stood for a little bit in front of Hermione and made sure to drop his get-well-soon letter by her side before walking towards the awake and bumbling fool that was sitting on a bed nearby. You're here for me, I suppose. Lockhart said with a smile on his face as he stuffed his face with a bar of new chocolate while speaking to Loki. Yes, how did you know? Loki asked, wondering if Lockhart still retained some sense of intelligence and might cause his plan to fail. Ah. There have been many who've visited me today. Although all of them were women. I seem to be very popular with them and they all had chocolates. I see. You are right, but I'm here for a different reason. I'm here for you to sign a few papers. Papers? Do you want an autograph? Lockhart asked with a happy smile. Well, not exactly. I need your signature because given your condition, it is not possible for you to exert any more influence over the Hogwarts Honest Mill newspaper, so I will need to assess your assets to provide monetary support to the newspaper. Is that so? Lockhart asked. Yes. And I will also need you to sign a form that says I will not have to return them to you. Loki said with a smile and then continued looking at him with his most charming and elegant smile. Is that all? Lockhart asked with a charming smile of his own. Loki nodded, yes, Professor. I don't want to make this hard for you, so here, please sign here, showing Lockhart a clipboard with official documents on it. Okay. Lockhart shouted while Loki just smiled and accepted Lockhart's most precious autograph. After getting Lockhart's smile, Loki fed him a few pieces of chocolate before spotting Madame Pomfrey, who was looking at him like he was the devil. I almost feel bad for him. Madame Pomfrey said with a frown. Oh, come on, madam. I'm sure you don't. Or do you not remember the time he turned Harry's arm into a rubbery, boneless appendage? You might be right. I don't. I didn't see a thing. You can leave if you're done. Thank you, Professor, Loki said with a polite bow before leaving the hospital wing with a charming smile. As he walked away, Loki thought back to all the rules of acting he had deciphered for the Swindler potion. When I swindled Lockhart into signing the first contract, I learned that to swindle a person you must appear reliable. When I swindled the various students and professor of Hogwarts into buying the newspaper and along with it the Arcadia Royale cards, I learned that one man's trash could be another man's treasure. The cards were worthless, only printed on paper and could be used just once. But the demand for this trash turned it into a precious treasure many would not part with. When I swindled Tom and the Hogwarts professors as they dealt with the thief who had stolen the precious diary, I learnt that swindling someone is the best when they don't have a trail to catch you. It doesn't matter if someone is suspicious, suspicions can be manufactured after all. When I swindled Tom and possibly Adam in the Chamber of Secrets by appearing as Gairman Sparrow, I learnt that to swindle a man, you just need to make them think everything has gone according to their plan. As long as they're satisfied with their share, you can take everything else. When I swindled Salazar himself, I learnt that to swindle someone else means I must swindle myself first. Walking joyfully as he summarized this year, Loki felt his potion digest fully, giving his smile a radiating glow that caught the attention of the few girls still hanging around for Lockhart. Too bad for them though, Loki walked away without a care in the world. Chapter 146, as expected. With Lockhart swindled, Loki made his way back to his dorms with a happy jingle sounding from his pockets where he'd stored a bag filled with gold galleons and a check for money to be transferred to his account at Gringotts. Days passed by with the petrified students finally being released from hospital wing along with Harry just in time for the final school feast. During the feast, everyone on the Gryffindor table loved the red and gold decorations of the Great Hall while they feasted like kings under the envious gazes of all the students from the other houses. It was because they currently had the highest points with 560 points, with Slytherin coming in at the second place with 9 points less at 551. Loki had spoken to Hermione earlier during the day along with Daphne, and as agreed they only told her that Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were the ones that saved Ginny Weasley from the Chamber of Secrets and that Loki had stayed out of it. Hermione didn't believe it at first, but when she saw Daphne agreeing with Loki she curbed her suspicion a little and joined the festive end-of-the-year mood where exams had been cancelled for all years. Even though this was the second year Hermione wasn't writing her exams. The final issue of the Hogwarts Honest Mill for the year was printed with a blockbuster article detailing the fight in the Chamber of Secrets that Hermione learned about from Harry and Ron, making them mini-celebrities that were discussed throughout the school. In a grand hall in one of the taller towers of the castle, Headmaster Dumbledore paced around his room as he thought about the recent matters that had occurred in the school. He thought back to a few days earlier when Harry had stepped into his office while he was informing the Weasley family news about their daughter's untimely death. A few days earlier. Knock knock. Dumbledore looked at the wooden door, having noticed who was outside without opening the door, just by feeling who had come close in his sea of collective subconscious. He'd nodded slightly in Mrs. Weasley's direction to pause their conversation before speaking. "You may enter." The door opened with a creak, shocking the proud man already in the room who had a mocking smile on his face, Lucius Malfoy, as Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Lockhart entered the room. The Weasley parents flung themselves at their daughter and began to assess her and her health, observing if she was uncomfortable anywhere or had any injuries on her. "What happened? How did you save her?" We thought, Mrs. Weasley started but couldn't find herself to bring to finish the sentence. "I think we'd all like to know that, Molly," Professor McGonagall said with a worried and stern expression on her face as she looked at Harry. But Harry wasn't looking at her, he was looking past them all at Dumbledore, who gave him a soft but imperceptible nod to continue with his story. Harry then with relief continued to explain how Hermione was the one who informed them of the monster in the chamber of Slytherin through a note and how they'd figured out that Myrtle was the last victim of the chamber. Slowly he revealed everything that went down in the chamber, or at least whatever happened while he was pulled into a dream by Sunny. Everyone listened to his story, sometimes with shock and other times with worry, but they all made sure to pay attention, even at times when Harry revealed the truth about Lockhart and his attempt at trying to use a memory charm to wipe out his and Ron's memories. Soon Harry's story ended and a deafening silence reigned in the office. But the one to break it was not who everyone expected it to be. It wasn't Dumbledore but Malfoy. "When are you going to resign, Dumbledore?" Lucius Malfoy asked with a cold smile. "Resign? Have we missed something, Lucius? Hasn't the Chamber of Secrets been discovered and its monster been killed?" McGonagall voiced in support of Dumbledore, and everyone else in the room stood by his side. "Oh please, his handling of the case with the Chamber of Secrets has been nothing less than abominable. The governors want your resignation. But the innocent girl who had been dragged into this mess has been saved. There have been no deaths and everything has been normalized." McGonagall started, and yet you don't have a culprit to name." Lucius Malfoy interrupted with a sneer. "It was a rather advanced piece of dark magic that corrupted the girl. There was nothing she could do." Dumbledore finally said, since he didn't want to punish Ginny, especially when she and her parents were already worried about her because of the lasting effects she might have because of interacting with the diary. "As if I am going to believe a book could open the Chamber of Secrets. You could instead tell me it was the goblins in Gringotts that launched a rebellion, and I'd be more inclined to believe that instead." Lucius McGonagall was about to respond again, but Harry interrupted her this time. "You put the book in Ginny's book at Flourish and Blots, didn't you?" Harry accused, causing everyone to fall silent instantly. Lucius turned to look at Harry with a forced expression and said, "Don't go out throwing accusations without any proof, boy. Be careful what you are getting yourself Lucius. Don't you go around threatening students of Hogwarts under our watch." McGonagall finally said her piece and took a stand beside Dumbledore. Malfoy looked at Dumbledore with an indignant expression but remained silent. Finally, after the silence stretched for a few seconds, Dumbledore spoke. "Mrs. Weasley, I would be happy if you could escort your children to the hospital wing. I'm sure they need to be there rather than here at the moment." The parents nodded and hurried out of the room, and Professor Lockhart followed them. "Professor McGonagall, I'd appreciate it if you could go back and deal with matters regarding the shutting down of the school, since we don't need to close down anymore." McGonagall nodded and left the room, leaving only Lord Malfoy, Harry, and Dumbledore in the room. Lucius, I'm happy that you care for the students and only want what's best for them, even if you want to place a person here who would do the job better than me, but for now I will have to disappoint you. I will not be resigning from my post at Hogwarts. Dumbledore said, looking above his half-moon spectacles and straight into his eyes. Lucius wore a prominent scowl at those words, pulled his robes along with him and walked out of the office, leaving Dumbledore and Harry alone. Chapter 147, A Tired Albus. Dumbledore then turned to Harry and spoke to him in a calm tone, since he could sense Harry had a question for him. Harry, talk to me. I can sense that you've got a question for me. I can feel you're worried about something. Suddenly Harry's eyes widened, but looking at Dumbledore's serene expression, whose eyes had the depth of the black lake, he immediately blurted out, there was someone else. His name was Gehrman Sparrow. Tom said he had the last of his Beyonder characteristics and stabbed his hand into his chest to pull it out. Dumbledore's eyes slightly widened, but he spoke with an even deeper frown. And what happened to this Gehrman Sparrow? I don't know. Harry said, and then promptly explained, I couldn't find him anywhere after I woke up. Fawkes carried me and Ginny, but Gehrman Sparrow was nowhere to be found. Do you think that was just Voldemort playing tricks on me? It is hard to say. Dumbledore confessed, but no one knew if he was talking to himself or replying to Harry, or perhaps both. Did I do something wrong, Professor? Harry asked with worry. Dumbledore's expression changed instantly and turned from solemn into one that oozed out happiness and pride as he said, you need not worry about such things. I've never heard about a student named Gehrman Sparrow at Hogwarts. 200 points to Gryffindor for figuring out the matter behind the Chamber of Secrets. Harry smiled and curiously forgot about his other question about Beyonder characteristics and nodded at Professor Dumbledore in thanks. You may leave now, Harry. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey would like a visit from you just to see if there might be anything wrong with you, Dumbledore said calmly as Harry nodded and left the office. Finishing reminiscing the events, Dumbledore in his office looked at a rather obscure corner and walked towards it. Controlling his spirituality with finesse, he swiped his fingers over a marked part of the wall, causing it to split open and retract within itself to reveal a book and a quill that lay dormant in front of him. Gehrman Sparrow. Dumbledore thought about the name that came to him. He then walked over to the book in front of him and began to turn its pages one by one. Surprisingly, there was a record of everything that had happened at Hogwarts in the last 2 years, as if someone had diligently and patiently recorded everything that had happened within its bounds. Stopping at the final page where the pages had recorded everything about the conversation between him and Harry, Dumbledore frowned. Is this an alias? Dumbledore's fingers traced over the name Gehrman Sparrow that had been written down into the book for the first time when Harry mentioned it as his frown deepened. He pulled out his wand and tapped the book to find any other mentions of the name Gehrman Sparrow, but found nothing. He then flipped the pages to directly read about what had happened in the Chamber of Secrets, a place where the quill's influence still spread, but he found nothing new. Nothing happened differently than the way Harry had narrated the incidents, yet he felt confused. Carefully going over the events in the book, Dumbledore finally spotted a discrepancy. It lay hidden in between the sentence, leaving behind the dead husk of the basilisk. Harry left the Chamber of Secrets along with Ginny Weasley with the help of Fawkes. It was subtle but noticeable. Basilisk husk. Is this a figure of speech or is it the truth? Dumbledore calmly placed back the quill and the book in their place and sealed them before turning towards Fawkes the Phoenix. Fawkes, can you take me to the Chamber of Secrets? Chirp chirp. Thank you, Fawkes, I don't know what I'd have done without you. Dumbledore smiled and then held the phoenix that looked to be in the prime of its health. With the phoenix perched on his shoulder, Dumbledore prepared for himself as he was engulfed by a burst of fire that distorted his vision for a second before calming down and vanishing. A low exhale escaped Dumbledore's lips as he looked around himself. The Chamber of Secrets, Walking around the Grand Chamber, Dumbledore examined the battle ruins that were left after the fight with the Basilisk and Harry and tried to piece them together with what Harry had explained to him. Unraveling threads to his mystery, Dumbledore soon pieced together everything about the fight and finally arrived at an innocent spot. Is this where Gehrman Sparrow died? Dumbledore looked down at the spot, but he held a frown on his face. There wasn't much he could reveal from the spot. Although some blood might have fallen and created a puddle at the spot, it was all covered up. Covered up because the diary had been destroyed at the same spot. The ink had oozed out along with a mix of the basilisk's venom that had completely destroyed the spot and charred it beyond hope. Nothing could be recovered. Dumbledore finally turned around and turned his attention to the elephant in the room, or in this case something even bigger. It was the obvious fake-out that had gone unnoticed by young Harry. It was the basilisk that appeared to have only shed its skin and escaped from the chamber. Dumbledore used his wand to manipulate the shed skin and observe it from all directions for any clues, but nothing about it helped him. In fact, it only put him into an even deeper quagmire of questions. Following the basilisk's body, Dumbledore finally arrived at its nest in the chamber, which was a large hollowed-out dome cave whose walls were damp with moisture, allowing Dumbledore to guess they were somewhere under the Black Lake. But that was it. There was nothing else in the cave that would allow Dumbledore to conclude anything other than the fact that the basilisk had seemingly vanished. Dumbledore returned to the Chamber of Secrets and began to wonder about it all. his face carrying a deep frown conjoined with an expression that clearly showed how troubled he was. His thoughts, a mystery to everyone else, remained inside his head while his hands moved to pull out a mirror that existed in his pockets that were artificially expanded using an undetectable extension charm. The mirror was grand and elaborate with two eye-like symbols carved on its sides. Dumbledore lightly tapped the mirror's surface thrice before he asked it a question without pause. Respected Rhodes, my question is, who were the participants in the event that occurred here? The surface of the mirror immediately changed from showing a clear reflection of Dumbledore to becoming a hazy reflection that soon stabilized and portrayed a different view. It showed the image of 4 people all present in the Chamber of Secrets, 3 of which Dumbledore immediately recognized while the 4th gave Dumbledore trouble. The view continued shifting and moving as if it were a video, and without pause, Dumbledore heard the words, "Gairman Sparrow, leave Tom's mouth." A fit of confusion assaulted Dumbledore as the view in the mirror slowly faded away. Who is this Gairman Sparrow? Will Minerva or any other heads of houses know him? Is it him? But if it was him, his name would have been recorded by the quill. With the mirror returning to its natural state once again, words made of an ethereal gray fog began to appear on it. Based on the principle of reciprocity, I ask, what do you choose, question or punishment? Punishment, Dumbledore spoke calmly. It is my turn to give you a task then. If you do not follow up with the corresponding action, you will be punished. Dumbledore calmly nodded and Rhodes sent back a new message. In the Great Hall, in front of all the students, award 10 points to Slytherin for having a great sense of fashion. Dumbledore's lips twitched as he stared at the mirror only to find his tired reflection staring back at him. He sighed and after a nod found himself leaving the Chamber of Secrets with a dull look on his face. He did not enjoy dealing with this stupid mirror. Chapter 148, Another Year Gone. Some looked at Dumbledore, who had just entered the Great Hall with a confident stride, moving toward the centralmost chair on the long table at which the teachers ate. The end of the year feast had already commenced and everyone seemed to be busy stuffing their faces with food that seemed to vanish from their plates no matter how hard the house elves in the kitchens worked to replenish them. While everyone was busy, Dumbledore now in his chair rose up and brought the attention of everyone in the room to himself. The Gryffindors, especially Ron and Harry, looked at Dumbledore with excitement since they had been given 200 points just a few days earlier, but Dumbledore desperately avoided eye contact with them, or any Gryffindor for that matter, even if it was one of the centermost tables in the hall. I know the feast has already begun and the decorations have already been settled, and I congratulate the Gryffindors for that. Dumbledore paused and let the Gryffindors cheer for a little bit before he continued, I have a few last-minute points to dish out. Everyone looked at Dumbledore with confusion since he'd already given Harry and Ron their deserved points. To Slytherin, for having a fantastic assortment of fashion, and to Mr. Loki for using his newspaper to bring about a liveliness to Hogwarts that had never been seen before, I award them 10 points. The Great Hall fell into a stunned silence. As everyone in the Great Hall stared at Loki, he did his best to give off a composed and unsurprised expression outwardly, but inside his mind, he was left just as stunned and puzzled as everyone else. What the heck? What is the point of giving me 10 points just for that? What about Harry's protagonist aura? Did it fade out? Did I become the protagonist somehow since I've transmigrated into this story? Soon, due to a single infectious clap, courtesy of Astoria, the entire Slytherin table was clapping, which led everyone in the Great Hall who wasn't a Slytherin to send scowling looks directed at the one that caused all this, Dumbledore, who calmly continued eating his food after waving his wand to change the decorations to green and silver. With everyone's attention on him, it made it a little hard for Loki to steal food and send it to his sleeve where his PE partner was feasting. After the feast ended, everyone began to move through the Great Hall towards the Hogwarts Express with the help of carriages drawn by the Theastrals. Loki, Hermione, Daphne, and Tracy shared a carriage as they joyously traveled towards the train while Astoria joined her friends to give them last goodbyes. Loki. I can't believe it. Tracy said with an infectious smile on her face. What? Loki asked, returning the smile. That you helped us win the House Cup once again. Tracy teased, hitting Loki on his shoulder. Haha, didn't I say I'd find a way? Now you have it. Aren't I the lucky charm for Slytherin? What did you say, Daph? Mione. Loki tried to divert the topic and Hermione took the bait. Arg. Hermione ground her teeth in frustration. How did you even get points? Why didn't I get them too? Who gives out points for fashion? I swear if I didn't know better, I'd have assumed Professor Dumbledore is really growing old and senile. Aren't I just awesome? Loki asked with a smirk. What do you think, Daph? Daphne looked at him for a few seconds before looking at Tracy. Loki instantly became nervous as he looked at the quirky smile that Tracy looked at him with. Kaya. What should I make a man as fair and lovely as you do? Tracy said, fanning her blushing cheeks. Loki deadpanned before he laughed and played along while Daph and Hermione watched. Do you want Hermione and Daphne to leave us alone on the train? Perhaps in a secret compartment? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm the one that lost the bet and you won? Tracy said with a coy smile. You're not that pretty, okay? Loki said with a blank expression, causing Tracy to hit him again. They remained in the same jovial mode throughout their journey back to King's Cross Station, sharing a compartment while cracking jokes on their journey back home. Sending his goodbyes and well wishes at the station, Loki parted ways with Hermione, Daphne, and Tracy, moving to a secluded corner behind a pillar as he whispered, "Creature." A soft pop and a crack later, Loki found himself facing Creature, who was looking at him with a crooked smile. "Let's go back home, Creature," Loki said with confidence. "Yes, Master Loki." Creature held Loki's outstretched hand and operated along with him to the Black Mansion, where Loki almost immediately tossed back his trunk and collapsed into the bed upstairs. "A difficult year, I take it, Master?" Creature asked as he patiently waited for Loki's orders. "Difficult? That would be an understatement." "Sigh anyway, Creature, take this little guy and give him something to eat, I'm sure he's starving. He hasn't eaten anything since morning today." "Hiss SS." A little snake peered its head from inside Loki's robes and slithered its way on the bed frame to Creature, who looked at it with shock. He immediately bowed fearfully and with a short nod picked up the snake and moved along with it to the kitchen, where he would give it some food. "What should I name him?" Loki wondered. "Maybe I can ask Elaine for suggestions again." "Yeah, let's do that, she has nice suggestions anyway." With this last thought, Loki found himself falling into a deep slumber that he did not realize he needed after working tirelessly the entire last year. Waking up the next morning with a fresh outlook, Loki traveled to the basement, where he sat in front of Walburga's coffin and recounted his experience with the Chamber of Secrets. "When will I be able to fix you, Grandma?" Loki mumbled with a disappointed look. "I did get a hint about Salazar Slytherin though, but I don't know if helping him will help you out too." Releasing a burdened sigh, Loki found himself back out of the basement as he made plans to travel to Diagon Alley once again, where he'd have a short business meeting with Bilton Bilms regarding the Arcadia Royale. As Loki entered Leaky Cauldron, he first moved toward Tom and asked him for a room. "Tom, could you give me a room for today? I need to have a meeting with Bilton Bilms. That will be 7 sickles an hour if that's all right." "Sure." With Tom paid and happy, Loki moved towards his room while tapping a walking cane that he'd purchased just to appear more professional. Room number 22. Ah. Here it is. Chapter 149, Bank. Loki, waiting inside his room, sipped on tea as he waited patiently for Bilton to show up. It wasn't long after Loki's arrival that Bilton arrived, making himself known as he tapped his cane on the door to grab Loki's attention. "You're here before time as usual, Loki." "Haha, it's all right, Mr. Bilms. I enjoy waiting and watching the hustle and bustle of the streets below," Loki said politely and stood up to greet Bilton. "Have you prepared all the required designs, Loki?" Bilton asked after the two of them had a little tea in silence and greeted each other with flattery. "Yes. The designs are with me. I've prepared them for your viewing," Loki said with a soft smile while pulling out several pages from inside his bag. "Ah. They're well done," Bilton replied with a smile of his own as he laid his eyes on the artwork. "If I didn't know that the Greengrass heiress was working on these, I'd have poached the employee from your company, Mr. Loki." "Haha, thank you for the comments, Mr. Bilms, I'll make sure to pass them on." "Ma'am." Scrutinizing the card designs for a little bit, Bilton spoke up after a few minutes. "These designs are perfect, I don't have any complaints. Do you want to use them for production to sell the games you've designed as a standalone product apart from the papers?" "Yes, Mr. Bilms, I plan to. I've already spoken with my co-workers and they also think it is for the best if we work it out to sell as standalone products." Such young kids you all are, and you've got such impressive ideas. "Well, don't mind me working on these then. I will let you know the progress through my spirit messenger if that's all right." "That would be all right. I welcome anything that increases the privacy of our letters," Loki said with a polished smile. Breaking away from Bilton, Loki roamed the streets of Diagon Alley until he reached his next destination, the Gringotts Bank. As soon as Loki stepped into the bank, he found himself thinking back to the event that had occurred last year here. The moment when Lucius Malfoy was picked as a customer that was more important than him. He felt even worse since he saw Malfoy walking towards the same teller assigned to give out Hogwarts orphan funds that Loki was moving towards. Does that guy still remember me? Logically, there wasn't any mistake from the bank since it made sense that the Malfoys were indeed more important, but Loki couldn't help but feel a sense of mistrust that brought along with it a bad aftertaste that he couldn't get rid of. And so when Loki found himself in front of the bank teller he'd worked with the last time, Loki did not reveal his real reason for coming to the bank immediately. Instead, he just said, "Good afternoon, could you please give me the money for the Hogwarts orphan funds for this year?" The goblin glared at Loki but said nothing, ignoring him like the air as he looked behind Loki at the Malfoys. Loki scowled and spoke in a harsh tone, "Is there no goblin in this stupid place that can treat its customers better? There are more important customers, could you please wait over there?" The goblin said with a sneer, pointing at the dusty cushioned sofas beside a dustbin with flies hovering around it. Are you sure about this? Loki asked the teller with a scowl on his face. The goblin scowled, but before he could answer, Loki felt a claw rest on his shoulder and pull him backwards and out of the way. Don't waste my time, boy, you've already done plenty of that, you pauper, Malfoy said and stepped in front of Loki. Lucius Malfoy then produced a golden card and placed it in front of the teller. I need to visit my vault. Reason. But just as Malfoy was about to respond to the teller, another goblin, dressed in plain clothes, quickly walked up to the desk and scowled at the teller. I am the Malfoy's personal handler Gornick, the teller complained, wondering if he was here to take his personal client. But Gornick's scowl only deepened before he turned away from the goblin and looked at Loki with a smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Loki, he is a little stupid and slow. I apologize for letting such a stupid face show at our bank. Would you like to move to a more private room? I promise you, you are a much more important client to us than the Malfoys. Gornick said, shocking Malfoy, who looked at Loki with wide eyes. Are you the only one who knows how to treat a customer well? I'd like to deal with you exclusively from now on if that's possible. If not, a place where you don't learn how to treat your customers right isn't a place I want to do my business at. Gornick nodded with a smile before guiding Loki to a private room where he spoke calmly to flatter Loki. I apologize for my colleague's foolishness, he doesn't get to do much other than hand out Hogwarts funds and handle the Malfoys' dying businesses. They moved to a fresh room where the goblin greeted Loki again with a fresh smile and waited for him to speak. Loki nodded calmly before asking the goblin the same question as last time. Can I get my Hogwarts orphan funds? Gornick nodded calmly before pressing a button on the side of the table which called for a second goblin who Gornick asked to bring out the Hogwarts funds. As they waited, Gornick spoke again. Mr. Loki, your sudden rise in fame has had me rooting for you for the last year. I believe your ideas have brought you quite the wealth. They have. Loki nodded patiently before continuing. In fact, the second reason I'm here is related to it. Oh. May I hear? Sure. I want to open a business vault under the name of Hogwarts Honest Mill and deposit some funds into it. Oh. And how much would we be talking about? About a few 100,000 galleons, give or take a few. Gornick's eyes widened, but he quickly nodded and pulled out a few pages from his desk. He quickly filled them out and then handed them over to Loki to sign. Loki signed them only after performing divination to see if there were any traps, but finding none, he signed them away and placed a simple-looking pouch on the table. The funds that I want to deposit are in there. Gornick nodded before calling another goblin to whom he handed the pouch Loki had given. Is there anything else for us to discuss while we wait for your vault to be initialized, Mr. Loki? Yes, have a look at this contract. I want to know how to proceed from here. Gornick quickly took the pages Loki gave him and found himself getting excited as he read through it, especially when he saw Lockhart's signature at the end. Would you like to tour the vaults, Mr. Loki? Is there anything special in there, or is it all just money? Gornick shook his head before explaining, I'm sorry, I would not be privy to that information, but the manager of this vault should. Let me call him here. Gornick called a goblin who he spoke to in gobbledygook, sending him away to return with a new goblin who was excited. But as soon as he saw Loki and Gornick, he became a little confused. You called me to answer questions regarding my vault, Gornick? Yes. But I don't see Lockhart here. I can only speak in his presence. Gornick nodded before explaining, Lockhart has sold his vault to Mr. Loki. I shall be handling the vault from now on. The goblin's eyes widened and he quickly read through the contract that Gornick handed over to him. His face turned into a scowl, before turning into a frown. He then looked at Loki before asking him a question, who was the witness to this contract? Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey. The goblin sighed after hearing those names before proceeding to answer Loki's questions. Only an hour later was everything handled and Loki learned he had precisely 700,000 galleons in his new vaults. He'd gotten 300,000 from Lockhart and 400,000 from the newspaper. Most of the money from the newspapers wasn't from the paper itself, they were from people purchasing fresh newspapers to gain new cards, especially the nobles who were the whales of the game. In total, about 50 million copies of the paper were sold over a span of over 10 months. Which came to about 164,000 papers each month, or about 6,000 copies each day. This wasn't a large number by any means, since there were about 3,000 people at Hogwarts, and the remaining 3,000 came from other people related to the first 3,000. Additionally, there were several business contracts that Lockhart had signed with businesses in Diagon Alley which Loki inherited and aimed to make the most out of. All these combined put him comfortably over the million galleons mark. He was told this much money was above what the Malfoys had, even if not by much. But the businesses Lockhart had invested in were booming, so he was a more valuable customer. Loki felt that the goblins were only trying to sweeten his tongue a little by saying this, so he didn't take them seriously, but he couldn't deny that it felt good. So as Loki returned from the private room, he became excited when he saw Lucius and Draco Malfoy exiting their vaults. He walked behind them before clearing his throat loudly to catch their attention. Asteriskahem, asteriskahem. Malfoy turned around and spoke with annoyance, keep it down, you pauper. Loki mentally smiled when Malfoy said that and immediately retorted, "Pauper. If I'm a pauper, what are you? The beggar that roams on the streets stealing." Malfoy raised his eyebrows, trying to figure out where Loki's confidence came from, but that was when Loki pulled out an elegant silver clip pin that he pinned to his pocket. "I became a platinum member at Gringotts in just a year, Mr. Malfoy. What about you? I heard you dropped from the platinum tier and have become a gold one." Loki walked away from the bank under the stunned gazes of Malfoys. TSK. What a shitty place. Loki mumbled under his breath and walked out of the bank, moving towards ROB's warehouse, where he wanted to get information about the location of his next ingredient. Walking through the alleyway, Loki passed by the busy people, until he came to the old building he recognized from his memories of being here a year earlier. Loki immediately used his illusions to become Gehrman Sparrow, after which he slipped on the ring from the Black Manor that would keep his identity confined behind a veil of mirages just to be safe that no one would be able to track him down. Pushing open the door, Loki found the place to be a little busier than the last time he was there, or at least that is what he thought, since 2 more people were waiting for their turn to speak to the lady behind the counter. Loki sat down on one of the chairs, patiently waiting for his turn. Meanwhile, his thoughts drifted to the bank. Do the goblins deal with all of the wizard's monies? Isn't that risky? What if I open a bank? Chapter 150, Training. Tring. Next. A buzz and a shout later, Loki broke away from his thoughts as he looked at the plague doctor behind the counter. He walked up to the person with a smile on his face that no one could see and waited for the person to ask him the password question. "Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?" "SpongeBob SquarePants." Loki replied with a pump of his arm as he enjoyed the tune of the song. The person behind the counter noticed but said nothing else and just waited for Loki to state his business. Loki didn't know if the person had used a divination trick to come up with the password or was a reincarnated individual like him who had watched the show, but he plainly stated his business after pushing aside such thoughts. "Would you happen to know where I can get the eyeball of a sphinx and runespore scales?" "That will be 15 galleons." The person behind the counter stated almost immediately. Loki frowned a little, but he knew what he was getting himself into this time, so he pulled out the exact amount from his purse and stacked it onto the table. As the person behind the counter counted the stack of gold galleons, Loki asked them another question. "What do I call you?" Without lifting their head from the coins, the person, as if having expected this, answered in a monotone voice, "ROB. You can call me Rob." "I see. Then Mr. Rob, what about my information?" "Yes, here, take it," Rob said, placing a piece of parchment onto the table which Loki looked at and picked up. 117 Nocturne Alley. Loki was stunned for a second at seeing the familiar address and found himself at a loss. Did I just waste 15 galleons for nothing? Loki flipped the parchment only to find further instructions written on its back. The items requested will be available during the coming full moon. The password to enter the gathering is Blood Fountain. Loki stared at the information and wondered about its accuracy a little, but seeing the confident posture of the plague doctor behind the counter, Loki gave up asking about it and made his way towards the exit. "I guess I will be going to the Aurora Order gathering soon. Hopefully, I won't have to work up a storm to get the items from there. I already have bad blood between me and the Order, I don't want to make it worse." Moving to the Black Mansion with everything on hand, Loki dove into the Sapphire Castle to perform a series of divinations. "The Aurora Order gathering is dangerous for me. The Aurora Order gathering is dangerous for me. The Aurora Order gathering is dangerous for me. The Aurora Order gathering is dangerous for me." The pendulum in his hand spun clockwise but slowly. "So it is only a little dangerous. But what is the danger? The danger of being recognized? Or is there something else? Is this a trap?" Loki immediately performed another set of divinations to check if it was a trap, but Loki found no movement to indicate anything, either wrong or right. Are they using a powerful anti-divination item? Or is it just me thinking too much? Something that can block the divinations powered by the Sapphire Castle? Then what's to say they didn't interfere with the divinations about the danger of me entering the place? Damn, this is worrying, or I'm spiraling. Is Mr. Rob also involved in all of this? No, I doubt it. He doesn't seem the sort to do anything like this, but I should take his information with a grain of salt and be wary of anything that could go wrong with this. Should I just scout out the place and steal the ingredients from there? But who has the ingredients? Is it a visitor that will arrive at the gathering, or does Aurora Order themselves hold stock of the ingredients? Asterisk sigh asterisk, what a tough situation. All this for measly sequence 7 potion ingredients. Leaving the Sapphire Castle, Loki moved into the study where he began to continue his practice over molding spirituality outside his body, and given his consistent practice over the last year, he'd grown considerably free in mastering this. In fact, if given a few seconds, he could already even perform a few basic spells like the Cutting Charm and a few elemental charms like the Fire-Making Charm and Water One with nothing but a flick of his wand. Loki breathed slowly and opened his eyes. There was a certain sharpness to them that didn't exist before. Loki concentrated on the target in the distance, and after about 3 seconds of staring at the target, a sudden whistle blew through the air. If one concentrated with enough focus, they would be able to see a thin winged needle made up of streams of air that tied into each other and culminated at the needle's tip, flying through the air at supersonic speeds towards the target. The winds that formed the needle looked cold but sparkled occasionally. It felt like a combination of various elements of a cloud. A blast of wind left the target as soon as the needle came in contact with it, and a hole the size of a fist was blown through it even though the needle was only a few millimeters thin. Loki looked at the hole closer and found it frozen at the edges, under which were severe burns. It's pretty strong. Tom wasn't wrong, this spell could probably blow a hole in a dragon's head. But I'm still too slow. What do you think? Loki asked the Niffler, who was busy admiring the gold galleon that Loki had given it. Too bad. I don't think you'll ever hit anything at the speed you were casting it. You need to get it down to under a few milliseconds to have anything effective. Sunny responded without taking his eyes away from the galleon he was playing with. I know. I know. I was focused on being able to cast it without any wand movements until now. I will focus on speed from tomorrow. Yeah, sure. Just don't forget that we've got a plan to execute tomorrow. Sunny said in a bored tone. Yeah, I remember. How can I forget? I'm training for any untoward situations that might occur. It's better I have a well-sharpened weapon up my sleeve so that I can escape in time if something goes wrong. Loki looked at his wand with a stern look and then at the target. I need to get it to at least under a second. Loki thought and then went back to practicing his elemental spell to create it without any wand movements. Although Loki had managed to transform only a part of the spell into movementless casting, he was pretty close to getting the entire spell down. It was just going to take him about a week or so to be able to do so. Before he fell asleep that day, Loki worked with Sunny, who controlled a target shooting machine which allowed him to practice quickly aiming and firing his elemental spell wordlessly. His wand moved for the first half of the spell and stayed still for the next. I hope I don't have to use this. Chapter 151, First Meeting. Making his way over to the street that led to Nocturne Alley, Loki took a deep breath before finally stepping in. There were homeless people all around. They were of all ages, with some even as young as 10 or 11. Why don't they send these kids to Hogwarts? Loki wondered, but continued walking despite the depressing atmosphere trying to crush him. As Loki walked with tense steps, he suddenly felt someone grab his shoulders. Loki almost jumped out of fright, but when he turned around and looked at the person that grabbed his shoulders, he felt slight pity for them. The person's face was marred with several cuts and burns as if they had been used in some cruel experiment. The person only had half a nose, with the right nostril missing, while the left eyeball was replaced with what appeared to be a prosthetic. Yes? Loki asked, wondering why he'd been stopped. I have the most amazing opportunity for you. You are the 100th person to pass. Oh. A scammer. After freeing himself from the person's grip, Loki continued walking through the alleyway with a slightly relaxed stride until he arrived where he wanted to. Standing at ease in the dark part of the alleyway, Loki stared at the house numbered 117 in Nocturne Alley under the cover of his illusions. Under Loki's observation, the place appeared busy. And everyone going into the house didn't leave for as long as Loki had been waiting. Now, admittedly, Loki hadn't been waiting long since he'd only arrived a couple dozen minutes earlier, but no one who'd entered the place had exited from what he could tell. Overall, Loki was sure that the Beyonder gathering was taking place right now, with people of various wealths moving into the house. Do I go in? Loki wondered as he watched a woman with numerous Beyonder items on her person walk into the house. In the end, Loki decided to make his way up to the house and try his luck. But he only did so after making quick divinations up in the Sapphire Castle to check if he was in any danger beforehand. And other than the odd little slow clockwise spin that he'd noticed before, there wasn't anything conclusive. So he decided to try his luck. He donned a layer of illusion on himself to appear like Gehrman Sparrow, and even used the ring to hide his appearance by making a collage of glass and mirrors out of it. Simultaneously, he also wore the Ring of Harvest and hid it with the help of his illusions. Walking up to the sturdy-looking iron door at the back entrance of the house, Loki mimicked the knocking patterns of those ahead of him. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 repeated knocks, the iron viewing window on the door slid open with a screech and a pair of eyes appeared through them, looking right at Loki. The eyeballs waited for a while until Loki realized he was supposed to say something, and so he spoke the password that was written on the slip. Blood Fountain. The eyes stared at him for a little longer and then without notice pulled the viewing window shut, causing Loki to feel a little worried if he was going to be accepted or not. Are they worried because I'm someone new? But Loki didn't have to worry for long, since soon after the viewing window was shut, a series of clicks and other assortment of noises rang from behind the door, which slid open and allowed Loki full view of whatever was inside. There wasn't much to see inside since it was just a long and dark tunnel, but Loki quickly stepped through and walked into the house after trying to greet the men who'd opened the door for him, but stopping midway since that would not be something a person visiting a Beyonder gathering would do. The house was furnished with old wood and smelt like a fresh book. Several scratches and burn marks on the place only glimmered as the torches on the wall flickered to give out a dim glow, signifying its length of use. But Loki followed the tunnel without fear, at least that's what he projected externally. Arriving in a dimly lit room whose only light came from the various lanterns hung up on the pillars, Loki searched for an empty iron stool to sit on. Sitting down in one of the corners, Loki looked around since the gathering seemed to have not started yet. At the head of the room was a man covered in dark robes sitting on a stool, almost blending into the darkness, while all around were other participants who had used various means to disguise their identities, ranging from a simple iron mask to various complicated methods like Loki's own. There was a different narrow pathway leading out of the room, and Loki reasoned it was perhaps a place for the various private deals that would occur in the gathering. Finally, when nearly all the seats were filled in a matter of minutes, Loki heard a distinct ring go off in the background that seemed to signify to everyone that the gathering was about to begin. The robed man slowly turned his head to look at everyone from under his hood that covered his face in shadows and spoke in a whisper, "You may begin." Loki wondered how people would order themselves, but it seemed that those accustomed to this place knew beforehand, since the person sitting in the front right corner stood up and went to the chalkboard beside the robed man without permission. "I need ghost butterflies and frozen boggets. I am willing to pay around 25 galleons, but the price is negotiable." As soon as the men wrote that, everyone around looked at each other to see if there was anyone who would take him up on the offer, but seeing no one respond, the man slumped back into his chair and it seemed like he was done for the day. "I need mercenaries for hire to subjugate an XXXXX level beast. Negotiable price." A different man wrote underneath the first request. The gathering began in this manner, with various people asking for different things, while Loki took note of a few requests so that he could fulfill them the next time he was here to make a temporary extra source of income for himself. It wasn't long before it was Loki's turn, and so he stood up and quickly wrote exactly what he needed on the board. Eyeballs of a sphinx and rune spore scales. Loki looked around for a little bit, and just as he was about to lose hope to the silence that had gripped the room, a hand shot up. Mr. X nodded to acknowledge the person whose hand shot up before a different robed man arrived and guided both Loki and the other person to the private room to discuss their business. He stood by as the arbiter of their deal. Once seated, Loki nodded at the person as she began to speak. "I can get you some, but what price are you willing to pay for it?" "About 50 galleons. Deal." The woman who had an iron mask covering her face said with clear joy before Loki could change the price, "I will get them here during the next gathering, but I'd like a little bit of advance before that." Loki felt like he was being scammed out of money, but then since he trusted ROB's information to some extent, he forked out 20 galleons from his purse and handed it over to the robed arbiter, who placed them on an item that glowed with a green light as soon as it came in contact with the coins. Is he checking their authenticity? After the item glowed green, he picked up the money to give to the woman hiding behind an iron mask. "I will bring you the items next meeting. Thank you for doing business with me." "My pleasure." Loki coughed out, "She's not going to up and vanish on me, is she?" At least nothing went wrong. Chapter 152, Wanted. The wait through the week passed as Loki progressively worried if he'd really get the 2 ingredients so soon, when Klein always seemed to have a hard time coming across them. During the week, not only had Sunny advanced to the next sequence and became a sole Asurer, since Walburga had most if not all of the darkness pathway ingredients. But Loki had also improved upon the use of his elemental spell, Veloxacus, by incorporating it within his practiced spell chains. And although he hadn't been able to bring the speed of casting it under a few hundred milliseconds, he had managed to use other charms in a chain to give him enough time to cast the spell, since others would be busy trying to defend themselves. The next day when Loki woke up, it was already a week and it was time for him to attend the Beyonder gathering once again. Walking to the meeting site under the same getup as last time, Loki entered the uninviting house that had all its windows and doors shut before seeking out his position from last time and sitting on his corner seat. Watching the gathering begin, Loki patiently waited for his turn as people voiced out their needs and wants, some similar to the last time, while others mostly asked for something new. "Ghost butterflies and frozen boggets, anyone?" "I'm willing to pay 30 galleons, negotiable." A man asked, and Loki immediately raised his hand. "Yes. I have frozen boggets. I ask for 20 galleons for them. Could I use a room?" The man turned towards Mr. X and spoke in a calm manner. The robed Mr. X only nodded a little, while the butler, who was standing at the mouth of the corridor leading out of the room, moved to direct Loki and the men who had requested a separate room to their room for further discussions. Loki followed the men and the butler without delay as they came to a stop in front of a dark room whose only source of light was a single lantern hung from the ceiling like a chandelier. "Can you find me a ghost butterfly? I can provide you the entrapment device that would help you trap the butterfly." The men immediately opened as soon as Loki sat down. Loki, however, took his time absorbing all the details around the room before speaking. "I could, but then I'd ask for 20 more galleons, since it is a little inconvenient for me to do so." "If I may ask, what about it is troubling you?" the men questioned. "I have a way of getting the information, but that requires me to pay extra, which is why I'll need to charge you extra," Loki said coolly as he thought of ROB's warehouse. "I see. Is it all right if I wait for a week before taking you up on your offer?" "Yes, that is fine by me." "I understand. Thank you. The men said, pulling out 20 galleons and handing them over to Loki, who gave the men a boggart that was trapped in a stasis charm that had frozen its movements or any changes it would undergo when it was in front of a person. The bogwort itself was a dark mass of slowly fluctuating light as it spun around on an axis that passed vertically through its center. It looked remarkably like a spinning nebula, except it was all black instead of colorful. The men took the boggart and inspected it with a relieved expression as he thanked Loki and then turned towards the butler to let him know that they could return. As Loki stepped into the gathering hall, he realized that the gathering had been put on a pause with their disappearance from it. Makes sense. Loki nodded inwardly. I just hope Sonny does his best. The gathering moved on like before, with the men from last time making the same request once again about requiring mercenaries for hire, and when a few more people volunteered, he went into the special room to discuss the terms. Eventually, it was Loki's turn and he got the Sphinx eyeball and the rune spore scales from the woman who told him she would bring it the next time. Soon the gathering was out of people to make requests, but before the gathering could end, Mr. X spoke to everyone. A new mission has been posted on the board, make sure to look at it on your way out. The men spoke with a cold, bland, detached tone. Like everyone else, Loki moved towards the board that Mr. X had pointed at and studied the mission paper on it religiously. Peddler for hire. Only if you can still move around Hogwarts. Needs to relay information from inside Hogwarts about students and teachers. Pay will be given out on an information quality basis. Loki felt his heart beat faster as he read the pamphlet. They're planning something for Hogwarts. No, that might not be it. They could just as well be hiring new spies since their old ones graduated. Loki could see several people interested in the offer that were hanging back to learn more about the situation and moved aside himself, waiting to see whatever was going to happen. It wasn't a long wait since it was time to leave and all the extra people began to leave the hall one by one through different exits. Eventually, Loki found himself remaining along with 3 other participants, each having their own quirks, as one of them had several potion bottles tied to his waist, while another constantly fiddled with a ring on her finger, and the last one did absolutely nothing. It was as if he'd fallen asleep while standing still. Under the stuffy silence that had occupied the room, Loki noticed the butler walk in their direction and grabbed their attention simply by his presence. Please follow me. Mr. X was nowhere to be seen and Loki expected him to be waiting for them in whatever room they were being taken to, so he diligently followed. Arriving in front of a room in a minute, Loki entered as the butler stood with the door open. Inside, as expected, was Mr. X leaning on a table with a hunched back as he casually observed everyone entering the room from under his dark hood. For a few minutes, a stiff silence took the room as every movement the participants made became clearly audible. The floors creaked and clothes rustled, but Mr. X did not speak to anyone in particular. What unsettled everyone in the room, however, was not the sounds that were naturally produced, it was the constant murmurings that Mr. X spat out. It was like he was talking to someone, except there was no one there who could listen to him or even understand what he was saying. Could you let us know why we're here? A woman asked politely, breaking the silence, as if that were the cue. Mr. X began speaking. Find any information about him. Mr. X said, throwing a knife he was holding at the table in the center of the room. Everyone leaned in to see what it was that Mr. X wanted and Loki's blood chilled. It was a wanted poster, and it was for someone who he knew intimately. It was for Gehrman Sparrow. Chapter 153, Sequence 7, Cryptologist. Arriving at the Black Manor after taking care to get rid of any tales that could have been on him from the gathering, Loki immediately went to the basement and pulled out the blasphemy card that corresponded with the error pathway. He looked over the potion ingredients one final time as he began to prepare them. On the card was a woman who was looking at a set of footprints with the help of a magnifying glass, and in the distance was an eldritch horror that stepped through a forest making those footprints. It portrayed the ease with which it was possible for a Sequence 7 cryptologist to encounter trouble if they weren't prepared, and Loki felt it was apt for the sequence. At least I will have a little bit more brain on me by the end of this potion. Loki thought as he went back to looking at the ingredients and preparing them. But before he could prepare further, Loki felt a disturbance in the spirituality in the area as the fabric of space tore open in front of him and a small niffler stepped out of it. Damn. Just what mission did you send me on? I was nearly spotted. Sonny immediately complained. Tell me, did you hear anything of substance? No. The house was empty after you left and both the butler and Mr. X never spoke to each other, Sonny said casually. Really? Nothing. Loki asked with a worried look on his face. He turned around and looked at the wanted poster he'd taken. Each of the peddlers who joined the group was given one, and broke into a sweat. Why are they behind me? What have I done to them? I mean, I know I killed Mr. A, but they shouldn't have connected it to my alias as Gehrman Sparrow. Sonny shrugged. Well, let's advance for now. I can worry about these troubles later. After all, truly strong people don't need to worry about pests. Loki looked at the blasphemy card that was strewn in front of him and laughed a little. Haha, I'm calling what is probably a Sequence 5B under a pest. My overconfidence knows no bounds. Loki picked up a beaker and placed it on the burner. 100 drops of pure water. Loki said as he poured in pure water from a flask that had the exact pre-measured amount inside it. A sphinx eyeball. Lifting the soft fleshy eyeball by the bundle of nerves connected to it, Loki dropped it into the beaker. 4 runespore scales. Loki counted the scales and dropped them into the beaker. 100 drops of rose oil. Counting the correct amount, Loki poured it into the breaker, and for the first time, the individual elements began to sizzle and liquefy. 4 nettle leaves. Picking a stalk with exactly 4 leaves. Loki found himself dropping the leaves into the beaker and watched as they all liquefied and became more like the potion he would soon drink. 7 drops of dragon blood, Loki said, pouring remarkably crimson blood into the beaker, allowing everything inside it to begin to boil. The potion was still a little off from its picture in the card of blasphemy, but that was only because Loki had yet to drop the last ingredient into it. 45 horned slug horns, Loki said, dropping the final ingredient as if he were performing a complicated ritual. The potion in front of him immediately turned a bright green, and Loki found himself staring at the potion with bright eyes. What are you waiting for? Go on. Drink it then. Sunny said, breaking Loki out of his stupor. Loki nodded and picked up the beaker that was a little warm to the touch and brought it close to his mouth before, like always, gulping the entire potion in a single mouthful. The same thing happened to him once again. Deep and mad raving assaulted his ears as he felt he was losing control. The words, Hogwarts, Walburga, resounded among these screams and caused him to feel dissociated from his body. Loki immediately used cogitation to quell the side effects, but found himself feeling a little breathless. He felt as if his body could split into a million pieces and yet he'd be fine, even though it sounded illogical. It felt that way. Everything in his vision felt like it was swimming before he used cogitation to help him get things to stabilize. As Loki looked at any random object, he felt his mind spin through a million thoughts and notice things about the object that he'd never noticed before. He could see the cracks, scratches, and soft dents on the object to conclude how many times and how the object had fallen before. His brain worked fast enough to retrace the shadows and lights around himself to give him a full 360-degree vision that allowed him to see everything around him. And his brain was doing all this casually. It felt like he was putting no effort into any of it. It felt intoxicating. Another little thing that Loki instinctively knew was just how easy or hard it would be for him to steal particular objects in his vision. He had gained a rudimentary form of divination that increased his spiritual intuition regarding thefts. With a wave of his hand, Loki hid his body and created a projection of himself a little beside him as he followed Sunny's stunned gaze, which appeared to be a little confused about how he had suddenly changed his position. His control over illusions, however, was not the only thing that had improved. Firstly, they could now also produce sound, given how Sunny was speaking with the illusion. Second, and most importantly, he could see Sunny's body of heart and mind and recognize certain thoughts floating at its edges. He could see exactly how puzzled Sunny was. But that wasn't all that made him feel better. When he used his spiritual intuition to predict Sunny's thoughts, he could predict exactly what Sunny was about to do. His intuition could predict exactly how things were going to change in the next few moments, given how fast his brain was processing all the information around him. He felt like he could see moments into the future. Ha 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 ha, I feel awesome, Loki mumbled under his breath as he dispelled his illusion and caused Sunny to turn and look at him. Is this how you've been feeling all this time? Loki asked, since Sunny had been a sequence 7 before he was. Haha, you're happy with just that much. Once you become a sequence 6, your mind will be blown. Mid-sequence beyonders are on another level completely. Sunny said with a laugh. I see, Loki mumbled as he clenched his hands and unclenched them. He could feel he had grown a little stronger too. Not by much, mind you, but it was there. He felt he could tank a hit from a slow-moving car on his own now. Good. Chapter 154, Crazies. Loki's head brimmed with calculations and possibilities as he began to find solutions to several of his earlier problems. The first thing that Loki paid attention to, however, was his matter concerning the Aurora Order. They probably learnt about me by using some special divination, or item or Adam might have revealed something about me to them. And given how I haven't used the identity of Gehrman Sparrow to trouble the Aurora Order yet, it likely means that I will be a thorn in their side in the future. Probably stopping or going against whatever it is they are planning right now. Loki sighed gently and closed his eyes to rest a little as his thoughts drifted until they reached a peculiar pause at a random question. Given how I can't leave Hogwarts during the next year, what exactly are they planning on doing at the Hogwarts castle that I have become their enemy? Loki tried pondering and using his supercomputer brain to think about it, but he couldn't get past a certain roadblock without more information. What exactly are they planning to do? I remember Mr. A telling me in the first year that him coming to Hogwarts had a different purpose, other than finding me, of course, so is it related to that? I don't have enough information. Loki sighed. But maybe I can gain more by ranking higher in the organization. But how do I rank higher? It's not like I can become a Beyonder of the Hanged Man pathway. Loki closed his eyes and thought of a few possibilities and ended up with one of them. Maybe I can provide them information about Gehrman Sparrow and gauge their reactions to learn something from it. We'll see. Loki nodded and moved on to the next things that were holding his attention. Loki finally turned around and pulled his wand out. With barely a flick, Loki spoke, Velox Acus, and caused a bright white flash to emerge from the tip of his wand that resulted in a thin, pointed whirling storm of wind charged with lightning and frost flying out of his wand and hitting the target opposite to him. Immediately, the center of the target exploded, sending shards of wood and pieces of hay everywhere inside the room while the rest of it froze and became encased in a thin transparent ice block. Damn, that's good. Loki exclaimed as he observed the damage that had resulted from his spell. The spell's mastery had been boosted not only by the increase in his mental capabilities but also by the increased spirituality that had resulted as a bonus from drinking the Sequence 7 Cryptologist potion. He was finally able to cast the spell with barely a flick of his wand and was also at the same time overpowering it with much more spirituality so that he could break through any physical obstacle that tried to stop it. With a flick of his wand, several spheres of light emerged from Loki's wand and floated around the room he was currently standing in. And with another flick, the lights in the room dimmed, making the spheres the only sources of light in the room, giving it an ethereal and celestial feeling. Ha! Finally. After so long. I can finally perform spells without any wand movement. Loki exclaimed, overjoyed that all his hard work for the past few years had culminated into a fruitful outcome. Especially since the potion had improved his control over spirituality and had allowed him to cast spells without having to perform wand movements, giving him a final push. But damn. I know it was possible because of all my hard work till now, but I was only able to fully master the method of molding spirituality outside my body because of consuming the potion. Beyonders really do have an unfair advantage in magic. Haha, I wonder what would happen if Hermione learnt about it. What pathway Beyonder would she become in the first place? Hermit? Or perhaps Paragon? With his experiment done, Loki sat down on his chair as he pondered his troubles with the Aurora Order once again deeply. Given how I want to get close to the higher-ups in Aurora Order, I'm sure any information I give them will be verified with the help of the others who are spying for them at Hogwarts, so I need to make sure I can learn of their identities so that I can fool them. But how do I learn of their identities? I know how they behave, their posture, gait and breathing patterns, but I still don't know their faces. Will I be able to divine their identities? Doesn't hurt to try though. Loki thought and slipped into the Sapphira Castle and tried out a few divinations to reveal their identities. Loki's vision shifted as he first saw a girl in his vision who was looking at the full-body mirror in her house. She was dressed in a black robe and had on her face an iron mask. The girl scanned herself for a while before slowly pulling down her mask as she revealed her face. The girl had a thin, sickly face. Her eyes carried a sense of craze, and her long, thin limbs felt like they were twitching to do something crazy. Loki looked at the mirror in the room and spotted one of her textbooks open to the first page. This book belongs to Mary Jackson. The vision shifted once again, and this time Loki was greeted by a boy in a bunk bed. He had his eyes open as he stared at the rungs holding up the mattress above him like a corpse. The boy didn't move for a full minute despite someone calling him. "Hey, Freaky Frank. Can't you listen to me? Freaky Frank. Freaky Frank." Finally, when the voice got loud enough, the boy's eyes shifted to look at the girl looking at him as his face broke out into a kind smile. "I'm sorry, I didn't know pigs could speak." Loki's vision shifted again as he finally spotted a well-fed boy looking at a cauldron that was on top of a fire. The potion inside was bubbling and swirling as the boy used a ladle to scoop some of it and pour it into bottles. When he was done with it all, he smiled dangerously before pulling a rat out of a cage. He forcefully fed one of the rats the potion as it began to screech in pain, shouting for help, but the boy just stood by and watched. Loki saw a letter on the boy's experiment table directed to him. "Enclosed in the letter are your OWLs, Mr. Crampton." Loki's vision broke there and he woke up. Inside the silent Sapphira Castle, Loki drummed the table with his fingers as he thought about what he'd just seen. So they are all crazy people. How am I the most normal of all of them? And if they're all Beyonders, this might be dangerous. Should I avoid them since I don't have any direct means of attack other than magic? Perhaps there's a way to play around them. I could try observing their movements with the Marauders map, but that wouldn't help much unless they're doing something like Tom was last year. Chapter 155, A Fountain of Good News. But what about other spies that they already have inside the castle? I have no connection to them, so I probably can't divine about them. A quick divination later, Loki was sure he couldn't find out anything about their identities using divination. Either I throw out a bait for them to find me on their own, or I find them by myself by meeting various people at Hogwarts and seeing if I recognize any of them from their habits. Why not do both? But how can I meet several students at once to observe them closely? I could do it in the Great Hall. But I doubt I will be able to recognize them easily from a distance. I need a way to bring students to me. Is that possible? Finding no way to solve his problem, Loki gave up for now and went back to his room where he pulled out a two-way mirror and began to talk to Elaine. "Wah, big brother. I did my first magic today. Elaine exclaimed with joy as she spoke to him. No way. Seriously? Loki asked with shocked eyes. Yes. I changed the color of my doll's hair. Elaine said with a joyous expression as she showed Loki a doll whose hair was pink in color earlier but was now a shimmering silky blue. What an awesome job. Loki praised, now my little sis will come into Hoggy soon and become a genius star. Loki said with a smile on his face as he looked at his little sister nodding happily. Yee. Now I can be with Big Brother once again. Elaine said with a happy smile as she jumped around the bed she was sitting on. Haha, did you miss your Big Brother so much? I miss Big Brother so much. Haha. Don't worry, I'll come meet you this weekend. Loki promised as he held out his little finger only for Elaine to pout and inform him about something else. No, Big Brother. We can't meet this weekend. Auntie Cassandra is busy this weekend, she said she has to meet an old friend. Is that so? Then let's meet each other next weekend. Loki said with a smile and raised his pink finger for Elaine, who smiled and mimicked him. Pinky promise. A liar has to eat 1,000 needles. Both said simultaneously. After Elaine fell asleep while talking to him, Loki readied his bed and comforter and slipped into it. I'm going to enjoy having a relaxing sleep finally after a long time. Loki mumbled since he was always on edge when he had Riddle's diary in his room at Hogwarts. But just as Loki was about to fall asleep, he jolted awake. Wait. I could become a fortune teller. Loki said, sitting up straight on his bed. Becoming a fortune teller is just the right thing for me. I can use my analysis abilities as a cryptologist to make near-accurate predictions that are backed by arithmancy and fool them that I'm some sort of a seer. I could also use the mystery prior's soul in the Ring of Harvest to perform actual divinations. In the meantime, as I observe more people, I can ascertain the identities of those who come to meet me. Perhaps I can even gain enough reputation for the spies to directly come to me and ask me about Gehrman Sparrow's whereabouts. And solving people's various puzzling questions should also allow me to digest my cryptologist potion on the side like I did with the newspaper last year. Loki was so ecstatic about his sudden idea that he failed to fall asleep once again and so spent the rest of the night doing various meaningless tasks, trying to increase his comprehension of magic in one way or another. Finally, as the night approached a vanishing point, Loki, who was practicing methods to try and empty his mind of thoughts, suddenly fell into a trance while thinking about ancient runes. It felt as if all his thoughts regarding the matter were insignificant, as if such thoughts were silly and didn't matter. He felt like a spectator in his own mind. He felt serene and free. The trance lasted for only a few seconds, but Loki felt its impact deep in his core. Was that what it means to empty your mind? Loki asked himself, excited at the prospect of finally being able to progress his occlumency capabilities. Having grasped it once, Loki began to analyze exactly how he had slipped into such a state of mind. How did I do it? It all of a sudden felt like all my thoughts were insignificant. It felt like I was looking at the big picture. Loki closed his eyes and patiently tried to slip into the same state as before. He first thought about ancient runes, and as he became more and more focused on the topic, he became aware of his entire mind. After taking the cryptologist potion, Loki's mind was no longer limited to thinking linearly. He could think parallelly whenever he wished, and so while he was thinking about ancient runes, slowly shifting his focus to become aware of his entire mind caused Loki to come to know about the emptiness in his mind. He could suddenly see just how empty his mind was, and the noise created by his thoughts about ancient runes got drowned by the silence within. As soon as Loki slipped into a trance again, he found himself feeling free again. He could notice the most intricate details as long as he wanted, while at the same time ignoring everything. Slowly Loki returned back to normal and a beautiful smile blossomed on his otherwise sleepy face. How that feels so good. Loki walked up to his bag filled with books and pulled out the book about occlumency from it. I've achieved the first step of mastering occlumency. Now all I need to do is finish making and creating a robust set of runes that will help me defend my mind. Loki said as he slipped into his bed and began reading the book to learn about all the complicated patterns and sets of runes that would help him protect his mind. But it seemed like slipping into that trance state had relaxed Loki enough that he quite immediately fell asleep. Loki woke up in the evening with a fresh mind. Having a dreamless slumber had made him energetic as he slipped out of the bed and got down for tea served by Creature. Master seems to be happy today. Creature asked as he noticed Loki hum a tune as he drank tea. Yes. Creature, did you know Elaine performed her first accidental magic? Creature's comically big eyes widened further, and before Loki could say another word he began crying. Mistress Walburga was right. Master Loki and Mistress Elaine will save the family of Black. Loki left the sobbing Creature to his own devices after telling him he could take the day off before he left back to his room and continued practicing occlumency. Chapter 156, Excited Oldies. As Loki reached back to his room, the spirit world tore open and from it appeared an eyeball which looked at Loki for a few seconds before tossing out a letter with tiny hands. Loki looked at the creature as it vanished before he picked up a letter that seemed to have arrived from Bilton Bilms. The thin envelope indicated that not much was inside it, so Loki quickly opened it to get it over with. Inside the envelope was a letter that delivered a little shock to Loki. Mr. Loki. I have an interesting offer for you. If it is possible, please write to me by the end of this day so that I can arrange for a meeting between you and the Folly family, who are currently developing a secret broom. I feel your input about runes and their arrangement will be most valuable, and hence would like to have you involved in the project. With regards. Bilton Bilms. Huh. A broom. Does he mean a flying broom? I never heard about the Follies family making a broom, so it's their first attempt. A kid's broom. I guess I can take part in it, and if I contribute in any significant manner, I can also ask for a share in the profits. With a positive response written, Loki troubled Rolly, who was more than happy to fly around to send a letter, and began to train by himself to get accustomed to his new and old strength and beyond her abilities. Hermione said she got a cat spirit. I hope it's not that ugly one. Once it was evening and Loki received a letter from Bilton asking him to meet up in the Leaky Cauldron. Loki with creature's help arrived at the Leaky Cauldron by using side-along apparition. Greetings, Tom. Loki said politely while lifting his hat, trying to grab the busy bartender's attention. Ah. Loki. How are you? I'm fine, Tom, thanks. I was wondering if Mr. Bilms was here. I have an appointment with him. Loki said with a smile as he inquired about the room Bilton was in. Yes, he's upstairs, Loki. Room number 10. Tom said and went back to serving the various customers who were waiting for specially mixed cocktails. Loki nodded in short appreciation and with his cane moved along to the upper floor and walked with a full stride until he reached room number 10. Knock knock. Come in. An old but excited voice gave him permission to enter. Loki stepped in and found himself coming face to face with two old men who had similar white hair on their heads and wore clothes styled in the same manner. Loki first nodded in Bilton's direction and then held out his hand for the other gentleman as he spoke in a calm voice. Hello, you must be Mr. Folly, I suppose. Haha, yes. Your manners are impeccable, I say. I didn't believe Bilton here when he said you looked like a little lord, but now that I've seen you myself, I think that's the most apt description. Haha, thank you. You surely fit well in your style too, Mr. Folly. Thank you. Thank you. But leaving all that aside, I would like to work together with you, Mr. Loki. I've heard a terrible lot about your skills from Bilton here, and I must say I am excited. Thank you for holding me up to a high standard, but may I ask what exactly we are working on? Mr. Bilms has been quite secretive and only told me about a broom, is that it? Loki asked with a patient expression, pointing at the broom on the table between Bilton and Folly. Yes. Randolph, my assistant, came up with the original designs of the broom and worked on it in his free time until I caught wind of it one fine day recently. And mark my words, I was shocked. I hadn't seen a broom with a smoother ride before. Mr. Randolph. Where would he be? He dash. Knock knock. Mr. Folly, no longer caring for appearances, immediately opened the door of the room and pulled closer the man who was standing at the door. And I present to you, Randolph Spudmore, Folly said with an exaggerated bow. Loki looked at the men and showed a surprised look, since the men looked almost as if he were approaching 40, and Loki had a slightly younger image in his mind when Folly said he was an assistant. An assistant at 40? Isn't he more of an apprentice? You must be Mr. Loki. I've heard quite a bit about you. Randolph said with his hand held out for Loki to shake. Loki shook his hand and nodded politely, and before he could say anything, the two of them were whisked away and made to sit in opposite seats so that they could admire the broom on its holder in the center of the table. You want me to work on improving the broom, Mr. Bilton? Yes. It wasn't just Bilton who answered, but all the men in the room. How are you so sure I can improve it? You've got plenty of experience above me, and I doubt I can be of much use given how I don't know half the things that go into making a broom. Bah. You don't need to be so modest, Mr. Loki. We've all seen the designs of Arcadia Royale runes. It is something that has left our minds to ascend to the next stage of rune heaven. Folly said, slapping his thigh. And I've learnt a lot from your rune arrangements too, Mr. Loki. In fact, I had to rewire the broom to make it slightly more displayable to be in front of you. Had I not, I'd be ashamed to show you something I'd worked on. Randolph said with a smile. Meanwhile, Bilton nodded continuously while stroking his mustache as he agreed with everything his friends were saying. Loki looked at the three men and felt a little awkward. Damn, I didn't know my fluency in the runic language would be this striking. Well, while the ability comes from my beyonder abilities, I can't be overly modest and offend any of them. Asterisk sigh asterisk, at least it's an interesting project to spend my summer on. Loki nodded under the pressuring gazes of all the people in the room and picked up the firebolt. Spreading his spirituality over the broom and blanketing it, Loki caused the runes on it to glow as he immersed himself in this glow and began to use his wand to correct or rewrite parts of the enchantments on the broom himself. Although Loki didn't know much of what certain enchantments did, he was able to improve their efficiency by arranging them in the proper order, giving the rough runes on a broom his professional touch effortlessly by simply removing the errors he felt in them. Only after an entire hour with the broom where Loki learnt about the various runes and enchantments from Mr. Spudmore and adjusted the runes on the broom with his help while Bilton and Folly explained their own tips and tricks did Loki stop for rest. "I can't believe it," Randolph exclaimed softly as he looked at the broom that was placed on the table. "I can hardly recognize it anymore." "True," Bilton said, and Folly appended, "if it is a flying broom now, it was a hand-drawn cart before." "Haha, I will take that as a compliment. But you'll have to excuse me for a while, Mr. Spudmore. I'm tired and in great need of a little rest," Loki said and stood up from his chair. "Shall we meet again tomorrow?" Loki asked, and Spudmore nodded eagerly. "Come up to my store if you can, Mr. Loki, it will be more comfortable there," Folly said with a smile as he shook Loki's hand, after which he left. "Can you believe it, Folly?" Bilton asked, stroking his mustache. "It's hard." "No, it's impossible." "Haha, the younger generation is surely going to take off in the future," Randolph commented, looking at Loki's departing back. Then they all gave each other the same look that read somewhat like, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Chapter 157, An Offer. The next day when Loki arrived at the Folly store for enchanted and engraved items, he heard a little tinkle from the top of the door where a small bell was attached. "Oh, Loki. You're here," Randolph said with a smile as he greeted Loki. "Follow me," he said, flipping the sign on the glass door to the other side indicating that the store was going on a short break. Loki followed the order diligently, and as soon as he stepped into the workshop attached to the store he gasped audibly. This is amazing," Loki said with excitement clear in his tone as he looked around the store and spotted several humanoid mechanical devices that functioned by themselves, some cleaning the store while others worked to manufacture various alchemical and runic items. "Haha, I was the exact same as you are when I first entered the back of the store, although I was a little older than you when I did, but I suspect I looked just the same. It feels like a new world, doesn't it? All this. How is it possible?" Loki asked in shock. "All in due time, boy. Let's see if you can first work on the broom," Randolph said with a clear smirk of victory and pulled Loki with him to a bench where tools were set up around a hovering broom to make it easier for everyone to work on it. "I will hold this as a promise then, Mr. Spudmore," Loki said and began to work while trying his best to ignore the various magical and mechanical wonders around the room. Spending the next few days working on the broom with Bilton, Folly, and Randolph, Loki found himself coming back home with a tired and exhausted look as he usually collapsed into his bed after dinner. In the next couple of days, however, Loki, who was rich from the money Lockhart had so kindly provided him, purchased several shares in the firebolt business that Folly was about to set up for Randolph, at a severely discounted price of course. But their first racing broom, will it really be trusted by others? Well, they know better. I'm sure they've done their research. I haven't seen a more talented 13-year-old than you in my life. And I don't think I will ever see one as good as you," Randolph commented as he admired the broom hovering in front of him. The top speed before was about 150 miles an hour, but now it's been boosted to about 190. "I can't believe you were able to improve the efficiency of the circuits so much for me to improve not only the top speed but also the braking speed and the comfort of the cushioning charm. Come on, Mr. Spudmore, don't embarrass me. I just did what I could," Loki said humbly and stood up from his seat in Folly's workshop in Diagon Alley where Loki had worked with everyone on the broom. "Thank you for having me here, it was a pleasure and I got to learn quite a bit," Loki said with a handsome smile as he became excited about the new things he could make for himself with the Beyonder characteristics he had gathered from the souls in the Ring of Harvest. "Perhaps I can even sell a few items in the Aurora Order Gathering." But before Loki could leave, Mr. Spudmore walked over to Loki and handed him a small ring. "Huh? What is this, Mr. Spudmore?" Loki asked with a puzzled expression. "It's a ring that will help you detect poisons in your meals and purify them," Mr. Spudmore said with a soft smile. "That was the ring Folly gave me to get me interested in his store. It works fine, it just has a small flaw." "But how does it purify food?" "I remember there being a spell to do that, the purification spell was it? But to make it into a ring, why give it a flaw? Unless. How did you make that?" Loki asked with a confused look, and when he looked back up at Mr. Spudmore he found him smirking. "Wouldn't you like to know, little guy? But if you want to know more, you'll have to become Mr. Folly's apprentice. Think of this offer as my parting gift." At those words, Loki's eyes instantly widened. They didn't widen simply because of the offer Randolph presented to him, but because of the consequences and what they implied. Is this a Beyonder item? Is that why he wants me to accept the apprenticeship? So that I can become a Beyonder and learn under him? Damn. Can I think about it a little, Mr. Spudmore? Loki asked with wide eyes and a slightly loose jaw. "Haha. I can see you're surprised, but make sure to accept." Since you won't ever get such a wonderful opportunity once again. Randolph said with a smile as he patted Loki's shoulder. I will see what I can do, Mr. Spudmore. Good. Randolph said and allowed Loki to leave. Leaving Diagon Alley, Loki reached the Black Manor and immediately dove into the study to learn how the ring that Randolph had given him was made and worked. Loki carefully set it on the table under a wide assortment of tools to study it in depth. The table was decorated with many trinkets like omnioculars, rune-etching knives and holder clamps that Loki used to inspect the ring. The tiny runes that had been engraved in the underside of the ring would have led Loki to believe it was just a simple work of runes, but when he activated his spirit vision he had a different conclusion. It is a ring that has absorbed Beyonder characteristics. Happy with his first conclusion, Loki began to examine the structure of the ring under spirit vision. So the Beyonder characteristic itself works as a core that siphons in spirituality from the air using its will, with a few spirituality gathering runes, and powers the entire system. What is this? Loki mumbled audibly as he clicked a few lenses into place on his omnioculars and zoomed in on the tiny runes that were carved into the ring. How does the ring know to detect poisons? How is the spirituality being given an intent? Since it was the basic rule of magic that any spell could only occur when it was given an intent, Loki was a little confused. Is it also because of the remnant will in the Beyonder characteristic? Loki theorized. The person to whom the Beyonder characteristics died wanting to purify poisons. Loki quickly set up a bestowment ritual and moved to the Saphira Castle to obtain the Beyonder characteristics of the soul of the Beyonder of the Twilight Giant pathway in the Ring of Harvest that he set free first. Let's see. Bringing the Beyonder characteristics under the omnioculars, Loki began to study it. But unable to find anything like that, Loki decided to take a different approach. He brought out a normal metallic plate that was lying around in the basement and engraved it with the spirituality gathering runes which he copied from the ring that Randolph had handed over to him. Finally, after drawing the runes and setting the Beyonder characteristic into the metallic plate, Loki began to find something peculiar. The spirituality that was gathered into the plate with the Beyonder characteristic as the core also had an intent. It kept trying to form a reddish shield around itself, like it had coagulated the light of dawn to protect itself. I see. So the remnant will of the Beyonder characteristic decides what abilities it will exhibit when it comes in contact with spirituality. Loki made a note and nodded his head as he began to test further. Pouring his spirituality into the metallic plate, Loki instantly felt a subtle difference in his body, but he didn't have to pay very much attention to understand this difference. Almost immediately the rune engraving pen that was in his hand snapped due to the excess strength that had been pumped into his muscles, while a soft reddish glow full of warmth formed a thin shield around him. So this Beyonder characteristic will give me excess strength if I pour spirituality into it along with the shield. Strength to protect myself. Loki mumbled with a small smile on his face. Yet, I can't seem to attack anyone in this state, and that is its flaw, because the will of the Beyonder characteristic is only here to protect, not attack. How wonderful. Chapter 158, Rejected Yet Accepted. After finishing his tests with the Beyonder characteristics, Loki crashed into his bed as he pondered about Randolph's offer. I can't in good faith take up Mr. Spudmore's offer since I'm already adopted by the Black family, and above all that I'm already a Beyonder. I think it would be rather ridiculous if I take advantage of the situation, especially when I might get caught if they ask me to take a potion from the Savant pathway. And I'm sure I'll eventually find some books in the Black or Hogwarts library to figure out a way to craft better Beyonder items. What do you think? Loki asked the chubby Niffler who was pretending to be asleep on his bed. Sunny just rolled over and slid deeper into the covers to avoid answering Loki's question, leaving him hanging and forcing him to decide about the matter by himself. There's also the matter of him being from one of the Sacred 28. I doubt he'd like it if I were to hide the fact that I'm affiliated with the Black family. Perhaps I should tell him that I am already a Darkness Pathway Beyonder and have already been adopted by the Black family. Drifting along with his thoughts, Loki eventually fell asleep after having decided what he would do the next day. Loki woke up early the next morning and religiously studied the ring that Randolph had given him, attempting to learn more about how the Beyonder item was crafted. There were several runes and Loki did his best to learn all the unique ways the runes were used, while also making note of any new runes that he didn't know about to look up in the Black Library later during the summer. Eventually, when the grandfather clock struck 10:30, Loki called out for Creature. Yes, Master Loki. Teleport me to Diagon Alley, please. As you wish, Creature said with a polite bow and held Loki's hands. With a quick pop, Loki and Creature reached the entrance of Diagon Alley from where Loki departed towards Folly's store of enchantments and engravings. Before Loki could knock, however, he found the door opening and Randolph looking at him with a bright smile. So what is your answer, young man? Randolph asked, pulling open the door and inviting Loki inside, where Folly and Bilton were patiently sipping on some milk tea. Loki, with a polite smile on his face, pulled out the ring that Randolph had given him earlier. What happened to the ring? Did it break? Randolph asked, picking the ring from Loki's palms and examining it closely by covering it in his spirituality to observe the runes engraved onto it. No, Mr. Spudmore, I'm afraid I cannot accept any Beyonder items, Loki said calmly. Immediately, Randolph, Bilton and Folly's eyes widened as they all looked at Loki in shock. Yes. I know about Beyonders. Loki explained and continued, I learnt about them at school when a senior student explained to me about them. Loki bluffed. If you know about them, then why don't you want to become one? There couldn't be a better opportunity for you than working with us, right? Bilton immediately asked. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Bilms, I have already become a Beyonder. I'm a Beyonder of the Darkness Pathway. Darkness Pathway? Folly said with slight apprehension as he looked at Loki and then asked, the Black family? Yes. I've kept this a secret from everyone, but I was adopted by Walburga Black into the Black family about 2 years ago. The eyes in the room that were looking at Loki widened with shock. But Loki didn't mind and did a formal bow and apologized with sincerity. I'm sorry for disappointing you, Mr. Spudmore, Mr. Folly, and Mr. Bilms, but I cannot join you in learning more about how to create Beyonder items, Loki said with clear sadness in his tone. The room turned silent and Loki, understanding he had to give them a little space to digest what he'd just said, began to walk out of the store, to go back home so that he could avoid the awkward situation that was boiling up. But just as he was about to exit the store, a hand gripped his shoulder. Huh. Loki turned around with a little worry, wondering if he'd made the trio angry to the point they wanted to take revenge, but as soon as he turned around it was his turn to become stunned with silence. The trio all had wide smirks plastered onto their faces. Did Walburga stop you from apprenticing under anyone else? Mr. Folly was the first to ask. No, not really. Loki replied. She'd probably be mad if I did though, not like she's going to know since she's 6 feet under right now. Then what's there to worry about? Although unfortunate that you can't become a Beyonder of the Savavant Pathway, I don't think it'd be wrong for you to learn under us. Loki's eyes widened at the words as his heart began to beat a little faster. Seriously? Loki asked in shock. You will allow me to apprentice under you even if I'm not going to take up the Savant Pathway? Yes. I'm serious. You're just that much of a genius. Mr. Folly said and then looked at the other two who nodded with equal seriousness in their eyes. Loki's mouth opened and closed for a little while until Randolph patting his shoulders broke him out of his reverie. A wide smile blossomed on Loki's face as he did a 90-degree bow once again and spoke with a faint bit of happiness. Thank you for accepting me as your apprentice. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it. And given how you're from a different pathway, I expect you to work hard to cover the gap between other savants of this profession. Folly said with a smile. Yes, sir. I will give it my all. And so Loki began to study under the trio of old men about how Beyonder items were made. His first classes for nearly a week were only composed of reading several books about the various Muggle sciences so that according to Folly, he'd catch up with the basics. His enhanced brain took no time to learn and memorize, while it was only from the second week that he began to learn about runes involved in Beyonder item making. Yes, all Beyonder characteristics have a remnant will in them that reacts once infused with spirituality to create special effects. Loki nodded as his suspicions from examining the ring that Randolph had given him were confirmed. It is the same will in the Beyonder characteristics that give rise to various flaws in the item made from it, leading to several unorthodox methods of sealing the items so that they do not cause harm when used. But why didn't the ring you gave me have any sealing conditions? Loki asked. Because it was made from a low sequence 7 of a solar high priest of the Bard pathway. The lower the sequence number, the easier it is to make items without any negative effects by suppressing the will in the item with your own. Randolph said and looked at Loki, who was looking at him and nodding as he absorbed the information. Of course, I don't expect you to be able to make such items since it was only when Mr. Folly became a sequence 6 artisan that he was able to remove the flaws of the item, but I'm sure if you practice enough, you'll eventually get to the same level. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Randolph, Loki said with a smile as he continued to learn from Randolph. The reason Loki was happy to learn about runes was not just to geek about them, but because he had a theory that they'd help him later down the line when he became a sequence 6 Prometheus. Since then he'd be able to steal other people's abilities. What he expected was that from when he'd become a Prometheus he'd be able to see other people's abilities as runes. This wasn't just his guess but also something the image on the Error Blasphemy confirmed. The Sequence 6 Prometheus page had the picture of a woman extending her hand towards a rune which started flying towards her from her generic target. Chapter 159, An Year Older. With his artisan classes moving in full swing, Loki had an enjoyable time throughout his summer holidays. So much that he'd almost forgotten that he had to go to Hogwarts this year. Damn, what will happen this time? How will our dear Dark Lord enter our school this time? Through post? Or through time travel? Or maybe even turn the entire school into himself? How does the school even function at this point if it is so easy for a Dark Lord to break into? Isn't this the wizard version of school Shudash? Loki opened his eyes and looked outside his window at the beautiful sunset that had painted the sky a bright shade of pink. Looking outside for a while, Loki spotted a small black dot that suddenly appeared in the sky and seemed to get larger over time. An owl. Loki guessed, and he was proven right when he found the owl take a dive through the air and land right on his windowsill. Who sent me a letter today? Hermione. It has been a while since I've spoken to her, I should send her a reply soon. But since when did she have an owl? I thought she had a cat. Quickly untying the letter tied to the owl's feet, Loki found it taking a few edibles from the bird feed and leaving. Dear Loki. First of all, I'm sorry for disturbing you on a weekend when you take time off to rest, but I needed to inform you since this matter needs your urgent attention. Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban, thought you'd like to know since you've been adopted into the Black household. Stay safe and don't do anything risky, and do inform me if you'd like to continue your internship with us or if you'd like to postpone it for now until the matter is settled and he's caught. Yours truly, Randolph Spudmore. Reading the letter, Loki's breathing quickened and he felt a small sense of panic as his heart beat loudly in his ears, but he quickly overcame the fear associated with the information and shouted, Creature. Pop. Yes, Master Loki. Read this letter please. Creature took the letter that was handed over to him and began to read through it, his eyes widening by the end. Has the family's disappointment finally come back to stain its name even more? Creature said with a certain ferocity in his tone that surprised Loki. Creature hates Sirius? For what reason though? There's bad blood between you and Sirius? Loki asked without any ceremony, causing Creature to look at him, and he looked angry. He killed Master Regulus. He killed him. And he has no remorse. Regulus? You mean Regulus Arcturus Black? Sirius killed him. How? I mean why? Weren't they brothers? Loki asked with clear confusion etched on his face. Didn't Walburga protect him? Or stop their squabble? If only Miss Walburga could have. If only she could have known what Master Regulus was doing. If only. Creature wailed, his eyes tearing up as he looked at Loki. What happened, Creature? Tell me, I might be able to help. No. Creature must not. This was his last wish. Master Regulus commanded me to hide it and never reveal it. Creature will follow his command. Loki looked at Creature and shook his head, since he knew once he got into such a catatonic state, it was basically impossible to converse normally with him anymore. All right, Creature. I won't ask you what it was that he asked you to hide, but tell me more about Sirius. What about him? Master Sirius betrayed the family. Should have known he'd do so when he didn't even go into Slytherin. He followed the Potter boy into Gryffindor and even fought Lady Black over it. He was a disaster. Horsing around at every turn as if he were a baby. Loki looked at Creature, who appeared to be pointedly angry and was slowly being consumed by it, and felt a slight sense of disappointment in himself that he wouldn't be able to do anything for him. All right, Creature, that will be all for now. You may go rest for a while. Thank you. Creature, who was still angry, began to mumble things under his breath as he walked out of the room, his hunched back not doing him any favors. Loki himself slipped into a comfortable chair as he thought about what Creature had said. He killed Uncle Regulus. But why would he? Just because he was in Slytherin and he was in Gryffindor? No, from how Creature was speaking about it, it seemed to be something big. It feels as if Regulus did something behind Walburga's back and Sirius failed him by not helping him at the right time. But if he could always leave Azkaban, why did he leave Azkaban only now? Did he get a new opportunity? Is he involved with the plans Aurora Order has for me? Perhaps someone contacted him at Azkaban to give him a job. But what was he paid with? Did they help him escape? Was that his payment? I can already feel a headache coming this year. Stroking his chin, Loki sat in his chair and heard the occasional sobs and head banging from Creature echo inside the house. With a deep look on his face, Loki continued to contemplate the various reasons and ideas about why Sirius Black might have escaped Azkaban, but he always felt like he was standing in front of an insurmountable wall. I'm missing something. What am I missing? With furrowed brows, Loki thought about things until a peculiar question echoed in his mind. Why did Sirius Black go to Azkaban in the first place? And Potter? What does Harry have to do with this? Did he kill Harry's parents? But I thought you know who was responsible for their deaths. Loki immediately wanted to ask Creature about the answer to his question, but given how he was currently grieving since it appeared that Loki had touched a few fresh deep wounds, Loki found it uncouth to ask him. So he postponed his curiosity and moved to the study, where he continued to study and create Beyonder items using the knowledge he'd gained by studying under Randolph. What happens if I make a Beyonder item that uses 2 Beyonder characteristics instead of 1? And I still haven't worked on making any charms myself. Although I've been avoiding worshipping any true gods for charms and such, I should really brush up on my mysticism knowledge. It might save me when something terrible happens. Looking at the setting sun, Loki found himself smiling softly. At least I've lived longer in this life than I did in the last. Today was Loki's birthday in his last life when he'd unfortunately died, and although it had just been about 3 years in this world, if he added the age that this body had lived before he transmigrated into it, he'd become 13. A year older than he was in his last life. Feels good to grow old. Chapter 160, Ending the Holidays. Waking up the next day, Loki found himself facing Creature during breakfast. Creature, I have a question to ask you. Loki said with a little hesitance in his voice. Yes, Master Loki. Creature asked, looking up with his big elf eyes that looked innocent. Could you tell me why Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban? Creature's eyes widened as a prominent frown took over his expression. An uncomfortable silence took over the room, and just as Loki was about to rescind his question and let Creature be, he found him trembling a little. Creature was clearly angry, but it seemed he was angry not by Loki's question, but by something he remembered. Backstabber. Loki heard Creature mumble. What was that? Could you come again? I didn't hear you the first time. Loki requested. He was a backstabber, Master, Creature said with his hands clenched while grinding his teeth. His already pale skin appeared even paler and his eyes turned bloodshot. Backstabber. Who did he backstab and why? Loki asked with confusion. The devil spawn backstabbed another noble. Oh, how shameful he has become. If not for no one surviving in the Potter line, Madame Black would have had to lower her head in front of others. A backstabber. One that killed his own friends. Creature said in anger. He killed the Potters. Loki asked with little confusion since he'd theorized as much, but he didn't understand why everyone in the wizarding world said otherwise if that was the case. Why does everyone think you know who killed them then? What he did was as good as killing them with his own filthy hands. Creature snarled and went off on a tangent, venting his hate. He doesn't deserve the Black family name. Madam should have tossed him out of the family long ago. If only he weren't her son, she wouldn't have to suffer so much. Wait a second, what did Sirius do? Loki asked since Creature's words led him to believe that Sirius did something else that was unforgivable. Creature looked at Loki with anger glazing his eyes and said while he was fuming, he was the Potter's secret keeper, he sold out their location to you-know-who and got them killed. And when his friend confronted him about it, he blew him up. Leaving only a finger behind. How shameful. Creature lamented. And before Loki could question him more he banged his head on the table leg while wailing. Oh, how disgraceful. Bang for a member, bang of the Black House to lower their heads, bang and work like vermin under a mad tyrant. Bang. Seeing how catatonic Creature had become, Loki slipped from the hall and went back upstairs to consolidate the knowledge he'd just learned. So Sirius Black was a Death Eater. Loki mumbled as he pondered on the implications. Is he coming back to take revenge against me for defeating you-know-who in the first year? Loki shook his head. No, that doesn't make much sense. Then why did he escape from Azkaban only now? Is the Aurora Order planning to do something along with Death Eaters this year? Loki wondered about everything for quite a while but finally gave up and concluded once more that he needed more information about the incidents related to this mess. I don't want to ask Creature about it once again, lest he does something more drastic. The days beyond seemed to pass by in a blur as the days slowly turned into weeks and the weeks conjoined into a month. Loki had a fruitful time learning under Randolph, who imparted to him all the knowledge he could stuff into Loki's knowledge-hungry brain impartially as if Loki were his own family. I can hardly believe how that head of yours works, Loki, Randolph said as he stared at Loki's head while he was busy engraving runes onto a pendant that was fused with a Beyonder characteristic. Don't embarrass me, sir. I've been barely keeping pace with the learning schedule you've set for me to be taught all about crafting items. Loki said without lifting his head. Haha, that was a schedule meant for when you drank the Savant Potion. Not when you were a Beyonder in the Darkness Pathway. If I didn't know any better and you didn't show me your Beyonder abilities, I would have accepted that you were lying in a heartbeat. Phew, then I'm glad I did. Loki thought with a puff of rising embarrassment as he remembered back to the time he'd disguised Sunny in invisibility using his illusions while he used his abilities of the Darkness Pathway to keep suspicion away from himself. Loki had revealed himself to be a Sequence 7 nightmare to the trio, who were shocked that he'd already digested so much of his potion already. And there. Done. Loki said out loud as he looked at the silver necklace that was glimmering under the light. Let me have a look. Mr. Folly said as he introduced himself into their conversation and pulled the necklace off Loki's hands. I'm half sure he's a Sequence 4 alchemist. Loki wondered but kept quiet on the outside since he was being kept under the impression that Mr. Folly was a Sequence 6 artisan. No one had directly told him that Mr. Folly was a Sequence 6, but it was implied since in Loki's presence Mr. Folly and Randolph acted as if they were the same and both were Sequence 6. But Loki suspected that not to be the case since Mr. Folly was always the one who worked on machinery dolls that worked all around the office, something that was a dead giveaway for Loki, who knew the abilities of the Savant or the Paragon pathway by heart. It was only a Sequence 4 alchemist who could imbue life into their creations, hence Loki's suspicions. But he didn't do anything like using divination to confirm the truth since everyone had their secrets, and if Mr. Folly didn't want to divulge his sequence, Loki respected him enough to let it be. Mr. Folly sprouted a smile on his face as soon as he picked up Loki's work and let out a soft sigh as he seemed to be remembering something from the past. What happened, Mr. Folly? Surprised by how good I am? Loki asked confidently and shamelessly. Haha, you're good boy. I was just wondering how things might have been different if I were as good as you when my teacher was teaching me. Your teacher? Loki asked with confusion since he'd never been mentioned before and Loki assumed that Mr. Folly's skills were part of family inheritance. Haha, sometime else. For today, let's end here. Folly nodded and patted Loki's shoulder, before leaving the room. Here, you can have this item. Randolph said with a smile on his face as he handed the silver necklace to Loki. Seriously? Haha, yes, you can have it. We aren't shameless enough to take an item that you gave the materials to make. But you did most of the work to make it. I was just adding a little bit of flair to it. I still can't understand how you do it, how you're so good at arranging runes, but it was your Beyonder characteristic so you get to keep it. Now bugger off or I will kick you out. And make sure you give it a good name. With the item in tow, Loki then exited the store and with Creature's help teleported back to the Black Mansion. The item in his hand was a silver necklace that had been merged with the Beyonder characteristic from the Twilight Giant pathway that Loki had gotten from the soul in the Ring of Harvest he freed. It did give Loki a little bit of strength when spirituality was injected into it. But that was not all. The necklace would allow him to summon a large golden red ring of dawn light, about 10 feet in diameter, that would protect him from curses and various other ailments physical or mental and always keep him feeling refreshed. It would even purify any corrupted items placed in it. Clearly an improvement over the first item Loki had crafted with it about a month earlier. He chose to give it the name, Necklace of Giants, to honor the pathway the Beyonder characteristic was taken from and also because, after each use, the item required its user to talk to it about the greatness of giants by telling it a story that involved them. With nothing else to do, Loki arranged his trunk which had all his stuff for the year and went to sleep. Tomorrow was the day he was going to board the Hogwarts Express once again after all. Chapter 161, Law of Convergence. Loki woke up with a bright smile on his face as he sipped on tea casually and got ready to reach King's Cross Station. Creature. Let's go. Loki shouted only for the house elf to pop in front of him using apparition and gracefully holding Loki's hand to apparate to King's Cross Station. Goodbye Master Loki, Creature said with a polite bow and vanished with a soft pop. Looking at the red train engine spewing a tone of white smoke from the top of its chimney, Now which cabin would be good? Loki mumbled under his breath. Stepping into the train and searching for an empty compartment, Loki eventually found the one right next to the prefect's compartment like always and entered it. He tucked away his trunk on the top of the storage area using a flick of his wand and then once everything was fine, collapsed into his seat to continue practicing occlumency. Unlike always, Loki found no one coming to his compartment this time as he continued to immerse himself in the world of the book he was reading. So now all I need to do to get started and protect my mind with occlumency is to conjure up some runes while my mind is empty. But which runes do I conjure up? And what effects do the different runes have? Loki wondered as he flipped the pages of the book to read further. There are several runes one can imagine inside their mind to protect their secrets. Elemental runes powered by spirituality can express a torrent of natural calamities to fight against the legilimens. One can also use several other means like self-created or standard charms in the form of runes to attack their legilimens like a trap so that they can know specifically which part of their mind was targeted. I see. Reading further Loki realized the runes could be stacked upon each other to form various runic arrays to create multiple effects and defend against the attacker. In the end, he learned about how using the right runes can help him fight back against any mind modifications charms that an enemy might use. And although not directly, by continuous practice of complicated runic arrays inside the mind, one can also strengthen their will to counter the Imperious Curse. But what exactly is stopping someone from blocking the Imperious Curse? Why exactly can't it be blocked or defended against using magic like the Protego charm? How do these unforgivable curses work anyway? Loki pondered but unfortunately, since he was reading a book about occlumency there wasn't much about the curses mentioned in it. Knock knock. Loki slid open the door to find the cart lady waiting outside. What would you like, dear? Chocolate frogs. Got any? Loki asked casually. Yes, in fact, I have a few left, how many do you need? 3 or 4 will be good. Loki nodded. All right. As the lady collected the right amount, 4, from her cart, she casually conversed with Loki. Stay safe, dear, I've heard from students gossiping on the train that Sirius Black is coming to Hogwarts. To Hogwarts? For what? Loki asked a little surprised. I don't know, but if I were to make a guess, it might be because of Harry Potter. Doesn't he get involved with everything each year? The old lady chided as she held out the frogs for Loki, who held out the corresponding payment. There was a glimmer in the lady's eyes as she saw the money, and she was about to pocket it when the train suddenly grew cold. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Loki wondered and looked at the window to see if there was anything outside that was turning the temperature like this. Looking outside, Loki first spotted the dense clouds that had gathered up above, hiding the sun, and then recognized the several black-cloaked figures floating about as frost began to gather on the windows. Ah! The cart lady screamed shortly and shouted, "Dementors! Who let the Dementors board the train?" As the situation worsened in a matter of seconds, with temperatures dropping dangerously low, causing fog to appear out of Loki's mouth and nose each time he breathed, Loki heard the door of the compartment next to him slide open as prefects stepped out. Their faces were grim and Loki could tell they were tense. "Student, please return to your compartment and lock the door." A prefect spoke to Loki while softly pushing him back into his compartment. Loki did as he was told and locked the door, huddling himself in the middle, away from both the window and the door. It feels depressing, Loki thought as a sense of dread invaded his heart like a growing web of cracks. Time ticked by, and as the train grew colder, Loki found himself being able to listen to a scraping noise from outside his compartment. The noise stopped after a few seconds, and just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sense of dread washed over him. The door rattled with heavy shaking and Loki found himself feeling vulnerable. Where are the prefects? And why aren't they doing anything? Loki kept his gaze frozen on the door, clutching his wand tightly while priming his spirituality to be ready for anything. The lock on the door snapped open and the rattling immediately stopped. The door began to slide open as Loki found himself face to face with a floating mass dressed in torn pitch-black robes while a hood covered the creature's face in shadows and darkness. The lights outside had flickered, plunging the environment of the compartment into darkness as Loki found himself having trouble paying attention to the Dementor's body, which kept blending into the darkness. It stretched its bony hands towards Loki, causing his stomach to twist and turn into knots. Loki felt as if the world was ending. It felt as if there'd be nothing to do anymore. He felt scared and also alone. He felt as if there was no point in living anymore. But just as the Dementor moved, Loki snapped his wand in its direction and shouted, "Velox." A bolt of invisible wind, lighting, and ice needle pierced through the air and reached the Dementor in an instant. The Dementor attempted to dodge, but there wasn't enough time. The sharp winged needle pierced into the Dementor's robes, sending a flurry of wind that pulled away its hood. But it didn't end there. The skull inside the hood burst open and the Dementor was thrown backwards into the wall of the train as Loki jumped at the occasion to rush through the train to find someone who could help him. Damn. I should have learnt the Potrenu's charm. Loki complained, since he could do nothing except run. As Loki ran past the Dementor, he noticed something peculiar. One of its forearms had a single bone instead of the regular two. Loki's brain immediately turned gears to realize the coincidence as he connected it with his own wand, sending shivers down his spine and causing him to freeze for a moment. But Loki didn't stand on the occasion and immediately escaped, trying to find either a prefect or a professor. An unholy scratch resounded from behind him, but Loki didn't look back and continued ahead through the dark and cold swaying corridors. Holy Merlin of God. Chapter 162, Decent Dada Professor. Rushing through the train, Loki found himself pushing through empty corridors, but the feeling of dread in his heart never left. In fact, it got only deeper. Why's that thing chasing me so persistently? Loki screamed inside his head as he looked back for a second, only to find the Dementor on his tails. Its robe was back on, and its arms were outstretched like a zombie's. Although its hands were made out of bones and prelude to not having much grip strength, Loki still felt uncomfortable. He instinctually knew it'd be bad to even be grazed by those arms. To escape from its clutches, Loki used his skill in creating illusions to create a copy of himself as he made it rush in the opposite way while remaining invisible himself, but the Dementor seemed to see not through sight or even sound, which he could mimic using his illusions, but the soul. It easily dismissed the illusion, forcing Loki to run away. That was when Loki tried to talk to it, trying to confuse it by stuffing thoughts into its head. Your prey escaped by jumping out the train. I'm just a normal person. He tried to swindle it by placing stray thoughts into its body of heart and mind. The Dementor was confused for a second, but immediately afterwards, as if ignoring Loki's words, continued to chase him through the train. All of a sudden, Loki tripped as he was crossing from one compartment to another. The train swayed and the carts had misaligned, leading to a small protrusion that Loki had not anticipated. There was pain, but it was only momentary. Instead, what gripped Loki was a sense of despair that began to spread upwards from his legs, now touched by the shadowy creature. It floated low and began moving towards Loki's face, drenching him in an extreme sense of despair. Loki tried to move, to wriggle out of the despair-inducing touch. He tried to command his legs to kick away the weightless creature that was hovering in front of him. Loki did his best, but even his best was not enough. The legs that Loki was using to run away now felt like they were filled with lead. His arms, which held the wand, felt like they had been bound using a straitjacket. Everything felt like it had frozen as temperatures close to the Dementor plummeted below zero. As the Dementor glided closer to his face, Loki felt himself falling freely without any stoppers into an unending pit of despair, as if he had been abandoned by the world itself, as if everything he had ever done was worthless. But just as Loki had given up hope and just as he was going to allow the Dementor to kiss him, somewhere far away, Loki heard a bold voice that was barely above a whisper. Expecto Patronum. A sense of warmth began to emerge in the dark cold loneliness that Loki was facing all alone as he lay there on the cold surface of the train compartment joint. The Dementor screeched like a banshee as if attempting to claw its own throat out and turned away from Loki and flew out the open window nearby. The feeling of wind rustling past him through the gaps emerged and Loki felt a different sense of biting cold through his robes, but he still didn't move. Even this cold felt better than the presence of the Dementor. Lying on the ground like a frozen block of ice, Loki found a ragged man walking into his view. He seemed to be saying something, trying to assess Loki, but Loki's mind had blocked out any sounds from getting to him. The man appeared to have panicked as he looked around trying to find someone to help, but there didn't seem to be much he could do. And then, as if deciding something, the man took a step back and pointed his wand at Loki. Is he going to kill me? As suddenly as the man had pointed his wand at Loki, a sudden bright flash of red light occupied Loki's sight. And as the light started to fade to black, Loki felt his body finally loosen up. He felt his thoughts began to flow, and his fingers and toes wiggle and move. Gasp. Taking a sharp breath in, Loki rose from his position on the floor of the train car. Loki's eyes looked around frantically until they heard a rusty but polite and old voice speak to him. It's gone. Loki's eyes immediately locked on the man who'd spoken and recognized him as the man who had just helped him, but seeing his gaze still linger upon him, the man introduced himself. Professor Lupin, nice to meet you. What happened? Loki asked, confusion marring his face as a hint of fear emerged from the hidden depths within. He felt uncharacteristically terrible. That was a Dementor. It was about to perform the Dementor's kiss, halfway there and sucking your soul too. It was lucky that I managed to catch you when I did. Lupin said with a soft smile, holding out a bar of chocolate. Have this, it'll help with the jitters. Loki looked at the bar of chocolate for a little bit but then took it with a polite, thanks, and bit into it. It was dark chocolate, it was bitter, but Loki continued to munch on it as he felt a sense of warmth emerge from within. It does help. Loki nodded. Good, then if you'll excuse me, I need to go check on the others on the train. There might be others that might be suffering like you are. Although I doubt it, I just want to make sure. Lupin asked his permission to leave, and Loki nodded. You'll be all right, don't worry, Lupin said with a smile and patted Loki's shoulders as he left Loki there and rushed deeper into the train compartments. Eventually, Loki stood up with the support of the train walls. What just happened? Why are there Dementors on the train? And why did that Dementor try to perform the kiss on me? But Loki then remembered a detail he'd noticed earlier during the battle. Is that the Dementor my wand was made out of? Loki wondered as he pulled out his wand and thought back to the missing bone in the Dementor's forearm. Was it mad at me because of this? Loki thought with a self-pitying smile as he clenched the wand that had bonded to him in his hands. That felt terrible. I don't want to experience such a thing ever again. Damn, I felt quite helpless. I knew I'd have to face something crazy this year too. I hadn't expected it to be this soon though. Things usually only happened at the end of the year until last year. Professor Lupin eventually came back and met with Loki, escorting him back to his compartment on the train. As they were walking, Loki gathered up the courage to ask Lupin a question. Professor, why are there Dementors on the train? Ah, it's not like it's a secret. They're here because of Black. You mean Sirius? He was on the train. I am serious. A strange awkward silence took over the compartment after the weak joke and Lupin decided to ignore it as he continued talking as if nothing had happened. He was probably not on the train, but the Dementors wanted to check anyway. Didn't think they'd attack a student though. I'm sure Headmaster Dumbledore is going to be furious about it. I see. Good, then since the station will be arriving soon, I'll be leaving to go back to my compartment. Make sure you stay here for now. I'll escort you to Madame Pomfrey when we're at Hogwarts. Is there something wrong with me? Loki asked with a puzzled expression since he felt fine. Probably not, since I think I used the right spell, but let's check just to make sure. All right, Lupin said and Loki nodded in understanding. Thank you, Professor. Loki finally said just when Lupin was about to leave. Don't worry about it. At least this professor is good. Has the curse on the Defense Against Dark Arts position been removed? It'd be a shame to lose him too. Loki wondered as he stared at the passing scenery outside the train. Chapter 163, Gossip. Waiting in the train even after it had stopped, Loki wondered if Lupin had forgotten to escort him to hospital wing. Surely he hasn't forgotten Rig Dash. Knock knock. Loki got up and opened the door, finding Professor Lupin on the other side. Hello, student. I hope you didn't wait long. Sorry for being rude, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? My name's Loki, I'm currently starting my 3rd year. Loki said politely. Haha, don't worry, you weren't in the right state of mind earlier, Lupin said calmly with a smile. Loki nodded thankfully and began to follow Lupin out of the train. A comfortable silence lingered between them as Loki followed in his footsteps. As soon as they sat in the last carriage that was waiting for them, Lupin asked Loki a question. I've heard you guys haven't had any decent defense against dark arts professors for the last few years, is that true? Yes, unfortunately, one pretended to be weak and the other was a fraud, Loki stated bluntly. But I'm glad to have you, at least you know what you're doing. Oh. How do you know that I know what I'm doing? Lupin asked with a flushed face. Oh please. If either of the 2 professors from earlier were present during the time when the Dementor was on me, I wouldn't be here right now. Haha, although it isn't in my taste to compare or talk behind other people's backs, thank you for giving me a compliment. Worry not, Professor, you've gained a fan. Loki said with a bright smile on his face as if he wasn't in a life-or-death situation moments prior. By the way, what were those spells you used to drive away the Dementor and to save me? That was the Patronus spell, Mr. Loki. It was a manifestation of your spirit messenger, formed with an amalgamation of your happiest memories based on your history with them. And the one you used after that? It was a variation of the spell, Renervate. I see. Can you dash? No. Mr. Loki, although I might know the spells, I don't think I can teach a 3rd-year student the spells. But I'm talented. Loki said, trying to convince Lupin. How it's funny you say that. If that's the case, you should try and learn them from the books in the library. I can point you in the right direction with the books if you want. Loki's eyes brightened and he nodded. That's enough. I'm sure I can grasp it by the end of the year. You sure are excited, don't worry, I'll get you the books in your first class with me. Thank you, Professor. Loki said, doing an exaggerated bow while sitting. Nay. The Theastrals pulling the carriage stopped, indicating they'd reached. It seems we've reached, Mr. Loki, let's go to the hospital wing. Lupin walked ahead while Loki followed behind him. There were a few students in the castle talking to each other at the gates, celebrating their reunion after a long holiday, but none interrupted Lupin and Loki on their way to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, Lupin said as he pushed open the door softly. Lupin. Do you nay dash? I'm not here for me, madam, I'm here for him. Lupin interrupted and pushed Loki forward. Loki. Madame Pomfrey asked with wrinkled brows. What happened to you? You know him. That makes it easier then. Lupin said and proceeded to explain. He was almost given a Dementor's kiss. They attacked him while he was on the train. Madame Pomfrey's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Dementors. On the train. What was Dumbledore thinking? Last year it was Salazar's stupid experimental pet. And this year it's Dementors. Although Madame Pomfrey was furious, she was diligently waving her wand around Loki, casting spells and performing her diagnosis on Loki. You did good to catch him when you did, Lupin. Madame Pomfrey said, his soul has suffered tears, although small, I will need him to rest here until tomorrow. I see. Lupin nodded, I shall leave the rest in your capable hands, Madame Pomfrey. Thank you. Please inform Albus about this. I shall, madam, you don't have to worry, Lupin said and left the hospital wing after patting Loki lightly on his shoulder. Why did you go around romancing with the Dementor, Loki? Is your head all right? Madame Pomfrey scolded Loki like an overbearing mother. Haha, I swear it wasn't because of me this time. It has to be because of you. How do you keep getting into so much trouble? I still remember in your first year you dragged me to that scene where everyone was leaking blood like fountains. But that wasn't because of me. That was because of you-know-who. And this. Why did the Dementor come after you? Was it because of you-know-who again? Madame Pomfrey asked and stared right into Loki's eyes. Loki wanted to lie and say, yes it was, but he eventually gave up under the pressuring gaze and pulled out his wand. My wand is made from the bone of a Dementor. Unluckily, the Dementor also happens to still be alive and kicking, well not like they can die anyway, so yeah. Madame Pomfrey looked at the wand and her eyes narrowed for a fraction of a second, almost as if she flinched before letting out a light sigh as she turned around and walked towards her cupboard to pull a shimmering blue potion pot. Here, drink this, it will help you recover faster. Thanks, Loki said and pulled out the stopper on the flask and gulped the simmering blue liquid that was inside it. It tasted extremely disgusting, but immediately Loki felt a surge of warmth blanket his body as he felt better than ever. I didn't know I could feel this much better than before. Now go lie down on that bed over there. Quietly. I don't want you to disturb me. Madame Pomfrey shouted as she walked towards her potion-making room that was attached to the hospital itself. Loki looked at Madame Pomfrey with an earnest gaze and didn't say anything. His meaning was clear, he wanted to join her. ****fine. Fine. Follow me. I have lots of potions to make, a helping hand won't be that bad. Thank you, ma'am. Loki said with a smile and followed Madame Pomfrey with a skip in his step as he walked with her to the potions room where he worked with her until deep in the night to create the same potion he was given but for the rest of the children in the castle. By the way, Madame Pomfrey, what was that about Salazar Slytherin's pet? Do you know where I can find it? I'd love to make friends with it. Loki said softly as he wondered if she knew about the basilisk. Madame Pomfrey only waved her hand and said calmly, don't worry about it, it doesn't feel good to pet anyway. And it probably won't like being pet. The damn thing hates people other than the man himself. Oh. Loki was a bit surprised. And how do you know that? I know a lot of things. Students gossip while they are here all the time. Loki nodded and continued working on the potions. Chapter 164, Mysterious Shortcuts. Waking up, Loki looked at the unfamiliar ceiling as he wondered where he was. It wasn't long after that he'd figured out his location. Ah, now I remember, I was making potions with Madame Pomfrey. The potions were important because now that Dementors were guarding every entrance and exit in the castle, mistakes were bound to happen and students were bound to become depressed. Throughout the night, Loki had heard Madame Pomfrey curse at Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic for allowing and forcing Dementors into the school. And given how much Madame Pomfrey was cursing, Loki almost felt compelled to give her a flask of the potion they were creating to calm her mind too. Getting up from his bed, Loki found no one else in the room and relaxed for a moment before he found Hermione entering the hospital wing and looking around for a bit before resting her eyes on him. Loki. Haha, what happened? Were you worried about me? Loki asked with a smile. Yes. You never attended the feast and even Daphne didn't know where you were, she said you never came to the common room last night. What happened to you? Nothing serious, a Dementor was on me, sucking away my soul, not in a romantic way even though it was a kiss, but don't worry, Professor Lupin saved me in time. Professor Lupin? Hermione asked with wide eyes. You know him? Loki asked with confusion since Hermione was a muggle and shouldn't have had the opportunity to meet him before. Yes. I saw him sitting in Harry's compartment on the train. I see. By the way, where were you on the train? I thought you'd come and find me. Ah. I was sitting with Tracy, Daphne, and Astoria. Since we already had a compartment, I didn't come to find you. What happened? Did you miss me? Hermione similarly teased. As if. It was extremely peaceful since you weren't there. I was even able to complete reading an entire book. Aw, poor Loki, you don't have any friends so you had to spend your time reading a book. As if. I bet you were reading a book too while surrounded by your friends. Loki said with a smirk. Poor Hermione. Arg, whatever. Hermione said, rolling her eyes as she looked at Loki and handed him something. Here. Daphne gave me your timetable in case I came across you in the hospital wing. She did? Loki asked, surprised. How did she know I'd be in the hospital wing? I dunno, she told me she divined it, but I think she's just hiding something. Loki's eyes sharpened slightly as he heard what Hermione said, but he kept his poker face and took the timetable from her hand. Although I expected Daphne to be a Beyonder of the Wheel of Fortune pathway, it is still a little surprising to hear her actually be one. Loki looked over the classes he had and yelped in surprise. Hermione. I'm late. Aren't I? Loki asked and found Hermione smirking at him. You are. But you are also lucky. I told Professor McGonagall I'd bring you if you were fine. She also seemed to know that you were in the hospital wing. Asterisk psi asterisk I see. That's good. I guess, Professor Lupin told the staff about my situation. But damn it, why didn't Madame Pomfrey wake me up? As soon as Loki said those words he saw Hermione's eyes widen as she rapidly shook her head and pointed behind Loki with her eyes. Damn it, she's behind me, isn't she? Loki cursed mentally and slowly turned backwards. Hello there, Madame Pomfrey. Good to see you. It is a bright and fresh morning. I wonder if you're doing all right. Do you need any more help? Loki spoke politely even though he felt a shiver run up his spine. Madame Pomfrey was silent for a moment before throwing a wooden spatula at Loki as she shouted, "Get out." Loki ducked under her assault, grabbed Hermione's hand and dipped out of the hospital wing with her. Giggling along with Hermione, Loki ran along with her toward the Transfiguration classroom as they spoke and laughed with each other along the way. Loki, I'll be going to the washroom, don't wait for me, Hermione said as she split off from Loki and went onto a different set of stairs that were moving upwards inside of downwards to where the Transfiguration classroom was. See you in a bit. Just as Loki stepped into the class, however, he felt slightly shocked because Hermione was in the classroom. Huh? How did Hermione go ahead of me? Didn't she go to the washroom? Maybe she changed her mind. But still, how did she end up coming to class before me? Is there a shortcut that I don't know about? I'll ask Hermione about it later or just check the Marauders map. Are you going to keep standing there, Mr. Loki? Professor McGonagall's stern voice entered Loki's ears, snapping him out of his thoughts as he blushed a little, feeling embarrassed, and walked with a fixed stride towards an empty seat behind Hermione. McGonagall started class again, but Loki wrote down his question on a small piece of paper before tossing it on Hermione's table. How did you get here faster than me? Loki couldn't see Hermione's reaction to his question, but he did feel that she was confused when he stared at her body of heart and mind as a flurry of thoughts appeared in them before it immediately stabilized. Soon Hermione passed back a note to Loki while hiding it from McGonagall. I'll tell you later. Hermione wrote back on the note. Loki furrowed his brows but didn't bother Hermione anymore and continued to pay attention to the class since Professor McGonagall was explaining to everyone about transfiguration animation so that their transfigurations could appear lifelike. Loki occasionally looked at Hermione during class and felt that something was different about her than when he'd last seen her, but since the feeling was only vague and didn't affect him much, he tossed it to the back of his mind. Although he also noticed the extremely precious item around her neck, he ignored it too, thinking it was some beyonder item that some professor gifted her to keep her safe since she was a good student and a few people might get jealous over silly things. The class soon finished and everyone got up from their desks, but Hermione was gone before Loki could catch her. Except when Loki stepped out of class. Hey Loki, he found Hermione waiting for him outside the class. How did you come to the transfiguration class before me? Loki asked with raised eyebrows. Found a shortcut. But forget about that, I was wondering if you had a few ink pots on you. I forgot to bring mine. Hermione calmly asked, brushing the matter aside like it didn't matter, and Loki found himself entangled in a conversation with her once again, though he did think. She had an entire ink pot in the transfiguration class, though maybe it leaked or she ruined it by mixing water into it. How strange. Chapter 165, Attempted Assault. Stepping into the Slytherin common room as soon as the classes ended, Loki found himself surrounded by several third-year Slytherin students. Well, not exactly several, but just Draco and his gang of bootlickers. How are you feeling, Loki? Pissed your pants yet? Need someone helping you to enter and exit the castle, eh? Zabini asked with a smirk as he looked at Loki with a degrading gaze. Loki tried to push himself through, but he was blocked by Zabini moving to stand across from him. Leave me alone, Draco, Loki said, looking into Draco's eyes coldly, enough to send shivers down his spine. Draco almost took a step back, but seeing how his friends surrounded him, a little bit of courage seeped into his mind. What are you going to do otherwise? Lie down and crawl to a professor. Draco taunted, causing all his friends to laugh. The common room had gotten silent and everyone looked in Loki's direction. Loki's eyebrows rose and he looked at Draco with surprise. Catching Loki's silence as a show of weakness, Draco stepped forward and stabbed his finger into Loki's chest. Ha! What are you gonna do, Loki? Shiver in your boots. Loki remained silent as his eyes scanned through the entire group. Bang! Before anyone could react, a loud noise caught everyone off guard. The crowd around him parted as everyone instantly took a step back, allowing others in the common room to peer through the gaps and see what was going on. Oh! Draco screamed in pain as Loki held his shoulder behind his back and continued to apply pressure on it. What were you saying, Draco? Could you repeat it, please? My father will hear about this. Draco shouted angrily as he continued to try to peel his hands out of Loki's grasp. In the meantime, all those that surrounded Loki had already pulled out their wands, priming their spirituality to cast spells at him. Everyone thought Loki would leave Draco, afraid of the wands that were pointing at him, but instead, he doubled down and pushed Draco down using his shoulder, causing him to kiss the floor. Tell them to leave me alone. A tense silence hung in the air as the faces of everyone around Loki turned into frowns, their expressions hinged on Draco's next response. Leave him alone, Draco said while gritting his teeth, trying to bear the ever-increasing pain. Tisk. Several of Draco's friends clicked their tongues and slowly lowered their wands and parted, allowing Loki to step out of the small encirclement, leaving behind simple words, why don't you run to your father then, like the baby you are? Under the piercing gaze of everyone in the common room, Loki made sure to walk with firm steps, trying not to falter, or show any weaknesses which could be exploited. Swip. The rustling of clothes and the sound of pulling out of wands from their holsters rang behind Loki, causing him to realize what was going to happen. Pestis, the shout he heard only confirmed his suspicions. A sneak attack. Can't say I didn't expect as much from a coward. Before anyone could retrain their aims, Loki ducked and rolled under the spell that shot toward him. The spell harmlessly passed over Loki's head into a girl's unfortunate encounter, landed right on a girl who was sitting and staring at the confrontation with her friends as an audience. The girl stood up as if her muscles were shocked, and then her eyes rolled back as an ear-shattering scream escaped her vocal cords. Loki didn't stand back up, he used the temporary distraction to hide himself. He used his illusions to create a pseudo-disillusionment charm over himself and sneaked out of harm's way, rolling into the aisle that took him to the dorm rooms. Before the girl's screams ended, all the students pulled out their wands and pointed them at Malfoy and his groupies. Standing in the aisle leading to the dorm rooms, Loki noticed just how tense the situation had become. Draco's group pointed their wands at the students in the common room, while the students did the same to him and his group. It was clear at a glance who would win given the obvious difference in numbers. And so, Draco spoke up, "My father will hear about this if any of you dare to cast spells on us." Unfortunately, that only made the scowls on the faces of the students deepen. That was when a girl in Draco's group spoke up due to the fear of being targeted. "It wasn't our fault," Loki moved. "We didn't want to harm her. It only happened because of Loki. Not our fault." That seemed to have worked as it defused the situation a little since few students put down their wands. Seeing the situation calming down, Loki clicked his tongue most inaudibly and walked over to his room. Should I have become the spark that ignited the situation? Loki wondered, but then he remembered how the girl had screamed and he put a pause to his thoughts. No, they'd probably just blame everything on me and it'd get difficult for me to walk into the dorms again. Returning to his room, Loki closed the door and made sure it was fully locked before walking over to the attached bathroom and performing the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual to go over into the Sapphire Castle. As soon as he did, Loki conjured up a chair and sat on it. Damn, that felt cringeworthy. Loki said, sitting on the bed. What is Draco? Some cringy edgelord protagonist. With how much he sticks around Harry and his friends, I'm starting to feel he is the real hidden antagonist all along. Loki then began to wonder about what had just happened in the common room. Why did I feel so angry back then? I felt like I wanted to let loose. Did someone use charm on me to make me lose control over my emotions? And Draco, why did he suddenly want to attack me? I mean, yes, I was worried that Malfoy was trying to pull something off on me, but I didn't think he'd have done anything in front of everyone in the common room. Perhaps Adam wanted for something to happen to me. Was he in the common room? Along with all of us? Damn, this means I need to get my occlumency to the next level where the runes become a part of my subconscious mind and protect me from mental manipulation spells. Loki's fist clenched and unclenched several times as he tried to figure out if there was anything wrong with him before a strange thought passed his mind and he froze. Why was my first thought not to perform a divination? Chapter 166, A Puppeteering Task. In the end, Loki chose to trust his instincts and only perform a divination once he knew more about the situation. Waking up the next morning, Loki found himself feeling a little lazy. Damn, it's so comfortable inside the blanket, do I really need to go to classes? But then remembering Professor Snape's arrogant look, Loki forced himself off his bed as he dragged himself to the washroom to get ready. Sitting at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall for breakfast, Loki noticed something strange in the air around the tables. All the students appeared a little tired, most were yawning and some were even outright dozing away at the tables. But since no one was making a fuss about it, Loki chose to remain quiet and pretend like he was feeling lazy and sleepy too, not that he had to do much since he really was feeling like that. The potions class was fun for Loki since he spent time trying out various experiments during class to improve on Snape's recipes, but he mostly failed. Even then he learned a lot from his failures. Snape could see what Loki was doing, and since he knew of Loki's exact skill in potion making, he let him do as he pleased. Also, since the students were feeling lazy, most of them started making mistakes which Snape had to keep correcting continuously. After the potions classes finished, Loki finally found time to pull out the Marauder's map to search for the secret pathway that Hermione had mentioned yesterday. So it should be on the second floor. A pathway that connects the second floor to the first floor where the Transfiguration classroom is. Loki searched for a bit, moving the map around and looking at it in different ways, but he found nothing. Did she lie to me? But why would she lie about how she got to the class? Maybe it's some new pathway that she figured out and it's not on the map. Loki closed the map with "mischief managed" and continued to go to his next classes. In the Transfiguration class, since he hadn't read anything new from the course textbook just yet since he spent his time studying under Randolph over the summer, he found himself lagging behind a little more than he would have expected, but he was still faster than the rest of the class. Seeing Loki's talent in making his transfigurations animated, given Loki was basically applying the skills he used to make his illusions super realistic, McGonagall gave him a special task to improve his skills further. Mr. Loki, that is a fantastic cat. 10 points to Slytherin. McGonagall said as she passed by Loki's table. His cat was black like the night and was sitting like a loaf while swinging its tail hypnotically as it eyed the rest of the students. Thank you, Professor, Loki said humbly. I would like you to animate a puppet play for us by the end of the week. If you can pull it off, I pledge to add 30 points for Slytherin. Several students' eyes widened, including Loki's, as he heard McGonagall's words, and with a smile on his face Loki agreed. I promise to have something ready by the end of the week, Professor. Good. I shall look forward to it. Hermione looked at Loki in disbelief as Loki smirked at her and showed her a thumbs down, igniting a competitive fire within her with intensity that she didn't know existed. And by the end of class, Hermione was assigned to work with Loki on the same play with him. Walking out of the class, Loki nodded at Hermione as he spoke while they walked side by side for a little bit. I'll leave it up to you to select the story of our play, and when he got a swift excited nod from her he walked away since they had different classes to attend. Later in the evening when Loki and Hermione met up in classroom 2-21 along with Daphne, they began to debate about their upcoming play in a heated fashion. What do you think? Should we go with a story from the Tales of the Beetle and the Bard? No, they're too popular and most of them are cruel, not suitable for a class show. How about we choose a story from the Muggle side of the world? Hermione thought hard and asked, Snow White. Loki's face scrunched up a little and he said no, too fantastical. And people will think the dwarfs are goblins and boo us out of the stage. If they like it, it might make Professor Flitwick feel out of place and bad if he learns about it. Then, how about Cinderella? That'll be a good test of our transfiguration skills too. It'll be hard to do all that dialogue, but let's keep it on hold for now. They continued arguing about it until the day ended, yet they couldn't stand together on a single story. Meanwhile, Daphne continued to fix up the newspaper and finished her job for the day, before casting one last glance at Hermione and Loki before rolling her eyes and leaving since they were so engaged with each other that they were almost shouting. Yet nothing worked in the end. Loki returned to his room and began to brainstorm about a suitable story by thinking about everything he'd seen in his previous life, except everything was too grand for them to be able to easily pull off while simply using transfiguration. Damn it. There are only 4 days remaining. Where will I get a suitable story from? The next day when Hermione, after classes, pulled Loki to help her search for a good story in the library, Loki refused. I need a little bit of time, Hermione. Loki said, shaking his head. What will you do with your extra time? I'm going to the library, why don't you come help me out? Hermione asked with a frustrated expression. I have an idea I want to try out and I need a little bit of time for that. I promise if it doesn't work out, I'll help you out from tomorrow. Hermione looked at Loki with a frown on her face, but seeing his firm eyes broke out into a tired sigh before speaking with a patient tone. All right, I'll be waiting. Loki smiled. Thanks, Hermione. I knew you'd understand me. HMPF, don't think about escaping and leaving me to do everything, all right? I'll make sure to drag you around if you don't join me tomorrow. Haha. All right. With that, Loki left Hermione after giving the angry girl a few uninvited head pats that annoyed her as she swiped them away much like a cat, and moved to his room where he shut himself up for the rest of the day with no one knowing what he was doing inside. As the sun rose and the watch Snape had gifted Loki at the end of the year changed color from a shimmering black to a golden red to depict the morning sky, he looked at the rolls of parchment in his hand and said with a satisfied smile. Finally. I have it. A perfect play. Chapter 167, A Prelude to Greatness. What do you think about it? Loki asked Hermione with bright eyes as he looked at her with a little expectation. Did you really write this? Hermione asked with a quiver in her voice. Why? It's not nice. Loki asked with some disappointment. No. I just can't believe it. It's perfect for us. Hermione said with an excited and surprised expression as she looked at him. You sure? Loki asked, becoming equally excited. Yeah. It has only 2 main characters and almost no dialogue. It'll be easy to perform while also having depth to it due to the story. Wanna get started then? Sure. Leaving Daphne, who was once again busy working on the newspaper by herself, Loki and Hermione began to work behind closed curtains, trying to figure out everything before the last day of the week. Let's first start with storyboarding, Hermione said with a pause as she picked a charcoal pencil and began to sketch out a few scenes in the rough they could use as a reference for their transfigurations. How about something like this? Would this suit the main character? Loki asked, transfiguring a spoon into a 3-piece suit with a gray overcoat, an orange shirt, and a purple pant. Looks good, doesn't it? Loki asked with a proud smile. Hermione's eyebrows twitched as she stared at the disastrous clothes that Loki had transfigured and looked at him for a little while to figure out if he was being serious or not. Loki, why don't you handle the animation of the characters? Leave the clothes to me. Oh. You want to handle the clothes? Fine, you can do it. I'll work on animating their bodies like you said. Taking Hermione's sketches and his imagination as a reference, Loki began to transfigure small 7-inch figurines that they'd be using as the main actors of their play. Once he was done with the figurines, Loki began to practice animating them according to the movements described in the short play he'd written. Surprisingly, Loki didn't find it difficult to create scenes that were heavy with action. Instead, he found the rather mundane things that everyone did unconsciously to become difficult. Things like walking, talking, and subtle signs and expressions became a little difficult to animate since they felt uncanny. No matter how Loki tried to frame the movements, they looked weird and felt unnatural. Would using animation principles work? I mean, after all, this is an animation too, in a way, right? Loki started with a basic implementation of the squash and stretch, working diligently to lean into the animated feeling of the play, and soon found his rhythm. Hermione joined in soon after with her series of clothes and dresses that complemented perfectly with each other. The dresses were an equally important part of the play since there were a few dances in the play and the colors and flow of the dresses played an important role in framing the main characters. Eventually, Loki fell into a trance with Hermione and the two worked together to learn and coordinate the movements of their characters, learning from their and each other's mistakes on the way to produce fluid and stunning animations. They worked for 2 straight days, each day after classes, well into the night while holding back their work on the newspaper to finish learning exactly how the play they had prepared would go. "Is that all we can do, Loki?" Hermione said, wiping off the sweat on her forehead that had accumulated over the last 15 minutes during their final rehearsal of the play. "Yes, that's probably it. I reckon we've gotten amazing at it, probably better than anyone else in school." Loki said, similarly tired, dark circles outlining his eyes. He'd spent a lot more hours than Hermione working on his animations to send the play to the next level by introducing various animated framing elements into the scenes. And Hermione seemed to have noticed this. "Now go sleep. You need it so that you don't make any mistakes tomorrow. I can't believe how you're able to split your focus to manage so many things at once." "Ha ha, ha ha ha." Loki laughed without energy, waved his hand and said, "Good night" to Hermione before leaving classroom 2-21 to go to his dorm room and collapsing into the bed. "Big brother will show you a surprise in a few days, Elaine. Be ready for it." Loki spoke into the two-way mirror. I will be ready, big brother." "Good." And just like that, for the first time, Loki fell asleep before Elaine, who just patiently watched him sleep and along with the rhythm of his breathing fell asleep herself while holding a stuffed toy that looked like him. Waking up the next morning with a long yawn, Loki became excited as he remembered what day it was today. "Ha! I hope everything pans out well in the end. Hopefully nothing goes wrong." "No. Nothing will go wrong. I'm sure of it." In the Great Hall, Loki noticed the same thing again. "Huh. It seems like everyone is very tired nowadays. Is it because of the cold caused by the presence of so many Dementors all around the school? Well, I'm sure the professors would have warned us if there was anything particularly wrong." Loki mumbled and continued to eat his breakfast. "Prepared for your presentation, Loki?" Tracy asked with a smile while Astoria looked at Loki with a frown. "Why the long day story?" Loki asked casually with the nickname he'd given Astoria. "HMPF. I wanted to see the play, but I have classes during the time of your class." "Haha, don't worry, I'll try to get Hermione to agree to do a private show, just for you," Loki said with a smile since he'd learned about Astoria's blood malediction a few days prior from Madame Pomfrey while helping her brew potions. It had made him sympathetic towards her. So although he couldn't find a cure for her, he wanted to make sure he could keep her smiling in other ways. "Although she doesn't particularly look sick, I guess it's just something that pains her and she's good at ignoring it. But Daphne took that thing in the first year. Perhaps it still couldn't cure her." I dunno. "Really?" Astoria asked, immediately excited like a dog hearing the word play or outside. "Haha, yeah sure, I will convince her somehow, don't worry about it. You're the best friend I have, Loki." Astoria said with excitement causing Daphne to send Loki a scheming glare. "Haha. Fine, fine, calm down now, or your sister will eat me alive." Chapter 168, Humor Me. Loki waited for Hermione outside the Transfiguration classroom while all the other students excitedly walked in, sparing him an excited glance. "Where is she? I was talking to her after charms and then she vanished after we took a turn. Did something happen to her?" Loki nervously tapped his feet on the ground while the rest of the class patiently waited and settled into the benches as Professor McGonagall transfigured a stage for Loki and Hermione. "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, it's getting a little late. Hermione should be arriving soon," Loki said walking up to her. "Don't worry, Mr. Loki, I'm sure Miss Granger will be here soon," McGonagall said with a smile. "I understand." And just like she'd spoken, Hermione arrived in the next few minutes sporting a happy smile on her face. "What happened? Where were you?" "I was worried," Loki said with a frown on his face, but Hermione simply smiled. "Sorry, I got caught up in the washroom. Let's do this, I have a feeling we're going to perform extremely well." "How are you so confident all of a sudden? You were a nervous wreck last night." Loki spoke, wondering if he was remembering wrong. Maybe she's the type of person who gets more confident the closer they are to the deadline. She doesn't seem that way though. "I told you, didn't I? A little birdie told me we'd do great. Are you all right? You know that birds don't talk, don't you?" Loki spoke, sending a worried gaze Hermione's way, but she just deadpanned and shook her head. "I'm sure we'll be all right. Now let's do it." "Fine." Taking a break from speaking to each other, Loki and Hermione looked towards Professor McGonagall to get her permission, and when they saw her nod, they moved to the small stage she'd set up for them to perform the play. Hey, it's been a wild ride for us to decide and practice the show we're going to be showing you today, so we hope it's going to be as enjoyable for you as it has been to construct for us. Loki started. And so, I hope you enjoy with us, the Auror who dreamed to dance. The lights in the room dimmed until the room became shrouded in darkness, courtesy of Professor McGonagall. With a soft flicker and the artificial sound of a halogen light turning off and on, Loki added a spotlight using the spell he'd discovered in his first year, but he'd modified it a little to set up the light to hover in the air since he needed his wand for other things. The stage was currently empty, but soon walking into the spotlight came to view two well-dressed people, a wizard and a witch. While to most people the recognition stopped there, some eagle-eyed students realized that the characters were wearing Auror uniforms. The scene around them was transformed into a subway, and the dim flickering lights Loki added to the scene set up a grim mood. Students marveled at the detail that Hermione and Loki had created in front of them, and even McGonagall had a soft smile. "What do you think?" "You don't need to do this," the girl pleaded, her tone somber, like a last bargain. "What do you mean?" The men snapped back. "It doesn't matter what I think, Louisa. Someone has to do it. I have to do it. Someone will, Jacob. But it doesn't have to be you." The girl pleaded, but it was clear to anyone who looked at Jacob's expression, he wouldn't budge. I knew it'd be like this. I thought I could talk you out of it, but I can't. The girl finally gave up. "It's not your mistake, Louisa. It's the fault of the times we live in." Jacob calmly wiped the tears off Louisa's face. "When I was a girl," Louisa mumbled, causing Jacob along with the audience to lean in a little closer to understand what she was saying. "When I was a little girl, I used to dream of being a dancer," she said. Everyone in the audience, including Jacob, was puzzled by her sudden revelation. "A dancer?" Jacob asked for everyone. "Yes. I used to feel free whenever I danced, and so I wanted to be a dancer, to be free from all the things around me, to become free." "I see." Jacob nodded, wondering where this was going. "Promise me," Louisa suddenly said with vigor as she looked right into Jacob's pale eyes. "Promise me, you will take me to a dance when you return." Jacob looked into her eyes, smiled and spoke in a soft tone, "I promise." He nodded and intertwined his fingers with Louisa's. Searching his eyes for any hints of fear or lies, Louisa maintained eye contact with Jacob for a while before her face broke into a smile and she said, "Good. Go and help the others evacuate, I will be right behind you," Jacob promised and pushed Louisa away from him. Louisa looked at Jacob for a little longer and then turned away and ran into the darkness, exiting the stage. The spotlight on the stage turned off, and everything went dark for a second before a dim light blue glow spread all throughout the stage, lighting up a single vague figure floating around it. A man cloaked in black robes that were fluttering in the wind looked around holding a wand. "Is that you know who?" a student faintly whispered, but it rang through everyone's minds due to the silence. Audible gasps rang through the classroom, and even McGonagall tightened the grip on her wand, wondering what the two of her best students were doing. "Ha ha 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 ha!" A mentally deranged laughter spread through the silence of the audience, sending a chill up their spines. "I've become the greatest Dark Lord. No one can stop me now." The figure floated about what appeared to be ruins of a battlefield with several other people strewn about unconscious or dead on the floor. But before the men could revel in his victory for longer, a bold and familiar voice rang throughout the battlefield. "Stop right there, Sullivan. I've come to reap your life." The floating man stopped mid-air as he looked around until he spotted the man speaking to him. "Ah, it's you, Jacob. Yes, I've missed you very dearly, brother." Chapter 169, Who Won? Gasps rang throughout the room with people shocked at the revelation. "How have you been, oh brother of mine?" the Dark Lord asked calmly. "I've never been better." "But you seem to be in pain, Sullivan," Jacob said with a similar patience. "Pain? Ha! I haven't known any pain since I've come this far, brother. If only you'd see things my way. If you did, you'd know things like pain are but a burden, an imperfection, a mistake in creation. And look where it has got you. No one stands by your side anymore. People. Tell me, brother. Do people bow down to you each time they see you?" "I don't need people bowing down to me, brother, especially not in fear. While you have millions who can do such a thing for you, you don't have a single person who can stand by your side." "Stand by my side? Such a thing is a high privilege, yes. I do feel lonely sometimes. But such is life. Such is the price you have to pay to reach the top. You who haven't seen what it is like from up here cannot even begin to understand this privilege that is far greater. You're drunk. Drunk on your power. You haven't reached the top, brother. All you've done is sacrifice everyone that was above you to claim that you're on top. Pathetic. You wouldn't understand the pain I've gone through to reach here. You're a measly Auror. What could you know about this? What could you know about what I've been through? I might not know about a lot, brother, but I do know quite a bit about pain. Do you remember? The day Mom and Dad died in that accident. I've worked my life away to give you all that you need. Ah yes. I remember them. Terrible people they were, their magic had stagnated and they couldn't progress, so I killed them. What? Yes, I still remember it, as fresh as it were yesterday. I remember setting up that trap in Mom's potion-making room. It must have exploded in their faces since they weren't careful enough. Sullivan. You bastard. A flash of red emitted from Jacob's wand as it swam through the air and moved at blinding speed toward the men floating in the air. But the man was strong. He swiped his wand through the air and caused the spell to deflect away from him. You'll have to do more than that to kill me, brother. I'm no longer your brother. I am dead to you. Oh, very soon you will be. Like the rest that were lined for their graves before you. This time it was the man floating in the air was the one who initiated an attack, and it was a blunt one, Avada Kedavra. A thick beam of green light shot through the air and moved towards Jacob. Quick on his feet, Jacob swiped his wand upwards and caused a portion of the floor to rise up like a barrier and block the thick beam of light. But given that the killing curse cast by Sullivan was strong, it effortlessly pierced through the stone barrier and exploded the barrier, except Jacob had used that short delay he bought to dive away from the spell's reach. Good. This wouldn't be fun if you couldn't even do this much. Avada Kedavra. Jacob dove behind a new set of rocks and with a swift wave of his wand shouted a charm, Magnus Avis. Instantly out of nowhere, 7 giant pterodactyls appeared in the air and dove sharply at Sullivan while aiming to bite his head off with their sharp beaks. HMPF, arrogant. As if mere birds could ever hurt me. Sullivan turned his focus to the birds and waved his wand wordlessly, causing a set of equally large snakes to appear from the ground and chomp on those pterodactyls, snapping their necks in half and eating them up in one big gulp. Now, it's time for you to die, brother. Aiming his wand right at Jacob's chest, Sullivan spoke once again in a cold manner. Avada Kedavra. A thick pulse of green light traveled through the air and struck Jacob's chest, sending him flying back as he crashed into the boulders afar. Everyone froze in shock. Shouldn't the hero win? Why is the villain winning? Everyone grew confused, and so did Sullivan. He arrogantly floated towards Jacob's unmoving and cold body as he searched for him in the rubble created. Sullivan effortlessly shifted tons of rocks and finally found Jacob's body. I guess that is all you had to offer to me, brother. There seemed to be an unhinged madness to his tone that sent all the students in the classroom shivering with fear. But suddenly, like everyone in the audience, Sullivan became stunned when the body crumbled into dust. He immediately turned around and looked behind him, only to realize he had been caught. This is the end of the road for you, brother. Jacob whispered like the devil as he placed his wand on Sullivan's neck. What are you going to do? Kill you only, brother. Don't you have some sympathy for me? Jacob snarled as those words came out of Sullivan's mouth, and Sullivan dropped the act, yet a smirk became prominent on his face. Do you really want to do this, brother? Sullivan asked insidiously as he waved his wand and caused a piece of the rubble to fly up and float in the air. Jacob's eyes reluctantly left Sullivan, but his eyes instantly widened as he saw what was underneath the rock. Louisa. Louisa remained under the rock, unconscious, as Jacob's heart throbbed with pain as he looked at the condition she was in. Anything happens to me and the boulder above her will crush her and then she'll die. You won't. Jacob snarled, his eyes turning red with anger. You told me that I didn't have any people beside me in the beginning, didn't you, brother? Now don't you see? She's but a burden for you, someone who can be used to tie you down. You aren't free. Sullivan smirked. Jacob hesitated and closed his eyes. Just as he was about to lower his wand, Sullivan and Jacob both heard a groan. Louisa had woken up. She looked around for a bit and then her eyes focused on Jacob holding his wand on Sullivan's neck. Jacob, she screamed. Don't listen to him. Don't worry. I will protect myself. Defeat him. Ha! Protect yourself. With what? You don't even have your wand anymore. Sullivan spoke in derision. Jacob looked at Louisa, who was only a hand's distance away from him, yet in this moment she seemed so far away. Sullivan felt Jacob's wand twitch a little and then loosen from his neck. Yes, that's right, lower your wand. Jacob closed his eyes, and when he opened them under Sullivan's continuous taunting, they seemed to tremble with fear. Do I dash? Sullivan started, but Jacob shouted, Bombarda Maxima. A huge explosion rang throughout the classroom and the entire stage was covered in a cloud of dust. All students, even McGonagall, were enthralled by the play as they leaned in, hoping for the dust to clear faster so they could see the result of the explosion. The spotlight went off and only the sounds of small rocks tumbling down were heard for a moment, bringing everyone to the edge of their seats. Who won? Chapter 170, Let's Go. The dust was slowly settling and everyone heard faint groans coming from inside it. Then they heard a swish from within the fog and found it to rapidly clear. It seemed as if there was still someone alive inside the fog. The dust began to clear and everyone looked at the happy scene inside it. Louisa. Jacob shouted, forcing Louisa to look in his direction. She pushed herself off the ground and ran towards Jacob in a hurry. Jacob. Louisa had a happy smile on her face as she shouted his name. Clearly, she was happy he was alive. But something was weird. Why wasn't Jacob getting up from the floor? Why wasn't he moving? Was he just tired? The dust cleared further and everyone saw what Louisa saw. Her movements faltered at first, but then they immediately sped up in panic. Jacob. Jacob had become trapped under the very same boulder that was above Louisa a few seconds earlier. His legs were squished into a meat paste by the boulder and Louisa ran up to him with tears in her eyes. Everyone realized in that moment what had happened. After using Bombarda Maxima, Jacob had probably pushed Louisa out of the way and become trapped under it himself. Jacob. Let me help you out. Don't move. Your legs can still be salvaged. Louisa said, reminding everyone just how powerful the medical expertise of wizards was. Jacob just gave her a self-pitying stare and then spoke in a soft mumble. It isn't pos. What? Louisa asked, leaning closer to him to listen to what he was saying. It won't be possible to heal my legs anymore, Louisa, Jacob said with a sad sigh. But why? Louisa grew confused and worried, checking if Jacob had sustained a more serious life-threatening injury. At the last moment, when I used the Bombarda Maxima curse on him, he used the Fiendfire spell on me. I had to allow my legs to be crushed by the rock to stop the spell from consuming my body. Jacob hadn't said anything further, but Louisa and everyone in the audience knew what that meant. Modern Mediwitches couldn't cure injuries from Fiendfire. No way. Louisa collapsed onto her knees with her mouth opening and closing like a goldfish the entire time. I'm sorry, Louisa, I don't think I can hold you to our promise for a dance, Jacob said with a soft sigh, causing Louisa to break into tears and begin to cry and wail in Jacob's arms as he did his best to comfort her. The spotlight turned off again and everyone became slightly depressed, wondering if the play had ended here. No way, right? This is not the end, right? Several students thought at the same time. The spotlight turned on again and this time it showed Jacob sitting in a wheelchair with Louisa pushing him through a garden as they slowly made their way through. Both Louisa and Jacob had a bright smile on their faces and not once did either complain about their roles. They walked through the park where several children were playing and even ended up on a cliff from where they watched the sunset for a bit. While returning, however, they spotted a silly little girl dancing under the stars while singing to herself. She looked pretty, like the moon dancing under the stars, as she moved gracefully and elegantly through the field of flowers around her. Her moves were random and didn't have much choreography, yet the girl looked beautifully free while she danced. She appeared to be gliding through the field like a fairy, moving from one flower to the other, waiting to collect its nectar. Everyone, including Jacob, heard Louisa stifle her sobs at that moment as she forcefully turned around from the girl, breaking the audience's immersion in her performance while dragging Jacob back to their house. That night, Louisa cried for a long while in bed and eventually fell asleep sometime during the morning. It was only after she fell asleep that Jacob woke up and sat up in the bed with difficulty. Sullivan's last words echoed in his mind, burden. Aren't I a burden to her right now? Jacob thought. Then looking at her for a long while, Jacob seemed to have decided something as a sharp glimmer showed in his eyes. From that night every day, Louisa walked with Jacob to the cliff and watched the sunset with him, but she always changed their path while returning so that they wouldn't come across the girl dancing ever again. Everyone including the audience could see the thought was slowly eating Louisa up. Whenever she talked with Jacob they saw how her eyes contained guilt, as if she was the one responsible for his burdens, not even him telling her that he was alright and didn't mind being unable to walk much since he got to spend more time with her changed her mind. She appeared to be slowly spiraling. But every day after Louisa fell asleep, Jacob would sneakily use his wand to push himself out of bed and move out of the room to do something no one could see just yet. What is he doing? The students wondered. Is he also feeling sad like Louisa? Perhaps he might be going out to vent out his frustrations. Everyone concluded something similar. They all thought the sadness was getting to Jacob too, and they were worried he would do something drastic or make an irrational decision. Some of the audience members were even going as far as to curse both Hermione and Loki in their minds for making such a terrible play. Everyone was unhappy. Finally, one fine day when Louisa and Jacob went to the cliff to watch the sunset, Jacob said something that startled everyone. Louisa, why don't we go the way the little girl danced last time? Louisa trembled, her lips quivered and goosebumps appeared on her arms. Her head spiraled into despair as she began to hyperventilate, but Jacob's calm and steady voice brought her out of her thoughts. He simply said, "Let's go." Chapter 171, Let's begin. Hearing Jacob's tone, Louisa started to sob silently. The pain that had accumulated over time, the pain that seemed to be eating her alive, appeared in the form of tears that silently traveled across her innocent cheeks. Even the audience had become tense. Why did Jacob ask Louisa to take him to that spot? What is he thinking? While others feared for Jacob's decision. Was he going to do something terrible? Was he going to give up? A feisty redhead blamed Loki since he was a Slytherin and was ready to bet that he was the one that ruined the story since a Gryffindor could never do such a thing and would never make such a terrible ending. Professor McGonagall even started to have second thoughts about the play. Should I stop it? Although hidden in the cover of darkness, Professor McGonagall could still spot the two enthusiastic students behind the stage she'd so generously set up. And seeing them, she found them to have soft smiles on their faces. Why are they smiling? In this tense atmosphere where I can't guarantee they'll leave the class alive, why are they still smiling? McGonagall slowly became frustrated and soon after a bit of contemplation began to let go of her frustrations and trust in the creators of the play. She decided to trust her students like a good professor should. Every crunch of the sticks and every roll of the wheels over the gravel felt impactful to the students. Jacob and Louisa soon arrived at the spot under the moonlight where the girl was dancing step by step. Is the girl still dancing there? Students wondered. The foliage slowly cleared up and everyone saw her. The little girl was still dancing in the moonlight. There were faint gasps throughout the room. Everyone watched Louisa bite her lips to the point that they began to bleed. The girl's dancing was marvelous, filled with swings and turns that caused her dress to fly, making circles around the ground as her hair shimmered. Everything seemed perfect. Everything seemed as if the girl was free. Everything seemed to be a perfect contrast to Jacob, who was bound to the wheelchair. The girl's show soon ended and Louisa had cried enough to the point where all her tears had emptied out. And with Jacob not doing anything throughout the girl's dance, everyone felt a little relieved. Perhaps he just wanted to watch the girl dance. But what of Louisa? Is he not worried about her degrading mental health? As the girl's performance ended, Jacob began to clap loudly. The girl instantly became embarrassed at her audience and quickly under everyone's gaze ran away through the forest to go back home. A few chuckles escaped the audience because of her actions. Everyone then saw Louisa slowly put her hand back on Jacob's wheelchair as she began to turn him around so that they could go back. The entire performance had been nothing short of torture for her. It felt like pins were pricking her chest and head, yet she bore it all since she felt like she deserved it, since in her mind she felt it was because of her that Jacob lost his freedom to move, freedom to feel free. But once again, under the barrage of self-degrading thoughts she was facing, Jacob's calm voice resounded. Louisa, cough, I mean, would you? Huh? What did you say, Jacob? Louisa asked, quickly wiping away all the tears on her face before Jacob could turn around and look at her. I mean, I was wondering if you'd want to, pick up on that offer you made me when I went up to defeat Sullivan. Huh? Louisa, like the rest of the audience, was suddenly dumbfounded. Come again? Louisa asked with a puzzled, pained expression on her face. What did you say? But Jacob continued in the same jovial tone he was using earlier. I mean, I was wondering if I could have you for a dance. Is that not all right? Simultaneously, like the rest of the crowd, everyone thought Jacob had finally lost it. Louisa's lips quivered, but she remained steadfast and said, all right. I'll push the wheelchair and you move. Is that all right? No. Not like that. Jacob said, and under everyone's stunned gazes, he waved his wand and formed legs from himself by transfiguring the dirt on the ground. Help me up, Jacob said. Louisa's eyes widened a little, but she didn't discourage Jacob's attempt at looking normal and did her best to help him up so that he could stand up on his own. How are you going to dance in those, Jacob? You'll fall down. I understand you want to walk again, but dash. Shhhh. Jacob just placed his finger on Louisa's lips and shut her up. Then he slowly wiped away the blood leaking from her lips and the tears that still remained on her face. Calm down and watch. Don't you want to dance with me? Louisa's eyes widened, and although she didn't understand what was going on, a warm feeling of hope had sprouted in her heart, and so she slowly nodded her head. Then let go, Jacob said, pulling his arms out of her grasp. But dash. Trust me, and let go, Jacob said again, and taking a deep breath after closing her eyes, Louisa finally let go. Everyone instantly expected Jacob to collapse to the ground. After all, transfigured legs weren't meant to move, they were frozen and appeared stationary. At least that was what most people thought. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened instead as she mumbled something in the midst of all the silence. Animated transfiguration. It wasn't very tough to make something animated using transfiguration. After all, it was just a third-year course syllabus and most graduated students could perform basic animated transfiguration. But it was still extremely hard to perfectly, or even with some flaws, mimic human body parts using transfiguration. The problem was such prosthetics would vanish after a little bit of time when the caster's spirituality depleted. This was also why it wasn't used by many witches, since it was but a temporary solution. Even then, one would need a lot of concentration and focus to be able to pull it off. It was ridiculously hard. But as McGonagall's words traveled through the audience's ears, they all remembered the several times they had seen Jacob levitate himself out of bed in the dead of the night while Louisa slept to do something elsewhere. Ah. He was practicing for this. May I have the opportunity to take you for a dance? Jacob asked with a soft bow as he looked up at Louisa. Louisa's eyes watered immediately and her brows trembled along with her whole body, but she wasn't one to see an opportunity in front of her and not take it, so she placed her trembling hands in Jacob's grasp and said, "You may. Then let's dress appropriately." With the wave of his wand, Jacob transformed their clothes into one suitable for a ball dance, with Jacob wearing a full tuxedo and Louisa wearing a deep blue gown that was littered with what appeared to be stars. Jewelry appeared around her neck and on her ears as Jacob placed his wand back into his holster and stood up from his courteous bow to meet her eyes. "Let's begin." Curtains fell on the stage and the lights immediately turned on, but everyone remained stunned and silent, their thoughts going back to the final beautiful scene with Jacob and Louise standing in the middle of a flowery field against the backdrop of the moon. Everyone was lost in a trance until they all heard a soft clap. It came from Professor McGonagall, who was smiling excitedly and happily. Soon the whole classroom burst into a round of applause that Loki and Hermione took with a polite bow. They were both tired, which was apparent from the sweat gathered on their brows, but they didn't let it show and kept a professional smile on their faces as if this was nothing for them. Chapter 172, A New Way to Teach. "That was absolutely fantastic, Miss Granger and Mr. Loki. For your dedication to the craft, I award both houses 50 points. Well done," Professor McGonagall said with a smile after all the claps from the remaining students died down. Everyone's eyes widened due to Professor McGonagall's words, but no one felt it was unfair to the two participants of the play. Everyone felt it was worth it. The students who had estimated to only waste the time of their class today by watching a third-rate play came out with an absolute masterpiece that was built with a lot of love and dedication. Not even Draco's gang opened their mouths to complain or mock Loki and Hermione in any way, not that anyone in the class would have let them get away from it even if they tried. The plot was encouraging and well-meaning. The main character was a transfiguration expert, which I loved, and the ending connected to transfiguration animations. The topic the class is currently working on was masterful, McGonagall said in a chirpy tone. "Thank you for your praise, Professor," Loki said and bowed along with Hermione. "Oh dear. I'm sure the whole school will be talking about you two for years to come. What you have done in this class is not something just anyone can do. You should be proud of what you've achieved." Loki and Hermione nodded with a beautiful smile and moved to go to their seats. They shared a quick nod that conveyed to each other just how happy they were in their decision to talk about the play after class. As they approached their seats, several people whispered commendations to them, and when they finally sat, the class threatened to break into hushed whispers with everyone eager to discuss the play. But a simple soft cough from Professor McGonagall brought all the attention back to her. No one wanted to upset the big cat after all. Now, like Miss Granger and Mr. Loki have achieved the heights of animation through transfiguration, all of you must also strive to achieve such accolades." The class felt a little depressed seeing the class starting, but Professor McGonagall noticed the depressing mood and tried her best to raise everyone's mood. Mastering transfiguration can not only be useful in class, but it will help you in your daily life too. You can create anything you could ever physically need using transfiguration. The class nodded their heads in sync since they already knew about it, and McGonagall asked a question to keep them engaged. "Can anyone tell me about an example of Jacob using transfiguration to help himself in his daily life?" And for the first time in McGonagall's teaching career, nearly all the class lifted their hands to answer. "Miss Lavender, could you tell us?" Lavender stood up with an excited look on her face and spoke quickly. He used transfiguration not only to recreate his legs, but he also used it to create jewelry and clothes for himself and Louisa at the end. "You are right. 5 points to Gryffindor." McGonagall nodded and Lavender sat down happy at having earned 5 points for the first time in her life as the professor continued. "For example, I don't think many of you have noticed, but there is a reason why my robes always maintain their shine. It is because, like Jacob at the end, I transfigure my robes to help me keep them looking fresh and new." The students' eyes widened slightly and many began to assess McGonagall's emerald green robes that shimmered in the light. Seeing the students' interest grow, McGonagall struck while the iron was hot. But transfiguration is not just a branch of magic that can be used for convenience, it can also be used to save yourselves in opportune moments like Jacob did in the play. Can anyone tell me about his applications of transfigurations in combat? The hands of nearly all students shot up once again. "Yes, Miss Davis, if you would," McGonagall said with a smile, seeing someone as lazy as Tracy be excited about answering a question in class. Tracy stood up and spoke passionately. "First, Jacob used transfiguration to save himself from the killing curse that Sullivan used by transfiguring the ground as a shield." She paused until she saw McGonagall nodding to affirm her answer and then continued. "The second was when he conjured up large birds that attacked Sullivan using the Magnus Avis charm, and the third and the final time was when he used a transfigured clone of himself as a distraction to take the killing curse from Sullivan for him." "Well done, Miss Davis. 5 points to Slytherin." McGonagall said and carried on with the class. "It is as she said, a master at transfiguration can protect themselves from several threats, even those as serious as the killing curse. God forbid you come across it in your lives." All the students' eyes by this point were already shining as they all suddenly found their previously tough and boring transfiguration class become much more interesting and fun. Looking at how eagerly the students were looking at her, McGonagall smiled and thought about slightly changing her teaching methods for the upcoming classes. If all of you in this class learn how to animate your transfigurations before the next 2 classes end, I will oversee a duel between all of you in class that will exclusively use transfiguration. The students all opened their mouths loosely, even Hermione and Loki looked at McGonagall like she'd grown a new head. Everyone was surprised at her words and almost burst out screaming in joy since after Lockhart's last attempt at practical teaching last year, everyone had been wanting something similar but better. But McGonagall's presence in front of them all reminded them that she was not someone who'd take disturbance during class lightly, and so they remained tight-lipped for the fear of having their new goal taken away from them before they even began flying towards it. Soon it was the end of class and everyone began to leave the class, but Hermione and Loki stayed back when they heard McGonagall say, "Mr. Loki, Miss Granger, if the 2 of you could stay back please." Everyone, understanding McGonagall had something to talk to them, gave them some space and emptied the room faster. "Well, I wanted to talk to her too anyway, so this is fine I guess. Really I should speak with Professor Snape since he's the head of my house, but I'm sure he knows I'm lazy enough to talk to whoever comes my way first. I'll stay back after she's done speaking to Hermione." Chapter 173, Baths Hate a Babbling. Once everyone left the room, leaving the professor and her 2 new favorite students alone, Professor McGonagall spoke to the 2 with stars in her eyes. "I have to say this once again, that was wonderful, you 2. I have a proposal for you, only if you'd like to hear me out." Loki and Hermione looked at each other, and after seeing neither of them could guess what was to come, they looked at Professor McGonagall and nodded. "I was wondering if you could possibly perform the play once again." "Once again? Is there a particular audience you have in mind, Professor?" Loki asked, a little confused. Yes, I do have an audience in mind, but that is not who you'll be performing for." Both Hermione and Loki were now confused. "I would love for the 2 of you to perform in front of the entire school sometime in the coming days during dinner at the Great Hall." Loki and Hermione's eyes widened at the idea. Seriously, Professor?" Loki asked, fumbling his words from the shock. "Yes. I think your play deserves to be critically acclaimed, and I'm sure more people deserve to see something as beautiful as what you've accomplished here." Loki and Hermione turned into goldfishes as they repeatedly opened and closed their mouths, but excitement soon took over as they happily nodded and almost jumped in excitement. "Thank you, Professor. It'd be an honor for us to be able to do something like this for the school." "Good. I will talk to the other professors and Headmaster Dumbledore to help you find the right time." A rare thin smile showed up on McGonagall's face. Hermione and Loki thanked her once again before they turned to leave the classroom. It was only when they were at the door that Loki remembered he had to talk about something with Professor McGonagall. But given how excited everyone currently was, he decided not to talk about his problem right now. "Didn't I tell you we'd be fine earlier?" Hermione said as she walked alongside Loki with a skip in her step. Yeah, as if you could know beforehand anyway. What if we made a mistake? What if we failed to perform? Arg. Stop worrying now. We're done with it already, let it go." Hermione pleaded with a smile as she punched Loki's shoulder lightly. "Ha. Fine. But we still need to practice for our performance in front of the school." "Yeah. I still can't believe that Professor McGonagall gave us such an opportunity." Eventually coming to the split in the corridor where they had to part because they had different classes, Loki looked at Hermione and with a smile said, "You did fantastic in there, Hermione," before walking into the right corridor. "You too," Hermione called back from behind before she vanished into her own corridor. Loki had herbology with Ravenclaw for 2 hours before it was lunch, where all he could see was people gossiping about their play by pointing at him and Hermione. Loki was surprised that not a lot of people came to talk to him about it, since many at the Gryffindor table spoke to Hermione about it. But Hermione surprised Loki by quickly finishing her meal and rushing to her classes. She's annoyed by all the people talking about it. Well, I should go to my classes too before the students decide they can break the ice and talk to a Slytherin about it. Several people at the Slytherin table were already threatening to talk to Loki but were held back by Dacro's malicious glare and frown pointed in Loki's direction. No one wanted to face the wrath, or more appropriately deal with the tantrum that would come from angering Draco Malfoy. Eventually, Loki got up and left for his first elective class of the year, Ancient Runes, taught by Professor Baths Hate a Babbling. Entering the classroom, Loki found himself sitting behind Daphne, who appeared to be a little excited for the class. The play was good, Daphne said in a neutral tone, causing Loki to pause in his actions and smile before he replied, "Yeah, I liked it too." But as Daphne was about to say something more to him, a bushy-haired girl appeared at the door of the classroom wearing a smile, and as soon as she met Loki's eyes, her smile grew a little stiff. "Over here," Loki mouthed, patting the free seat beside himself, which Hermione reluctantly listened to and arrived at. "So you decided to come to this class instead of divination? Nice choice," Loki said with a smile, causing Hermione's face to flush a little as she awkwardly nodded. But Professor Babbling then entered the classroom and the class quieted. But Loki quieted, not because of her aura, which closely resembled Professor Snape's, but because his instincts immediately picked up on the several high-priced items that were strewn about all over her body. Hello, students. I am Professor Bath's Hada Babbling, your ancient runes teacher for the foreseeable future. I will teach you the art of enchanting using ancient runes to create things that you would have never thought possible before. My goal from this class is to give you a strong foundation that will help you build your own ideas on top. And for this, I will hold you to a very high standard, since magical experimentation is extremely dangerous yet very rewarding. Ancient runes are the one part of magic that you can safely experiment with, and so I shall do my best to teach you its rules. By the end of class, you will have your very own flying broom that you would have enchanted using the process of inscribing runes onto broom handles. Of course, the brooms you will prepare will not be the best out there, but they should also not be the worst. I hope you pay attention in class, because while rewarding, the process of learning about ancient runes is also going to be a test of your concentration and focus. Even simple and small mistakes can often lead to disastrous results that might lead to serious injuries that will require you to spend a night in the hospital wing regrowing your appendages. So I hope you will do your best and pay attention. With that short introduction to ancient runes, the class began in earnest as Professor Babbling taught students about the simplest of runes that they could easily recognize, the circular rune. We will begin with our very first project. By the end of today's class, you must make your very own torchlight. For bonus points to your respective house, I want you to figure out how you will change the colors of the light. Chalk pieces immediately began to scribble on the blackboard, drawing the required runes, and the required steps, while with a wave of her wand Professor Babbling sent several thin metal plates towards all the students who became excited to try their hands at runic magic. A torchlight. Maybe I can make it a disco ball. Or what if I make it a shadow caster instead? Hee, what if I use it to steal the glow of other students' torches? Wouldn't that leave them puzzled about what's wrong with their runes? Daphne suddenly felt like something was wrong with her luck today. Why do I feel like someone's out to get me? Chapter 174, Wards. The class began to follow the instructions on board, and as everyone had their heads low, using their wands to engrave the runes onto the metal sheet that was given to them. Professor Babbling made rounds around the students to see if they were making any mistakes and following what was written on the board. After a few minutes of correcting students' bad habits, Professor Babbling moved to Loki's seat. Have you worked with runes before, Mr. Loki? Professor Babbling asked politely with a smile. Yes, Professor, I have. Loki said while nodding eagerly. Oh. How so? Did you learn on your own? Professor Babbling asked with a smile. Yes, Professor. I learned it on our own to make the game in Hogwarts, honest Mill. Loki answered for everyone to hear. Professor Babbling's eyes widened at the answer, and she said in a calm tone, yes, I had forgotten about that. A nifty little thing those cards are, a wonderful application of movement runes to make pictures act on their own. Do you do most of the work engraving runes onto those newspapers yourself? I doubt you don't have a machine for them. It'd be very inefficient to do them by hand, I suspect. But still, your runic mastery, it isn't just superficial, a runic array to steal other people's lights. And you're targeting Miss Greengrass and Miss Granger. Ah. Loki suddenly felt slightly embarrassed, but he covered it up and spoke up. You are not wrong, Professor, we do have an engraving machine, and I've studied about the creation of runes and making enchanted items from Randolph Spudmore over the summer. Immediately the teacher's eyebrows shot up. Then Professor Babbling picked up Loki's plate and looked at it carefully. After which she poured in a little bit of her spirituality. Multiple balls of colorful lights popped up from the metallic plate, causing a small ruckus in the room, leaving both Hermione and Daphne shocked. 5 points for Slytherin, Mr. Loki. And that is quite the experience to have. I don't know how you got an apprenticeship under him, but that is some nice experience. Thank you, Professor. Loki humbly responded. Given that you've trained under Randolph, I doubt these classes will be of any benefit to you. How come you chose this class then? I was surprised about the apprenticeship after school ended last year by one of our newspaper sponsors, so I didn't know I'd be doing an apprenticeship until after I chose my classes for the 3rd year. I'm sorry. No worries. I can just give you work for higher years. Tell me, how much have you covered under him? Do you know about rune arrays? Yes, Professor. But I haven't delved into them too much, and I know very specific arrays, so my knowledge about them is very incomplete. By very specific arrays you mean arrays relating to flying brooms. Loki's eyes widened for a second, but he composed himself quickly. Of course, you'd know about the firebolt. I suspect he asked you for advice. Haha, I won't say he did not, but let's leave that for some other time. For now, I want to assign you a new task. Wait a moment. Professor Babbling then wordlessly flicked her wand, and a cupboard at the end of the classroom shot open. From it shot out a hardcover textbook that flew straight into her hand. Babbling then dropped the textbook on Loki's table and opened it to a new section, Fast Wards and Their Elements. Is this what I need to learn about? Loki asked with apprehension, since the topic appeared to be a little complicated given the first page itself had 3 formulae. Yes, Mr. Loki. Try it out, I'm sure you'll like it. With those parting words, Professor Babbling continued her rounds around the class, leaving Loki, Hermione, and Daphne to their own devices, but the two of them were glaring at him. Hermione pinched Loki's side while Daphne sent a pinching hex flying his way. Loki took them both with a little bit of whining while softly whispering, "I'm sorry. Sorry. Won't do it again, I promise." "Who's Randolph Spudmore?" Hermione asked as soon as Professor Babbling was out of earshot, and although Daphne appeared uninterested, Loki could see her ears were perked up. "There's a new broom on the market called the Firebolt, the fastest broom yet, he's its creator," Loki spoke with some embarrassment. "What? How did you get an internship under him?" Hermione asked, shocked, but she did make sure to keep her voice down. "I was just lucky. Mr. Blimes, the owner of Zonko's Jokes shop, saw that my rune drawing skill was great, and so he brought me into a meeting they were having to introduce me to him." "Wow, I can't help but feel a little jealous." Hermione pouted, causing Loki to laugh at how honest she was being. "I'll try to see if he has a spot for 2 more if both of you want to Joe Dash." "No," Hermione and Daphne said at the same time. "Oh. Okay, I won't help you. Make sure you get it by your own strengths." Loki calmed them down after guessing why they'd reacted this way. With their short conversation done, everyone went back to doing their own thing, with Hermione and Daphne working on studying the textbook to create something similar to what Loki had made, while Loki studied more about wards and how they worked. The textbook had several corrections, side notes, and observations written within its margins, reminding Loki of Snape's Half-Blood Prince textbook. Is this Professor Babbling's personal book? Loki wondered and slowly became absorbed in learning everything from the book in front of him, since it looked extremely valuable. Wards are a combination of runic arrays that are all aimed at performing a specific task for the caster. For example, wards can be used to cast an automatic slowing charm at the bottom of a Quidditch pitch so that participants who fall down will not get hurt. There are several ways in which one can set up wards. Some of the most common methods include engraving runes on a conductive surface, using a medium such as blood to draw the runes, and last but not the least, transfiguring spirituality into the required shapes to form runes. Each method has its own advantages and disadvantages and is suitable for different results. This chapter will go in depth into all 3 of the above-mentioned methods, but it is recommended that students have someone to supervise them. Loki continued to read until the end of class when the bell rang, without realizing he'd been reading for about 2 hours straight. He only stopped when Professor Babbling snatched away his book using an Accio charm. "Go trot off to your other classes now. I don't want you finishing the entire book in a day, Mr. Loki." Loki smiled a little and bowed his head towards the professor before leaving to go to his next class. Chapter 175, A Strange Question. After classes finished and his work in classroom 2-21 with the newspaper was done, Loki finally got the opportunity to relax in his room for a while. It was only when the time on his stopwatch struck 8 that Loki walked out of his room and towards a specific room in the dungeons, the potions classroom. Reaching the door, Loki stayed outside for a while as he thought of all the various ways the conversation would go from how he was planning it to happen. Won't Professor Snape feel bad about it though? Since he wanted to make me a Beyonder of the apothecary pathway. Although this was why I wanted to talk to Professor McGonagall about all this, I'm sure he won't mind too much. After all, isn't it all mostly the same thing? A package of powers and madness. After thinking about what he was going to do for a few more minutes and then taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down, Loki put on his best smile and straightened his posture before knocking on the door. Knock knock. The door flew open as if pulled by the wind, and even before Loki stepped into the room, he heard Snape's voice complain. "Are you done peacocking in front of my door, Mr. Loki? I have no interest in helping you start a new business. I'm sure you've earned enough already." Loki gulped. Okay. He's not in a very good mood. Loki's strained smile handled the news, even though not as effectively as he'd have liked. He managed somehow without frowning at his misfortune. "Why would you say that, Professor? Aren't I your favorite student? And I'm here for you. I'm here to thank you for the pocket watch you gave me last Christmas dash. I don't need a peacock in my office. Snape said in a sing-song manner as he carefully stirred a bubbling cauldron. "Come on, Professor Snape, I'm not that bad. You should see Malfoy, he spreads his fanboys and girls and keeps showing off his power to everyone. That is something really annoying. Me. I'm just a chick when compared to him. Let me remind you, Mr. Loki, that chicks do not carry platinum memberships. And especially never flaunt it in front of everyone by wearing the clip on their Hogwarts robes. Ah, now I get what has been annoying Draco all this time. It's my tie clip that I got for being a platinum member. I can see how he took that as a sign of provocation. Poor Malfoys. Should I change it a little? Should I place it in a more obvious spot? Mr. Loki. Have you become so good at puppeteering that you need one to talk to me? Ah, yes, I mean no. No, Professor Snape, I was just here to dash. Tell me why you're really here. Ah, Loki fell silent for a minute. Snape didn't disturb him since his potion was at a critical stage and he needed to concentrate on what he was doing. Become a beyonder off the mystery prior pathway. Loki blurted out words in rapid succession. Snape's head snapped so fast that Loki thought he had gotten whiplash from turning so fast. What did you say, Loki? Snape asked with narrowed eyes. Ah, that, you heard it the first time, Professor. Loki asked while pretending to feel even more nervous after having said it the first time. But Snape just stared at him like he owed him his salary. Well, I said I became a beyonder of the mystery prior pathway. Loki said, slowly this time, speaking each word clearly and smoothly. Snape's eyes narrowed further, so much so that Loki wondered if he could even see anything through them anymore. Suddenly Loki felt a chill pass over him. Is he using spirit vision on me to confirm by checking my astral body? I doubt he can do that though. Even a seer could only do that much later down the line. Loki stood there under Snape's scrutinizing gaze waiting for him to speak when finally Snape closed his eyes for a moment and Loki felt normal. So. Snape looked at his potion which was now ruined because of his lack of attention and then looked at Loki and scowled. With a flick of his wand, Snape was about to toss the potion away but Loki interrupted and dropped into it a little bit of rat blood. The potion isn't wasted, all you have to do is drop the rat's blood to reveal its true color, now you can use it to heal any diseases by simply helping the body to become friends with the enemy cells and then backstabbing them. Snape looked at the potion once again and its golden color like the chrysanthemum flower slowly turned baby pink like that of a snapdragon. Snape cleaned his hands with a towel before looking at Loki with a little bit of annoyance. Do you think I don't know that? That was not what I was trying to do. Loki's eyes turned listless at Snape's insistence but before he could say anything Snape spoke calmly, meet me at Professor McGonagall's office in an hour. Loki nodded and quietly returned to his room. Making sure that this time as he stepped through the common room he would show off his proud platinum tie clip even further. He even charmed it to look extra shiny much to Draco's dismay. Entering his room, Loki spent the time thinking about various things he had to do and made himself a checklist. After he was done he burnt away the paper before thinking about his meeting with Professor Snape. That went better than I expected. I wonder why he wants me to meet Professor McGonagall though. Some random rule of the school? No. Professor Snape's never been a rule book kinda guy. So is Professor McGonagall from the mystery prior pathway too. Perhaps he could detect that I was a beyonder just not which one, so he wants Professor McGonagall to confirm. No. Probably not. He probably just wants Professor McGonagall to guide me since she's on the same pathway I guess. Time soon passed and Loki finally appeared in front of the old cat lady's office. Knock knock. Come in. Loki heard a soft voice speak from the other side. As soon as Loki entered he saw Professor Snape was already there and he seemed to be in the midst of a discussion with Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall was looking at him from the top of her glasses with a slight head tilt and Loki had that weird feeling of being watched again. Spirit vision. But Professor McGonagall's check was much quicker. She only looked at him for a few seconds before looking back at Snape and nodding. Is everything going to be all right? Loki asked with slight confusion. I have a question to ask Mr. Loki, if you don't mind. McGonagall stated rather than asking. It was clear from her tone that she would ask Loki the question anyway, and so he nodded. Well, at least I prepared well. How did you become a beyonder of the mystery prior pathway? The question sent alarm bells ringing in Loki's head. There was something about the way it was worded that Loki felt he couldn't quite digest. It felt off. And when he thought about it Loki came to a soft conclusion. What a strange question to ask, can people not become a mystery prior in this world? Chapter 176, Alibi. Loki's brain fired up at full speed, thinking up all the solutions possible to the question he was asked. I can't lie to her because she can simply divine if I'm telling the truth. I didn't plan for this. I didn't think it would be a problem to simply be a beyonder of the mystery prior pathway. But why exactly would it be a troubling thing to be a mystery prior? Because someone controls the sequence. So even though there's no Church of Hermit or Moses Ascetic Order or Element Dawn, there's someone controlling the pathway. It wouldn't be any noble family since Professor McGonagall isn't affiliated with any of the nobles. Professor McGonagall herself controls the pathway. But if that's the case then the only way one could become a mystery prior is by learning the potion ingredients from her. So it's not just that I'm suspected of lying, but also that if I'm speaking the truth there's a leak in her organization. How troublesome. Just then an idea sparked in Loki's mind. Using his acting skills to pretend that he was thinking a little, Loki said the following. I don't exactly know either. Huh. Both McGonagall and Snape looked at Loki with a frown. But just before they could accuse him of anything or suggest some beyonder means to recover memories he continued. All I remember is that I suddenly had the knowledge about the mystery prior pathway while reading a book I found. McGonagall frowned but then she asked in a strict tone, can you remember something about the book? Not really, other than that I learnt about something called the Hidden Sage. I don't know anything else. I feel like I might have seen a pair of floating eyes but I can't really tell, maybe that was a hallucination. Loki's well-planned words brought a tense silence to the office. Both Snape and McGonagall had a look of astonishment on their faces. Each looked like they had seen the second coming of Merlin in front of them. They looked at each other to check if what they heard was right and then trembled with little shock. Got him. Now even if the divination gives them negative results they can just blame it on the Hidden Sage not wanting them to want to know more about the situation. Good job me. Loki gave himself an imaginary high five while maintaining a confused look outwardly as he spoke to the professors. Did I do something I shouldn't have? I mean, I didn't exactly want to do what was suddenly stuffed in my mind too. I read about legilimency last year and thought that someone was messing with me. But then I tried the potion that was in front of me and after following the instructions in my mind I realized I was now beyonder. Potion? You didn't make the potion? Snape asked quickly. No. It was in front of me. Like I blinked and the potion was in a small vial in front of me. All I remember is that it was a cool silky purple and green colored potion. I felt rather hot when I drank it, like my entire body was being changed or tuned to do something better. Snape looked at McGonagall and she just nodded, probably referring to Loki's description of the mystery prior potion. Can you perform divinations? Professor McGonagall asked softly, seemingly choosing to believe Loki's story about the matter, for now at least. Loki nodded. Do you want me to show you? He let down the topaz pendulum on his hand and asked, pendulum divination, dream divination, astrolabe divination, tarot card readings, I can do them all. Which one do you want me to show you? McGonagall put up a strained smile when she looked at the way Loki was acting like he was selling his wares to her and spoke calmly, pendulum divination would be all right. Can you turn around for a bit so that I can set up the task? Loki nodded and quickly turned around, then spoke. I closed my eyes too. You can set up your task for me now, Professor. There were a few soft tapping sounds and then Loki was asked to turn around. Can you discern which of these cups of tea is authentic? Loki nodded and quickly walked over. He held his topaz pendulum above the right porcelain cup that looked enchantingly real and used cogitation to close his eyes as he spoke a simple statement 7 times. I hope they don't realize I'm using the soul of a beyonder trapped in a ring. This tea is real. Opening his eyes, Loki saw the pendulum spinning clockwise, so he glanced at McGonagall and Snape and saw them focused on his divination, which made him smile. Good. At least they can't detect me using the Ring of Harvest. Then Loki performed the same test with the second cup on the left. Opening his eyes, Loki saw the pendulum spin in an anti-clockwise manner. He looked at McGonagall and then with a smile announced his results. This tea is the one you've transfigured, Professor. I must say the teacup is rather excellent, the designs on it are exquisite. McGonagall gained an amused smile as she spoke. I must remind you, Mr. Loki, that divination is not all-powerful. While the tea indeed is a fake, the cup is real. Ah. Loki stuck out his tongue a little and nodded. I will keep that in mind. That was when Snape looked at Loki with a suspicious gaze again and asked a question. Why did you reveal this information to us? Was it another thing that you were compelled to do because of the sudden influx of knowledge in your head? Ah. Yes, I mean no. Loki said quickly before explaining his reasoning while pretending to act his role. I told you guys about this because I wanted to set up a divination stall in room 2-21 to help other students find their way by solving their troubles using divination. McGonagall and Snape's brows furrowed once again as McGonagall asked, if I may ask, why? Well, this is why I said yes earlier. It's because the knowledge in my head tells me that I need to act according to the maxim, do as you wish but do no harm. If I do this, I can quickly digest the potion I've taken and move on to the next one in line. McGonagall's eyes widened before she narrowed her eyes and shared a side glance with Snape. They looked at Loki and she spoke calmly. I understand your trouble, Mr. Loki. We will get back to you at a later date about this. For now, if that is all you need to tell us, please go back to your dorm and rest. The matter you've brought up is a little complicated to deal with, so don't expect an answer very soon. Loki had expected this to take some time and so he nodded obediently and left McGonagall's office to go back to his dorm and fall down in his bed. He was exhausted from thinking so much to create a perfect alibi and wanted to do nothing else but rest. I'm sure they'll accept my request. After all, it's the Hidden Sage that's backing me. I doubt any other professor can directly communicate with him. And their reactions were reason enough for me to confirm that he exists in this world too. How scary. I just almost dug a massive hole for myself and cooked myself in it. Let's see how this goes. I hope it goes well. Chapter 177, Cigarette Boxes. At the end of the day after dinner, when all was done, Loki leaned back into his bed and proceeded to close his eyes for a little bit. Why am I feeling so tired nowadays? Has the quality of food products at Hogwarts gone so low? Is Adam skimming so much money that Hogwarts can no longer afford proper breakfast, lunch and dinner? Yawn. Loki forced himself off the bed and sat down on the only chair in his room after washing his face with some cold water to wake himself up. Then slipping into the Sapphire Castle, Loki summoned to himself a paper lying in his pile of items scattered everywhere in the castle and began to read a portion of what was written on it. I've been avoiding this for long enough. I should do my best to look into it. Every positive circle you make, while keeping in mind the trial you may take, will lead you to meet a wake. On the magical floor, you can see the lake. On the paper was Slytherin's letter to him which he'd picked up from the Chamber of Secrets. What is this about? What does he want me to find? Does all this lead to a treasure or something? Will lead you to meet a wake. Is he telling me that I've got to wake him up? Why is he sleeping in the first place? Poor quality food in Hogwarts. No, but the last line indicates that this place is somewhere inside the castle, somewhere from where I can see the Black Lake. Or can anything random where you can stand and view the lake be considered as a floor? This riddle's too vague. Loki thought with a sigh and then put down the paper in front of himself, ready to give solving it a real try. All right. Let's see. Every positive circle you make. Does this mean every positive circle I make with my wand? And I have to do it while keeping in mind the trial I have to take. But what's the trial? Do I just think about something vague like Slytherin's trial? Or perhaps keep this letter in mind? Or the Chamber of Secrets? The next line talks about waking him up, but could it be a metaphor for something? Like an object he enchanted that is lying dormant in the castle? Or his secret room? Probably not that, but maybe some other secret room. And the last line talks about the magical floor, from where I can see the lake. There could be several interpretations of this, but if we take the most literal meaning, I need to look for something special on the castle's 3rd, 5th, and 7th floors since those are the only floors that have rooms that give me a view of the Great Lake. Perhaps I need to find a window on one of the magical floors and look at the Black Lake while turning my wand in the air in a clockwise direction as I think about the trial that Slytherin has set for me. Is that it? Loki thought with a puzzled expression. But with no way to try it out immediately, Loki put down the letter and exited the Sapphire Castle to catch up on some sleep his body desperately needed. Waking up the next day, Loki slipped into the Great Hall for breakfast. But as he left the hall he found a box of smokes lying on the ground. Cigarettes. Loki looked at the box with some confusion, but he picked up the box to toss it into the garbage bin in some random class when he could. Loki caught up with Hermione as they made their way to the arithmancy classroom. "Good morning, Loki," Hermione said as Loki appeared beside her. She looked to be fixing her hair, which was already a mess so early in the morning. "Ah. Yeah, good morning to you too, Mino," Loki said, ignoring her fixing her hair since his eyes were locked onto her pocket. Loki had an intuitive feeling that there was something valuable inside Hermione's pocket. Is it the new chain she's wearing around her neck? No, I can feel there's already something around her neck. Is it another new chain? When did she start getting the feeling of carrying around so much gold? And why does the object in her pocket feel oddly familiar to me? Walking beside Hermione while the two continued talking about how they could improve their play when they performed in front of the entire school, Loki slowly slipped his hand into her pocket and deftly picked up what was inside using his fingers. Except he was a little surprised to find that it wasn't a chain like he was expecting but an ordinary cigarette box. Ah. Did Hermione pick up a box that someone had tossed around too? Are there a lot of people tossing around cigarettes nowadays? Loki suddenly asked Hermione, cutting the conversation they were already having. Ah. Cigarettes? Why would anyone toss them in the corridors? Did you see them anywhere? Hermione asked with a frown on her face, her disgust for such behavior clear. You don't know about people tossing cigarettes? Loki asked, confused since he'd just picked up a cigarette box from her pocket. But Hermione shook her head, making Loki confused. Ah. Then does she smoke? No, Hermione's not the type of person that'd do that. So Loki just pocketed both the boxes he had and stuffed them under his robes, thinking he'd toss them away when he'd get to the class. As soon as Loki reached class, however, he found he and Hermione were almost about to be late, so they rushed to the only empty seats in the class. Hermione took the front seat while Loki sat himself at the back. Professor Septima Vector, a woman wearing her hair in a tight bun like Professor McGonagall, was their teacher, and she taught arithmancy by giving the class an introduction about the course. Having learned quite a bit of arithmancy himself while in Professor Flitwick's classes, Loki skipped listening to Professor Vector and cast a large illusion over himself to make it appear as if he was paying attention to her, while in reality he took out the 2 cigarette boxes he had taken and began examining them. Almost immediately, given his advanced vision and his ability to pay attention to details, Loki noticed something strange about the boxes. They are the exact same. Down to the scratches, except this one has a little more. Loki said, pointing at the box that was in his right hand, the new box he pulled out of Hermione's robes. And it's got faint traces of my spirituality on it. What the hell? Did someone prank me? Are they trying to fool me by transfiguring something and making me think I've lost my mind? Professor McGonagall. Is it some other weird test about me being a mystery prior? Loki frowned, he didn't like what was happening at all. Chapter 178, A Riddle of Two. Loki, stunned at the revelation, didn't realize when the arithmancy class ended. He only moved from his place when someone near him accidentally elbowed due to his illusion hovering slightly below his head. I guess there's only one way to find out what's going on. Loki walked out of the class and searched for Hermione, but he couldn't find her anywhere near the crowd that had just left the arithmancy classroom. So he did the next best thing he could think of and pulled out the Marauder's map and located her using that instead. But he soon noticed a discrepancy. While there was a Hermione Granger in a classroom close to him, there was another Hermione Granger in the North Tower. Huh? How did she reach the North Tower so soon? Who is this new Hermione? And isn't that the divination classroom? Loki quickly disillusioned himself and followed the location of the Hermione closer to him, and when he walked into the classroom she was in, he found her finishing her homework and doing nothing else. Although puzzled, Loki quickly followed the other Hermione on the map who was in the North Tower and made sure he'd cross paths with her. Soon, Hermione came into view once again. She was with Harry and Ron, this time walking out on the steps that led to the divination classroom. How did she attend the divination class if she was in arithmancy just now? Loki wondered. Polyjuice potion. But wouldn't the map have revealed their real name? Or can it be fooled easily? Without letting Harry and Ron notice, Hermione walked away from them and went into an empty classroom where, after looking around herself to make sure there was no one else apart from her, she pulled out the chain that was around her neck, giving Loki a clear view of the hourglass casually hanging from its center. It had golden sand trapped inside it and was very small, about a centimeter or two in length, but looked professionally made and emitted a glowing aura that felt in tune with how much Loki's instincts valued the object at. It felt like it was priceless. What is that? Loki asked himself. And as he looked closely at Hermione, he suddenly felt something tickle the back of his mind. Why does she look so similar to Hermione when I first met her outside the Great Hall? Her hair's all a mess. Wasn't she setting her hair when I met her? Perhaps. A crazy idea sprouted in Loki's mind, an idea he wasn't sure was possible, but he was still tempted to believe. Acting purely on instinct, he slipped the cigarette box that he had picked up from the corridor outside the Great Hall into Hermione's pocket after sealing it in a wall of spirituality so that it wouldn't be noticed easily. What's going to happen now? Loki thought and waited patiently, wondering what Hermione was about to do next. But the next moment, as soon as Loki stepped back from Hermione, she spun the golden hourglass in the center of her chain, then, she vanished. Within the blink of an eye, Hermione vanished from the spot she was just standing on while Loki was just left standing there with his mouth hanging open. She vanished. Loki immediately pulled out the Marauder's map, and to his surprise, there was only a single Hermione on the map once again. Where did she go? What happened to her? Loki became confused as he started believing the absurd theory in his head a little more. No. I need to make sure that what I'm thinking is actually happening. No way they let a student just use such a thing to attend classes randomly. Loki attended the rest of his classes during the day and began to keep an eye out on the Marauder's map throughout all of them. At the end of the day, after dinner, Loki walked to the library and began to look through various enchantment item books to find out what the object he had seen on Hermione was. But unfortunately, not even the book titled 1001 Legendary Magical Items had one of those. However, Loki did learn that wizards had their own version of the lawn mower and toasters. Impatient to find out more, Loki sat down and wrote a simple letter to Randolph with a drawing enclosed to ask him whatever he knew about the object. Loki hoped he would know about it if it was a highly regulated item. But Randolph hadn't responded to him immediately and sent Rowley back empty-handed, so Loki assumed Randolph needed to figure out what the object was himself and needed a bit of time. Waiting for the response granted Loki a week, and so with nothing else to do, Loki spent his time doing two things: keeping an eye out on the Marauder's map to see exactly what was happening with Hermione, and secondly figuring out all the possible solutions to the riddle Salazar Slytherin had left for him. Loki had also paid attention to Hermione herself, more than the girl realized, and Loki began to notice certain discrepancies in her which she hadn't noticed in herself. Hermione pretended to be very forgetful these days. Sometimes she'd pretend to know exactly what was going to happen, like a prophet, and other times she'd act oblivious to a conversation you had with her a few hours prior. It was a mess. But it was a mess that was confirming Loki's suspicion about what was going on, more and more. At the end of the week, during the evening, Loki saw a large grey horned owl flying down from the portal to the spirit world in the skies, landing right on the large tree he was sitting under beside the Great Lake. It dropped an envelope that it was carrying in its beak, allowing Loki to take and open it. Loki. How nice of you to contact me. I've been a bit busy with the Firebolt's launch, and hence forgive me for writing a letter as short as this one to you. Everything is all right with me and Mr. Folly. We are doing fine, if not at our best, due to the stress of replicating the beautiful patterns you made for the Firebolt onto other brooms. I hadn't recognized the object you sent to me in the form of a drawing, but worry not, since Mr. Folly immediately did. He told me that those are what are known as time turners. They are strictly regulated by the unspeakables, people who work in a department in the ministry that deals with beyonder matters and secrets, and are hard to come across naturally. Time turners are objects that can mess with time and, according to what Mr. Folly has heard, allow its wearer to travel through time. Though if you wanted my 2 nuts on the situation, I don't think that's possible. Take care of yourself, Loki, and hope you're having fun at Hogwarts. Let me know if you need any help. Hope to see you again next summer. With warm regards, Randolph Spudmore. Loki closed the letter and immediately burned it with a simple incendio charm and scattered the ashes into the wind so that no one else would ever learn of the letter without using beyonder means. All the while there was only one thought in his mind: time travel. Chapter 179, A Simple Plan. All of a sudden, several things started to make sense. She's using time travel to attend classes. Did the professors give her this item so that she could attend all the classes she's taken? Loki muttered under his breath while sitting in the shade under the tree, thinking of all the various ways in which Hermione could have come across a time turner, but in the end, he could only think of a single reason. Given Hermione's personality, it was unlikely she stole such a precious item, and given how well regulated even information about the item seemed to be, it was unlikely that someone suspicious handed it to her for use. It is probably Professor McGonagall who gave Hermione the time turner. And maybe the entire staff is aware of her using it. What a steal. Loki thought he was amazed that such an item would be handed over to a student simply for taking too many classes. Maybe they only give it to model students who they know won't abuse the item. But Hermione is friends with Harry and Ron, so I don't doubt Adam has a hand in all this. He's probably spinning up another adventure that involves them, time travel flavor this time. But given how the Aurora Order is involved in the school this year, I hope nothing goes wrong. As Loki thought about all of this, he felt his potion begin to digest inside his body. About 5% of the potion had been digested. That brought him up to about roughly 40%. Getting up from his spot by the Great Lake, Loki dusted his robes and pants and made his way towards the castle. On his way though, Loki found several seniors engaging in public display of affection. TSK. Why can't they do it in a broom closet like they always do? It isn't even Valentine's. And how they have so much energy when all I can feel is lethargy. Although Loki wanted to do nothing more than return to his room to rest his mind, he walked patiently to the first, magical floor he had in his mind to test out his solution for the riddle that Salazar Slytherin gave him. The first solution is for me to go to the 3rd floor and spin my wand around in a circle 3 times while looking out the window towards the Black Lake. Since 3 is a pretty well-regarded number in arithmancy. Loki soon reached the 3rd floor, from where he began to search for a window that would allow him to look at the Black Lake. He searched through all the classes, but none of them had a window that would allow him to see westward from the castle, towards the Black Lake. All the classroom windows were pointed eastwards towards Hogsmeade. Loki searched around a bit more until he came across a peculiar room he didn't want to step into without preparation. It was the only room on the 3rd floor attached to the west wall with windows opening westwards, overlooking the Black Lake. It was Professor Lupin's office. Loki opened a random broom closet to step into, but had to close it immediately since it was occupied by 2 senior students doing what the other seniors were doing outside. Going to another closet, Loki first pressed his ear on the door to search for any sounds from inside, and only once he found no sounds leaking from inside the closet did he open the door and step into it. Pulling out the Marauder's map, he activated it and checked for Lupin's location, trying to figure out if the professor was inside his office room or busy elsewhere. And to his disappointment but little relief, Professor Lupin was still inside his office. At least I didn't recklessly open the door to his office while he was still inside it. Leaving the closet behind, Loki then climbed to the 5th floor, another magical number in arithmancy, and repeated his process of searching for a westward window that would allow him to overlook the Black Lake. Finding a few rooms, Loki picked one randomly to start with, the rightmost room, and stepped towards the window in the room. Once by the window side, Loki pulled out his wand and swished it in a circle 3 times while releasing a bit of his spirituality through the wand to see if anything would happen. And, done. Loki looked around the room for any changes or results, but nothing seemed to be happening. Not one to give up, Loki repeated the process across all the rooms on the 5th floor. Except none of the rooms had any changes happen when he swished his wands in a positive circle 3 times. Maybe it's on the 7th floor. Loki reasoned and used the moving staircases to arrive at the 7th floor. The 7th floor was busier than the rest of the floors Loki had visited, since not only was it a main floor that connected all the towers through large floating bridges, but it also held the entrance to the Gryffindor common room behind a painting. Several students were brushing past Loki, sending weird glances his way since he was a Slytherin student walking closer and closer towards Gryffindor territory. Loki paid no attention to the looks he was getting and made his way through the small crowds of students to figure out a room that met his requirements. Unfortunately for him, the only room that met these requirements was the Gryffindor common room. Loki thought with a little disappointment, apprehension, and worry. Do I need to break into the Gryffindor common room? I see no other method to be invited into the room, not even Hermione would do something so daring. I guess I'll have to break in during the night when everyone's fallen asleep and then search for a window that overlooks the Black Lake to perform my experiment. But why did Salazar Slytherin leave his test inside the Gryffindor common room? Is this a combined test? Something that maybe even Godric Gryffindor has a hand in perhaps. Loki walked back to the Slytherin dorms to make preparations for the night. In the meantime, while he was preparing, Loki also thought about acting as the fortune teller he wanted to become and a plan that would allow him to figure out the spies that the Aurora Order had planted in the castle to keep an eye out for Gehrman Sparrow. It would be a little slow to earn credit among the students by performing small divinations. I want the spies to try and contact me to gain information about Gehrman Sparrow faster. Perhaps I could advertise in Hogwarts Honest Mill to gain an initial base of customers. I can already tell Hermione will be against this, but I guess I have to power through it. If I have an initial base of customers and use them to attract the spies by leaking random bits and pieces of information about Gehrman Sparrow to them, I should have them trapped. But what information should I leak about Gehrman Sparrow without letting them think I'm connected directly to him? What if I add a line in the advertisement that is an endorsement to me from Gehrman Sparrow? No. Adam might get confused if I did that since I used that name in the Chamber of Secrets. What if I stage an incident with him and pretend like I'm looking for information about him too? And then after a while, I take down my request because it has been fulfilled by someone. Wouldn't that grab their attention? They'd want to come to me and gather information that I have, wouldn't they? And I could slowly give out more information as more and more spies pester me. Nice. Chapter 180, Feisty Kitten. No. I won't believe you until you prove it to me. Hermione said indignantly as she folded her hands and stared right into Loki's eyes. Daphne meanwhile continued to draw the comic strip she had been assigned for their first release of this year while simultaneously working on arranging the articles Hermione had written harmoniously with the appropriate images. Hermione, I really am a seer. No. Fine then, why don't we set up a test for me to prove to you that I am a seer, Loki said with a defeated expression. Hermione's eyes widened slightly, not having expected Loki to really be willing to prove it to her, but then she immediately calmed down and focused on the task. Fine then, I'll write down a few random numbers on a piece of paper and place it in an envelope when you're out of the room. Let me guess, you want me to figure out the numbers you've written without opening the envelope. Loki interrupted since he wanted to get this over with so he could open his new future-telling store in the Hogwarts Honest Mill office. He had gotten the approval from McGonagall and Snape, even though it came with several restrictions like not revealing the existence of Beyonders and the usual. Hermione's eyebrows twitched at Loki's impatience but said nothing since the argument between them had been brewing for long enough and she wanted to end it as soon as possible. HMPF. He thinks I can't catch him. How silly. I'll make sure to trick him so he always keeps guessing. Alright then, I'll leave the room, make sure you do what you want to do and see that I have no way of knowing exactly what you've written down. I won't do this twice so anything missing is your fault. Loki said and walked out of the room. As soon as he did, Hermione turned towards Daphne and spoke with a frown. Don't tell me you believe him, Daph. Daphne cast a casual glance at Hermione, shook her head, and then went back to working to finish her work. She would be paid extra if she finished extra work after all. Even though she was a princess and had a lot of money, she felt like more would only help. HMPF. Then I'll show you all how meaningless all this is. Hermione picked up a parchment, dipped her quill in some ink and then scribbled on a few random numbers in various corners of the parchment. Once she was done, she rolled up the parchment to stuff it into her robes to keep it hidden from Loki, but then she gained inspiration as she saw the empty floating bubbles on Daphne's comic strips causing her to pause. She pulled out the parchment and made a few changes before smiling in satisfaction and rolling it up again to stuff it into her robes. Happy with her experiment and trick, Hermione was about to open the door when she found it opening on its own. Loki had opened the door and stepped inside even before Hermione called him back. I came in because I realized that you were done. Huh? Ho dash. Because the wind told me you were done. Loki interrupted with a meaningless answer that he used to annoy Hermione and get on her nerves. Fine, don't tell me if you don't want to, that's not the test anyway, tell me what the numbers are, Hermione said with her hands folded away with pride. Loki looked at Hermione, smiled and then began speaking. The number 53 is written on the right corner of the parchment you used, the number 64 is written on the left corner, and the number 190,518 is written on the center of the parchment. How? No. Is that all? Hermione asked with a smirk as if she'd won this thing. Of course not. If I was a third-rate seer, I would have stopped there. But you struck out the numbers and drew balls and boxes all around the parchment just to confuse me, so that you could win easier, didn't you? Loki said with a smile that got on Hermione's nerves. Hermione clenched her hand tightly and then looked at Loki in anger as she said, I will figure it out. I will figure out exactly how you found out. And then I'll prove to everyone in the castle that you're a fraud. No. You will do no such thing. Loki said calmly. I told you already, it would be your fault if you didn't find a way to outsmart me. Now you'll be a good little kitten and not bite me. Kitten. Kitten your foot. Don't dash, Hermione started saying but got interrupted by Loki again. A feisty little kitty aren't you? Hermione, feeling indignant, turned towards Daphne for support, but she was sporting a smile that she was forcing to remain hidden by biting the bottom of her lips. Arg. You too. I know you're colluding with each other somehow. And I'll make sure I find out. Hermione walked back to her desk and began to read all the articles she was going to publish in the next newspaper issue, the first of this year. You're welcome to try, Loki said, and moved to Daphne to hand over his advertisement and the money he required to publish it in their newspaper. Of course, Loki used the lowest possible price he could by discounting himself as the owner of the newspaper and paid only about 5 galleons for a full-page advertisement for a week. The advertisement itself was very plain and minimalist. Loki didn't want to overburden himself immediately. As such, he wanted to depend more on word of mouth to bring him more customers than the advertisement itself. I need to gain sufficient experience in acting out the character of a seer first, only then will I be able to fool the masses. On the advertisement were the words in the center, written big and bold. Want to know if the person you love loves you back? Or got a deal you're worried about? Maybe you want to know if you can break the curfew tonight. Loki's Musings is the right place for you. As a world-class, renowned seer, Loki can find the solutions to your problems with just a sickle asterisk. Worry not, for Loki is here. Find him in classroom 2 to 21 after classes on the weekends. Asterisk terms and conditions apply. Daphne scrutinized the advertisement, which had a picture of Loki in the background. Loki was looking right at the reader with a small mysterious smile, but Daphne didn't say anything else, only going back to finish her work. How nice of her. I guess she knows it's rude to ask Beyonders about their powers and sequences. But seriously. If Professor McGonagall never told me about it, I wouldn't have guessed on my own that all the noble family's kids are all at least sequence 6 since birth. How convenient. I guess I can understand why Professor Snape was so worried about me now, and why he wanted to turn me into a Beyonder so soon. It was to allow me to contend with those that might use their Beyonder abilities on me. But why isn't Malfoy a Beyonder then? I doubt even Professor Snape would have been able to stop him from using his powers. Corruption. Were his parents' Beyonder characteristics corrupted because they are Death Eaters? That could be a reason, I guess. Either way, I'm looking forward to studying about Beyonders under Professor McGonagall from the next week. Loki was satisfied seeing he didn't have to prove anything else to Daphne and stepped out of the room to get some fresh air. Chapter 181, An Average Divination. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Looking at the client in front of himself, Loki put on a professional smile, one that had no blemishes and made the person sitting opposite you feel important. Could you tell me why you're here today, Miss Clearwater? Sitting opposite Loki was a girl in her 7th year, a senior who was beautiful, a prefect, and a role model to several other girls at Hogwarts. Before I speak, could I ask if everything we discuss here be kept confidential? Penelope said strictly, but her trembling gaze made it clear that she was worried about something. Loki put on his best toothless smile and tried to create a warm aura surrounding himself by using his thought manipulation skill to make her trust him more. Yes, Miss Clearwater, I can promise everything you divulge today will be kept strictly confidential. If you want me to, I can also agree to an oath. Asterisk sigh asterisk that won't be necessary. I just want to keep it a secret for a little bit and hope that it won't become gossip material for as long as I am in Hogwarts. You don't need to worry about that, Miss Clearwater. I take my clients very seriously, and if confidentiality is what you want, then that is what you shall get. Loki passionately explained with his palms on the desk. Penelope looked into Loki's eyes for a bit as if searching for any hints of lies or deceits, but finding nothing but an endless sense of confidence oozing out of him, she leaned back into her chair and relaxed a little. So, I ask again, Miss Clearwater, what are you here for? Loki asked calmly. I read you're good with divinations and can tell with accuracy if I am making the right choice. Ah. I must remind you, Miss Clearwater, I cannot tell you the right choice, all I can tell you are the consequences of your actions. You will have to decide for yourself what is right and wrong based on my information. Penelope gulped softly and then spoke after closing her eyes for a few seconds. I want to know if it is right for me to be with Percy Weasley. I feel everything is perfect right now, but there's a nagging feeling within me that keeps warning me about choosing him. I see. Loki nodded, but instead of responding to her worries, he extended his hand. Penelope looked at Loki's hand with confusion for a bit, but Loki's smooth voice flowed through. I need a sickle from you, Miss Clearwater. The divination will be most accurate when I use something from you. Penelope nodded and dug around her bag before placing a shiny silver coin in Loki's palm. Loki closed his eyes and under his breath mumbled the following sentence 7 times, starting his divination. Will Miss Penelope Clearwater come across any hidden troubles by choosing Percy Weasley as her significant other for this lifetime? Loki's eyes rolled back into his head and his eyes appeared to have turned pupilless. That was when Loki closed his palm and tossed the coin Penelope had given him. The coin went high into the air and flipped down slowly, sending Penelope into a trance that was only broken when the coin dropped into Loki's hands and he slapped it onto the table. The result was a secret, one that Penelope was dying to know. Loki's eyes rolled back into place and the mystical feeling around him vanished. Loki slowly lifted his hand to reveal the result for the both of them. The face of the current Minister of Magic. It was heads. Loki formed a frown on his face and declared the result, "Sorry, Miss Clearwater, but I think it wouldn't be ideal for you to choose Percy Weasley as your partner." Loki hadn't said this because of which face of the coin faced up, but because of what he saw when he used dream divination. Penelope's eyes were already teary and she seemed to be feeling hurt about the issue, but before she could speak again, Loki pushed toward her a box of tissues. "Please, relax, I know this hurts, but please calm down." Penelope grabbed a couple of tissues and wiped her tears away. After a few seconds she choked out a sentence, "Could you tell me what the problem is so that I can prevent it from happening?" Loki's smiling face turned into a frown as if he didn't like the question, but he spoke nonetheless. "I want you to understand, Miss Clearwater, one often encounters their destiny on the road they take to avoid it. Do you still want to proceed with this request?" Penelope didn't respond, so Loki spoke again. "You could just take my advice and move on while the pain is still manageable." Penelope took a deep breath and tried to calm down over the next few minutes, and once she did, she spoke in a soft tone, "I will, Mr. Loki, but I just want to know. What about Percy did I miss that makes us not a good pair?" Loki looked into her eyes for a bit before extending his palm again. Penelope recognized the gesture and pulled out another sickle and placed it into his palm. "I don't often do this since it is burdensome on my spirit, but I shall make an exception just for you, Miss Clearwater," Loki said and closed his eyes. "I mean, how can I not swindle a person who's so willingly ready to throw away all their money?" He tilted his head slightly with his eyes closed as if he was communicating with the world beyond. His body slowly turned loose and Loki relaxed into his chair. A few minutes passed by in silence as Loki appeared to be immersed in his vision, and the moment Penelope let her back touch the chair she was sitting in, Loki opened his eyes, catching her off guard. There was a prominent frown on his face this time, worse than when Loki had seen the result of the coin flip. This caused Penelope to feel her heart palpitate and a sinking feeling gripped her. "What is it? What happened, Mr. Loki?" Penelope asked, hurriedly tapping the desk in between them. "It's not good," Loki revealed and paused. "From my understanding, you aren't the biggest priority in Percy's life. You are always going to be second to his ambitions of becoming the Minister of Magic." "Ah." Penelope felt her heart ache at the revelation, and all of a sudden, as if she realized something, her eyes became hollow and lost. Looking at her condition, Loki politely stood up from his desk, left Penelope to herself and stepped onto the other side of the glass divider in the room, not before pushing towards her a paper with a simple question on it. "Do you know anything about a person named Gehrman Sparrow?" The question was the spread awareness that he was looking for the person. The first part of the plan he had created last time. On the other side was Hermione sitting on a desk doing her homework. Hermione had taken work as Loki's receptionist. Her aim was to prove that he was a fraud and keep a close eye on him, but she hadn't been able to do either till now. Her academic load kept her busy all the time and she barely had any chances to involve herself in Loki's divinations. "Broke another heart, Loki," Hermione complained. "Hey, it's not my fault that all these kids think that their first love is going to last forever," Loki complained in a low voice, making sure Penelope in the other room wouldn't hear their conversation. "And why are there so many people cheating on each other in this school? I thought wizards were less, what's the right word, less active in these sorts of things. I mean, all our professors are unmarried. Don't insult our professors," Hermione almost shouted. "You are the one who thinks it is an insult." "I didn't say it was abnormal," Loki said with a smile. HMPF. Hermione just ignored Loki and went back to working on her homework. Loki on the other hand stroked the ring on his finger that was hidden by an illusion. "The Ring of Harvest is getting hungry. I need to figure out a way to feed it quickly. I can't suddenly lose my ability to perform divinations in front of Professor McGonagall now, can I? But how do I feed the damn thing? Where does one get souls on an all-you-can-eat buffet?" Chapter 182, A Lesson of Fear. It was late in the night and Loki was sitting in an empty office while fiddling with his ballpoint pen, trying to spin it on his fingers as he waited patiently. A door inside the office suddenly opened, and Loki found himself in the company of Professor McGonagall. "Good evening, Professor." "Indeed, it is a fine evening, Mr. Loki. What are we going to study today, Professor? Do you remember what I told you last time?" McGonagall asked, sitting in her comfortable chair whose legs had several scratches, but no one could see them since they were hidden by the shadow of a large table in front of it. You told me about how the children of the noble families have a great advantage over me because their parents perform certain rituals to increase the sequence of their children upon birth without affecting their sanity or causing loss of control." Of course, Loki knew that the rituals Professor McGonagall so cleverly hid were just a cover-up for the parents separating excess Beyonder characteristics from themselves to give to their children, one of the only few ways a Sequence 5 Beyonder could be created directly without loss of control, but he didn't say anything because a Sequence 9 Mystery Prior shouldn't even have a hint of knowledge about Beyonder characteristics. Good. Then today we will learn about the various pathways the noble families control and some other details about them, like which ones among them have a good personality and which ones among them are mostly just an annoyance. Loki's eyes sharpened and he focused immediately. What pathway names do you already know? McGonagall asked Loki. I know 3 pathway names that I've been taught about: Mystery Prior, Savant and Sleepless. McGonagall's brows shot up and she looked at Loki for an explanation, so he elaborated, since there was no point in keeping something a secret that McGonagall could herself divine easily. It was also why Loki was trying to speak nothing but the truth. I know about the Mystery Prior pathway from the Hidden Sage, but I learnt about the Savant and the Sleepless pathway from Mr. Foley when I apprenticed under him last summer. Do pray tell why you were talking about the Sleepless pathway? McGonagall asked softly. Sirius Black. Loki just said the name and McGonagall understood what he meant. I understand. I hope you also know not to seek out a fugitive to do anything stupid. Don't worry, Professor, I'm not one to do things that would get me killed. Loki almost mumbled I'm not a Gryffindor, but managed to hold himself back just in time. McGonagall looked into Loki's eyes for a second before nodding. All right then. Let's move on to the pathways. As you know, the Follies control the Savant pathway, the Black family controls the Darkness pathway, the Greengrass family controls the Monster pathway, the Longbottom family controls the Planter pathway, and the Crouch family controls the Arbiter pathway. That's all. I thought there were 28 sacred families. Yes, but for now these are enough for you to learn about, since they have further added complexity in them because of intermarriages between families. For example, you should already know, but the Follies don't perform rituals for their children to directly get to Sequence 5. They choose an apprentice and train them from the first sequence. While the Longbottom family has had a daughter who has married into the Lovegood family, which now also controls the Planter pathway, but they are a little unique, but they are good. Loki frowned a little, pretending to have a slightly hard time understanding things. So what is this Planter pathway exactly? And the Monster pathway of the Greengrass? I mean, I've spoken to Daphne and Astoria, and neither of them seem to be monsters. Yes, I was coming to that. The Planter pathway is closely tied to nature and life in its essence, while the Monster pathway of the Greengrass is closely tied to luck and fate. It is called the Monster pathway because of how one tends to act because of the burdens of fate. Though I think it is more so because they are the easiest to see things and hear things that they should not, which leads them to actual monsters quite easily. I think I get it. But what about the Malfoys? Do they not control a pathway? I mean, I'm pretty sure Draco wouldn't have held back if he had a pathway. McGonagall looked at Loki for a few seconds in silence before she spoke calmly. Do you know what happened in the wizarding world just a decade ago? Loki's eyes sharpened. You know who? Precisely. There's a reason why he's the most feared Dark Lord, and the reason ties closely to his ideology. That purebloods are above everyone else. McGonagall closed her eyes as a few memories flashed in her mind. She leaned back into her chair and then spoke calmly after opening her eyes. Although that was what it seemed like to the public, that was just a facade. A facade. Why? Firstly, you know who himself wasn't a pureblood. He was a half-blood, so those who knew of this never took him seriously. But that wasn't why he was feared. What everyone feared was being branded by his cursed mark. Each Death Eater has a curse mark that has 3 functions. First, it is a means of communication that alerts them when and where they have been summoned to, but that is just a tame use compared to what it actually does. What does it do? Only 2 possible outcomes await those who have been branded by the curse mark. Either they fight against the mark but die because they are corrupted by it. Or they accept it and allow their pathways to be changed. What? Loki's face scrunched up with a frown. At this moment it isn't suitable for you to learn more about what causes the corruption in people, but to answer your question, most Beyonders among the noble families that were targeted by you-know-who and given the cursed mark had to forego their original pathway and become followers of the criminal pathway. Loki hadn't understood much about what was going on, but as his mind dug through the various thoughts he figured out things and put the pieces together. So, she caused corruption in the Beyonder characteristics. But then why would they have to follow the criminal pathway? Did the curse mark work like a high sequence Beyonder of the Sun pathway and separate their Beyonder characteristics and then induce the Beyonder characteristics of the criminal pathway? How strange. But shouldn't the knowledge about those pathways have been retained by the noble families? McGonagall sighed again. Logically it should have. But like an arrow that is bent cannot fly straight, a fool that is in fear cannot think straight. The nobles ended up giving away all their historical knowledge about the pathways they possess to you-know-who. Loki's mouth fell loose, and while McGonagall just thought he was shocked because of the loss of so many pathways, his mind was thinking something else. They gave away all their cards of blasphemy to you-know-who. The hell? Alright, I understand why everyone's so afraid of him now. Anyone in their right mind would be afraid of a person that has multiple cards of blasphemy in their grasp. Finally, McGonagall spoke after a few seconds. That will be all for today. In our next class, we will discuss more about the other pathways controlled by various families and also about the various epochs that have controlled the times in Beyonder history. Loki nodded and left to go to his dorms with a soft sigh filled with worry, his worries clouding his mind, but he tried his best to glide over them instead of being buried under them. Chapter 183, The Epochs. In general, the history of the world is classified into 5 epochs. McGonagall spoke calmly while using her wand as a pointing stick and tapping a board. The first of the 5 epochs is Chaos. This epoch began when the original creator woke up. This caused him to shatter into existence as he split apart into the 19 standard pathways that we know today. The world was in chaos during this time and there were no properly established pathways or even potions to advance through the sequences. People paid attention to mad ravings they would occasionally hear and concoct random potions and drink them in hopes of becoming a Beyonder. Of course, as you might have guessed, this caused them to lose control very easily. But all information about this epoch is very hard to come by and most of it is speculative and nonsensical since anything written during this time is mixed with the madness and corruption of the person who wrote them. How did the pathways come about then? I doubt it was all about experimenting, trial and error. There had to have been a method. And what about magic? Did people not have magic to protect themselves from insanity? McGonagall paused for a second to digest all of Loki's questions and then responded. Magic is a recent phenomenon in the world of the Beyonders. Although no one knows the exact date when magic appeared in the world, everyone, the noble families with a long line of history, come to the consensus that magic appeared only 1,000 years ago. Loki remembered how Walburga's answer to this question was the same, but then he remembered something strange. Ollivanders. I remember his store having a sign that said they were the best wand makers since 382 BC. What's that about? Is he lying? McGonagall nodded, good catch, and then patiently explained, although there are no existing records of the Ollivanders family existing that far back in time, the general consensus from the history of the nobles is that the Ollivanders store has been making wands ever since the beginning of magic, since they all bought wands from it. Loki's brows shot up. So if the Ollivanders' however old grandfather made my wand, then they had direct contact with the person who invented magic. Loki nodded and McGonagall continued. The second epoch is the Order epoch. This is the epoch where the pathways emerged. It was said that in this epoch those who retained a semblance of sanity after drinking the Beyonder potions managed to discover a hidden rune that was revealed in their search for the original creator. This rune was called the Blasphemy Slate. The first Blasphemy Slate is said to have recorded 22 pathways. 22. Loki immediately interrupted, his heart started beating faster and his breath turned shallow. Yes, 22. Unfortunately, we do not know the names of those pathways since records from the beginning of this epoch are unclear, and by the time the Beyonders regained sanity and grew strong, the Blasphemy Slate vanished. McGonagall explained. Loki's breathing hitched, but he quickly managed to bring it under control, yet his mind spiraled into a symphony of thoughts. 22. So someone is purposely scrubbing off their existence from the universe. But why? Does this affect the true gods too? What about the outer gods? And how are they so effective in scrubbing them off that no one even knows their names? But McGonagall didn't wait for Loki's mind to catch up as she continued to explain. Oftentimes the Beyonders of this epoch talk about how lucky they were or how good luck and bad luck often chose sides. Initially, this was assumed to be mad ramblings, but after a closer inspection it was revealed that this was due to the goddess of fortune. She is said to be the oldest and the wisest goddess in the universe that reigns over one of the 19 standard pathways. Specifically, she is connected to the monster pathway. Loki's attention was immediately grabbed. So the green grass are more politically significant than expected. McGonagall nodded and then added, in fact, I believe that only because you added Miss Greengrass to your newspaper business that the nobles didn't retaliate seriously. Otherwise, a few might have already tried to annex you, as the Daily Prophet has been. Loki made a mental note to thank the cold princess and then continued to pay attention to McGonagall, but soon asked a question. What happened to those other pathways, the 22 ones? McGonagall nodded as she got the question and then explained, as the world gained an order in this epoch, the Beyonders happened to notice something else. They noticed that the demons that escaped the abyss usually had 3 kinds of powers. They could either control other people in one way, or they could steal other people's Beyonder abilities, or they could cause trouble and escape. The hell, isn't that just the Fool, Error, and the Door pathway? So they do exist in this world. But if demons have control over them, she has knowledge about them. So they soon realized that these 3 extra pathways were ones that had been carved by mistake on the first Blasphemy Slate. Especially when at the end of this epoch they discovered the second Blasphemy Slate, which was more perfect than the first. Loki at this point was lost. So they hid the 3 pathways in the second epoch. But who hid it? Did she hide them? For what purpose? To keep total control over it. Troublesome. That was the end of the second epoch. The third epoch is also called the Epoch of Promised Rise. It was the epoch when the various true gods woke up from their slumber and guided the Beyonders of their pathways to wealth and prosperity. So the Beyonders became true gods after a while. But what about the Wheel of Fortune goddess? Was it luck that helped her reach there the fastest? The third epoch was also one of peace and prosperity for the humans. It was in this epoch that magic was born. Some say that the goddess of fortune blessed them with this boon because she wanted to help everyone. Others claim it was the hidden sage that gave the world magic so that more people could pursue the true nature of the world. A few more have darker theories like the one which claims that magic was invented to arm everyone in the world to fight against a common enemy that was targeting the world. But above all, Beyonders, magicians and humans coexisted in this epoch. Everything was going well and progress was being made on all fronts. All the gods and goddesses mostly lived in perfect harmony aside from the occasional squabble that was solved peacefully. McGonagall droned on about the peacefulness of this era for quite a while, and just as Loki was about to fall asleep she moved on. The fourth epoch was when it all went to hell. Seeing the prosperity of the Beyonders and the magicians, humans, or rather muggles, became jealous of our standing in society and chose to rebel. They instilled ideas of betrayal and greed and other sins into the other Beyonders and had them betray their own gods and goddesses. A quote from one of the diaries of a Beyonder who lived in this epoch explains it the best. It was as if the goddess of fortune has abandoned us. Loki's eyes narrowed at that statement. Why would she do that? Someone forced her. Did she die and become a puppet for an outer god? Things started to become ugly with several witch hunts and dark and desperate experiments which were aimed at extracting the powers of the Beyonder and wizards and giving them to the muggles. Eventually the remaining gods and goddesses of this epoch who were still alive managed to come together and form a pact of secrecy that would immediately come into effect to separate the Beyonders and magicians from the muggles to protect their utopia. Chapter 184, Rebirth. Hence the fourth epoch was called the Godless Collapse, though a few give it a different name. They call it the Greedy Collapse to signify the corruption of Beyonders and magicians because of the muggle populace. Hogwarts was established in the middle of the third epoch, but only really took off at the end of the fourth epoch, with one of the notable graduates being Merlin. It was also during this epoch that once the wounds between the muggles and the rest of the world settled, a few visionaries attempted to bring back and join the two worlds together by allowing the first muggle students to come to Hogwarts to study magic once again. Loki felt like there was a wordplay in there, but he didn't know if it was intended or unintended. Given how I have a book that teaches occlumency and is written by someone with the initials M, it is likely Merlin was a dash. Shit, I just thought of his name. I hope he isn't like Hermes and is still alive today. That would be terrible. But if he was alive, I don't doubt he'd have been much more popular. But if Hermes could go undercover, then he could probably too. Professor. Suddenly Loki interrupted with a rather strange question that he hadn't thought about before. Yes. Professor McGonagall asked politely. Why are all Beyonders only in Britain? Why aren't there Beyonders in, say, in India or the USA? McGonagall smiled at the question and explained, that is not true. Although the focus of the world throughout the last few epochs has been Britain because of Hogwarts and because of the birth of the first magicians, the rest of the world also has a great contribution. For example, the Delacour family in France controls the assassin pathway. A strange expression showed on Loki's face as soon as he heard this, courtesy of Emperor Roselle, who proudly stated, the taste of a demoness still isn't bad. McGonagall misunderstood Loki's expression and spoke with a slight laughter. Although it sounds cool on paper, you are out of luck, since the Delacour family only admits women into their pathway. They also remain undercover in the normal magical world by identifying as Velas. Meanwhile, internally McGonagall laughed heartily. Poor boy. I wonder what his reaction will be if he learns that the pathway actually changes your gender. Loki nodded and then suddenly asked, wait, why are the Beyonders still secret among the magical world? McGonagall smiled as if she was proud she had a good student who was paying attention. That is because, by the end of the fourth epoch, we lost contact with our gods, or rather most pathways did, since some still have contact with their gods, but even they have gone mad and the only ones that are still active are downright evil. Loki's face first morphed into a frown and then into disbelief. They're all sleeping. That letter Salazar Slytherin wrote. He wants me to wake him up. So the other gods are sleeping too. And all their bodies are in Hogwarts. The heck? Is Hogwarts a graveyard or something? McGonagall thought Loki's response was appropriate and continued to explain. The evil pathways that you should be wary of are the secret supplicant pathway that worships an evil god called the True Creator, the assassin pathway which is often involved with them which worships the primordial demoness dash. The criminal and the prisoner pathway which worships their own evil gods, the devil monarch for body and the chained god. But there is a different school of thought in the prisoner pathway that is more, for the lack of right words, sane, so you might want to evaluate people from that pathway first before you declare them as insane. There's also the apothecary pathway, which is currently controlled by Professor Snape, not because he has held it the longest, but because he is the blessed of the true goddess of the pathway. I understand. Loki nodded. Are there any other pathways that I should know about? Yes. There are the warrior, hunter, corpse collector, lawyer, and arbiter pathways that you still need to learn about, but we shall study about those in the future. For now I want to introduce you to the current epoch. There are several names for it, but one that keeps coming up is the rebirth epoch. Several saints and prophets have repeatedly called this epoch the era of transcendence. The era in which the true gods will awake. Loki instantly became worried, since that meant that something was going on in the background pushing Beyonders to become true gods. And if more than one high sequence Beyondner is going to try and ascend to the true god status, it is going to be downright chaos in the future. Alright, that will be the end of today's class. Loki nodded, and with that ended the impromptu class on world history with McGonagall. In the Sapphire Castle, Loki thought over the various revelations about the different epochs and came to a single conclusion. The Wheel of Fortune true god, whoever the goddess of fortune is very important. If she is someone that has been corrupted by the mother tree of desire or the mother goddess of depravity, then things could get a whole lot worse. I should pay attention to Daphne too. After all, she might be placed beside me so that she can spy on me. I mean, wasn't our initial meeting a coincidence? I met her when she randomly showed up in front of me to give me a good luck charm. And then we came closer again when I, luckily, saw her drawing while I needed an artist. How strange. Either Adam did something to make this happen, or the goddess of fortune herself needs something from me, like how the moon goddess sent Emil into the tarot club to get closer to Klein. And why is Professor Snape the blessed of Lilith? Strange, so many questions yet so little answers. For example, what happened in the third epoch that caused the downfall of such a great civilization? Clearly, Professor McGonagall hid something from me. I mean, who'd believe that the Muggles were responsible for their downfall? Unless the Muggles who were believers of the gods and goddesses were corrupted in some way so that they stopped being anchors for their gods and goddesses. That would explain the madness which the true gods of that era suffered and continue to suffer, since there are no anchors for them still. But that still doesn't explain how they managed to kill a true god, since if a true god exists in a pathway, there can't be any sequence one in the same pathway. So either the gods worked together to kill others, or the outer gods were involved. And then there's the mystery of Hogwarts. If the founders discovered magic and made a school for it, it stands to reason that they knew it best, which was why everyone else supported the school and decided it was good to have around. But who would be connected to them that created this system of magic? And why is its working still a secret from the rest of the world? I mean, molding spirituality into runes creates magic, but why does it cause magic? For example, heating up water causes it to turn into steam, or cooling it causes it to transform into ice. And we know why it does that, because we add or remove energy from the system. But what about magic? Is Professor McGonagall hiding something from me? Or is it really just a well-kept secret by whoever invented the damn thing? Confusing. Loki performed a few divinations on the matter and decided that Professor McGonagall didn't lie to him. But that just made the matter more confusing. If there really was someone who invented it and kept it a secret, why did they do Southwest in the first place? Did they fear someone else taking advantage of the system and ruining it for everyone? Why was it made in the first place? Since magic came around the same time Muggles destroyed the thriving civilization, it couldn't have been made for them, since otherwise there would be no reason for the Muggles to revolt, because magic was made just for them. So there has to be some other reason. Was it made in response to the revolt of the Muggles? Strange. Then there's the current epoch. The era of rebirth. How strange it all is. Chapter 185, Investigations. It had been a month since Loki had started his future-telling service. The classroom 2-21 had undergone a few changes, notably an office space was made inside it for Loki to meet with his clients during the weekends. The office space was built in a corner with frosted glass walls covering it on two sides. A window on one of the walls was added for light and fresh air to flow in, giving the room a comfortable therapist feeling. Snape and McGonagall agreed reluctantly, but he eventually wore through them by telling them he'd give the school a percentage of his cuts. They finally agreed at 30%. Well, Hermione being his assistant was also something that helped, but Loki wouldn't admit that the professors trusted her more than him. Plus, at the end of all his divinations, Loki gave his non-heartbroken customers an offer. They could either pay him with a single sickle or information about Gehrman Sparrow. When the professors asked him why he was looking for the men, Loki blatantly blamed it on the hidden sage and said that the pair of eyes were looking for him. During his meetings with clients, Loki used the Ring of Harvest to perform several divinations to figure out answers for them. And it was because of this that the Ring of Harvest had been getting rebellious. Even threatening to drop it to the bottom of the Black Lake, and with the power of the Sapphire Castle hadn't been working anymore. And so, Loki was in desperate need of souls to feed the Ring of Harvest. He tried feeding it the souls of insects and even a few of Hagrid's roosters, but the Ring of Harvest ate none of them, and Loki could feel just how impatient the ring was getting and exactly how close it was to eating him. Worse, he was worried it might let Tom's soul loose and do something drastic to kill him or worse, possess him. And so, since he couldn't kill a student, Loki devised a new plan. Looking out of the window of the classroom, Loki looked at the several Dementors floating about all the entrances and exits of the castle. More accurately, he was looking at the small gem-like objects floating about in their bodies, which he could see with spirit vision. Loki was planning to steal the souls the Dementors had consumed and feed them to the Ring of Harvest. Given that the Dementors were prison guards and were controlled to only perform the kiss on the evilest of persons, Loki didn't feel as guilty for signing their fates to the Ring of Harvest. But there were still several problems. The first was he didn't know how to get close enough to the Dementors to steal the souls from them without getting caught, and the second was he didn't know how to remain unaffected by the depressing aura they carried around. Loki attended to a few more students who had come in to ask for his divination after Penelope left before closing down the store to grab lunch with Hermione. Hermione know of a way to become invisible from Dementors. Ah. Why do you want to know that? Ah, I was just wondering how Sirius Black was able to escape from the Dementors at Azkaban. Maybe we could figure out how he did so and catch him. Loki made up an excuse. No way. Don't go around thinking you can capture Sirius Black. Loki, we're just in our 3rd year. And Black is a full-fledged mass murderer. Loki sighed mentally and just nodded while patting Hermione's head lightly. Yeah, you don't have to worry about me getting any ideas about catching a mass murderer. Good. Hermione nodded and pushed away Loki's hand, which was petting her bushy hair and making it even more fluffy somehow. What can I say? Elaine's head is the best. How much she complains that she misses my head pats. I better give her as many head pats as I can to compensate for Elaine. After having dinner in the Great Hall, Loki slipped away to his room and picked apart the book on occlumency that he had to try and figure out a way to remain psychologically invisible to Dementors who relied on sensing the body of heart and mind to attack a person. But the book didn't have anything about Dementors written in it. It didn't even acknowledge their presence or any magical animal that relied on legilimency to detect prey for that matter. The book was purely for humans to defend against human attackers. Over the next week, Loki searched for a book that would give him some information about this in the library, but he turned up with nothing of value. Most books only said that there was no way to trick the senses of a Dementor and hence they were used as guards of Azkaban. But Loki knew there had to be a flaw somewhere. After all, Sirius Black had achieved it somehow. And so Loki reopened his investigation on Sirius Black and tried looking into what had happened to him to see if he could gain any clues about how he had escaped. His need to act as a cryptologist also pushed him in this direction. 1978, 1979, 1980, 1981. Ah yes, I need the newspapers for 1981. Opening the drawer that contained all the newspapers for the year 1981 inside it, Loki felt a little lightheaded. These many newspapers. Can I narrow it down somehow? Loki thought about it for a little bit and then figured he had to get his hands on the paper around the date, October 31st, 1981, since that was the day Voldemort was defeated and was a celebrated day in the wizarding world. It was probably also why Voldemort always made a comeback on Halloween each time to wipe his tarnished reputation. Loki's potion had digested when he learned this fact, and so he took it as truth. Picking a stack of newspapers a week before and after the particular date, Loki arrived at a remote table in the library and began to search for any mentions of Sirius Black, who from his conversation with Kreacher had apparently betrayed the Potters and caused their deaths. Shifting through various pages filled with propaganda about how the great Harry Potter managed to defeat the undefeated Dark Lord who even the great Albus Dumbledore could not defeat, Loki finally stumbled on a small article on the last page of a newspaper. Sirius Black, the real reason Voldemort died. It was a short article that Loki began to read. Sirius Black, the infamous heir of the Black family who had been disowned, was reportedly part of the Death Eaters and worked as a double agent to send you-know-who information about his staunch enemies. Sirius Black has been accused of betraying the trust of his closest friends in Hogwarts, notably James Potter, the father of Harry Potter, by informing you-know-who about the location of their safe house. It was because of Sirius Black that you-know-who went to the Potter house on October 31st, 1981 to kill them and their family. Several eyewitnesses report that Peter Pettigrew, a friend of James Potter, stood up to Sirius Black to protect the freshly orphaned Harry Potter. Unfortunately, Peter Pettigrew was also killed by Sirius Black along with 13 other Muggles, leaving behind nothing but a finger. Sirius Black reportedly used dark magic to blow up a gas line that was installed in the roads and caused an explosion that killed this hero who was protecting our savior. Talks are ongoing in the Ministry to offer Mr. Pettigrew an Order of Merlin first-class medal posthumously. It is unknown where our savior Harry Potter currently resides, as neither Albus Dumbledore nor the accused Death Eaters have given any statements regarding the matter. Chapter 186, Tiresome Efforts. Damn, that gives me basically nothing. Is there some dark magic that can help shield my mind from Dementors? But why doesn't occlumency work on them in the first place? Would Professor Lupin have an answer? Wait, didn't he tell me he'd recommend me books about Dementors if I ever wanted to learn about it? Finding nothing that would directly help him, Loki took a short break before leaving the library to refresh himself and find some other angle to tackle the problem of facing Dementors and stealing souls from them to feed his starving Ring of Harvest. Checking the Marauder's map to see if Professor Lupin was still in his office, and he was, Loki pocketed the map and walked to it. Knock knock knock. Come in. A weak voice spoke from inside the office. Good evening, Professor Lupin. Ah. Loki. I haven't seen you out of class before. Tell me, what happened? Do you want me to give you an extension on your homework? Haha, although an extension does sound nice, I've already finished writing the 12-inch essay on Grindillos and Hinkypunks. Oh. You have. Then you'll be excited for our next class. I managed to snag a few of them, they're in the cage right there. Lupin said, pointing at a suspiciously silent cage that was covered with a purple satin cloth. I will be looking forward to them, Professor. I'm here to ask you about the books that you wanted to recommend to me regarding the Dementors and the charm that can be used to defend against them. Oh. Oh. I remember. I promised you something like that on the train now, didn't I? Give me a second. Lupin said, plucking a feather quill off his desk and writing up a list of books from the back of his mind on a parchment which he handed over to Loki. Thank you, Professor. Loki said with a smile. I was wondering if there are any other ways to defend oneself against Dementors, for example, something like a clemency. Lupin's eyes widened for a second, but Loki pretended not to catch the detail and just stared at him, waiting for an answer. Why do you want to know about that, Mr. Loki? Ah, I just wanted a backup option, in cases I don't have my wand on me or something like that while in the presence of a Dementor, Loki explained his reasoning. Lupin slowly nodded, understanding and accepting Loki's reasoning before explaining with a slightly reluctant face, it is not possible to even protect yourself using a clemency against the depression effect Dementors have on emotionally complex creatures. That is because the Dementors don't attack your mind, they attack your soul. Emotionally complex. Loki caught the key term in Lupin's explanation. Loki saw Lupin sigh a little when he asked this question, but he explained nonetheless, yes, emotionally complex, because although Dementors attack your soul, they detect you through your mind, through your emotions. They can feel your mind buzz. This is also why they don't attack animals. Because they are not emotionally complex. Loki's eyes widened and he immediately thought of a solution to the problem he was thinking about. Is that how Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban? Lupin's eyes widened slightly, but then he gave out a pitying smile. Loki didn't know why Lupin looked so vulnerable, but he was distracted by Lupin's answer, which tossed a bucket of cold water over him. Although possible that Sirius Black is an unregistered animagus, it shouldn't be possible. Huh? Why? Because an animagus in their animal form retains their mental complexity. After all, they have to be able to think to transform back. You can ask Professor McGonagall more about this. Ah, yes, you are right. I did not think about that. Thank you for taking your time to teach me, Professor. Loki said with a smile and nodded, leaving to go back to the library so that he could borrow the books Lupin had recommended to him before dinner. Once Loki had dinner, he went back to his room, ready to dive into the books he'd picked from the library on the Dementors. I've got about a week before the Ring of Harvest consumes me. Come on, Loki, you can do this. Loki pumped himself up so that he wouldn't feel scared and hinder his own mind from researching the topic. Loki read about the Potrenu's charm and its many uses, but he found it extremely difficult to practice by himself. Days ticked by as Loki read the books one by one, even setting everything else aside for the last few days, but he didn't get any closer to his mission of producing a Corporal Patronus, since there seemed to be something he couldn't understand stopping it from completing. He could get out a thick white mist from the wand, but Loki knew that wouldn't be enough to stop the Dementor whose bone his wand was made out of. Are you all right? Hermione asked as she saw Loki buried in a book with dark circles around his eyes. Daphne too was looking at Loki with a worried look. Do you need some help? She asked in a neutral tone. Loki looked at the two of them and shook his head, but then thought about how this was the last day that he'd be able to keep the Ring of Harvest outside the Sapphire Castle and asked them anyway. Do the two of you happen to know of a way to escape a Dementor's senses? Hermione looked stumped, causing Loki to look at Daphne. Perhaps ancient families know about how to escape a Dementor? Sorry, I do not. Daphne said after opening her eyes after a bit of thinking. Sigh all right. Loki nodded and walked back to his room with heavy steps, wondering if he would have to toss the Ring of Harvest above the grey fog and be done with it. But I feel like I'm naked without it. I do have the amulets that I made out of the Twilight Giant Beyonder characteristic, but it still feels difficult to part with the Ring of Harvest. And what about my future telling business? All my plans regarding it will go into the compost bin if I don't figure out how to sort this out. But there doesn't seem to be any other solution. Loki fell into his pillow, face first, and screamed into it for a good 20 seconds. Finally raising his head from the pillow, Loki looked around the room, wondering about how to fix his problem. Sigh I can't think of a way for now, let's think about something else, perhaps my brain just needs a kickstart to come up with a great idea. Loki bestowed upon himself the letter he'd gotten from Salazar Slytherin. He'd put the letter at the back of his mind since he was distracted the past week, and so when he finally found it he picked it up and reread the letter multiple times. But that was when he noticed something. Wait a second. His brain suddenly clicked like a lighter and sprouted an idea that flickered into a bright flame, bringing a large grin to his positively dull face. How did I miss this? Oh God, I'm so stupid. Chapter 187, A Dish Best Served Cold. Perhaps, this is it. Loki had an idea, but he didn't know if the outcome would be how he expected it to be. However, given the lack of time, Loki couldn't use the safe route of performing tests and divinations to ascertain his ideas. With reluctance, Loki picked up the grumpy and angry Ring of Harvest, put it on his finger and started to move towards the nearest group of Dementors. Under the cover of the darkness of the night and his illusions, Loki moved down the road that led to the greenhouses and soon came across the two Dementors he'd met earlier while traveling to the herbology class. Activating his spirit vision, his eyes immediately snapped to the glowing orbs inside the bodies of the Dementors. But he didn't immediately rush into action. On the contrary, he calmed himself, used a clemency to clear his mind, and then instead of creating various arrays of runes to protect his mind, Loki imagined the rune Salazar Slytherin had signed off the paper with. The rune slowly materialized as a faint outline that slowly hardened into an opaque block not long after. It made his mind invisible and undetectable as if it were concealed by a veil. Loki felt detached from his mind. It was like he could think and do anything he wanted to like normal, yet he felt like he no longer cared for whatever was happening in it. He felt a little detached from his own identity as Loki, but he managed to keep a straight head through all his dissociativity. Taking a deep breath and then letting his shoulders loose to resemble the relaxed state of his mind, Loki walked toward the Dementors. With each step closer, Loki felt fear he was reminded of from his time on the train, but his mind remained calm and clear because of his detached view. Slowly, however, the fear of Dementors quietened down and he felt a new sort of fear. His fear this time did not stem from the Dementors. This fear was something he was familiar with. It was the same kind of fear he'd felt when he had stolen a wallet for the first time. It was the same kind of fear he'd felt when he'd personally killed his first enemy. But it was also something he could control and ride over. Sucking in cold air from the surroundings to fill his lungs, Loki walked with a relaxed posture as if on his way to pick the greens from a supermarket. Within moments, Loki found himself standing in between the two floating sentinels. How do I steal the souls? Loki thought for a bit as he eyed the glowing orbs of light inside the Dementors, but then did something silly. He walked closer to one of the Dementors, extended his hand and tapped on its robes. Loki was nervous as hell. But when he saw that they didn't respond to him poking their robes, he got bolder. Loki moved on to pulling their robes slowly before violently shaking them around. The Dementors finally noticed someone shaking them but were just confused about what was happening. Yet true to their strict routines, they never left their post. Perhaps they think it's the wind. Whatever, this is good for me. But how do I steal these? Wait, I'm thinking about this in the wrong way. I've got it. Bunching one of the sentinel's robes, Loki lifted it up like a skirt and brought his hand closer to the floating orbs inside its body. A smile formed on his face, and before the Dementors could do anything or react in any way, Loki spoke softly. Little guy, I've prepared a feast for you. Almost as soon as Loki said that, the ring on his finger opened up a large mouth whose inside was as dark as the abyss, from which extended outwards a thin long tongue that swallowed all the orbs without a sound. Loki's eyes widened at this, but he was satisfied. At least he won't rebel anymore. For a while at least. The Dementor was absolutely puzzled, and Loki knew that because it kept looking all around itself to find out if there was anything around it that had suddenly emptied the contents of its stomach. But it found nothing, since Loki was already calmly walking back to the castle with a smile on his face. Did it? In joy, Loki walked down the dark halls of Hogwarts, his figure hidden under an illusion, until he reached his room in the Slytherin dorms, where he rechecked the ring. It's finally calmed down. Loki thought as he felt the negative and irritated aura of the ring vanish. Only after he was satisfied did Loki collapse into his bed while holding the letter Salazar Slytherin had written for him. I should have figured it out earlier. Sirius Black was a part of the Black family. The family that follows the Drachnus pathway. And Salazar Slytherin clearly has something to do with the pathway. Perhaps he is the true god of this pathway. And perhaps Sirius learned about Salazar Slytherin's symbol from a book in the family library or directly from Walburga herself. He probably used this symbol like I did to completely conceal my mind from the Dementors so that he could escape Azkaban. Yet, I still don't understand, why did he suffer in that tortuous place for so long? He likes it. Or guilt. The moment Loki figured that out, he felt a tangible change within his body. That digested my potion by about 5%, bringing me to a total of 15%. But Loki wasn't satisfied. This is slow. Remarkably slow. At this rate, even 2 years won't be enough for me to completely digest my potion. But how do I digest it faster? Loki thought about it for a while before giving up because he couldn't come up with an idea that would involve him solving puzzles. Going to bed in the same clothes that he was just running around in because he was tired, Loki ended up falling into a deep slumber from which he woke up only the next day. On asterisk, is it just me or does it feel even worse to wake up nowadays? Is there something wrong with my bed? Loki mumbled, but no one heard him. Washing up and leaving to have breakfast at the Great Hall, Loki felt like it was time to give false information about Gehrman Sparrow to the Aurora Order. He wanted to bait out all the other spies and learn of their identities when they would be sent out according to Loki's information to confirm its validity. The plan was simple and all Loki needed to do was figure out what kind of information he'd like to give out so that he could perfect his bait. Sipping on fruit juice, Loki came up with an idea. How about I tell them Gehrman Sparrow was spotted working with an unknown Beyonder organization? Wouldn't that direct their attention toward tailing Gehrman Sparrow and finding out which organization is behind him? Loki was satisfied with his plan and he nodded to himself. Who do you think is winning today, Loki? Tracy asked Loki, pulling him out of his thoughts. Do you want me to perform a divination, Tracy? Ooh. I want to see a divination. Astoria squealed in delight while clapping her hands in excitement like a seal. No way. I'm not paying a sickle for you to only toss a coin once again. Tracy said with mock anger while folding her hands. Today was a match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw, and given Loki's sterling record of placing bets in the past and winning them all, something he did to show off to people that he was a seer, everyone hung on his words to see who he would bet for. Except everyone had it wrong. Although Loki could very easily use the mystery prior soul inside the Ring of Harvest to divine who would win the match, he did not. Using the Ring of Harvest meant that it would grow hungry faster, something that Loki was not keen on letting happen since he had a very limited supply of souls that he could feed to the ring to satisfy its hunger. But Loki wasn't guessing. He had a trick up his sleeves that no one in the castle would have guessed. Without answering anyone, Loki put up a kind smile and walked away from the table to go to the Transfiguration class. Hello, Hermione. Loki greeted the witch whose eyes looked like a panda's. She was clearly tired and not in the mood to talk. She barely glanced Loki's way and then continued walking beside him while frowning. How has the day not even started yet and yours has so obviously gone wrong? Loki asked, pretending to be completely oblivious to her secret. Hermione just looked at him and sighed, but she continued to walk towards the classroom. Fine, don't tell me. If you're unable to come to work this week, I'll excuse you. I don't want my employees dying because of overwork. No, it's Fine. I suspend you for a week. Loki said and walked ahead of her. Walking in front of Hermione, Loki looked at the slip of paper that was in his hand which read, Slytherin wins. Despite not liking Slytherin and not being its die-hard fan, Loki had a smile on his face. He, I can make more money now. I wonder how much I should bet this time. 2 galleons. Will the stands even be able to pay me back? Well, I can just steal from them if they try to leave me hanging. Chapter 188, Surprise. Looking at the map with the help of the Lumos charm, Loki focused his attention on the Defense Against Dark Arts classroom. Specifically how it was currently empty even when it was closer to midnight. Professor Lupin is in the hospital wing. What is he doing there? He seemed to be fine this morning, well fine except he looked really tired, a little more than everyone else in the castle. Well, not my problem for now. Stepping out of his room, Loki began to walk under the blanketing cover of darkness that had invaded the entire castle while also using his illusions to keep him covered for good measure. It wasn't long after that Loki reached the Defense Against Dark Arts classroom, but he couldn't get inside right away. A lock to prevent someone from opening the door with magic. Loki pulled out a random coin that was lying in his pocket and tapped his wand on it. He transfigured the coin into the most appropriate tools for the situation by transfusing a little bit of spirituality into it. A pair of lock-picking items, one rake to pick the pins and one flimsy torsion wrench for applying tension to turn the lock. Inserting the items, an orange spark shot out of the keyhole, causing Loki to recoil his hands in shock. He charmed it against lockpicking too. Why would you even do that? Loki quickly pulled out his map to see if the wards on the lock had alerted Professor Lupin. Matching his expectations, Loki found Professor Lupin had gotten up from his bed and was now speaking to Madame Pomfrey. Damn. It did warn him. I've got 7 minutes if I want to do anything. Loki thought, thinking of the approximate time it would take one to reach this office from the hospital wing. Looking down at the lock, Loki sighed, and after spinning his shoulders a little he decided on his next course of action. Let's break it. I haven't been reading about wards for no reason after all. The damn thing better help me now. Spreading his spirituality over the lock, Loki stared at the complex array of runes that came into view. The runes were all arranged in a strong formation, orbiting the handle. Alright, there appear to be 3 sections. The first one sends a warning. The second one prevents the use of a spell to unlock the door. And the third one prevents physically forcing the lock open. Loki studied the pattern of the runes floating and immediately used his eloquence to spot all the flaws in the structure and began to make a plan to break into the office room. I won't need to be stealthy in my attempt since I've already alerted him. I just don't need to leave behind any evidence that it was me. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Loki pulled out his wand and began to work his magic. Well, although it seemed like a delicate task, Loki was brute-forcing his spirituality through the ward. All he had to do was apply enough pressure at the flawed points in the ward and everything about it would collapse like a house of cards. His spirituality slowly escaped from the tip of the wand, forming the outline of a thin sharp needle that slowly began to fill and become hard. When he was done making the needle, Loki pushed forth with all his strength, attacking the runes that meant Union and Link and were holding up the entire array. This was the weak spot Loki had found. A weak link because while it linked two different sections of the runes, it was weak itself, meaning Loki could pry it off with enough leverage. As soon as Loki's spiritual needle weakened the array, however, there was a setback. The structure broken by weakening the link would magnetically set itself back into formation with everything else and become whole again. It was acting like water. Loki's attacks created splashes, but they were only temporary before the water's surface stilled once again. A fourth layer emerged from within the core of the array. A self-healing layer. Loki became frustrated because the way the fourth layer was made clearly indicated it wasn't to heal the array structure but to delay for time so that Lupin himself could arrive at the scene, which was why it was hidden from view until the array was attacked. It was meant to only delay and not stop the attacks because it ran on spirituality that Lupin had pre-filled into a battery-like container hidden inside the structure. So once the battery would become depleted, the structure would fall apart under Loki's attack. Loki immediately changed his strategy and launched a relentless attack on the lock, triggering it in every way possible, causing the ward to have to heal itself continuously. And within a few minutes, Loki was done and a satisfying click was his reward. Loki pushed open the door and walked into the office, and instead of looking around, Loki immediately rushed towards the window at the back of the office. Looking out the window, Loki stared at the infinitely black lake and calmed himself, before performing the short ritual he'd come up with. He focused on the riddle that Salazar Slytherin had given him and spun his wand to make a positive circle in the air while looking at the black lake. With each circle of his wand, Loki grew more and more anxious. His heart beat faster rate while sweat appeared on his brows, but Loki remained focused. Except when the third circle finished, nothing magical happened. No, nothing happened at all. The black lake did not part, the air did not grow colder or warmer, and not even the window creaked. Absolutely nothing was different from a few seconds earlier except the earth having spun a little. Loki instantly felt disheartened. I guess you don't win at everything all the time. Loki stepped back and turned around, but as soon as he did his blood chilled. The person in front of him looked like a wizard too. He wore leather boots, had a robe on his back that reached his ankles, and wore a large pointed leather hat on his head. Except that was not the thing that Loki was most focused on. It was the golden circle ring with a glass in it, a monocle, that was on his right eye that grabbed all of Loki's attention. We meet at last. I've been waiting for you. The man nudged his monocle a little before giving Loki a warm, friendly smile as he spoke calmly. You don't know yet, but I've already parasitized you. I'm only here because you've gone rouge. Loki's body started to tremble simply because of his presence as words refused to escape his lips. The only thing that Loki was able to speak was the word, Amon. The one and only, in the flesh, Amon said, doing a polite bow while tipping off his hat at Loki. Chapter 189, Chase. Loki heard a loud thud that snapped his senses back into him. Ridiculous. Loki shouted as he immediately pointed his wand at the men in front of him. The men transformed as he turned comically small, with two people coming over to beat him on his head with a baseball bat. The two people were Klein and a veiled woman with a scythe in one of her 6 hands. Loki stifled his laughter seeing the small chibi Amon and calmly waved his wand, lifting the boggart and sending it back into the cupboard it had come out from. Damn, Professor Lupin, that was cold. Leaving a boggart out to scare anyone who comes inside. Crazy. Hearing the footsteps that had knocked him out of the grip of fear from before, Loki moved toward the wall beside the door and covered himself with an illusion while also focusing on Salazar Slytherin's rune to keep his mind from being discovered. Loki then held his breath and waited. The footsteps paused outside the door as if analyzing the technique used to destroy the wards on the lock. Soon, given Loki's enhanced hearing, he heard the swish of a wand. With this swish, Loki felt he'd lost his sense of hearing, but when he was able to hear the sound of his blood rushing inside his body, he realized someone had blocked off all sounds on the outside. The door slowly swung open, but there was no creaking sound even though it and the hinges appeared to be as old as the castle itself. There appeared to be no one behind the door, but switching on his spirit vision and focusing on his ability to see people's body of heart and mind, Loki instantly spotted someone entering the classroom. Professor Lupin's weak. Loki thought. Why does his body of heart and mind look so fragile? Is he sick with something? Loki instantly switched to spirit vision and saw exactly how poor Lupin's health currently was. It was abysmal. The colors on his body were non-existent, they were all as black as the night itself. Loki even felt like it was a miracle that Lupin was still alive. But Loki didn't wait longer, and grabbing the opportunity that Lupin had presented him with, Loki slipped out of the now open door that was beside him and left the classroom. He eventually pulled out the Marauder's map and immediately began to scuttle through the dark corridors until he reached his room. His eyes focused on the name Remus Lupin the entire time, since he was worried he'd use some Beyonder technique to follow him. But everything seemed to have worked out fine, and Loki found Lupin walking away from the classroom and back to the infirmary. Just as Loki reached his room, however, his eyes paused on two different names. The first name was walking inside the Gryffindor Tower, towards a bedroom where 6 people were sound asleep. The first name was Sirius Black. But Loki's attention was grabbed by the second. Peter Pettigrew. What? Loki froze in his steps. And then a frown appeared on his face. The frown only deepened further as his mind thought about the situation in front of him. Peter Pettigrew. Is it someone just named like this? But why would Sirius Black chase after him if he was a duplicate? How does he even know about Peter still being alive? Did someone inform him about it in prison? Or perhaps he knew that Peter hadn't really died in the incident back then. Loki pondered for a bit before walking the castle corridors again, moving towards the Gryffindor Tower. As Loki approached the tower, his steps slowed considerably, until he found himself in a broom closet where he entered the Sapphire Castle to grab several items like the cards of blasphemy to interfere with any divination that might try and lock onto him. Loki observed how Sirius moved towards Ron Weasley and then began to search around for Peter Pettigrew. How can he not find him? Wouldn't a 40-year-old man be pretty easy to spot? The disturbance in his surroundings caused Ron to wake up, after which Loki watched Sirius flee from the tower. But along with Sirius fleeing, Loki even watched Peter Pettigrew fleeing. Seeing this, Loki pulled out his whistle and blew hard on it, causing Sunny to appear after tearing out from the spirit world. "Sunny, I have a job for you," Loki said, flicking a gold galleon in Sunny's direction, which he caught without effort. "What is it?" the little creature asked. "I want you to go to this location," Loki said, pointing at the Marauder's map, "and see if a person walks by. Tell me how he looks if you manage to see him. And you can attack to capture him if you find him." "Roger that," Sunny said while dipping back into the spirit world, since traveling through it was faster than scuttling around the castle corridors. Loki, on the other hand, walked through the corridors while keeping himself covered under illusions as he tried to intercept Sirius's path. Damn. He's fast. How is he so fast? And how is he picking corridors where there aren't any teachers patrolling nearby? Loki pulled out his wand and cast the levitation charm on his boots and robes, making them slightly lighter so that he could keep with Sirius. Each time Loki got close to a corridor that Sirius was moving toward, he'd find Sirius immediately changing his direction. How does he know where I am? Loki looked at the Marauder's map, wondering if Sirius had a copy that was helping him, but Loki pushed it to the back of his mind and came up with a plan. Loki rushed along with Sirius, both competing in what appeared to be a game of tag. Loki would strategically shift corridors, but Sirius would somehow recognize it and shift faster. Eventually, though, Loki managed to reach a choke point faster than Sirius. It was right at the exit. Loki had used the other teachers' patrolling routes to trap Sirius and force him to escape through the single exit that Loki was standing guard at. He hid behind an armored knight statue and blended into the darkness by using his illusions to get the jump on him so that he could capture Sirius faster than he could retaliate. Any moment now. Loki patiently waited and calmed his breathing for a while until he heard the pitter-patter of feet coming from the distance. Why does his running sound like a four-legged creature? Loki wondered. But that was when a giant dog as black as the night appeared in Loki's view. Wadash. Loki looked at the map to confirm what he was seeing. And when he found the dot representing Sirius moving just like the dog in the real world, he became dumbfounded. Suddenly everything started to make sense. Firming his gaze and tightening the grip on his wand, Loki locked his aim at the dog and mumbled, "Incarcerus." Chapter 190, Messing with Cogs. Sirius's ears twitched and his nose wrinkled before he jumped, pushing off the stone floor with as much force as his thin legs could muster. But it was for naught. Loki's skill in controlling his spirituality, honed through repeated practice, and also his skill as a Beyonder of the Marauder pathway came into clutch when the spiritual projectile twisted midair and landed squarely in Sirius's chest. Ropes sprouted out of thin air, slithering around Sirius's shoulder and other joints, tightening around his neck and snout, causing him to lose balance and crash while he was still midair. Crashing on the ground, Sirius's momentum carried him across the floor as he tumbled and was dragged until he reached Loki's feet. Loki lifted the shadowy illusion he was using to cover himself up, but he created a new illusion to transform into Gehrman Sparrow. The dog looked Loki in the eye and whined in pity, expressing its pain and desire for freedom. But Loki just whispered, "I know who you are, Mr. Black." The dog's eyes widened and Loki saw how it struggled to run for a moment before the ropes tightened their grip around him. "Please remain calm and behave rationally. I know about Peter Pettigrew too. I am currently waiting for my friend to catch him." The dog's brows furrowed and Loki could hear it growl, but he said nothing and calmly floated the dog behind himself as he stepped into an empty classroom nearby. Once inside, Loki left Sirius there and walked outside. Colloportus, Loki whispered, locking the door behind himself so that Sirius couldn't escape without a wand. Soon space tore and Sunny appeared beside Loki. Did you capture him? Loki asked in an excited voice since he could see Sunny's hair looked ruffled and his eyes carried a hint of tiredness. No. Your map must be malfunctioning, there was no one in the corridor. All that I got caught in was trouble with Dementors. You've got to teach me how to avoid them. Loki's eyes widened but then they sharpened and he asked, was there an animal perhaps? Now that you say, there was a rat. It looked ugly and I didn't want to get near it so I let it leave. I should have expected this to happen. Loki mumbled and then said, next time you see that rat, capture it. Peter Pettigrew appears to be an animagus. For now, though, you may go rest. Sunny's eyes widened but then they narrowed dangerously. I won't be giving you back the galleon just because I didn't catch the rat and I'll take one extra every other time, alright? Ha. Fine, keep it, Loki said, shooing Sunny back to the spirit world. Loki then opened the door to the classroom he'd just locked and stepped inside. As soon as he stepped in, Loki immediately felt something attack his body of heart and mind. A calm serene feeling immediately assaulted his senses giving him the feeling of lightheadedness and Loki realized what was happening, but Loki let it happen. All of a sudden in front of Loki the ropes around the black dog snapped and he found himself face to face with a crazed man whose eyes were glimmering like stars. Tell me, how do you know? Sirius growled into Loki's face making him feel the stench that emitted out of his mouth. Loki's face scrunched up, and just as Sirius expected Loki to begin speaking, the surroundings cracked and then shattered under his shocked gaze. In the real world, the dog whined and transformed into a shabby man whose mouth was bleeding lightly. Petrificus totalis. Loki calmly said causing Sirius to be struck by the whitish-blue glow that sprang out of his wand. Sirius's limbs immediately snapped together and became stiff as he crashed down onto the hard stone floor with a low thud. Loki took a deep breath and let it out before walking towards Sirius and finally getting a good look at his untidy face. His cheeks were sunken and his eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the collarbone that was protruding out of his skin, Loki was sure that the man was starved for a long time. His waist was thinner than a Chinese anorexic model and his body looked more fragile than a stick. Yet Loki felt a sense of danger emit from the man in front of him that raised the hair on his neck. Loki knew the man in front of him was just pretending to be weak and was probably a demigod himself. Unfortunately Peter Pettigrew escaped from my friend. But Mr. Black. I want to help you, well help myself understand the situation better, but that also involves helping you. Loki said calmly as he watched Sirius's eyes frantically look around and then settle on Loki as he said those words. I can't reveal to you the source of my information, but I want to ask you something I suspect. You never killed Peter Pettigrew, did you? Did Peter fake his own death? Loki stood there staring at Sirius for half a minute before he realized, you can't speak. Loki nodded and lifted the full body bind curse, but he tightened new ropes around Sirius instead. Sirius stared at Loki with hate, but he spoke with curiosity. How did you manage to keep your sanity in that dream? Loki stared at Sirius and after a few seconds, decided to answer his question. Alright, I'll tell you, but you must answer my question later, alright? Loki asked slowly, afraid the madman would miss his words if he spoke too fast. Sirius nodded and Loki continued. I could remain conscious through the dream because my god blessed me. Sirius's eyes widened at the mention of a god, but then his eyes sharpened. Who? Hasn't anyone told you that it's rude to know more about gods? And it's your turn to answer my question. If you don't I won't let you go. I'm sure the headmaster and the professors are going to begin searching the castle soon anyway. Do you want to get caught so soon? Sirius's eyes trembled with anger, but then he closed his eyes to calm himself and opened them with vigor. I didn't kill Peter. He blew the street up and left behind his finger to escape. I see. So you didn't betray your friends as the world thinks. You were framed. Loki concluded and nodded. I wouldn't have betrayed James even if my life depended on it. That damn rat. He fooled us all. He was always so weak. I never thought he'd turn out to be a rat as a human too. I knew I should have suspected something when he had a thing for corpses. Sirius growled. Loki nodded. He stared at Sirius with a blank gaze while thinking. What do I do with him? Hand him over to the professors and claim my prize of 1,000 galleons. I could do that but it seems a bit wasteful. What else could I do with him? Loki wondered and that was when an idea struck him. Isn't this just fate? I had a problem and now I'm being given a solution on a silver platter. Swiping his wand Loki caused the ropes on Sirius's body vanished, allowing him the ability to move. But just Sirius was about to capitalize on this opportunity to attack Loki he was forced to stop when he heard, I want to form a partnership with you Mr. Black. Sirius was taken aback. We have common interests. You want Peter. And I want something. What do you want? Aurora Order, Loki said, causing Sirius's eyes to widen. Good, since you already know them I won't have to explain anymore. I want you to cooperate with me to help protect the school from Aurora Order for this year. Who are you? Sirius asked with a faint glimmer in his eyes. Named Sparrow. Gehrman Sparrow. Loki said, lifting his hat and giving a slight nod. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Black. I hope to meet you again in the future. Would Hogsmeade be a good place to meet? Yes. A rowdy smile bloomed on Sirius's face, added with the maddening gleam in his eyes it made him appear dangerous. Here's what I need you to do. Loki said, and began to explain to Sirius exactly what he wanted from him, and the more Sirius heard, the more he lost the mad grin on his face as it turned into a frown. Can you do this? Loki asked. If I couldn't do this much, I wouldn't have been able to keep the Aurors off my back. But are you sure this is all you need me to do? Yes, don't worry, the adventures will come later. For now, this is good. Loki nodded and then continued, keep this with you, it is something you should be able to recognize and know how to use. Loki said, tossing a ring in Sirius's direction. Sirius caught the ring and within moments his eyes widened. Oh dash. The clock is ticking, Mr. Black. You need to escape from here, right? Loki said, and with his job done, began to walk away from the room, leaving a shocked Sirius to escape while he walked back toward his dorm, tired but excited for what was to come. Chapter 191, Safe. Damn, even Lupin's office wasn't the right place for the ritual. What am I missing? Mr. Loki, do you know the answer? Is there something I'm missing? Perhaps an extra step that I haven't figured out yet. Mr. Loki. Do you have something to say? Suddenly Loki felt someone drive their elbow into his diaphragm, causing him to bend over in pain as he looked at the person sitting beside him. Hermione. What was that FO dash? Hermione immediately indicated with her eyes, pointing to the front of the class. Loki slowly turned around and met eyes with a positively fuming Minerva McGonagall. Just because you're ahead of the class, Mr. Loki, you cannot start to daydream. Ah, sorry, Professor, I was a little out of it because I couldn't sleep well last night. With all the chaos surrounding Sirius Black invading the castle and all the students being called to the Great Hall to sleep, I was a little tired. McGonagall stared at Loki sternly and then sighed, I understand. But please don't let it happen again. Loki nodded and went back to paying attention to the lecture, yet in the back of his mind, Loki was still thinking about the puzzle Salazar Slytherin had given him. Slowly seeing he wasn't getting anywhere, Loki decided to take a little rest and think about something else, especially what he'd heard while sleeping in the Great Hall. Loki was lying inside his warm and comfortable sleeping bag while keeping his eyes closed when he heard someone walk by him and stop a couple of steps away. Professor Lupin. I thought you'd be inside hospital wing. As soon as Loki heard Professor McGonagall say, Professor Lupin, his ears shot up. Is he here because he's caught me? Loki pondered with sweat starting to appear on his palms. The very comfortable sleeping bag had suddenly started to become a little warmer, making him grow more uncomfortable by the minute. He began to feel itchy but forced himself to somehow stay still, which only made the problem worse. Ah. It must be a surprise that I'm here. I'm sorry, but I had to urgently report something to Headmaster Dumbledore. Lupin continued, making Loki's heart beat faster. The headmaster is busy going over the wards right now, to see if there have been any intrusions made on it and if it needs to be repaired. Way to go, Professor McGonagall. Tell him how the headmaster is busy and you don't want him to disturb you. Loki cheered on. I understand, Professor McGonagall. Could you deliver him my message then? Yes, I can do that for you. McGonagall paused a little before replying, causing Loki's heart to come up into his throat and then fall to the pit of his stomach in disappointment. He then clenched his hands while pretending to remain asleep like a sloth, but unbeknownst to anyone, his ears were paying attention to every squeak in the Great Hall, hanging on to the conversation between McGonagall and Lupin like his life depended on it. I wanted to report an intrusion in my office. An intrusion? McGonagall's voice turned sour and sharper as she looked at Lupin. Why hasn't anyone heard of this sooner? I'm sorry, Professor, I was checking if everything in the office was in order. I reached the office as soon as the alarm alerted me while I was in the hospital wing. But it seems like the intruder was gone before I could arrive there. I couldn't find anyone inside. It wasn't a student. McGonagall threw a reasonable guess. No. The ward on my lock was skillfully disabled, or rather the right word would be it was destroyed. The ward was destroyed. McGonagall's voice pitched a few notes higher. Yes. Which was why I was very careful and took my time studying for any changes throughout the office. I couldn't find anything. Perhaps Headmaster Dumbledore can if he takes a look. I will let him know. McGonagall nodded and there appeared to be a hint of conviction in her voice that she hadn't got before. Their conversation ended there and Loki calmed down a little. If they haven't found anything yet, then that means I should be safe later. I doubt any divination can find me since I had the cards of blasphemy on me, but it doesn't hurt to be safe. I should just act as if nothing ever happened in front of Professor Lupin. With the short resolution, Loki fell asleep once again until he was woken up by a soft whisper. Clearly, he's been colluding with him. Loki heard Snape's voice, but the person he was talking to remained silent. There was no clue even after you checked. There can only be one pathway with such perfect concealment. Snape chided, yet the person on the other end remained silent. How could you allow him to teach even after knowing how close they were? The other voice sighed and then finally spoke. You are right that I couldn't find anything Severus, and I have already spoken to Lupin. My only advice to you is that you don't look at people with a biased lens. Soon the second person walked away and Snape huffed and walked away in a different direction, clearly unhappy about the result of his argument. A sense of relief washed over Loki at that moment. Clearly they didn't find anything wrong about me. That's good. Breaking out of his thoughts on the incident, Loki analyzed the words exchanged between Snape and Dumbledore to infer information from their conversation. So Professor Snape doesn't like Professor Lupin. But why? Did he already figure out the fault that Professor Lupin has? Like the last two data teachers. But what could be wrong with him? Does the reasoning have something to do with the reason Professor Lupin was in the infirmary yesterday? Loki wondered for a while until he remembered what Professor Lupin's boggart had turned into before he turned it into a balloon and caused it to fly back into the cupboard. An orb. Maybe a full moon. Loki thought. But why would he be afraid of the full moon? Does he know about the corruption of the moon? Better not think about this stuff outside the Sapphire Castle. With not much to go off of, Loki shifted his thoughts back to the classroom. At the end of the class was Professor McGonagall shouting over students packing their things. All students that have gotten their Hogsmeade form signed, please hand them over to me. Having no form to hand over since he was an orphan, Loki walked out of the classroom without worrying about it while moving to his next class, Defense Against the Dark Arts. His thoughts lingered on the conversation he had with Sirius Black. I wonder what's the Aurora Order planning. It's about time I lay out my trap for them. I just hope Sirius will do exactly as I asked him to. If he doesn't, it'll be a shame for Peter Pettigrew to escape right in front of his eyes. Poor Sirius, he'll have to search the entire planet for a rat. Damn, I can't let my intrusive thoughts win. Chapter 192, Revealed. Loki's plan to trap the Aurora Order was simple. He would become an important link between them and the target they were following. Sirius Black's appearance had given Loki a fantastic idea. Sitting on one of the back benches in the classroom, Loki waited with everyone for Professor Lupin to arrive in class. Except, surprising everyone, was Professor Snape, who entered the class with his cloak billowing behind him and swung his wand, causing chalks to fly up to boards and begin drawing or writing on them. Everyone grew tense and silent. Snape looked over at everyone, pausing slightly on Loki, but then he continued to look at the rest of the class. Just as he opened his mouth to speak to everyone in the same dreary and disappointing tone he used in the potions class, everyone heard loud footsteps and a bang that slammed the class door open. Sorry, Professor Lupin, I'm Lat Dash. Harry's words froze as he made eye contact with Professor Snape, whose lips had trembled into the faintest hint of a smile as he spat out the next words. This lesson began a minute and a half ago, Mr. Potter. Harry didn't move, still staring at Snape since he knew there was more to come. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape said with mirth, but Harry didn't move still. Where's Professor Lupin? He asked. I don't think I am required to explain nonsense just to get you to sit down in my class, Mr. Potter. 5 more points from Gryffindor, and if you don't follow me, it'll be 50 next time. Harry slowly lowered his head while maintaining eye contact with Snape until the last moment before it snapped. He then shifted through the desks and sat down at an empty spot on a bench beside Ron. As I was saying before, Mr. Potter interrupted me, please turn your books to the page 394. Everyone grew confused since this was toward the very end of the book, and when Loki finally flipped his pages he arrived at a page with a dangerous drawing of a werewolf. As soon as Loki saw the page his eyes widened. What scared Loki wasn't the picture of the werewolf on the page, but the thing hiding at the top, behind the clouds. It was a picture of the full moon. Having been thinking about the full moon just a while ago, Loki's head immediately snapped in Snape's direction. Snape seemed to be waiting for this exact moment, since as soon as he met Loki's eyes, he nodded imperceptibly and his lips pulled into a soft smile. The smile one wears seeing their enemies fail. He's a werewolf. Professor Lupin's a werewolf. Loki blazed through the rest of the class, his attention still rolling through the revelation that Professor Lupin was actually a werewolf. If he's a werewolf, then does that mean he's of the chained pathway? But if he is, then why did Adam hire him? Is he one of the good ones like Miss Sharon and Merrick? Is he trying to control his transformation during the full moon and retain his sanity so that he doesn't become an uncontrollable monster? Is that why Professor McGonagall asked me to judge them before accusing them? That's dangerous. I wonder how Adam is confident enough in Professor Lupin that he won't harm any student or go out of control. Asterisk sigh asterisk, what a disappointing revelation. Loki felt his potion digest from having solved this cryptic puzzle, and his potion was now digested to 30%. What does Professor Snape even want us to do with this information? It's not like Adam will go back on his decision just because people complain a little, and it isn't like Professor Lupin has done anything wrong yet. But on top of everything, no student who might recognize that he's a werewolf even has any real proof of him being so. How are they even going to accuse him? Just shout at him. Given how Adam has allowed Lupin into the school, he probably has control over his transformation, making it impossible for anyone to see him as a werewolf during full moons. He could probably just tell everyone that he has a rare disease or a curse or malediction that is empowered by the moon. Thinking of moon, is the moon in this world corrupt? I better not think about it outside the Sapphire Castle. Loki caught himself and went through the motions for the rest of the day, arriving at an empty classroom after all his classes and extracurricular activities to set up a simple ward. Come on Loki, I know you can do such a simple thing. Loki thought to motivate himself as he designed his first ward. Spiritually floated out of his wand, forming runes and figures that only Loki could see. Everything arranged itself in concentric circles as it latched onto the window handle, like how Lupin's wards were attached to the door. The runes circled around each other, snapping into place in a tightly knit puzzle that looked hard to break easily. There was a rather special rune inside the ward that Loki had cooked up. It was the rune that was behind his chair in the Sapphire Castle. The rune was a simple spinning anti-clockwise swirl with several clocks on its arms. Loki then changed his appearance using an illusion, and with the help of an owl from the Ollery, Loki quickly wrote a letter containing step-by-step instructions and sent it out of Hogwarts. Hopefully my address for Sirius is right. I mean, it's not like he has any other place to hide in. And my potion did digest a little, after which I double-checked it with divination. I hope he's not too scared and checks my letter so that he can get curious as to what I'm talking to Aurora Order about. He probably will. He's not one to simply obey someone else with all that pride. Sometime later, and some distance away from Hogwarts Castle, on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, in the Shrieking Shack, an unkept man became startled when he suddenly heard an owl tap its beak on the broken window of the broken house. An owl. Sirius mumbled. Has my position been compromised? He pulled out a wand that he'd stolen earlier and cast several detection spells on the owl and the letter it was carrying to make sure there was no foul play. And once he was certain, he picked up the letter from the owl's beak, freeing it up for it to fly away immediately. Sirius looked at the address on his letter and his eyes widened. Although it wasn't addressed to him directly, it contained the address of the Shrieking Shack. How did he know I was here? Divination. But I made sure to put up anti-divination spells that'd have interfered with any divination. With the sigh, after having gotten no answers from his mind, Sirius began to perform the exact steps the letter described. He set up an altar with a single candle and then sealed the Shrieking Shack with a wall of spirituality so that no one could disturb him here and find out what was going on inside the room. Picking up the parchment that Loki had sent along with the letter of his instructions, Sirius grew a little curious. What is he telling them? Sirius carefully cast several diagnostic charms on the parchment to see if it had any trap wards or enchantments on it, but Sirius was surprised to find that there was nothing of the sort on it. It was a plain letter. I mean, the instructions didn't say I couldn't read, did they? Chapter 193, Palm of My Hands. Curiosity getting the better of him, Sirius opened the folded letter to read what was inside it. Sirius Black is working with Gehrman Sparrow. He was the one who helped him escape from Hogwarts. He holds a powerful Beyonder item from the darkness pathway that helps him conceal his presence. A powerful seer at Hogwarts, Loki, helped me figure this out. Sirius became dumbfounded. Does he want me to get caught? Sirius pondered the question seriously and shook his head slowly. No, if he wanted them to catch me, he could have just revealed my location directly to them. There was no need for him to be sending the letter if that was the case. But there was also another reason why Sirius felt he could trust Loki and send this letter. Specifically, there was a line in the short letter that increased his trust. He holds a powerful Beyonder item from the darkness pathway that helps him conceal his presence. It was clear to him that this was a lie, since he had no such item on his person. So it's a trap. But why reveal that I'm his ally in the first place? And why is he writing about himself to the Aurora Order in the first place? Unless he's using a different identity to communicate with them. Sirius immediately realized. Why does a kid have multiple identities? Not even I and James had anything like it. It's much cooler to use your real names and make them fear it. And then there's the question regarding how he got the ring that my mother should own. Did he just buy it from some Beyonder circle? But I doubt that wretched woman would have sold such an item. Did he steal it from her? But I doubt he's that strong. He seemed weaker than me back when he made a deal with me. This kid is hard to understand. After a while, when he came out of his shock, Sirius slipped on the black family ring that Loki had given him to distort his features so that no one would recognize him. He placed the parchment onto the altar and proceeded to light the candle with his spirituality, after which Sirius began to chant in Latin. I summon in my name. The creature that roams the upper realm. The creature that is the stealthiest. The creature that has no shape or form. The creature that is contracted with Mr. X. The room darkened as the candlelight flickered. Sirius felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise as he felt a chill travel up his spine. Not something that happened to him often. As the flickering candle stabilized into a smaller flame, darkness began to creep up the altar from behind him. It was walking up the legs of the altar in the opposite way water would have dripped down if water had been splashed onto it. The droplets of darkness coagulated on the letter that was lying on the altar, and very soon, under Sirius's gaze, the letter was swallowed whole by the darkness. Sirius blinked and everything about the darkness vanished as if it never existed. But so did the letter along with it. In the Great Hall the next morning. "Ooh, did you know Daphne has been excited to go to Hogsmeade this weekend?" Astoria revealed, causing Daphne to glare at her sister while she just smiled sweetly. "Has she now? If our ice princess is excited for our first visit to the village, I better be excited too," Loki said with a chuckle as he picked up a piece of the jam treat pie on the dining table. "Would you like some, Tori?" Loki asked after serving himself. "Oh my gosh, yes, of course I'd like some too. You know how I love sweets." "Tori, no dash," Daphne started, but Astoria interrupted. "I haven't had any sweets in a week, sis, I need this." Passing the tray with the pie to Astoria, Loki turned to look at Daphne. "What do you want to visit in Hogsmeade?" Daphne glared at Loki and then at Astoria, but after seeing them ignore her glare she spoke softly, "Honeydukes." "Oh. Haha, and you were angry at Tori for having sweets," Loki said with a snort and continued to eat his breakfast while having to deal with a fuming Daphne. At the end of breakfast, Loki felt a ward he had set up trip and he immediately got up. "You guys go ahead, I need to pick up an important letter from the Olori," Loki said and waved his hand. "Who's the letter from, Loki? Your mistress perhaps?" Astoria asked with wide eyes and a smile, ready for gossip. "Haha, mistress. Seriously? Who'd like a bum like me? It's just a letter from an investor in the Hogwarts honest mill." Loki waved his hands once again and Astoria soon lost interest. No one heard Daphne mumble, "A bum? Why would you be a bum?" Loki reached the classroom he'd added the ward to and opened the door after changing his appearance to match Gehrman Sparrow's. An owl waited for him at the window that led into the classroom and Loki freed it by taking the letter that was tied to its leg. "Good thing I made Sirius send the letter to them. At least now they don't have access to me or my location. Which means that they don't have a way to spill my identity until Sirius himself is caught." Making sure there was no one around using the Marauder's map, Loki sacrificed the letter into the grey fog to read it later during the day. He quickly walked up to his next class even though Loki was dying out of curiosity to read what was in the letter. While sitting in class throughout the day, Loki's mind was distracted, to the extent that Professor Snape knocked him on his head with a book for not paying attention to his cauldron when it was bubbling ominously. Only after the day was finished and Loki was back in his room did he do the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual to move above the grey fog where he read the letter. On it were the simple words written in a jerky and sharp cursive, "Keep an eye on Gehrman Sparrow, figure out his location and if possible what he is planning to do." Loki sighed deeply. He was a little disappointed that this was all the letter said, but he was delighted due to something else. If they use divination and fall for the trap I've set up, they should now be interested in the identity of Loki and their contact at Hogwarts. They'll want to keep a close eye on both me and the person in contact with them. They will also possibly try and send the other spies on my tail to figure out everything about Loki. After all, Loki has been the only person who has been able to divine any information about Gehrman Sparrow. If I play my cards right, they'll think that my divination skills are unique in some way. This will allow me to get closer to them since they will eventually want to use my special divination skills to obtain information about other matters which are impossible to find out easily about too. Ha! This is too easy. And as a cryptologist, it makes sense if I am shrouded in a layer of mystery that makes it harder for people to figure me out. Miles away in a dark home where not even a flicker of light existed, Mr. X haphazardly scratched his neck in the darkness. Scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch. His hands lay hovering over a piece of paper. A quartz pendant hung from his hands as Mr. X began to mumble something. "This is the truth. This, truth. This, truth. This, truth." The man slowly opened his eyes and looked at the pendant, but much to his disappointment the pendulum wasn't moving, not clockwise and not even anti-clockwise. Scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch. Blood began to leak out of the wound on his neck that was created from repeated scratching, but Mr. X didn't even flinch, his flesh squirmed around to heal the damage done. Anti-divination. Mr. X mumbled before pausing for a bit and then mumbling something else. Strange, why use anti-divination to prevent the statement from being validated if you give out the source of your information? He closed his eyes after mumbling a new phrase for his dream divination. What, source, information? What, source, information? What, source, information? What, source, information? Immediately a scene appeared in front of him. He was inside a room filled with two people sitting across from each other on chairs arranged around a desk. One person he was familiar with, the Beyonder who had attended his Beyonder gathering earlier in the summer. His face was hidden by a clear distortion field both times, which indirectly gave away his identity due to similarity in how he hid it. But his interest was on the other boy. The boy appeared quite young and was speaking with some fear painted on his face. All I can know about Gehrman Sparrow from my divinations is that dash. Wait. The Beyonder who had his face blurred cut him off and then walked off into the washroom for a few seconds before returning with a seemingly normal-looking card which suddenly distorted the divination and kicked Mr. X out of it. Another anti-divination item. Interesting. The man mumbled as drops of blood dripped on the side of his neck, his attention on the face of the boy he'd just seen. But is this a trap? Something feels off about it all. How did this Loki divine about Gehrman Sparrow if we weren't able to? I guess this person no longer has any use, it's time to get rid of him. Loki's potion immediately digested a little, bringing him up to 35% digestion because he'd made it cryptic for Mr. X to figure out about himself by separating his two identities of Loki and the person who was delivering letters to the Aurora Order, all while keeping his own identity shrouded in mystery. Loki at this time had a different thought on his mind. I wonder what Mr. X will do next. I would probably send people to investigate the seer that was able to divine this information, and initiate direct contact. Chapter 194, An Accident. I would like to know what I can do to find out more information about Gehrman Sparrow. This person. A girl in her late teens said, placing a wanted poster in front of Loki on the table. Loki immediately raised his eyebrows and his eyes widened as he heard the request of the girl sitting opposite him, and she caught on to this. You can't do this. I thought you removed the poster about the information you needed because you found some. The girl asked with a soft sigh as if she'd just wasted her time. Although I shouldn't do it, madam. Loki said with a slight pause and then continued to speak just as the girl was about to get up and leave, but what you're thinking of is probably not the reason for the shock. I'm just surprised that someone else has asked me about it. Someone else, the girl asked with annoyance. A frown grew on her face as she heard those words. Guess she's realized she was only sent here to verify the story someone else gave the boss. Yes, and although I can't tell you who asked me about this earlier, I can tell you the information I have about this Gehrman Sparrow. You know him? The girl asked with her eyebrows raised. No, I don't exactly know him, but due to some work I've come across this name in my field. It is quite popular. He's been nicknamed the Anti-Divination Master. Oh, the girl leaned in, interested. Would you like to hear the information? Loki asked like he was making sure the girl was going to get into deep trouble if she heard this. Yes, the girl nodded calmly. Well, the name Gehrman Sparrow is the alias of an agent of the Amon family. Amon family, the girl asked confused, expecting Loki to elaborate further. But Loki disappointed her. Sorry, I don't know anything about them. Not even divination can pry out their secrets. But I can tell they exist because they can interfere with divinations about them. Loki said while shaking his head as if he were helpless to do anything about the matter. Thank you. The girl said as she stood up and nodded to Loki before leaving the room at a swift pace, but before she could leave Loki spoke. Miss Mary Jackson. Yes, the girl asked after turning around with an annoyed expression. I don't do this for free, you know. The girl frowned but then tossed a galleon Loki's way before walking away. TSK. She didn't even pay me the real price for the information, how cheap. Loki complained after the girl went out of the room. But then a smile sprouted up on Loki's face. Haha, how easy it is to swindle such people. But unfortunately, none of the spies that I don't know about have arrived here yet. Do they really not have any spies other than the ones they hired in their gathering? Probably not. I'm sure I need to shake things up a little for them to come out of their burrows. But what should I do? Later during the day, miles away from Hogwarts, a man sitting in a dark room closed his eyes and murmured, talking to himself. Amon. Are they one of the families that vanished in the fourth epoch? The man mumbled. Not long after he picked up the quartz pendulum that was lying on the table and held it above a piece of parchment he'd received recently from the girl he'd sent to verify the previous information. This, true. This, true. This, true. This, true. He then opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum that was spinning anti-clockwise in front of him. False. Or is it anti-divination? The figure mumbled while looking at the pendulum, but then he did something else. What? Source, information. What? Source, information. What? Source, information. What? Source, information. Closing his eyes as if he was going to fall asleep, the man tilted his head and allowed his spirit to be carried into the spirit world where he had a vision. A girl came into view sitting across from a young boy in a decently sized room. I would like to know what I can do to find out more information about Gehrman Sparrow. This person. The girl said and slid over a picture the man recognized as the one he'd given to all the participants of his mission. His attention however shifted to the boy who was relaying her all the information about Gehrman Sparrow. How did he know? Mr. X wondered, but his attention was soon diverted from Loki to the detail he had shared. Amon family. The man broke out of his dream divination and used his pendulum to perform another divination. Is Amon family real? Is Amon family real? Is Amon family real? Is Amon family real? The man opened his eyes, and to his annoyance, the pendulum was spinning anti-clockwise. Is this a lie? The man pondered, but then in his annoyance he remembered the boy's words, they can interfere with divinations. But, how did he learn of their interference? He seems like a low-sequence beyonder of the mystery prior pathway. Is he really special? If the cat witch has allowed him to practice acting so openly, there surely must be something special about him. Is it the accuracy of his divination? What was this mission of his that led him to discover about the Amon family? If it is even real. The man's frown deepened, but there wasn't anyone else in the dark, lightless room to see it. Annoyed, the man scratched his neck continuously until it began to bleed. The man did not flinch, however, and brought his bloody finger closer to his lips. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Ah dot. Meanwhile, Loki wandered through the castle corridors in the dead of the night and explored his ideas about the riddle that Salazar Slytherin had left him. Is my solution wrong? Or is there something missing and I'm on the right track? The fresh cold autumn air kept Loki feeling fresh and comfortable even though he was quite tired from attending classes. Loki looked down at the Marauders map and saw Peter Pettigrew still hadn't returned to the Gryffindor dormitory and was missing, yet he felt a little disgusted. A 40-year-old man sleeping in a boys' dormitory for so long. I don't even want to think of such a thing. I did promise Sirius that I'd capture him, but I still don't have a detailed plan of what I'd do to reveal his secret. I could ask Professor Snape. I'm sure he'll help me. He'll probably think I'm crazy, but he trusts me enough to at least look at the situation before dismissing it completely. I could ask the Basilisk to secretly gobble him up too. But I better not catch Peter until I've solved the threat of whatever Aurora Order is going to do this year. I don't want Sirius to go babbling about Gehrman Sparrow to everyone else. God forbid Adam learns about it somehow. Meow, hisss. An angry hiss surprised Loki as he stared at the end of the corridor where he found Miss Norris standing with her tail erect as if he'd stepped on it. Loki quickly used his illusions to shroud himself with shadows and darkness as he rushed away from the scene, bolting up random staircases that took him higher and higher. He eventually stopped when he checked the Marauders map and found Miss Norris in a different tower along with Finch as they chased after Peeves, giving Loki time to breathe. Where am I? The 7th floor? Loki thought as he looked out the window at the Black Lake. Damn, I've developed a slight annoyance of the floors 3, 5, and 7. Just standing here reminds me that I haven't figured Salazar's riddle yet. Loki casually strolled towards the window and leaning on its edge he thought about the puzzle that Salazar had set up for him. What else could it be? Perhaps my method to activate the magic is wrong. Is there something I've missed in the parchment? Perhaps it is the key to activate the magic. Deep in thought about the riddle, Loki began to pace around the corridor, walking from one end to the other, circling around, trying to figure out what was wrong with his solution. But that was when he heard a small muffled clink like the sound concrete blocks make when stacked together on top of each other. Loki looked in the direction, worried if Miss Norris and Finch had arrived at the 7th floor, but what he saw shocked him. In the darkness, on a wall that Loki had already examined and walked past several times, were intricate carvings that slowly sprouted into fruition, bricks folding away and retreating into themselves only to leave behind a golden door in the middle of it all. What? Chapter 195, Crystals. With a shocked expression, Loki walked right up to the door. What just happened? Loki slowly began to recall all the events that led to this moment, and then he suddenly realized it all. Ah. Magical floor, the 7th floor. Every positive circle you make just meant walking in a clockwise direction. And since I was thinking about the riddle while making the positive circles, the door appeared. What's inside it all? Loki questioned and then thought about the third line of the riddle, which he mumbled out loud, will lead you to me to wake. Is Salazar Slytherin inside there? The door was weird. It had all sorts of engravings, but Loki couldn't see them clearly since they all blended with each other so well. Loki placed his hand on the golden door and was about to push it open when some sense knocked into his mind. Not good. Not good. I should divine if I can enter the place safely and come out alive after I do so before I enter. Going into the Sapphira Castle after entering a broom closet nearby, Loki pulled out his trusty pendulum and murmured the words, "It is safe to enter the room that has appeared on the 7th floor." He murmured it 7 times before opening his eyes. Because of his excitement, Loki's eyes buzzed around for a few moments before landing on the pendulum. Clockwise. Alright, that means it's safe. But I better still take precautions in case something goes wrong or is capable of interfering with my divination. Loki quickly performed a bestowal ritual and summoned all the items he'd crafted over the summer and put them all over his body to protect himself. He wanted to be sure he wouldn't die immediately on arrival or worse. While concentrating on Salazar Slytherin's concealment rune in his mind to make himself mentally invisible, Loki gulped audibly and finally placed his hand on the door. All right. I'll push in. 3, 2, 1, and push. Huh. Loki pushed with all his might, but the door didn't budge. Ah. What if dash? Loki poured in a little bit of his spirituality into the door and it immediately sprang to life. The gold shimmered and a blue phosphorescent liquid began to emerge in the gaps between the engravings, causing it to reveal its beauty. Dragons, griffins, snakes and all assortments of other animals along with plants appeared on the door, all outlined by a glowing liquid that shimmered all around the door. The blue liquid slowly filled the hollow eyes and the capillaries of the plants and the veins of the animals, making it seem like the liquid was the key to all their lives. Slowly everything on the door under Loki's shocked gaze began to move around. Each animal woke up with a yawn as if they had just been woken up from a long slumber, while the flowers of the plants bloomed as they happily swayed in the wind. Loki was mesmerized by it all when suddenly they all jumped away from the center and rushed to the sides as a clean and straight crack appeared through the center. The blue liquid shimmered and throbbed like a heart as Loki heard a faint drum beating from inside the door. It feels like an ancient giant is about to wake up. Loki was afraid that all the light show and the noise would wake up and attract the attention of someone in the castle who wasn't yet sleeping. Excess gold seemed to melt off the door and Loki saw it drip down and freeze in the air, forming a royal handle that was attached to it. Slowly the light and sound works died down and Loki was left with a golden door that had engravings of live animals and plants who all had blue eyes and veins. Loki was dumbfounded. But snapping out of it when cool wind blew into the corridor through the windows, Loki mustered up the courage to open the door. He placed his hand on the handle and pushed. Ah, it's light. The door moved so easily that Loki felt it was his intention to open the door that moved it and not his hands. Opening the door a crack, Loki stepped in and to his surprise, the inside was dark as if there were no lights, the only light coming inside was from the door itself. But all of a sudden, before Loki could react, the door closed behind him soundlessly and left him trapped in a dark lightless room. Yet, Loki remained calm, he trusted his divination. The darkness was peculiar since he couldn't see much, but Loki's night vision helped him outline the objects inside the room as he made out a large shelf on his left, 4 large crystals the size of a door in front of him and a large table and chair on his right. Is this a study room? Loki thought. Loki made his way to the table to examine it first and found a small parchment on it on which were lines of text he was confused to read. Am I reading this right? He pulled out his wand and cast a Lumos charm to give himself some light, but the words he read left him dumbfounded. Stop shielding your mind. Loki frowned. But reluctantly, very reluctantly, he slowly stopped focusing on the concealment rune. As soon as he did, Loki saw an immediate change. Blue lights like fireflies swooped into the room and gave it a cozy winter glow. A fire brewed in the fireplace near Loki, and the chair that was previously just sitting in its place knocked into his knees and forced him to sit. A teapot brewed tea in front of his eyes and poured a cup of milk tea into a porcelain cup for him, which he grabbed from the air. Loki was surprised by the aliveness the room displayed all of a sudden and became absorbed in studying all the masterful craftsmanship of the room that was hidden earlier. Several chandeliers hung from the ceilings, rows and rows of books lined the shelves on the walls, and several murals were painted on the walls representing stories that Loki found absorbing. But that was when Loki's eyes gravitated to the 4 blue crystals at the center of the room. Loki was shocked. The shock was so great that Loki forgot to breathe for a second and dropped his teacup. The cup didn't break, it hovered beside him as if whoever had charmed it knew what would happen to it. Loki immediately got up and rushed toward the crystals, and the teacup followed behind him, not letting any tea spill. What is this? Loki asked himself, pinching to see if he was dreaming, but the pain seemed real. In the 4 crystals, that appeared as though they had sprouted out of the ground in 4 different directions, were people trapped inside. Who are they? Loki wondered with surprise as he saw the bodies of the people in them. Why do only 2 crystals contain people in them? What happened to the other 2? Chapter 196, First Bowl. That was when Loki remembered the 3rd line of the riddle. Will lead you to me to wake. So this is Salazar Slytherin. Who is the other woman? Loki stared at her slightly distorted face through the crystal and tried to figure out if he'd seen a face like hers anywhere in all the books that he'd read, but he couldn't recognize her. At least until he suddenly looked at the other 2 empty crystals, which caused an idea to pop up in his head. Rowena Ravenclaw. Loki mumbled. Or Helga Hufflepuff perhaps. But why are the 2 other crystals empty? Did something happen to them? Or maybe they lost control while they were trapped in here and died. But wouldn't that have shattered the crystals too? Sigh, too early to make conclusions, I don't even know what the crystal does. As his gaze drifted, Loki spotted the 4 ornate golden bowls hanging from the sides of the crystal, 1 each, and began to contemplate. Do I have to put something in there for them to wake up? But why do I have to wake them up in the first place? Loki looked around and spotted the wealth of books that were standing still on the shelves and moved to them instead. The books are more interesting than some half-dead Beyonders, Loki concluded. I don't even know what sequence they are off or their pathway. They might be grateful to me if I woke them up, and depending on their mood they might even choose to help me. But that's all depending on their mood. What if they try and kill me? I better see everything around here and only try to wake them up when I know what I'm doing. Walking to a bookshelf with the teacup following behind him, Loki found himself reading through the titles etched onto the spines of the books. Stories of valor, courage and sacrifice. Intricacies of magic. Food, a magical perspective. Horrors of the dark. As Loki strolled around the shelves casually, he quickly realized something: the books are only of 4 colors. Red, blue, yellow and green. Do they represent the 4 houses of Hogwarts? So these are written by the founders themselves. Loki mumbled and found his potion digesting another 5%, bringing Loki's potion digestion to 40%. How did they write so many books? Loki was shocked, since there were hundreds if not thousands of books here on the shelves strewn across the large room. It wasn't even like a library anymore, it felt like a warehouse, meant specially for books. Looking at the titles and passing by, Loki eventually felt a little thirsty, so to wet his lips he grabbed the cup that had still been diligently floating by his side. Loki's steps paused as he took a sip. Just to confirm what he was feeling, Loki took another sip. It is real. How? How is this tea making my spirituality react so much? With each sip of the tea he took, Loki immediately felt a clear difference. It wasn't by much, but Loki felt the tea soothe his spirituality. It felt like he was in the warm embrace of nature and his entire body felt relaxed. As if years of fatigue that had been built up were instantly cured, as if it was vanished into thin air. A smile blossomed on Loki's lips, yet a question remained on his mind. How did they incorporate a rejuvenation potion's properties into tea? Especially when it tastes so horrible. Loki remembered how Madame Pomfrey's potion that she'd given to him at the start of the year after his encounters with the Dementors had made him want to puke it all out. Yet this tea held the same properties but tasted so extraordinary. Walking back a few shelves, Loki stood beside the yellow book, Food, a Magical Perspective, and placed his hand on it to pull it out. Except he couldn't. What's going on? Loki tried to pull the book by force and felt as if he'd almost gotten it, but a sudden spark through the book caused his whole body to spasm as the teacup in his hand was tossed away. Damn. Why leave these books out if you only wanted to shock me with them? Loki then looked at the teacup that had fallen from his hand and grew confused when not a single drop of tea had been spilt out as it hovered in the air. How did you do that? Loki asked out loud, not expecting an answer, but he could instinctively feel that the teacup felt a little proud because of his words. What cunning people you all are. Will all this unlock only after I wake you up? Loki asked out loud while looking at who he presumed to be Salazar Slytherin. Slytherin played his part well and stood still like a corpse that was frozen inside the crystal. Loki's eyes twitched, but then he looked at the bowl that was hanging off of his side. What do I put in it? The riddle letter. Loki didn't think that was the answer, but he decided to try it out anyway. So he moved behind a bunch of shelves from where he couldn't see the crystals or the people in it anymore and performed a sacrificial ritual to bless himself with the riddle letter. Loki did the ritual while he was inside the room, since Salazar hinted at already knowing his identity earlier, but he still did it without them being able to see him and inside a small sealed box made out of walls of spirituality because of his slowly improving twisted paranoia about the Beyonder world. With the letter in his hand, Loki strode towards the bowl handing from Salazar's crystal and looked at it for a bit. There's no going back if he does wake up. I don't have much else to try anyway. I could just leave. Loki thought and paused in his actions. But then, looking at the letter and back at Slytherin, who appeared to be peacefully resting in his crystal, Loki dropped the letter into his bowl. Maybe he can help Walburga. There was a hint of unwillingness in Loki's eyes, but remembering all the short but sweet moments he spent with the old lady made his vision slightly blurry. But if he could help her, why didn't he already do it? Is it because of this crystal? Even if it is, what would change once he breaks out of it? I doubt a true god cannot answer to the prayers of their pathway members. Especially since Professor McGonagall never said anything about the true god of the darkness pathway missing or going mad. So he is still responding to people's wishes and prayers. So why exactly can't he help Walburga? Is she really fated to die? But then what about her prophecy? About me taking the Black family house to great heights? Will I do it without her? I doubt I can pull such a thing off, even if I take Sirius's help. Loki for the first time in a while felt frustrated. He didn't want to take the risk of waking up or interacting with a true god because it would probably bring him immense risk, something that even if he was willing to take on wouldn't promise his safety. And so after he performed a few more divinations to test his luck in the Sapphire Castle, Loki emerged and walked to the bowl in front of Salazar Slytherin's crystal and dropped the letter in, as reluctantly as he could. Chapter 197, Pretty Girls. As soon as the letter touched the bowl, the crystal shimmered and glowed with an eerie blue light. Loki felt his hair stand on end as the glow took over the room and the lights all around dimmed. The light felt so ethereal he felt it touch his soul. Soon the light slowly seeped into the bowl, like a stream of wind that was directed towards it, and vanished. The bowl, however, had begun to vibrate. Like it contained energy that it wasn't built to hold. Loki's breathing paused and he hung on to see whatever was happening with intense focus before the glow, as quickly as it had come, emerged and vanished back into the crystal, leaving everything exactly as it looked before. A frown formed on Loki's face as he noticed several things with his enhanced vision. The bowl won't last for much longer. Although I don't know how many times more it can take, it will eventually break if I keep trying to use it. Loki picked up the letter and tried to see if there were any changes in it, but it appeared normal, at least to him. What was that? Loki wondered. What do you want me to do? Loki asked, looking at the frozen man in front of him. The man had an unkempt beard and hair while a soft frown remained on his face. Even then he looked peaceful, as if he'd never had a better chance to rest. They say you shouldn't directly look at a god, but just a quick peek wouldn't hurt, right? Loki switched to spirit vision to peer into the crystals, but to his shock, he couldn't see anything inside it in the crystals where there were bodies. He saw no signs of life emerging from inside the two crystals, which he assumed contained Salazar Slytherin and Rowena or Helga. It looked like the people inside were dead. And yet I feel like they are still alive. What exactly were they doing here? Loki's attention then shifted toward the other two crystals that were originally empty. But they now, however, contained two bodies. The bodies of a well-built man and a motherly woman. What's going on? Did someone come here earlier and mess with them before? Perhaps they set them free but weren't able to finish the job because they ended up dying or something. But then why are all the books locked? Shouldn't two of them be unlocked? In his spiraling confusion, Loki spent a few minutes pacing around the room, wondering about all the possibilities, yet he could come up with nothing substantial. Giving up after a while, Loki glanced all around the room he was in. He took in everything and tried to freeze a picture of it all inside his mind. And slowly, after he was done, he pulled out his Marauder's map, which elegantly showed him standing inside the walls, causing him to giggle a little. Eventually, when he was sure there was no one outside, he stepped toward the golden door he'd come in through. Again, with but his touch, the door moved like it was moving because of his thoughts, and opened, allowing him to leave outside. Stepping out and breathing the cold and fresh night air, Loki sent a brief glance towards the Black Lake and walked back to his dormitory. The next day, Loki woke up feeling tired. Why am I so tired? Is it because I didn't sleep early? But this hasn't happened before. Did the room I was in do something to me? Was it the tea? Loki felt a little worried and immediately moved toward a mirror. He activated his spirit vision and became surprised. Loki's eyes widened and his heart began to race. What? How am I so sick already? Everything in the mirror had a gray aura around it, instead of the usual white. It looked like all the organs in his body had started failing. Although his body was trembling, Loki tried to keep calm and think of a solution. Madame Pomfrey. Rushing through the halls, Loki didn't pay much attention to anyone else as he walked through the mostly silent corridors towards the hospital wing. Only to be surprised when he reached there. There was a long line of students already standing in front of the door and waiting while Madame Pomfrey kept handing them all something Loki recognized. It was the potion that he'd brewed with Madame Pomfrey on the day he'd arrived at Hogwarts. A rejuvenation potion. Is everyone sick? Loki wondered. He quickly activated spirit vision, and to his surprise, all the students in the line had bodies covered in gray auras exactly like him. No, it's even worse for the other students. Is it because their constitution is weaker than Beyonders? It looked like a sea of gray instead of the usual white Loki was used to seeing. Madame Pomfrey seems fine. Did entering that place cause this mess? But how? There was nothing in there that would suggest something like this happening. The potion Madame Pomfrey was handing out seemed to be working well and helping the students' auras turn from gray to white, yet Loki felt his heartbeat quicken. What's happening? Why did this happen? Were those other times earlier for different reasons and yesterday was just a coincidence? Soon it was Loki's turn to move to the front of the line and Madame Pomfrey greeted him. Good morning, Loki. Feeling terrible, she asked with a smile. It was unlike her usual self that would be in a bad mood because of the sickness everyone had. Well, yeah, I feel quite weak. Any idea what's happening? Madame Pomfrey lightly bit her lips as if she wanted to contain whatever was making her feel so bubbly in spite of the majority of the student population being so sick. I'm not really supposed to say this, but it seems the headmaster is working on a solution, so I wouldn't worry much. She said in barely above a whisper so that none of the other students behind Loki would hear. I see. Loki relaxed a little. Thank you for letting me know. Taking his potion and gulping it down, Loki handed back the cup to Madame Pomfrey, who promptly took it and cleaned it using magic. So that's why she's happy. She's probably happy that the headmaster has figured out a solution to the problem. Not like I trust him or his solution though. And then another thought struck Loki's mind. Is this what the Aurora Order was planning to do? Make everyone sick? Oh, but maybe they're working with the Demonis to spread a plague. Loki thought with worry. That means there's a Beyonder of the Demonis pathway in school. But who? How do I even look for them? Pretty girls. Chapter 198, Casual. You felt terrible today too? Hermione asked Loki after sitting beside him in the Transfiguration class. Yes, just like everyone else. Why? HMPF. It just goes to prove that you aren't a seer. How didn't you figure it out and keep yourself safe? Hermione spoke indignantly and folded her hands with a smirk on her face. Loki's eyes widened and his mouth hung a little loose. You're still on that? Loki asked with surprise in his voice, but Hermione wouldn't respond to him, and soon the class started after all the seats were filled. Loki did his usual and put up an illusion to make everyone think he was paying attention to the class while really he was thinking about several other things at once. What do I put into those bowls? Something related to Salazar Slytherin. But what? Maybe the library will help. I should be able to find out more about the things he left behind. Maybe even look inside the Chamber of Secrets more thoroughly to check if I missed something important or related to him. Loki pulled out the Marauder's map and began to scour through it, searching for the name Peter Pettigrew on it. ***, not here. Is he not going to come back? But all the divinations I've done says he'll be here soon. Soon the class finished, and after a couple more classes, Loki arrived at the Great Hall where he sat down for lunch. Adam isn't here for lunch. Ah. Is he working on solving the problem of the sudden sickness among the students in the school? Loki and everyone else in the hall noticed the absence of Dumbledore, but they paid no attention to it, thinking that he was busy for some reason or the other. Loki, did you know? Astoria said with a dreamy look on her face. What, my dear princess? There are several girls performing a variety of rituals to become prettier. You mustn't get entrapped by them, all right? Loki looked at the little girl and laughed a little while shaking his head. Sure. I won't. I don't intend to be entranced by artificial beauty. Natural is the best. What more? My sister is the best. Astoria was about to complete, but Daphne flicked her wand to silence her and Loki ignored the statement. Eventually, however, everyone saw Dumbledore step into the Great Hall. A prominent frown painted his face, and it became clear to all the students that he did not like whatever it was that kept him. Stepping behind his seat, Dumbledore took a deep breath to calm himself, and when everyone looked at his eyes they looked firm and didn't sway. I have a short announcement to make to all the students, Dumbledore started, solemnly grabbing everyone's attention. Students will be escorted in and out of their dorms and to classes by teachers from tomorrow. There was a momentary silence. Students began to shout and whisper loudly, talking to each other or making their dissatisfaction apparent in any way they could without resorting to throwing food at Dumbledore's face. Even the staff looked strangely at Dumbledore, but they remained much more civil and courteous, attesting to their table manners and general maturity, even Snape. Dumbledore swiped his wand and silence fell in the hall once again. Even though students were making a ruckus, there was no sound being produced. It made everyone feel suffocated, and yet Dumbledore stood calmly before restating himself. I repeat. Students will be escorted in and out of their dorms and to classes by teachers from tomorrow. Anyone breaking these rules will be expelled. Seeing the seriousness on Dumbledore's face and the grim tone he was using, everyone fell silent, dragging the atmosphere in the Great Hall to a depressive dive. Dumbledore waved his wand, returning the subtle sounds of cutlery, but even in this newfound freedom the students didn't protest. It took time, but slowly everyone began to find their friends and whisper to each other about what this order from Dumbledore meant. What do you think, Loki? Astoria, who was sitting across from Loki, asked with excited eyes and a small adventurous smile. You never let the excitement in you die down, do you? Loki asked, feeling Astoria's infectious smile cause his lips to pull. Of course. I've been given a new life and I don't want to waste it behind closed doors. Before she could finish her sentence, Daphne jabbed Astoria in her ribs, but it was too late. She finally did let the reason Daphne took those few drops of blood out. I was wondering when she would, accidentally, reveal it. I guess she couldn't stomach her gratitude for much longer. New lift. Loki's eyes suddenly widened. No way. He whispered as he looked at Daphne, who was looking at him with annoyance. Well, now that you know about it, can we continue our conversation? Astoria calmly said, ignoring the previous interruption. Damn, I didn't know Daphne took that for you. Loki mumbled in shock. Whatever it is, I won't ask, Loki said out of consideration, but then looked at Astoria with sharp eyes. But value your life more. Things like that don't come by very often. Everyone around the table stared at Loki, captured by his expression. I mean, yes. Astoria started and her shoulders trembled, causing Loki to worry he had saddened her. Did I go too far? Loki asked himself. Of course you did, you fool. She's not your sister. Good, Loki whispered in his mind. No. What if Elaine acted like this? What if she got caught up in mischief that threatened her life? Bad, Loki whispered, countering the previous one's viewpoint. But then, pfft. Ha 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 ha. Astoria burst out laughing, causing Loki to get confused. He turned to look at Daphne and Tracy and found both of them covering their mouths and holding back their laughter. What happened? Loki asked calmly, putting down the cupcake in his hand onto the table. Wait, cupcake. Ah. Loki looked at the shiny silverware and found his reflection in one of the spoons. He had a cream mustache on his lips. Damn, Loki mumbled. He thought of wiping it away but stopped as a devious idea came into his mind. Why are you laughing? This. How can you laugh at this? This is creme de la creme. Loki said, owning his look and putting on the elegant posture of an English noble drinking tea with his pinky finger out. Daphne and Tracy looked at Loki's actions and burst out laughing freely. Slowly everyone in the hall saw how Loki was acting and the mood grew out of its depressive dive. The Weasley twins joined Loki and added a creamy handlebar mustache to themselves and jumped on the table to proudly show it off. Very soon most students were jumping on tables or drinking tea while copying Loki by adding creamy mustaches to their faces. Some students even began to dare their friends to lick it off their faces. Loki noticed it all and found himself smiling. But sneakily he glanced at the teacher's table and saw just how grim all their faces had become. It seems like Dumbledore has told them what's going on, or at least hinted at it. And it is not good. Chapter 199, Top. Bottom. In his newly found room on the 7th floor, which Loki had named the Puzzle Room, he sat down in his chair while sipping tea, thinking about the current problem in front of him. So something in the school is causing weakness in students' bodies. It could be the work of a Demoness, a Beyonder item, or something else entirely. Maybe something like what a member of the Abyss Pathway can do. Except they are using a Beyonder item to do it. Like the book in the second year. After all, he is supposed to be the villain of the Harry Potter books, right? Or is there some twist that I'm unable to see, for now? Loki thought some more and thought thoroughly about everything. That was when a thought struck him. Hadn't Mr. A said he came to Hogwarts for another task when I battled him in the chambers protecting the Philosopher's Stone? Perhaps the seed of evil he planted back then ended up sprouting only now. But what would take an entire year? And how did it go unnoticed by the teachers? Loki thought about a window to the school grounds, and the room formed one for him on the wall in front of which he was sitting, allowing him to take a peek over the grounds to spot something that would indicate what was happening. But the grounds were empty. Is it just another drama for Harry to act in and emerge as a hero? No. This seems unplanned. It looked like it almost caught Adam off guard. Then who is it? Who can catch someone that is at the very least an angel off guard? A king of angels or someone that's a true god? This is tricky. Either one makes it hard to even think about the event anymore. Can I even think more about this situation while I'm outside? His thoughts paused there and he held off from thinking about it anymore. He left the puzzle room and moved toward his dorm room where, after creating a wall of spirituality to seal his room from outside interferences, he performed the ritual to step into the Sapphire Castle. Once inside, Loki sat down on his chair and closed his eyes to let his thoughts move and think about all the things that had happened until now. The castle grounds, the sickness, Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, the riddle that Salazar Slytherin gave me, the bodies of the founders, you know who being a villain. And above all the Aurora Order being after me. What does it all mean? Creating pictures to match each of his thoughts, Loki projected a hologram in front of himself with his illusion abilities as he looked at his thoughts thrown out in front of him. It gave him a different perspective, literally. As soon as Loki looked carefully at one of the holograms, his mind began to burst with different ideas. No. It can't be. But if it is her, why is she working with the Aurora Order? And more importantly, how is she working? Loki's fingers trembled at the thoughts that were shooting past his mind, yet he remained fixed on following those streams of thoughts to see where they would eventually lead. Would they find the ocean or would they remain a lake, bound by walls after coming to a dead end? After much careful consideration, Loki decided to step out of the Sapphire Castle. I don't understand much just yet, but whatever it is, safety should be my #1 priority. As soon as Loki emerged into his room, however, he did not disable the wall of spirituality that surrounded him. Instead, he started a bestowment ritual to give himself a vial of unicorn blood that had already gone bad. And then for the first time since he had owned it, Loki used the Necklace of Giants to summon a ring of twilight from the necklace as its center and placed the vial of polluted unicorn blood in it. Almost immediately, the dark and dirty unicorn blood began to bubble and steam up, causing reddish blood-like vapors to escape from it and float away into the air. Loki continued to provide spirituality to the necklace for as long as he could to keep the necklace working to purify the vials of unicorn blood he had. There was a constant sizzling sound inside his room throughout the night as he collected multiple, fresh, vials of unicorn blood to protect himself from what was to come. In between each use, however, he had to pacify the necklace by telling it stories about giants, which he did by talking about a great land in the distant past that was currently hidden from the world, a land that the giants ruled. Definitely not a made-up story that he'd seen somewhere. Once morning fell, Loki with a tired expression, sent back all the vials above the grey fog but kept one on himself, by strapping it to his body using his wand holder. Eventually, after he freshened himself up, Loki first went to classroom 2-21 to use the camera for a while and then went to the Ollery, where he wrote a short letter of a detailed plan that he had come up with during the night and sent it off to its recipient. I can only do this much. I don't know a lot about what is going on, so the best bet is to swindle Mr. X into giving me information. I just hope he doesn't call my bluff and figure out exactly how much I know and how I am trying to toe the line to learn more about what's going on. Sirius picked up the new letter that he'd just received and looked at what was written in it. I want you to send a new piece of information to the Aurora Order. Flipping the letter, Sirius found a new parchment, with exquisite handwriting like always, which was very different from how the letters addressed to him were written. A loser couldn't bargain after all, and began to read the contents. I have intercepted the letters between Sirius Black and Gehrman Sparrow. I don't know who Gehrman Sparrow is, however. Whenever he picks up his letters he uses a Beyondner item to hide his identity and is very careful. The drawing you gave us is of a fake identity. No such student exists. However, the letters I have intercepted contain something surprising in it. They discuss plans to interfere with the Aurora Order's plans. The content of their plans remains unclear and eludes me since they are using wordplay to keep their plans a secret. But from the very first note I intercepted, which was more explanatory and didn't use encryptions, I gleaned that they were working against a certain demigod and planned to cause harm to them directly. Attached with this letter is a picture of their first conversation and their corresponding letters that used wordplay. I've only included half the pictures since I haven't received payment for the first bit of information I gave you. I will send you the rest when I have my payment first, and I want you to double it, because what I'm doing is very risky, or forget me even trying anymore. Sirius then looked at the several photographs Loki had included and read the first one. It was short and simple. I've narrowed down the location of the residence. I can attack it at any time. But unfortunately, because my strength hasn't fully recovered yet, so I cannot kill. Sirius looked at the other pictures. I will cover the top. You cover the bottom. All that needs to be done after that is use a spark to create a fire fueled by passion. But decided to stop when his mental health started degrading. Chapter 200, Guessing. Nearly a week later, when Loki hadn't found anything in the library even after scouring for information about the founders or even people close to them, Loki was on the verge of giving up, but a random idea popped into his mind and he wanted to test it out. I know the bowl can only take a few more hits before it breaks, but I want to try something out. Loki thought, looking at the crystal containing Salazar Slytherin. And given how no students have gotten sick over the week, I will be killing two birds with one stone. He set up the required items after creating a wall of spirituality to isolate himself from the rest of the world and proceeded. With a single candle on the altar that was lit with his spirituality, Loki used a deep tone and spoke in ancient Latin. I summon in my name the creature that roams the grey fog. The creature that is as long as history. The creature that holds dominion over death. The contracted creature of Salazar Slytherin. The space above the candle tore open as a small slithering head peered out of it and looked at Loki. His SS. He says it's nice to meet you and is asking what you called it for. Sunny translated while sitting comfortably inside Loki's pocket since it was inching closer to winter and getting colder with each passing day. Isn't it risky to travel through the spirit world while being so small? Loki asked, confused. His SS. It's more comfortable and easier to travel the spirit world this way, he says, since he has an item Salazar Slytherin gave him. Sunny translated. I understand. Loki nodded. He could see how inconvenient it would be for only a sequence 8 to roam through the spirit world where the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics would undoubtedly bring trouble your way. Do you know what is to be done with that basket? Loki asked, pointing at the basket attached to the crystal with Salazar Slytherin inside it. The basilisk looked at where Loki was pointing and hissed as soon as it spotted Salazar Slytherin in the crystal. The snake slipped out of the portal and landed on the marble floor, slithering toward the crystal. It went around the crystals jutting out of the ground and looked at all 4 crystals, hissing oddly at various points, making comments that Sunny did not feel the need to translate. After a few spins around everyone, the basilisk increased in length and climbed the crystal Salazar Slytherin was in and moved inside the basket attached to him. Loki watched the entire process with bated breath, wondering what the legendary serpent was doing. The lights in the room dimmed once again as the crystal began to glow. A faint hum sounded in the air as the basket began to tremble, but the snake had already reduced its size and fit perfectly into the basket. Loki thought the snake would be a little fearful of what was going on, but it stood perfectly still and only raised its head a little, watching what was going to happen in anticipation. An ethereal mist separated from the crystal that was glowing and had become the center of attraction in the room, flowing slowly like a stream as it moved into the serpent's body. The snake shuddered and its tail rattled, but just as quickly as the mist had gotten absorbed into the serpent's body it was ejected out and rushed back into the crystal. As the mist left, the basilisk flew out of the golden bowl and crashed some distance away into the marble floor, shocking Loki. Loki quickly moved towards the snake and began to examine it carefully, trying to spot any damages within it with his spirit vision. Damn, it's gotten darker. There was clear damage to the snake's internals, and as if to corroborate Loki's discovery, the snake withered and twisted around the floor in pain. His SS. The snake saying it needs to go back and rest. Also, the bowl needs something precious to Salazar, perhaps his locket would do. Locket? Loki asked, confused. Do you know how it looks? Loki asked the basilisk. His SS. It is an 8-sided silver locket with a green S in the center. Sunny translated, and Loki picked up the snake to try and help it get back into the spirit world. The snake slithered across Loki's fingers and moved back into the spirit world before Loki could get a word in after it hissed. It said, "It wished you luck on your journey to wake up its master." Huh, so a locket, huh? Loki mumbled as the portal into the spirit world closed. Well, at least I saved some time trying to search for this information in the library. Loki blew out the candle that he'd used to summon the basilisk and went back to the glowing crystals as a single thought lingered in his mind. If I want to do something to her, I at the very least need a true god's help. Even if it is just to stay safe from her. Especially when the Aurora Order is also involved in all of this, because that means even One-Eyed Jesus is involved in this somehow. With a solemn look on his face, Loki left the puzzle room and walked back to his room. As he entered inside, Loki pulled out the vial of unicorn blood that was inside his pocket and looked at it. Damn. The blood in his vial that was supposed to be silvery and ethereal was now murky and carried a pungent stench. It's clear now. At least her motive is. Clearly, her actions are related to my attempts at waking up Salazar Slytherin, who is one of the founders. The question is she aiming to make the student sick, or is it a byproduct of her actions while doing something else? Perhaps that is just a result of her madness. She can't perfectly control her powers yet. But that still leaves the question, what is her aim? Loki looked at the vial in his hand and then put it on the table alongside the necklace of giants so that he could purify it and have it ready for tomorrow. After the purification process was completed, and the blood in the vial was back to its silvery shine, Loki looked at the ring of harvest on his finger. I can't even use divination recklessly in this matter. Even diving about her above the grey fog might alert her of my actions. Now that I think about it, what if she figures out that I'm the one responsible for waking up the founders? Loki frowned deeply and then shuddered a little before promising himself. I need to stay safe. And One-Eyed Jesus's motives are still not clear. And what is Adam doing? Why does he want to help her? In LOTM, One-Eyed Jesus and Adam were neither friends nor enemies for the most part. Is their relationship better in this world? Is that why Adam is working with him? But then is Adam really the ancient sun god? That probably isn't the case, since Adam has a clear birthday and has clearly grown up alongside other people as his life is recorded clearly in history. Why are they doing whatever they are doing? Something related to the founders, but what? Loki patiently tried to think of any reasons why this was happening, but he was already feeling tired, so he fell asleep in the comfort of his bed.